NASA.
thousands of spaceships and astronauts
Thousands
and
of
people who've been to
spaceships.
space seeing Earth.
Thousands
Can you
of
stop mocking me,
astronauts.
buddy? Because you're gonna
Why
get
not?
nowhere.
Really?
I can see
Why
you're
are
a
you
mod.
in here
I know you can
preaching?
mute me. What am I doing?
Why
What am I
are
doing?
you-
I'm preaching.
Why are you in here preaching to us? We
Why
hear the
would I
same
be
shit every
preaching?
day.
Okay, what? Can you explain the definition what preaching means? Because I don't think you understand what the word
Exactly
preaching means.
what
buddy.
you're doing now. So
I'm
have
not
your little
preaching.
workout. You'll be right.
If I would be preaching,
now
I would
my
have tried
friend,
to
do you
convince you that
understand?
the Earth is a globe, which it is, by the way.
Strat, there
Now
is
do you
no.
understand why we have a little bit of playfulness in here? So people like yourself don't have little meltdowns. All right? So now we're all on the
Yeah.
same page. Try again.
Hey, Strat, I posted something in the side chat for you. You said that there's all sorts of pictures of curvature. Posted a video from the ISS from one of the Chinese operations they did on the ISS. Tell me where the curve of the Earth is in that video.
Oh wait, you can hear me?
Yeah, I've asked you
I-
to check the video in the side chat.
Yeah, because
You
that
said there's curvature of the Earth. There is no
Matrix guy,
curvature.
I fucking muted that guy. He's insane. I mean,
Yeah, please
I guess,
don't do that.
I guess in this video. Oh, my bad. I guess in this video there's no curvature. I don't know.
Yes, from the ISS.
Yeah, but do you know how big the Earth is?
Yes,
That's
do
from
you?
the ISS.
Of course, but like maybe this was just.
Where's the curve?
Maybe this isn't even real.
Do you know how high the ISS is?
I don't know. How high?
It's about 400, probably about 250 miles above the Earth's surface. Do you think you should be able to see the curvature from 250 miles above the Earth's surface?
But I don't know, because have you ever been on an airplane?
Yep, 30,000 feet, yep.
Yeah, you can see the curvature of Earth on an airplane.
Do you
Okay.
understand what I'm sharing with you? I'm sharing you
Yes,
something
but
from
I've seen
250
it with my own
miles.
eyes. I've seen the curvature
Hey,
with my own eyes.
Strat, which one's bigger?
Like,
the
I don't
height
understand
of an
what we're trying to
aeroplane?
do here.
Okay, if this numpty's got me muted, he's not going to last very long.
Have you got Matrix muted, Strat?
Oh, yes, I still have him. Is he still talking? Because...
Yeah, he's a mod. Can you unmute him? Because it's just not going to work
Okay.
if you try to do
yeah,
that.
I'll unmute him. I'll unmute him.
Thank
Because
you.
he's extremely loud, bro. He's extremely disrespectful. He just thinks he's very, Okay, yeah.
Don't worry about him. The more you get to know him, the more you'll realize it's not
Right.
personal. That's just how he speaks.
Am I
It's fine.
unmuted?
Okay, yeah. You're unmuted.
Excellent. Very simple question for you. Which one is higher up? An aeroplane at 30,000 feet or the ISS at
The ISS,
250?
but that's not my point.
Well,
Why
something
is
to
it
think
that
about.
with my
Then
own eyes,
you talking over me
I've
is not
seen it?
necessary. I haven't finished yet.
You're talking over me, buddy. I
No,
started talking
I
first.
hadn't even finished asking the question,
Yeah,
and you were
my
already
exact
jumping all
point
over
why
me.
I muted you earlier.
Yes.
Yeah, so you muted me so you could talk the fuck through me. Congratulations, you're not going to last long. So, you claim to see mass curvature in an aeroplane, but yet you can't see any curvature in the ISS. Are you stoned or stupid? Seriously, bro.
So if we've got you at 250 miles above the Earth's surface, then at 30,000 feet there wouldn't be curvature. So that means you're mistaken. You assume that you see curvature from an aeroplane, but the problem is there is no
it's
curvature
real.
to be
You can see it with your own eyes. Have you ever been on an airplane? I'm being serious.
Bro, just take that, put that a pin in a put a pin
That's
in
a
that
yes
for
or
a
no
moment.
question. Have you
Yes,
been
I've
in
been on an airplane.
Yeah.
I've been on an airplane.
Have
and
you
I didn't
looked outside the
experience
windows?
curvature. Yeah, I have.
But you do it. You can see it with your own eyes. The curvature. Look, I can share.
So why
videos.
can't they see the fucking thing from the ISS?
Stop
Look,
shouting.
I can
like
share
you don't
videos.
need to.
No, because that guy's getting triggered at the fact that it's from 30,000 feet, let alone...
Okay, fuck knuckle. We're going to try again. Which one has higher elevation? The ISS or a pissy little aeroplane at 30,000 feet? It's a very simple question. Even someone of your brain capacity could fucking answer it. And if you think my volume's loud, you should have seen it last week, mate. Fuck me. I've had it dialed back since. So, which one? Higher elevation. Aeroplane or ISS? Let's see if you can work that one out. Which one is it? What? You get the opportunity to talk and you don't want to?
Alright. I just got a video. Of a guy on an airplane. By the way, there's hundreds of these. You can click on that link. You can watch the video. If you don't trust it, doesn't matter.
So you still
can
haven't
click on
answered the
that link.
question.
There's hundreds of videos.
We're gonna. If you've muted me, mate, you're really not gonna
That's
go
not the
real well.
curvature. That's not the curvature of the Earth. Curvature of the Earth is supposed to be within the 8-inch per mile squared model. They'd be more pronounced than that. What you're seeing is the limitation of your view, and at that altitude, with that clarity, the limitation of your view is a great circle. So you will see a horizon that wraps around you. Go around the other side of the aeroplane, you'll see the exact same type of what you think is curvature. That's not curvature. That's perspective.
Okay. I just found
Now,
out. Look,
I just
I'm
want
not really educated on these terms.
I just want to finish the point and say you're not supposed to see the curvature from 30,000 feet. Your own
Yes, but you still
paradigm,
do.
your own scientists. No, you're not supposed to. From the ISS, you only seen 3% of the Earth's surface. You shouldn't be seeing curvature like that from that height.
But why do you rely on only one video? That's my point.
No,
'Cause I
my
can
friend,
pull up hundreds of videos of these.
I can match you and share as many as you do. The problem is
Yeah, just
when
from
you
the
don't use
ISS,
a
right?
fisheye lens. Yeah, when you don't use a fisheye lens from the highest, from like 100,000 feet and above on a weather balloon,
What did this guy
without a-
send?
without a fisheye lens, you get a completely flat horizon.
Yeah,
That
look what the guy
perspective.
sent. Exactly. You're
What did
claiming
you send,
curvature,
bro?
and
It's
here
on
it
the
is
Earth.
at Gret. He's got me fucking muted. Right, you can stay on red. You're claiming out the window is curvature. Yet, at ground level, oh my goodness. So what is it? Is it because of elevation? Because if that's the case, as Roots explained to you, which you didn't want to fucking listen, you were too busy telling him about how great your videos are and how many you've got. If you cared to listen at your 30,000 feet, it is mathematically impossible to see the curve that you're claiming. So how about we continue on from there with Roots?
Oh shit! I'm unmuted. Okay. I've been. Oh my days! This guy's
I
so
was
triggered that I keep muting him.
Stradigo, you're not supposed to see the curve from that height. Now, what shape are airplane windows? Are they flat or they curved?
No, they are circular, but at the top, at the front,
They're curved.
No, they're not. Yeah, they're
all
curved
airplane
circular,
windows,
but
all airplane windows are curved. They have to be curved by regulation standards.
yeah, but that's not a fisheye view. It's not giving
No,
you a fisheye view.
But you're seeing through a curved window, so
Look,
it can give the appearance
not curved in that
slight
way that
curvature.
you think.
No, but what we're discussing is the curvature of the ground, the surface of the Earth. When you get up to high altitude, you'll see the horizon wrap around you in a great circle. That's due to the limit of perspective. We're talking about the curvature of the surface.
Okay,
That
so
doesn't exist.
let's make a hypothesis here. What if the Earth was flat? What do you think about all the other planets? What would they be?
They are also flat.
We told you earlier that the idea of planets in a vacuum in the sky goes against the second law of thermodynamics and all of the gas laws that we're aware of.
Okay,
There is no. Do you know what a planet is? The
So-
original term for
Yeah,
planet was a wandering
It's a rock.
star. No,
Yeah?
no,
Okay.
that's not the original meaning for planet. The original meaning for planet in Greek, which was like planetos or planetos or something,
Planetas.
planetas, that meant wandering star. So you've changed, or society has changed the original meaning for planet, which just meant a wandering star, and now you've fantasized it into a ball of rock in a violation of natural law. That cannot
Then why
exist.
can you see them in telescopes? You can see planets on telescopes.
Lights? Yeah, we see wandering stars. Wandering stars is what we see in the
I'm not saying
telescope.
stars. I'm saying actual planets on telescopes.
Yeah, planets mean wandering stars. Are you not listening to what I say?
No, I'm listening, but a planet isn't a star because
A planet is a wandering star. The original, go check up the etymology of the word planet.
So, they're
You get
stars.
to planetas, and planetas
Why are they
means
orbiting a
wandering
big star? What are they orbiting, right?
The Earth. The Earth is the center. The whole sky revolves around the Earth. That's why we see the constellations in the exact same place every year without fail. Yet you believe that we're tumbling and hurtling through space with several different accelerations and directions with an element of randomness, yet we get the exact same constellations in the exact same place. Why? Because the sky is like a good
explain why
giant
we have
clock
4 seasons
that
of the month?
rotates around us.
Can you explain why we have 4 seasons then?
Why we have seasons? Yeah, because the sun moves.
No, because if the sun moves in the way you're saying it, then we couldn't have seasons.
No, that's incorrect. You just have no
why is it
imagination.
incorrect?
Oh, but why is that?
incorrect?
Why would you make that statement? If the sun moves like the sun moves, then it wouldn't move like it moves?
The whole fact that we have seasons is how close the Earth is to the sun. So how would that make it?
No, okay, hold on. Stop.
Prove your point of the Earth being flat.
Stop, dude. You are.
Please tell me.
You're in heresy. You're in heresy with your own model. In heliocentric, the distance to the sun has jack shit to do with seasons. Nothing at all. You need to look this. Okay, you need to look this up.
Your stupidity amazes me.
Yeah, you need to look this up. I can. Oh, how about this?
I don't need to look it up because you learned this in the 3rd grade.
No, you didn't.
Buddy,
you that day.
You sound like you're in the first stage.
Yeah, I skipped that day. Nice. How do you get 4 seasons of a month? Tell me.
Hey, calm down. Can you stop sounding like you're in the first stage of grief?
Yeah, right here. Here's
you're
a
in
citation
denial.
for you.
Nice. In denial.
Here's a perfect citation for you.
Can somebody please explain how seasons actually work?
Yeah, we're doing it right now. So number 1 is unfucking your misconception first.
Okay, so how do seasons work?
Step 1 is unfucking your misconception first.
This guy.
You just
is
said,
everyone a flat earther here? Is everyone
as
delusional as this guy?
Yeah, you just said that it's
I'm not
summer.
in any position right now. So.
You just said it's summer when the sun is closest to the earth. Here is a direct contradiction to that bullshit. Now you need.
Can you explain that picture?
Look at this. How is it possible that you were so wrong while thinking you were so right?
Okay, can you explain why we can see the...
No, we got...
Why does the sun have phases? Tell me.
Step 1, we're looking at how you were so wrong. Can you stop dodging my
questions?
Yeah, step 1, we're going to look at why you were so wrong and you thought you were so right.
Throw man much.
Okay. Are you done?
Step 1, okay? You said it's summertime when the earth is closest to the sun.
No, it's not closest. It's furthest, matter of fact.
So now that we got it figured out, it's winter. This should unfuck your thinking that you were so wrong. You said, hey, flat earthers, explain this. The explanation is 3rd grade education failed you.
Okay. Why? Can you tell me this? Why does the moon have phases?
Yeah, you said earlier the sun. The sun had phases too.
What? No, those are seasons. Don't get them.
We could roll it back.
Phases.
Why does the moon have phases?
Why does the sun have phases?
That's why we record this.
Isn't the phase of the moon how do I say this? The shadow of Earth.
Again, hasn't he?
Look at say it again.
If it was a shadow.
Okay, hold on, Stratego. The phases of the moon are what?
Why do we have phases of the moon? They're the shadow of Earth.
There we go.
No?
Say it again one more time, just to make sure I heard it clear.
The shadow of Earth shows that the Earth is round, is circular.
Because of what?
What do you mean because of what? Look,
Okay,
look.
you say the whole thing out. I want to get a very good clip of this. Did you
Okay, wait,
just
let me-
say the phases
let me
of
get
the
a picture
moon
of the moon.
are the shadow of the Earth? Did you just say that?
I did. You're twisting my words. I know what you're trying to do. Look.
Okay, I'm telling you
I'm
right
gonna show
now.
you a
need
picture,
to pay
right? And you need
attention
to
this.
think clearly
you-
when I send this.
You need to pay attention to this. Your education level is severely lacking in this topic.
Yeah,
Severe.
but my education level was able to determine why you don't even know your seasons because you said the sun is closest and it's summer.
You said
if you
that.
don't know that, if you
You
don't know
said that.
yeah, I said that and you didn't know it.
That I got a citation to correct you because you doubted. You thought you were right. You said there's nothing this guy can show me. It's summertime when the sun is closest to the earth.
Look, you can look at your videos all day, but when you have raw evidence, raw actual evidence that you can see with your own eyes, then you can be delusional all day, buddy. Because you're believing one video, I'm believing thousands and thousands of paragraphs of evidence. This is evidence I'm showing you. This is like 0.1% of the evidence I'm showing you, and you're already stressing because you can't even tell me why the moon has phases.
Yeah, you told me in your worldview the moon has phases because it's shadow
So the
of the
moon
earth.
doesn't have phases anymore? What?
Caused by what?
You tell me. Okay, tell me what the things are caused by. Because I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. Tell me.
yeah, you don't know. After all this information you have, you still don't know.
Okay, but why does the moon have phases? I just need to know that.
You said it was the shadow of the earth.
Something like that.
You are horribly uneducated in this topic. Horribly.
Yo, what the fuck is playing? Are you guys playing that?
Oh, is it a music bot in here?
If somebody's
1 second.
playing music, if somebody's playing music, just mute it.
So step one here, Stratego.
Yo, hold up. Wait, just a second.
All right, go ahead.
They're crackpots. You're dealing with crackpots.
Yeah, well said, Steve. I mean, can you imagine that some dude come up in here?
Steve's got very little to add to this conversation, clearly. What stage of grief are you at, Steve?
No, it's Steve's flat earther. He's just letting us know that.
Oh, apologies.
Yeah,
I thought he meant the flat earthers. Yeah, my bad, Steve.
Yeah, he's talking about the other guys.
Yeah, I'm with him. Yeah, they are crackpots.
I mean, imagine coming into a channel saying things that are obviously wrong inside your own worldview and expect to be taken seriously around here.
I like the whole move closer to the sun.
Okay, that's enough of that.
What the heck was that, bro?
That's
That was
another
crazy.
freak out. We call those freakouts when someone gets, flat smacked, and rather than start thinking, they just spaz out.
Is that legit a thing in here? Like, I've never seen that.
Yes, that
Oh, yes,
happens
To make
all
sure it
the
doesn't
time.
happen again, we fix them.
That's crazy.
Which is why a lot of the guys don't like to spoon feed anymore. We like to see what level you guys are on, whether you're going to turn into one of these crazed globers, salty globers who come back and try and disrupt the channel, report the channel, because it happens a lot.
Mm.
But the sun's movement is the reason for seasons. And the sun being, if you know anything about the sun's analemma, the analemma shows you from your perspective what the sun looks like as it moves across the flat earth through the seasons. Imagine a corkscrewing effect around the center of the earth as the sun is in the southern hemisphere. You're going to get different observations, and over the year it makes up the pattern of the analemma. And this is the kind of pattern we see with the other heavenly bodies as well. There seems to be a certain pattern to all of the heavenly bodies, and they're almost perfect. We get a wobble, we get a bit of a back and forth, a to and fro, but this is what we're seeing in the sky. And there was lots of geocentric models that modeled the sky perfectly, with the Earth being the center on the way to the heliocentric model. So it's not crazy, it's not outrageous. This is how most people, the world, viewed the sky before the recent heliocentric model. And the heliocentric model is very recent. It was only actually brought into mandatory teaching in schools in 1945. Before that, there was all sorts of earthly models being taught. The question is, if Earth is a ball, because that's the positive claim, where is the evidence, the direct evidence? By looking at the sky, we're not going to be able to determine the shape or whether the surface is curving. So you got to see us as empiricists. We want empirical evidence. Where's the curvature of the Earth? Where's the motion of the Earth? You know, these questions, there's no answer to those because there is none to be observed. And like I said earlier, industry treats the Earth as flat and the atmosphere as non-rotating, whether it's aerodynamics, ballistics, building. We don't treat the Earth as a curving, moving surface. So how can it be a ball if there's no evidence for it?
Good morning, folks. Hello, Big Root. My man, welcome to gold status.
How about another question?
Hey, thanks, bro.
You don't believe that what government is saying, right? Government is telling you, scientists are telling you, oh, your planet is round. So why would they lie about it? That
just pick why you lie.
Would be the
You've been lying your ass off all morning. Why'd you lie? Why would you lie? Did it yourself. Why? Do you even know why you said back-to-back bold-faced lies?
Do you always respond with another question when there's
think about it. Think about add in why you lie to answer why other people lie, and you can safely assume they lie for about the same reasons you lie.
No, what I was asking you is why you don't believe the government who is telling you.
No, you asked why they would lie.
No, like what would be the purpose of them lying?
The same purpose why you lie.
What purpose do I have?
You had all kinds of weird shit. Like you pretended to be talking to someone who wasn't in the room. You acted like you couldn't understand Alpha. All these lies that you said for reasons that you won't explain or take questions on. That generally boil down to what I think was you're either intoxicated or retarded.
Hey, we all know that retards love to get intoxicated, so don't discount that option.
Yeah, it could be both.
I mean, I guess I'm stupid. I like to get high, so I guess I'm stupid. I'm retarded.
No, that's different. Okay,
that means you like to get retarded.
Think about it this way. Think about someone who's going to say they can't understand why the government would lie to them. That everything the government says, all the scientists, all the engineers, they're all being above board and then being like, I enjoy my marijuana. When the government says that marijuana is the most extremely dangerous street drug. It's a gateway drug. It's more dangerous than heroin.
Yeah,
so which one is it? Is the government lying to you or is the government being honest with you? And if so, how are you using this dangerous street drug that they told you to look out for?
Government lies about a lot of things. What I'm
Everything.
asking is, what is the
Everything.
purpose of them? Okay, fine.
They lie about
So
everything.
what's the purpose? What would it be the purpose of them lying that our planet is round?
That's like asking the motivation of a murderer. It's subjective, depends on your angle. But I think there's multiple reasons for it. And if we was to speculate on it, it wouldn't help the empirical argument that the Earth is not curving, would it? If you don't like the answer I gave, you might write off the whole discussion because you don't agree with my reason for why they would lie, or the motive. So before we discuss motive, we should always determine whether the event or the crime or whatever has taken place. So that's what we want to focus on. Is it curving, and is there evidence for it? Everybody doesn't have to be lying about this. Most people like yourself just believe it. They know stuff, what they've been taught, so they regurgitate that when they're challenged by a flat earther. The question is, do they actually know this, or do they just believe it? So the majority in government believe it. Simple.
You know, what's funny, Roots, is they probably believe it, and they know they can't prove that Earth is a globe, and that's why they lie.
Who needs alcohol when I got you guys?
Truth is stranger than fiction, my friend. But you're bypassing the bit that I wanted you to cling on to, which is there's no empirical evidence for curvature or motion. And if there's no empirical evidence, then what you hold is a belief. You don't have any direct evidence. You don't have any real world experience. There's no interaction with a curving, spinning ball in your life or in anybody's life or in any industry's experience. So for you to just then default, why would they lie, means you're not really grasping the point. The point is that they don't treat the Earth as a ball. We don't experience the Earth as a ball. All evidence leads to a flat Earth. Isn't that strange at the very least for you? I mean, give us that. Isn't it strange that there's no direct evidence for the ball?
It might be hard resetting.
I think he just got more retarded.
So I have a question. So what are some good resources to look at? Like, is Eric Dubé a good source or no? Like, what are some sources I can go
I
to?
don't like.
Yeah, find someone
24/7 flat Earth.
I was going to
All
say, yeah, he's an old school flat earther. He's not exactly, he's not even as educated as some of the people in this room when it comes to science and logic. But he's done a decent job of spreading the message. He can't answer all of your questions, though.
Yeah, I recommend us. I mean, listen, we are 24/7 Flat Earth. We are the premier Flat Earth content producers in the world. So if you want to find out more, just keep talking to us and check out some of our online content too.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And go out in the real world, buy a nice camera, a good quality camera with a high powered zoom. Go and find landmarks, go on when you're on holiday, go and find, these places where you can see islands offshore, where you can see oil rigs in the sea with your high powered zoom, and then find them on Google. You can put a distance to that, and that distance will break the 8-inch per mile squared heliocentric claim. You're going to find out that 99% of all your observations break the curvature calculation.
I'm about to post a video in chat. It's 2.5 minutes long. And what it features is Jay Tolan, a flat earther. He's up in an airplane, and and he's got a high-powered zoom camera with an infrared lens. And from his position over Texas, he can see across the Baja Peninsula and beyond, which totally breaks the globe. Like, he can see too far for Earth to be a globe in infrared. You ready for this? It's going to take a bit. It's like a 40 meg drop. All right, it's uploading. It's on the way. Now, some of us have different ways to approach flat Earth, and for me, some of the most compelling content came from high altitude infrared aerial imagery, just like what I'm presenting here. When you go up high, you increase your vantage point, your angular resolution limit to objects in the distance, which in this case would be mountains and valleys and water. Then when you go up that high, the air is also extremely thin, which mitigates any claims of bendy light through the air. And this is further mitigated with an infrared filter. And then by using high-powered magnification with a fat aperture, you can zoom in on things that should be obscured by that geometric horizon of curve. Instead of seeing curvature pop out in all of its glory, we see much further than that in infrared from high up. It's extremely baffling. Yep, there it is. Upload complete. There it is in the text chat. Enjoy.
Watching it now. One of my friends is a flat earther, actually, and I was introduced to flat earth through B.O.B., the rapper. You probably don't know who that is, but he started
dude.
coming out with music with flat earth stuff, and it got me interested in it like years ago. Like, he made a mixtape called Earth, I think it was called, and he just talks about it the whole time.
That's how this channel got started. This 24/7. It was another rapper. I just lost his name. Oh crap.
Yeah, ODD.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, ODD.
I know ODD.
Yeah.
I used to watch ODD. Yeah, I used to watch
he was
ODD all the time, bro.
He was the original owner of 24/7. He's the guy
Are
who
you
started
serious?
it. Yeah,
Where'd
it
he
started
go?
off. Oh, well, he moved on to other things. But
Okay.
so he started this as kind of like originally as an outlet for creative people to express their idea of flat Earth through music and poetry and art and whatnot.
Yeah.
And from there, other people said, well, I want to be part of the conversation, but I'm not really artistically inclined. They're like, well, sure, let's start other channels. We started branching off. And then once it got more involved with sort of the science, logic, and reason part, he moved on to other things.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but that's a lot of people found the same pathway you're on. You're just about, like 7 years behind. Not behind the ball.
Well, I'm not behind. I mean,
I'm saying
I've
not
been
behind.
paying attention to this stuff.
Yeah, that's a wrong turn of phrase. You're a late bloomer, if you will.
Right. I see what you're saying. Like ODD, like I used to love his music too. Like he has a song called "The Matrix Has You." I used to love that song. Y'all know that
That's
song?
a good song.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, in fact, a lot of us consider ourselves artists and musicians too, and it's
Yeah, I
because of
am.
the original heritage, I think.
Yeah, I'm a musician, so maybe I need to get into truth speaking in my music.
It's a great way to create culture around a topic, especially something divisive like this. We can unite people together, and when you create something cool out of flat Earth that people want to hang out with and be a part of, and share artistic inspiration about, you start creating culture where it didn't exist before, right? And you start lifting the veil of a taboo topic.
Real quick, guys, my favorite B.O.B. song was "It's Fucking Science, Bro." Y'all remember that one?
But yeah. I love that song. He has another song called Biodiversity, I think. He's like, bones don't turn to oil or something like that on the hook.
Yeah,
like,
he's
bones
right.
don't turn to oil. Bones don't turn no oil, nigga. Bones don't turn no oil. I love it, bro. And it got me thinking, yeah, maybe Bones don't really turn the oil.
I like that one. This world is not what you think it is.
Oh, that's hot, dude.
Yeah. Is it
Hey,
the
so
hand
you
or the
finished watching that video?
fingertips? Yeah, I watched it.
Yeah, man. So like he just keeps zooming in and zooming in and zooming in. And at first I didn't believe it, right? Because I'm like, wait, that can't be water. That can't be the Gulf of Baja, Mexico, right? And then there you see Cabo San Lucas, which has like these, it's at the end of the peninsula and it's mountains. And there it is. You see the mountains at the end of the peninsula, and you can see the Pacific Ocean beyond that. Like, so he's marking a 760-mile distance, but that's easily like over 800 to 1,000 miles beyond.
Yeah, we got somebody from the NFL who drops by here every now and again too. We got some
Oh, yeah,
famous
that
people
guy.
that come through here, man.
Really?
Yeah, he's a part of the room. We've been talking to him for years too.
That's cool.
Well,
Yeah, I think we get famous people undercover too.
yeah, there's, like people in sports, they're actually saying that they're flat earthers. Like some of the MMA fighters, they say that they're from, they think the earth is flat. So a lot of
Like
people.
Kyrie Irving. I know Kyrie Irving's
bet.
like, is he?
Reed saying
Yeah.
it.
When
Look
all
how
these
much heat
guys
he
are
got
like
from that,
talking
man.
flat Earth,
No, we're
when
talking
these
about
guys
the
are speaking about
hillbilly.
flat Earth in public, we know they're listening to us because they say the same things that we're saying all the time in our channels.
Pretty cool. Yeah, y'all got a large audience, it seems like.
Yeah, we're making an impact in this world, man. Like, you can also make an impact too, just like who you are. Remember, I told you can speak life upon your own life.
Right.
You don't have to. You don't have to accept the reality that you think that you're not good enough or not smart enough. Dude, just wake up every morning and apply yourself. You'll see a difference.
That's good. That's good. That's a good word.
To quickly throw in one more, wasn't a few years ago, the St. Louis Cardinals baseball team had like 5 or 6 flat earthers on it. I don't remember. Does anybody remember?
Oh yeah, was that when they got busted for talking about it in the locker room or something, and coach had to say stop talking about that shit?
Pretty
Yeah,
sure
something like
AJ,
There's some
that.
other team.
pretty sure
One
AJ
of the
Styles from
commentators on,
WWE is one too.
yeah, one of the commentators on air said something like, "I've had to argue with people in the locker room all year about whether the Earth is flat or not," or something like that. Anyway,
Yeah. Yeah, and InfoWars too, right? Like everybody on InfoWars were talking about flat Earth in the office, and it pissed off Alex Jones, and you had to tell them to knock it off. What's really interesting is when you hear people, politicians, newscasters on TV, media figures, right? Where they could say the word like planet or globe, but instead they choose to say like world or, realm sometimes, like across the world. If you hear a guy like on the news say across the world and not like around the globe instead, chances are he's saying that on purpose.
But interesting, when I was younger, I used to hear across the world quite often. And all of a sudden, it slowly morphed into around the globe when they're saying
Yeah.
the same thing.
Yeah, we got
yeah,
like
at some
famous
point,
comedians like Jim Brewer. Oh, go ahead.
at some point in the last 50 or 60 years, whenever this was, worldwide became global. You know what I mean? It
Right.
became in their vernacular. Instead of saying worldwide and stuff like that, you'd say global.
Oh, I forgot about this documentary. I saw it before. Level. What's your opinion on that? Is it good? Level?
There's like 3 now.
There's 3? What? I'm late, bro. I'm so late.
Yeah, we've moved on from some of our earlier discussion topics. So that's the thing. Like when you check out some of the older stuff from like 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago,
Yeah.
it's really not up to date with our current understanding and our
Gotcha.
best arguments.
So I come from more of a biblical understanding of things. So if y'all have any biblical arguments for flat Earth, that would be nice too.
I compiled a document recently on the ancient church and early figures in the church, quotes from their sermons with references and how they viewed the world.
Mm.
I'm going to post it here. Hold on.
And while you're doing that, my friend, also do a search on the definition of global.
All right, PDF up. It's FE Fathers in the text chat. Go grab a copy today.
I'm getting it now.
Wasn't the first entry into like English language of the word globe, wasn't that Shakespeare? And he named the theater.
Yeah, the name of the theater was Globe Theater, right?
But I don't think the word global has anything to do with globe.
Right. I think it's also interesting, right? Since he called his theater the Globe, right, and then said the world's a stage.
Well, originally, like the globus was the universe. That's how it was conceived. That the universe itself was egg-shaped or globular. That didn't mean that your plane of existence was curved. Yep. So you have all these depictions going back through antiquity of rulers holding a ball in their hands called the globus. And this was not necessarily representing a curving surface of our world, but rather the entire thing that contains our existence. Oh, we got somebody in the chat asking me, what about the 24-hour Antarctic sun? Yeah, what about it? Earth measures flat below the 24-hour Antarctic sun. This is something we've been saying for years. You cannot form a coherent logical argument for the sun dictating what the Earth's surface does below it. What the sun does is accidental or incidental to how Earth measures. One of the ways that we could help verify or validate that the 24-hour Antarctic sun video existed by taking elevation angles to the sun. So the sun was something like 33 degrees in elevation at its maximum height. Incidentally, Illuminati confirmed 33 degrees elevation maximum height from their position at about 80 degrees south. And that coincides with the sun being at the Tropic of Capricorn at 23 degrees south latitude. So why is that a flat Earth validation? Well, it's one piece of evidence that helps validate it. The elevation angle itself being a geometric principle. The principle being 2 straight lines subtends to the angle of the observer. And the distance traversed along the baseline, the horizontal leg of that angle, is flat.
Flat with respect to what?
The surface.
No, flat with respect to gravity.
Oh, with respect to gravity. Okay, so you think gravity's a curving force vector?
No. When you take an angle of elevation measurement, that is with respect to gravity, the vector of gravity.
Well, it's perpendicular, right?
Yeah, perpendicular to the angle that's based on gravity. So it has nothing to do with the
so
surface.
flat.
It has to do with the
Yes,
gravity.
it does. Perpendicular is flat, right?
Yeah, compared to gravity, not compared to the surface of the Earth.
Oh, so you're saying that gravity is also a curving. So how do you have perpendicularity with reference to a curved surface?
No. It's not with reference to a curved surface. It's with reference to gravity. When you take a line, right, and you then make a line perpendicular to that, and you rotate that fully around it in a three-dimensional space, you get a plane. You get a flat plane. So it doesn't matter what the surface of the Earth is, because that's not what you're taking the measurement with regard to. You're taking the measurement with regard to the perpendicular of gravity.
Well, that is also true, but it is also with respect to Earth's surface, because the line that you are using is parallel to Earth's surface, being flat.
No, it's not. You can take a measurement of this
it's not,
kind
then do you
on
have
a mountain.
evidence of it doing something other than being flat, please?
Yes, mountains. Mountains are clearly not flat.
Dude, we're not talking about topological features like mountains.
Okay, but you should
we're talking about the average mean sea level being a flat baseline along the x-axis.
No. The angles of elevation are not taken.
Yes, absolutely.
You can sit there and say no all day long. It's not going
you can measure the angle of elevation from a mountain. You don't have to measure it from sea level.
Right, and that angle is parallel to the flat surface of mean sea level.
No, it's not. That's not true.
Yes, it is. That's what an angle is in reference to.
Does that?
And that
Show me a device that
parallel
does that.
horizontal reference plane above mean sea level is not curved.
Find me a device that makes that measurement. No such devices exist.
The sextant. The sextant.
The sextant
Here's
measures
one, the
with
sextant, the quadrant, the theodolite.
Yeah,
How many
stop,
more of these? How about a laser transit method?
Stop. So the sextant
Stop.
doesn't.
No. These are devices that you
sextant-
asked for.
And no, they're not. The sextant is not such an example. Do you want to go to the next one?
Great. Tell me how it doesn't measure a
Why
flat
not?
angle measurement.
I already told you. Sextant is going to measure relative to gravity at your position, not at mean sea level. It has
No,
nothing
it
to
also
do
measures
for
what's
the
relative to
displacement to
gravity
mean
at the
sea
target
level.
location below the target.
What?
Yeah, it measures a horizontal flat base of reference between you and a target.
No. How does a
Yeah,
sextant
that's how
function?
sextant works. And to get even more precise, the theodolite does the same thing with greater purpose
How
and
does-
accuracy.
How does a sextant work?
Well, sextant has two mirrors on it. It's got an index mirror and another. And then what you do is you got to rock them back and forth if you're on a boat, because you're going to be bobbing yourself all around on the sea. And once you have your upper and lower limbs set, then you can take a sighting using the sextant to an angle that goes to a star. And the angle it subtends to your eyeball from the star, as well as from the horizontal plane of reference, which serves as your level baseline, creates a calculable distance between you and the ground position directly below the star.
When you say horizontal baseline, what is the actual horizontal baseline that the instrument uses?
Yourself.
Flat plane of reference that is relative to mean sea level.
How so? Explain how the device
It is
knows
parallel
where
to
mean
mean
sea
sea
level
level.
is.
It is parallel to mean sea level, and then you take another angle called the
No,
dip angle
explain
measurement.
how. No, stop. Explain how
Do you want
it's
to just keep
relative to
talking over me? You asked me.
The horizon, bro.
and then you didn't explain it. You said it's parallel to it.
All right, hey, fuckstick, you're on mute because you asked me to answer a question, and in the middle of me replying to you, you keep interrupting and gish galloping to the next topic. So that's where you're going to.
I don't think he expected you to know so much, to be honest, Amish.
Well, I banned him, so there you
Well, okay, keep going. Run, Forrest.
Yeah, I love how the Globy. I love the conversation. Like, they have to tell you to stop. They have to order you to explain it. It's a really interesting technique that they use time after time.
What I found interesting
I mean-
with that, he asked for the specific devices that could measure it, and then when he got 3 or 4 of them listed, no. It's like he just went into like the needle skipped on the record. Nope, and just broke down. Like, what the fuck?
Stage one
Wait,
is
what was he
denial.
gonna, what was he going to claim? That horizontal isn't involved in celestial navigation? Crikey.
Well, he was hoping, I think what he was hoping was that the tools listed would all have some kind of gravity vector or gravity control mechanism internal. And when the sextant got dropped, all of a sudden, no, it doesn't. It's based on direct line of sight to the horizon from yourself, based on mean sea level and your elevation angle to your celestial body. There's no gravity vector in that.
Well, there is a gravity vector, and the angle that you're taking from your flat baseline is perpendicular to that.
To me, it sounded like that guy could just come in here and say gravity, and we'd all just shrink away. And then when Sporadic started rattling off stuff, he kind of got, oh my God, you know?
Right, and when I pointed out it's perpendicular, he agreed, and that debunked his side of the argument, too. Like, he shot himself in the foot repeatedly.
I dropped out, I accidentally left the call, but then I came back in and all I heard him was like, say, what? He was like, in shock. He was like, what?
Oh, that's on the bingo card. I don't know how far you got through your bingo card, Crit, but he hit a few of them.
I mean, to me, that's an example of the typical mindset of the Glober. They think they just say one word and it's all good. It's a ball, you know. They don't have to think about it after that.
Well, that's when they start trying to take charge and take control of the conversation, because they know that if they let Sporadic continue, that actually not only is he going to be proven wrong, but they're going to be schooled on how to use a sextant in respect to an object in the sky in a horizontal plane. They do not want you to get into that, so they want to control the convo.
No, it's gravity.
Yeah, that's the only two words you need to be a globe believer. You don't have to know what they mean or anything. Just gravity and refraction. And you're still on the globe. There you go.
Yeah, it was only refraction and relativity away from full bingo.
There is no single question that you can ask a GT that's not 100% explained by appeal to authority, refraction, or gravity. Gravity, boy, I said gravity.
We're immune to it now. Flat Earthers just be floating around the room and shit. Fuck them. Anyways, guys, that was awesome. I'm going to toddle off to bed so I don't get something bad wreck my night. And I'll catch you all tomorrow. Peace, guys.
Catch you later.
Peace, mate. Have a good one. All right, boys, let's get busy proving this globe. I'll go first. I got nothing. Who else got something?
I've got proof that the Earth is a globe. Dave, I don't think that with my proof of the globe that you can. I don't think that you can refute my proof of the globe tard.
Go ahead. What you got?
Do you think you have? Okay, so the first step, so it's a multi-step process. Step number one, globe. Step 2. Appeal to authority. Step number 3.
That is the greatest globe proof I've ever heard.
Yeah, incoherent breaking up dialogue. It's good globe proof.
I loved it. Isn't that weird that he was fine right up until he started saying it, and then it started roboting?
Roboting as soon as he said, "Here's the globe proof," he started roboting. That's hilarious. Try again, J.E. You there? You were breaking up, man. No, you're even worse. You're even worse.
Are you singing?
Oh my God.
It kind of sounded like the new Cher song or something.
It's his new auto-tune record.
Right.
Yeah, that is weird when somebody robots and it starts sounding musical like that. That's kind of strange, you know.
Elon doesn't want me talking, so I guess I have to sing.
All right, you're clear now. What's your globe proof? Say it real quick.
Number 1, assume the globe. Step number 2, appeal to authority. Step number 3, use the word gravity. Step number 4, use the word refraction. Step 5, insult your opponent. Step number 6, congratulations, you have now proven the globetard.
Yeah, that's
pretty funny.
much outlines what most people do at the surface level without digging into the subject. I agree, yeah.
You forgot a vital step. Ignore all natural world observation.
Good point, Roots. Or just admit that your natural observations are exact opposite of what you're actually seeing. Generally speaking, you know what I mean.
Sure do.
You know, and in turning that to another light, I guess the other way that you could say it is step 1, 2, talk about things you don't actually know about, and step 3, not ignore the natural observations you make, and then I guess the final conclusion is prove your conclusion. In all seriousness, how many of the people who come in here,
Yeah,
that
you're
they
roboting
don't
again,
know?
They're zapping you again, J.E. Hang on a second. Reconnect.
Dr. T-Pain Barrington. So I'm going to call you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Your
that's better.
satellite is online. Go ahead.
No, just saying. Assuming all good intention of them coming here to converse with us and quickly find out they don't actually know what they're talking about, but what they do know more or less is the appeal to authority. So that's why they end up where they are.
Yeah, not in Alabama.
Well, that's all they've got. The globe can only appeal to fallacious arguments. Prove us wrong, Globers. There's got to be one in here.
No, there are just mods here. Muting anybody who has a different point of view. What's the point?
No, we don't mute. We don't mute those who can have a calm discussion. We'll only mute those who start to spaz out.
You have
We
to
have-
come in here and discuss the subject like an adult. We will not mute you, I guarantee it. Go ahead, Rude. Sorry.
Yeah, we want to have this discussion without like somebody splurging out and then they start saying things that are incoherent or abusive. It just creates chaos. We would rather mute them and wait for those people who can come and have that logical discussion with us. Otherwise, the crazies will be taking up the time in the room and it stops others from joining in. So we'd rather a few moments of silence while we wait for the more coherent people to come.
Absolutely.
I have a
worth the wait.
question.
Shoot from the hip, buddy.
What do you guys think about the Midnight Hammer operation?
The what?
The Midnight Hammer operation, you know, with the B-2 bombers bombing Iran's nuclear facilities?
We
That
don't
sounds
talk
a bit
about
political to me.
A little bit
Yeah, we
political.
don't really discuss the mainstream circus and what clowns are doing what in here. So anyway, you got anything about the flat Earth or the globe? Go ahead.
We have some crayons in the back if you're bored.
Yeah, they did that on a flat Earth, by the way.
Yeah, they went for the Antarctic, no?
No, they didn't do it on the Antarctic. The subject that you just,
They
subject that you
flew over
just,
the North,
hold on,
they flew
gentlemen,
over
gentlemen.
North Pole,
Yeah,
they
gentlemen,
flew over
one second,
Russia.
1 second. Yeah, no. The thing that you just said right now, they did it on the flat Earth.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, I got a question. Like, I've seen some theories that there's.
Yeah, Josh, I'm letting this guy respond because he came in here pretty hot and heavy with the idea that, they're bombing Iran, but he doesn't understand they're doing it on a flat Earth. I wonder if he knows that.
No, I don't know that. This is first time hearing this.
Right. So the Earth, as you've been told, is thought to be a globe, but in no way does it conform to the globe that you think about, right? So they're not traveling over the surface with their jets, bombing another country on a globe. They're not doing that. It's a horizontal plane.
Do you believe that there are some spots on this planet that you can get 24-hour sun?
Yeah, it's not a planet. That's the problem. And the 24-hour sun doesn't preclude that the Earth is a globe. It just demonstrates that the sun is doing something in the sky, but doesn't tell you about the shape of the ground that you're standing on. All right, do it this way. Zed, I'm going to give you a little challenge. Try to formalize the idea that the Earth is a globe based on the 24-hour sun. Go ahead and give me a logical statement that it's exactly a globe because of the 24-hour sun. Tell me that, please. How is it a globe with a 24-hour sun? Formalize it in a logical statement, or logical syllogism is what it's called. Give me 2 true premises and 1 conclusion.
The sun is round.
Okay. That's premise number 1. That's premise number 2. What's premise number 3? That's the conclusion. No, the conclusion. I'm sorry.
At the North Pole.
So you said the sun is round. Hold on. Let's recap. Hold on. The sun is round. The Earth is round. And what's the conclusion?
Still, there's more premises.
Oh, how many premises do you want?
As much as I want.
Yeah, but we got to put a conclusion at some point. We can't just keep going forever.
It will come. It will come. Eventually.
How many? Give me how many premises you need, dude.
All right, let's go one by one. So the sun is round.
Sure.
The planet is round. Satellites in the sky. The moon is round. There are seasons. We launched spacecraft to space. There are satellites you can see images from. Russia and America, they hate each other. China.
I don't think he understands what a syllogism is.
So you're falling off, dude. You're falling off. We're only talking about the Earth. Okay, so examining premise number 1, the sun is round. Well, it looks like a circle in the sky, so I can rock with that. Yeah, sun is round. Okay.
Do you know
so
that
on
the
this one,
circle would look
let's go. Hold on
flatter
a
from
second.
different angles?
Zed, 1 second.
Do you know that a flat
I'm gonna have to
circle would
mute you,
look
sir.
flatter?
I'm gonna have to mute you. All right, just listen to what I'm
You
saying.
should mute yourself.
No. We're going through each one of your premise. When I'm not spazzing out, I'm going through each one of your premise. You don't want me to. I don't know why. All right,
No, I'm
premise
just
number
correcting
2.
you. A flat circle
You're not
would look
correcting
flatter.
me. No, you're not correcting me. All right, premise number 2. The Earth is round. How do you know that? Because if you said that's a true statement, and premise number 2 is saying that the Earth is round, how do you know that statement's true?
Oh yeah, that's easy. Because if you take observers from different latitudes or longitudes, and you talk to them at the same time, and everyone takes the measurement, they will all have the same angle.
What measurement are they taking, sir?
The angle of the attack to the sun.
Okay, so when they do angles
of the horizon.
Right, when they do angles, are they using 2 straight lines to make that angle?
2 straight lines?
Yes, to make an angle.
Lines.
When you make an angle, do you
there
use 2
is.
straight
I mean,
lines?
yeah, there's a line to the horizon and there's a line towards the sun. Yeah, and you'll get an
Exactly,
angle.
exactly. So you make an angle with 2 straight lines, yes?
Duh.
Okay, so it's one of the lines on the Earth.
Do you know how to measure?
It's one of the lines on the
elevation of
Earth. It's one of the lines on the Earth.
This is now questioning, not
It's
questioning.
one
my
of the
premise. This is
lines
a
on
different
the
thing.
Earth. You're avoiding me, sir. It's one of
I'm
the
not
lines
avoiding
on
you.
the
You're
Earth.
avoiding me. You didn't even let
Answer
me
the
finish
question.
the reason
Answer
why.
the question.
It's
It's one of the lines on the Earth.
No, how about you answer my question?
Okay, you're running now. I don't like that.
I'm not
It
running. I'm
sounds
still
kinda
here.
fishy.
I'm still talking.
Then answer the question. It's one of
No,
the
you
lines on
answered
the
the
Earth.
question. I told you you have many observers.
Sir,
Observe the sun
it's
at
one
the
of
same
the
time.
lines. It's
They
one
all
of
get
the
the
lines
same
on the Earth.
angles. You put this on a
You don't
flat
want
plane. You'll find out that the sun is very far
You're
away
running away
and
from
it's
me,
all the
sir.
way.
Third attempt.
Very
Third
polite
attempt.
conversation.
Third attempt.
You're boring me,
attempt,
man.
sir.
You're boring me. Flat earthers, flat
Oh,
tards,
okay, so-
flat tards, flat tards. You're retard.
Yeah, have a nice
You
day.
are a retard. You know
Have a
you're a
nice day, sir.
retard.
That's how you do it, folks. Back to you guys.
Well done, AB. Another example of somebody can't think for themselves. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, enough
AV, the
brain
logical
cancer
bouncer.
for today. You Alabama Healy boys have fun.
What was that? I didn't even understand it. Was that insults before leaving?
The Healy Boys. I don't even know what that is.
That last guy was like, he's like, can you form it into a logical syllogism? And he's like, the sun is round, yeah, planes flying. It's like, he just rattled off all this shit. It's random shit.
Hey,
Premise
they don't like you, man.
25. Premise 26. Saturn is round. Premise 27. Uranus is round.
Shoot, I'm quick like a ninja, baby. I'm into slicing and dicing while they're over here trying to figure out what's going on.
Yo, death to Israel.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be muted and booted.
Okay, don't care.
The chanting is strong today. What's going on? Dubs, is it like a one of those astronomical days where people go crazy? Oh, she's not here.
Did you watch how he hit from that answer? From not answering me about the 2 straight lines? Ooh.
Of course. It was a tipping point.
So Leaf is requesting an unmute. What do you say? What do you guys say?
Yeah, go ahead. He was just disrupting the previous conversation. That's why I held him on the mute.
Yeah, let's turn over a new leaf. Go ahead, Tito.
Keep it breezy, Leaf. Keep it calm.
There we go. He just wants to stay muted. It's like, I don't want to be server muted, but I don't want to talk.
That's the best way to prove the globe is to just shut up. There's not much you can say anyway.
Hey, you shut up.
So, Leaf, do you have any claims or any evidence for the globe for us?
Yeah, you wish.
I wish.
Leaf, he's our man. If he can't prove it, no one can.
I can't wait till I get all the information I need, bro.
Keep digging, bro. It's all there, hidden in plain sight.
A lot of it's on our home server. You can click on any of our names, it'll take you there. There's a lot of info there.
Got terabytes worth.
Yeah, the truth is like the sharpest sword, cutting through all the lies. It leaves mouths speechless, dude. They don't know how to respond to the truth. They just rage quit. That's all they do.
It's more like a railgun with line of sight over a flat Earth.
Hold on, actually, I got a gift that actually supports that. Hold on, let me.
It's funny because I haven't heard anybody like defeat y'all whatsoever. That's what's baffling to me. Like everybody that's come in here, y'all just pick them off one by one, and it's hilarious.
Yeah, is it your first day?
Yeah, well, this is my second day. Like I joined yesterday. This is my second day.
I was just gonna say that's what truth does. That's what truth does for you, man. It just resonates, and it's just an obvious truth we're trying to share with people, and it stands on its own. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just want to congratulate you for hanging about, staying around, getting to witness from the third person view what it's like in here, because most of them don't hang around long enough to recognize it's not personal. You know, we're just trying to have the conversation, but we're trying to get them to a logical place where usually they just want to talk about philosophy and belief systems and people. They don't want to talk about these ideas. So congrats to you, bro.
Thank you. I consider myself a truther.
That gif is me right there.
I'll start calling you the Flat Earth Bouncer.
So like I remember when I was like really into like the truther movement. Remember that? It was like 2015, I believe, right around when I was graduating high school. And like I remember they would call y'all a psyop. They'd be like, "Oh, flat Earth is just a psyop." Like, I'm not too sure about that. You know what I mean? That was like 2015, I think. I believe it was around that time, and like all the truthers were saying that y'all were wrong. Like y'all were just a psyop from the government to distract us.
I know what you're talking about, man. You know the ultimate irony in that is this is the one thing you can actually prove for yourself. You can go outside and prove it. We're getting called a psyop. Isn't that hilarious?
Yeah.
Well, they call it a psyop because there's no rebuttal. Once you break it down and you've gone through the curvature argument, you've gone through the motion argument, you've gone through the impossible vacuum in the sky argument, there's really nothing left apart from philosophy, which won't cut it in a debate setting. You need some empirical evidence. So the only thing left to do is ridicule, and psyop comes under the ridicule category. It's quite desperate, really.
Because I was into people, y'all probably don't remember these YouTubers. Remember Face Like the Sun? Remember him? What happened to him? Y'all probably don't remember him.
No, I've not heard of him. See, in 2015, flat Earth became one of the most Googled terms in the world. If you looked at the Google Analytics in 2015, it peaked around that point. And that's about the same time that they started to censor the information. So most of the time now when you type flat Earth into your browser, you'll only find the anti-flat Earth content. So it's easy to pick up that opinion from a surface level search.
Mm-hmm.
That's why everybody's repeating the same thing. Flat Earth is dumb. Flat Earth is stupid. 24-hour sun, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, because they've watched the first 5 videos on YouTube and then made a decision that flat Earth is stupid. Like lambs to the slaughter, mate.
In the recent years, though, it's also been put to us that there's been some bad argumentation from flat Earth communities. So we've been correcting that, being in 24/7. And so you might have heard things like, the way stars look from a distance, ice walls being like what surrounds the whole entire Earth. Other arguments that can't be proven are fallaciously incorrect. So we point those things out, man. And so a lot of people don't like that because they hold to these ideas of certain arguments and thinking that because you have a charismatic speaker speaking of these arguments that they hold true. But upon further examination or using critical thought on them, you're going to realize that they don't make any sense. So that's another thing too. We spot the inconsistencies within the argumentations that people in Flat Earth say and also the ones that Slober say. So on both sides of the fence. So a bad argument is a bad argument, yeah? That's what we can say.
Right. Yeah. Bad argument is a bad argument.
It still doesn't make the Earth a ball, though, no matter how many bad arguments Flat Earth has come up with.
Man, I love that confidence, man. I love it.
Yeah, you have, man, in this realm that we're in here, you got to be logically consistent. If you're not, the logic will break down and somebody will point it out.
That's part of the beauty of this subject is no matter what stupid flat earther makes what claim about what argument, the water's still not curving. Know what I mean?
So you're saying that the flat earthers are by default right, and then everybody else is just wrong. So even if your argument's bad, you're still more smarter or more intelligent than the person saying that
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
No, we're not as smart as go ahead, AB. Sorry.
Not necessarily. You got to examine the argumentation. So anytime an argument's put forward, you have to use a critical thinking to see if it's logical, the structure of the argument, if it follows. Because a flat earther can make a bad argument, and just because they are a flat earther doesn't automatically make them right.
Right. Okay.
On the topic that they're bringing up, not about the Earth's condition. So.
Yeah, the problem is a lot of globers, they
I think you cut out, Roots.
Yeah, we lost you mid sentence there, Roots. You there? Are we still live? Mic check. Anybody there?
I'm here.
Okay. I'm currently standing in my backyard in Kentucky. I see an object in the sky. It's very bright. We call it the sun. I want somebody to explain to me what it is, how far away it is, and how it works. Go ahead.
So on that, it's like a clock, right?
Yeah, I guess you could say it's kind of like a clock. Yeah, I mean, that's the first statement. Go ahead.
Kind of like a clock hand.
Mm.
Its position in the sky is pretty much how you just tell the time.
See, even that just makes sense. Yeah.
Remember the old days? I remember the old days when, you'd ask someone the time and they would actually look up at the sun and go, it's about 4 o'clock. If they didn't have a watch on, they'd look up at the sky and look at the sun's position. You ever see anyone do that anymore?
Probably because we're dumbed down.
Everybody just checks their smartphone they're already looking at now, right?
Yeah, the ancients were always studying the skies, sky gazing, seeing cycles repeat, being able to document these cycles. Then they came up with the model of the sky and how it operates like a clock. So they never
That's
needed
beautiful.
the globe for anything. Is the point? The globe was not needed to have these predictions because they were just observing the cycles that repeat. So essentially, they're postdictions. They're after the fact. So they keep seeing cycles repeat, and they just write them down, document them, and then you can construct some sort of model. No globe needed. Yeah, when people ask us like, well, what videos can I check out? Who do we look to? We usually point them to us. Let's say we'd be like the subject matter experts on flat Earth. So if you want to talk to anybody about flat Earth, don't go to see, Jaren or Witsit or any of the other people. Come right here. 24/7 is premier content.
It's the leading edge, buddy. We're actually out here on the front lines daily.
Hey, because you got to think about it. We're in these discussions and argumentations every single day with individuals who think opposite to us. But if you're in sort of an echo chamber with a big channel, you never get challenged. You don't know what's out there, what questions people are asking. So how will you ever be, smart enough to rebut any of the things that are being said by these guys that come through here? Whereas we're doing it daily. We keep our minds sharp because we get them opposed by anybody that comes in here. So we're always thinking critically, always staying logical, and we're combating the idea on its face. But the other big channels, they're not doing that. They're just telling you things in a sort of an echo chamber style. Nobody's coming against them. They're just making their videos. And we're actually making content based on the interactions. Very big difference. Because think about it. You put one of those guys in a scenario where they're constantly in a debate forum, it's going to change things. The forum won't be the same. It won't be an echo chamber no more. That that image that you put up, sporadic, that's kind of like what I think you do on the weekends. Like that's what like he's a mild mannered citizen during the week, and then the weekends he's like a weekend warrior. he's, he's like this. He's the agent that you need to call on when things need to get done.
He's moonlighting job.
Yeah, he takes care of the most difficult problems. Don't be coy, dude. Yeah, we know that's you now, brother. We know it. When the job needs to be handled, they don't just give it to any bloke off the street. They call in the professional. We can hear you in the interrogation room. Mr. Anderson, so... Question. What'd you say, Mr. Palma?
I said we're the official Fear Busters.
Fear Busters? Nah, that's too close to the other guys. That name.
I know.
Yeah, he looks like a guy that gets shit done, dude. But also, he's the kind of guy that plays around with his kids and, with toys, and he's not afraid to laugh at parties. Might be, dude. It could be the final boss, dude. It's always the guys who think that they're the weakest, that they're actually not, like they're commanders and such.
Sign of a good leader.
Yep.
Humility.
Humility. And the billionaires don't walk around flaunting their wealth. They don't do it. They don't want that image. They're not the ones wearing the gold chains and the Lambos. Their wealth is not their identity. People usually say that, don't they? They're like, dude, did you see Steve Jobs when he was alive? Like how he was dressed? Like, dude, was just like, he looked like your average, everyday guy. Like you couldn't tell him apart. He wasn't in a 3-piece, I mean, obviously he probably had to at certain times, but like that's not his normal, like the day to day,
Yeah, then you got retards like Floyd Mayweather, whose money is his identity.
Yeah. That's the thing, though. Like we're talking about people that have wealth beyond belief. You got your millionaires, and they're flaunting their wealth, and their big houses and boats and whatnot.
When I used to sell
Mayweather has to fight new fights in order to get his money because he spends all his money. So as he gets older, he's not going to be a millionaire. Like he's literally spending all his money. Yeah, go ahead. Anyway, that's off topic.
Yeah, no, you're right on the money. No, when I used to sell cars, I dealt with a lot of very, very extremely wealthy people, and there was a number of things in common. Is instead of telling you, like, I want X, they might just subtly make a suggestion of something along the lines of, this would be nice. Or, something that they'd very subtly suggest something.
We were just talking about that this morning, Barrington. Sorry. Yeah, me and Roots were talking about this. Remember, Roots? Barrington's actually speaking of it. It's weird, right? That's sorry.
Yeah, because he's a salesman. Yeah.
Yeah, and so a lot of times the sales managers wouldn't pick up on that, and then they'd want to go out and get their credit, check their credit, and then they would ask them, okay, well, what's your social security number or something? And then the people would blow a gasket, and then they'd say, well, what happened? I said, look, man, I said, you missed the signs, but that guy's a multimillionaire. He doesn't know his social security number. He's got an accountant or a lawyer or somebody who will deal with all that for him. And they was, oh, well, how do you know? I said, because. I said, just watch and see. I said, I'll call the guy tomorrow and smooth it over. And then they'd come in. Though they wouldn't want to overpay, they would almost never really truly hard negotiate. They would just say, okay, well, here's what I want. What can you do for me? Well, it might be nice to have, like, if you've got these running boards and whatever else. And then if you started talking price about the stuff, they'd tune out. And then, like, when it was time for service, they would always call me up and say, hey, can you get me in for service? And then, yeah, of course. And then I'd get them in for service. And then the service managers would be like, well, what do they want? I said, they want everything. I said, they bought this car. They put a lot of money into it. Just do it. And they're like, well, what if? I said, if you call them, they're going to be annoyed. I said, just take care of it. And, my point was, these people are just extreme, they're like extremely gentle giants. And if you let them be gentle, they will buy everything under the sun from you. And then they'll ask you, well, what else should I put on it? But, the very moment somebody kind of takes that peace and serenity from them, they turn into an absolute beast. And, it was really interesting to watch that, because you made that comment about the good leaders. And I've seen that time and time again. A simple request is all they need.
Interesting take. Yeah. But yeah, that's just more to the point that what we're talking about with the power of suggestion. And it doesn't matter, you could be, a rich person or a poor person. That doesn't matter. It's how you speak to people that matters. That carries a lot of weight in whatever information you want to convey. So, and there's people that are very efficient at doing this, and some that they don't understand the language or the communication, the parameters by which, you can convey information to somebody else. So you're trying to work that out when you have a conversation with somebody or you're talking to someone. You're like, how can I get my ideas across to this person? But just listening to them, you could match their energy and then relate to them, and then build that bridge to convey your information to them. So that's important, right? You have to be able to do that. If not, there'll be a breakdown of communication.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'll give you one other off-the-ball example of that was, oh, sorry.
No, I just wanted to just say, yeah, people, whether we like it or not, people buy from people. They don't. You might have the best product, the most logical argument. You might be able to demonstrate to them directly that this is exactly what they need. But if they don't like you for some reason, or they've got a bad vibe about you, they won't buy, and they'll cut their nose off to spite their own face. That's the human way.
Yeah. Yeah. We had this one guy who actually owned a motorcycle dealership worth tons of money. And he kept trying to buy a car for over 3 years from us, and everybody treated him like he was dog doo-doo. And, he would just instantly run away. And then he put in another request, and finally I was around, and so I drove the car over that he was looking at, got in it, drove it over. And I got there, talked to him, and he said, he started putting his finger over his mouth going, shh, now be quiet. He said, these people here are all going to want raises if they think I'm buying this car. And the managers and others just kept saying, now you tell him we can't, you tell him this, you tell him. I said, I'm not telling him any of that. I said, when he's ready to buy this car, which is going to be in a few weeks, we're coming up on Christmas, he'll probably buy it a few days before Christmas. I said, then we'll go over all that. I said, now I just want to know if he likes the car or not. And at the end of it, I got the whole story from what his problem was, from everything else. I fixed it. And, he ended up buying several $1,000s of accessories. He signed up our mechanics so they could buy from his dealership at the wholesale rate. He did all kinds of stuff. And all my point of it is that people buy from people, just like you said, my friend. And that's the only thing that kept him from buying. He talked to other Acura dealerships, and they all just treated him like he was out in left field. And because I went over with the car and dilly-dallied around with him for a little while, it opened him up like it opened the gates wide open. And but till we moved out of town, I would randomly stop by his dealership and just jack the jaw with him a little bit, and sent me a few referrals. And all my point of this is that's the thing about good leadership is people who have good leadership, those who don't respect that good leadership can find out the hard way.
Yeah, I find good leaders are good listeners. You know, the best leaders will bring everybody into a sales meeting and they'll just sit and listen. You just listen and you just listen, and then it builds the anticipation up for when you speak finally, you know, and I think that's really important as well. You got to hear these guys out in order to be listened to yourself.
What were you saying, Roots? I'm just kidding, brother. I had to say.
Yeah. 2 ears, 1 mouth. 2 ears, 1 mouth is what I said.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's actually, I pull that out when I'm talking with the customer and I feel like I've talked too long. I usually stop and say, hey, by the way, I grew up from the old school, you know, where you got 1 mouth and 2 ears, so you need to talk twice as much as you listen. And I have yet to have anybody not stop and start cracking up after, you know, that awkward moment of carrying on too long.
So we got any Globers in the house we can listen to? Any arguments? We're all ears.
You got 10 away. 10 away.
Yeah, we'll give you a full 5 minutes on the floor. Just tell us all about your globe and how you think it proves the globe and everything. We'll listen, I promise.
Nothing more, guys, than I would love than to shut down the server and have the proof that we've been promised. I would.
Not me. Dude, I love this server. Sorry.
I mean, no, I love it too, but I love truth and proof that much more. So yeah, I really enjoy your all's friendship, but, you know, that's why I'm looking forward to this proof that the Globies promise that they have just right around the next corner.
Yeah, they don't have it.
Well, you know, see, that's the interesting thing. It's they're going to prove it right around the next corner. So then when they take us around the next corner, you know, we haven't gotten to that next corner yet. So one of these days we're going to get to that next corner, and I wonder what they're going to say to us.
I usually don't like that vibe because it puts out a vibe into the world that we're waiting for, expecting that this whole nightmare will end and we'll come back to the goodness of the globe. So it puts out a bad energy. I usually like talking about truth in the way that it breaks free from the lies and it sets us free. Because, I mean, that's actually biblical. But on the same side, it's like we can't project out to the world the thing that we're saying is the truth. It would be confusion, and that we want to be enlightened. I think that the truth sets us free from the lie, but at the same time, if we're not walking in truth, then what are we walking in? Lies? So if we're waiting for truth, and we're asking for them to enlighten us, then we're asking for us to be enlightened of something that we're already in. It's kind of a contradictory, you know what I mean? Like it's putting off a vibe to the world that we're waiting for to be released from this prison. And it's not a prison to me. I think it's the truth is what set me free from the prison that I was in, which is the globe lie. So sorry, I just
that's so deep, bro. That's so deep, bro.
I just disagree with that energy because it usually gets put out there, and I know what Barrington means. He's tongue in cheek. I get it, but I'm just saying it's more of it's the energy principle, right? the energy you put out is what you might receive back, so I wouldn't put that energy out. That's just
Oh, and some people say that and they're not tongue in cheek. That's for sure.
yeah.
I've heard them. You're right on the money. It's just funny because I'm just illustrating the point that they always promise us that proof is right around that next corner. All we got to do is get it right around the next corner, and then they've got it proven to us. And every time we get around the next corner, like, no, dummy, around the next corner.
It's like the manned space missions that they've been promising. When I was a kid in the 90s, it was going to be the year 2000. Then it was going to be the year 2020. Now it's going to be the year 2030. Then at 2030, it'll be 2050.
I remember as a kid that Glacier National Park, whatever it's called, where they said this. And I remember, like, as a kid in the 80s and 90s, they told us that this will be gone by the year 2020. And then I laughed so hard the day they took those plaques down.
I remember that we had I can't remember who it was, but we had a specialist come in the school to tell us how the ocean's sea level will rise, and by the year 2015 there would be no, like 60% of the Earth's surface would be underwater. We should have seen us little kids, man, at like 12, 13 years old, just horrified. That's brainwashing.
All right, well, I got to get in the office, guys, but good morning. AV, it's always my pleasure, and you are right. We need to watch our energy. You said that. You couldn't have said that any better, because, a lot of times what you do put out is what gets reflected to you. So, 100%
Yeah, for
on
sure,
that.
brother. Yeah, have a good day, Barrington.
Wrap with you all soon.
See you later, bro.
I got a question. I don't know if it's related to the Earth or not, but it is related to the Earth, but I don't know if it's relevant to the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, go ahead. Just spit it out.
How old do you think the Earth is?
Well,
That's
if we
a new
can look at soil samples, I'd put it around, I don't know. I don't think anybody knows, bro.
Yeah,
I was waiting for that.
I know.
You guys
Go ahead, Alpha.
No, you go for it.
Yeah, it's really difficult to answer that question. Is it millions of years old? Maybe. Is it billions of years old? I don't think that would be a good answer. Were there dinosaurs and shit? No, definitely not.
Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah, you get a global response, they'll tell you. It's a cajillion, bajillion.
Yeah, I always found that stupid. That was always stupid to me.
See, look, if you look up,
Can't prove that.
Look up a documentary. You see, you don't need flat Earth to discuss this topic.
Yeah.
Even inside heliocentric, they can't agree on how old the Earth is. And people inside heliocentric are skeptical of dinosaurs. There's a documentary called Dino Wars, where it was like these two idiots who kept going back and forth. And they were also like sabotaging each other dig sites. Like 90% of the fossils were found by two dudes who were having like a dick measuring contest.
Okay.
So if you take that into consideration, you're like, so almost all the fossils in existence today were found by two assholes in the early 1900s. You start to think, that's a clue.
Okay.
And then when you go to the museum and they got a sign on the wall, this is a triceratops like skull. That's not. That's made from like cow and pig bone and plaster Paris. The real fossils no one's ever seen. Like even the scientists who work in it, all they got is some sort of like that material they used to for casting material. All they've ever seen is something wrapped in casting material. It's never been opened.
Yeah.
No one's ever looked at it. So even the people who look behind the curtain, all they see is just a mound of shit wrapped up in plaster. They're like, what the fuck is this? You know? You could take some x-rays of it. That's it. Yeah, you can't open it. It'll disintegrate instantly if you open it. Well, if it does that, okay, if it just will disintegrate and it's a rock and it was lasted millions of years, how the fuck did they dig out of the ground in the first place?
Mm.
And some of these, like, one more thing. Some of these really interesting ones, like the weird ones, like, say, the Spinosaurus, they found part of a tail or something like that. They go, well, this tail must have been this big, and it must have been in water, and then later on they found a couple teeth, and like, oh, it's got teeth like an alligator. They just Monty Python. I know you're probably not familiar with it. They did a whole They did a whole gag about dinosaur fossils and about how like putting together. They had like all kinds of weird creatures that died, and then like the archaeologists dug it up and like put it back together. You know, like
Yeah. Like a puzzle.
yeah, one of them, like, it got more ridiculous as the skit went on. Like at first, it's kind of like it's like a chipmunk with like saber-toothed teeth or something like that, right? Then it dies and they put together and make it like a claw, like a giant claw, all the bones or whatever. And finally, the end one was just a giant foot with like bird wings on it, just going around stomping on the ground and shit.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it was
it when you that shared in one of your news updates some of the fake dinosaurs or the dinosaurs that were proven to be fake, and was it you sent it, and there's actual pictures of these so-called dinosaurs that they've put together and they've made models of, and they were accepted for like a week and then immediately rebutted. Was it you who was showing that? Or
I posted one of those a while back where they basically admitted that, like, yeah, this was wrong. This was like this animal never existed.
Yeah, and I was going to say earlier, there was a video going around about 2012. I think it was called Confessions of a Paleontologist. I don't know if it's still on YouTube. And it was two students in paleontology who basically were confessing that they'd never seen a real dinosaur bone, and that they'd come to find out that nobody in their profession that they were aware of had ever had experience with a real dinosaur bone. And basically confirm what Crit just said, that they only get to deal with replicas. They only get to see, touch, and feel replicas. They don't actually have direct access to any dinosaur bones in paleontology.
Damn, bro.
So that's why when people say, like, how old is the Earth? I don't know, but I would say, based on what I've seen, it's not that old. You know, like, we've got, I mean, historical records of humanity. So,
Crit, I mean, what you're saying is it's far from here, but close to there, right?
Yeah, I would say my guess would be about 10, 20,000 years, so maybe 30,000, something like that.
Okay.
Because I think when the Bible gives a historical record and they add up all the ages, was about 6,000 years.
Right, yeah.
But I think that's off because not all of it is recorded, and people at the beginning of the Bible lived for maybe thousands of years, hundreds.
Have you ever heard of ruin reconstruction before?
The which
it's
one?
Like, there's a ruin reconstruction. Here, I'll find.
Oh yeah, for historical ruins. Yeah.
Ruin reconstruction, like there was a flood or something like that.
Yeah.
During the time between Genesis 1 and 2 or something like that.
Yeah, because there was I'm okay. This goes into speculation. Okay, so if I say that, like, no one will get pissed off. Okay, so that wasn't the first flood. Because someone had read in there that he won't do it again. Like, the way it was worded, where God had flooded the earth a couple times. And decided, like, this is okay, I've tried this 3 or 4 times. Humans can't get right. This will be the last time I flood the earth. It wasn't like a one and done. Like, I did it once, like.
Yeah.
Is like he started over from like how many times do you do a paper or like a project where you scrap it and start over or roll it back a little bit?
Yeah.
And at some point you think, you know what, I'm going to stick with what I got and see how it goes.
That's just how creation works sometimes, huh?
Yeah, because when people talk about made in God's image, like a lot of the atheists think that God looks like us. It like no, like our mannerisms, our like our insecurities, all of it, everything human is God. Our fear, our bravery, like all of it, every single thing. That's what each one of us represent a very small portion of the Creator. But that's what it means, like our spiritual essence, like your soul. And the other thing too, this is I haven't brought this up in a long time, so this is our speculation. I think we're somehow like thermodynamics, a lot of thermodynamics. I think our souls are spread apart. Like there's multiple versions of you around right now because there's so many people. Like there's only so many so much solar energy in the world at any given time. In the past, when people were less, when there's less people, the people were stronger spiritually, mentally, and physically. They're just more robust. But as more and more people are born, that power, that energy, is divided among more and more meat suits. So I know that's wild speculation. There's no way to ever demonstrate that or prove that. But it kind of shows
concept though.
Yeah, like the rise of like mental illness, like the rise of all these like weird diseases that haven't been seen in all of recorded human history, because our souls, the powerhouse, isn't really holding the meat suit together like it should. Like that force of will.
Maybe so. I don't know.
You're really opening up, brother.
Yeah, I know. I'm just dumping. I feel like this guy's open to it.
We'll get a new body. We'll get a new body though.
I think like this guy's kind of open. He's been here all morning. He's been in good faith, so I don't think he's like taking the piss on anything. So I figured like, hey, let's throw some stuff out there, see what sticks.
I didn't bring my wading suit, man. You didn't tell us we're gonna go in deep waters, man.
Yeah.
What the hell? You just threw us in there like a baby and straight into we'll see how they swim. There you go. Like what's his name did in the 50s? What was that dude? Wayne?
Yeah, he proved like
John Wayne.
He proved that babies can swim and they can float. You just forget how to do it.
There's a John Wayne meme where he gets that kid and just chucks him into the water. Like there's a lot of red pill.
And then he goes to throw the wife in or the mother.
Oh yeah, because she was saying some comment about the boy. He's like, oh, he doesn't know how to swim and this and that. And then it was like, well, he's learning now and whatnot. And then he said some comment. She was like, yeah, I don't know how to swim either. And he looks at her like he's gonna he's gonna do the same to her that he did to his kid.
Okay, you guys, you ready for this one?
Yeah.
So in the day of yore, like there was a lot less infidelity. Like people were one man, one woman your whole life. And now you've got this serial monogamy going on. Because it's like the person you're supposed to be with is kind of spread across that soul that you're going to be one body, one soul, one flesh. Sort of sexual deviancy is sort of
there's something. So marriage is a good positive thing, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, people think like when they fall head over heels, that's just the beginning. That's the very beginning. People don't understand that true love happens decades after that.
You're speaking you know what, dude? Like, we had a conversation in my house about soulmates. I was like, yeah, that doesn't work because of the fact that you're trying to think that when you meet somebody, you meet a soulmate. You don't. Over time, you see what a person's made of, and if they stick with you through the thick and thin, like the real stuff, that's what is an indication of somebody that was meant to be with you, not somebody who's just like, oh, you meet somebody and that's a soulmate because they vibe with you or whatever for that moment in time. No, it's like when the shit hits the fan. What are they made of? You know, like when you lose your job and you got no money to pay bills, are they going to be like, oh, you know what? Like, I'm going to stay by your side. Or, you know what? Let's try to figure a way out of this. Or, you know what? I'm out. Because you're a broke ass, ain't getting a job. You know what I mean? Anyways, we're I think we're veering off a little to the left, but yeah.
Yeah, I have a younger guy who's my friend. He's like in the early 40s. He's getting where he's separated, about to get a divorce, and he's really really spiritual, really Catholic. Okay, he's been Catholic his whole life, and he like had like a nervous breakdown about how he's not sure how to square this with his religion, like a complete crisis. And I'm like, dude, you don't understand that maybe you guys were never really married to begin with. Because if you were both Catholic, like you could say like you thought it was a Catholic religious wedding, but for her, it was just an economic contract.
Dang, man. They faking marriage, bro? Dang.
Yeah, some sort of social contract. This was just, and because basically like, yeah, kind of like it wasn't for better or for worse. As soon as things got a little worse, she was out.
Yeah.
Peace. Yep.
People marry for convenience these days, Crit. But it is, bro. Both sides. Not excusing any one of them. Both sides. They marry for convenience.
Yeah, and like in the days of yore, people used to rip on arranged marriages or whatever. Like that was somehow abusive. Like psychologically or physically abusive to women. But men got arranged marriage also. So it was like it affected both genders. And if you look at it, who decided the arranged marriage? It was the village elders. The village elders looked at the young people in society and said, these two are perfect for each other. And maybe they got it wrong. Sure, humans make mistakes. But it seems like you'd want to invoke like people who have decades of experience with men and women's issues saying, hey, you two will last. Because now you've got these like this idea of like, oh, my high school sweetheart, and they're divorced 5 years later.
I almost fell for that.
And their family is telling them, no, that dude or that gal is not right for you, and then they get estranged from their family. It's like all like this ancient wisdom, this wisdom that was passed down generation after generation after generation, and then replaced by what's your sign, baby? Like, what the fuck was that?
Dang, bro.
How it connects back to the topic. It might seem like I went in left field.
No, it makes sense, bro. I'm telling you, it makes sense.
Yeah, because that was the space age. The space age was supposed to be this advanced going forward for humanity. Everything has been progressively worse since the space age. The 60s and 70s, this idea of free love, all this other crap, that has been a detriment to the human condition. So
critical thinking, man.
Nothing good. Oh, go ahead. I like for a second there.
No, I'm saying critical thinking, that's what it's always been about, is to like analyze the world around you and to identify where things have been going wrong. And like you could see why we've been having these misconceptions on like reality, all the aspects of it. So I mean, what do you think, guys? Because this is important, right? We're having a discussion about the reasons why people get things wrong, or why they think, the ideas of what society should look like today. Even in the word that they use, like for the idea, they think they're living on a ball. Like the global economy. So they're using things like that, and nobody bats an eye when we're telling them to take a second look. How society has like corralled you into thinking certain things, and you haven't even questioned nothing about it. And that's what Crit's going through, is like all these societal norms, so to speak, in quotations, are like being passed on to you, and you think that that's just the way it is. Like, no, things were different back then. The narrative has changed, but you think it's normal. It's, I don't know what you want to call that, the new normal or whatever, but it's all intertwined, man.
So who is the one that's lying though? That's my question.
You're talking about Yeah, from the origin where it started.
Yeah.
Like that was a lie where it came from, because it was built on a premise that's not true. But the people that believe it today are just handed down information like a tradition. You know, the people that think truly they live on a globe. So that's how it's handed over to you. It's packaged to you like something that's already established. It's not packaged as like the origin story. Nobody ever tells you the beginning where this came from. You only hear the after the fact. That everybody's already discovered, that things are known now, and so you accept it based on what everybody else gets you to think. That this is just the way things are. Like the Earth is a globe. Yeah, we don't have to. I even heard it in this chat before with some of the Globers that come through here. We don't even have to look into history. Don't worry about that. Just know that we got rockets now. We got the technology. We know the Earth's a globe. I'm like, dude, what happened to all of the history that leading up to this point? Like, you forget all about that? Like, what? You're not going to ask any questions how we got here? You're just like, we're already here? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, you can't build a foundation on something that you already know now it's a globe where you don't even know where it came from. Like, how did they discover that the Earth is in the, certain shape that it is? I'm telling you, dude, they're not asking the questions that would give them that fundamental understanding. Because if they look behind that curtain, they're gonna find out it was built on somebody's imagination and not on truth, right? That's what it is. It's just somebody's imagination. They looked up at the night sky and said, well, that looks like a globe up there. I think I'm standing on the globe. There you go. That's how it works. It's not built on like scientific endeavor. It's not. Nobody like researched how the curve is doing this. It's not even a science question, to be honest. It's just a geometric question. Science deals with the how, why questions, and geometry is going to give you the measurement of what the thing you think you're standing on. Except for nobody's being inquisitive anymore. Everybody thinks everything's figured out. We've traveled everywhere. We know things. We know what the sun is. What do you mean to tell me? Are they all flat planets up there? Like, everybody, they ask the dumb questions because they don't know how to perceive a world that they live in outside of the paradigm that's been given to them. So the story is all they know. And they laugh and they mock, and they, like, when it comes to us telling them, how do you know anything about this world that you think you live on? Oh man, it's a globe, man. It's round. It's round. It's like, dude, I'm speaking to a mind who's never thought about anything. And you're like, and then they say, well, what are you saying? We're supposed to think about everything, question everything. I'm like, bro, you're going to live a life where all things that are being told to you, just accept. And then you're telling me
found the end of the earth?
The answer is yes. The answer is yes.
Have you ever found the end
yes
of the
to
earth?
that question, Alpha.
So they've been conditioned. So
No, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Alpha. Sorry.
Okay, so where's the end of the earth?
What did you say, Maddie?
Where's the end of the earth?
The end of the earth? Why would you say there's an end to the earth?
Well, if it's flat, then it can't just be like a singularity that's just flat forever.
Yeah. Hold on, gentlemen. Let me explore this person's mind real quick, and then I'll let you kind of. So why would you say that there's an end to the earth?
Well, you think it's flat, right?
I don't think it's flat. I know it is.
Okay, so do you believe that the earth kind of just goes on forever?
No, I don't believe that it goes on forever. Here's what I'm telling you, right? You have to listen to my words carefully. There's no way of knowing where the earth extends to. So I can't give you a yes or no on what you're going to try to give me to say a positive claim that I know that there's an end or I know that there is no end. Because for all intents and purposes, I can only know the known area of where I live. The places that we've been, right? That people have been. Outside of the places that people have been, I wouldn't know if there's anything more than that. There could be.
How about you open your mind a bit? Why do P waves and S waves get felt across the globe? Like, I could feel some shit in Japan here in the UK.
Well, that's not P and S waves. Those are shock waves. So if you're saying that you feel some kind of shock wave, yeah, if you're saying, yeah, that's great. If you're saying they can be picked up, here's the problem, right? You think the Earth is a globe with using these P and S waves, right?
I think I'd use PNS waves to show that there's liquid inside of the Earth more than to prove that it's round.
Okay. Can you tell me if that's true? Can you tell me how much liquid you're detecting?
I do not research that area of.
Then how do you know? Then how do you know the statement you just made is true?
Because with P waves and S waves, like S waves, they go through both liquids and solids, but with P waves, they
Okay.
only go through solids.
How do you know that information is true, Maddie?
They can be detected. Waves can
You
be.
just told me right now there was a statement you made that you don't use this equipment. So how do you know that equipment does exactly what you think it does?
It's been a couple years since I've studied it, but I studied a lot of geography and physics, so I have like a vague concept from a few years ago. But I have a question for you.
Right, hold on, Maddie, you're skipping the main point here, is that you're making claims to things that you don't really know about.
Right.
And that's not logical, right? We want to stay on the path of logic, which is
You just
how do you
said
know?
that you don't
which
open
is-
your mind past where you've been.
No, I don't. It's not that I don't open my mind. I don't make claims to places I haven't been. So if I can tell you that I've been there, I'll affirm that. Or if people have traveled to certain locations, I will say, yeah, I can think that those places exist in the realm that I exist in. But if you're asking me to the end of a place where nobody's been, I don't think that question can be answered by anyone. Now, I want to go back to where you were talking about something that you didn't have any knowledge on, which is PNS waves. You used an example of how the Earth could be a globe using PNS waves, yet you said it yourself. You're not very knowledgeable about these things, yet you're claiming knowledge.
Okay, well
when
then
you're
do you want
saying-
me to go more into
Hold on,
it?
Maddie. Hold on.
I can go more into it. I just said
Well,
it
okay,
in a
so
very basic
let's just
manner.
before you
I can
do
tell
that,
you way more about them if you want me to.
Maddie, before you do that, are you able to do it in a way to verify the Earth's a globe? Yes or no?
I'm speaking in terms of P and S waves, but if you want to believe what
Yes,
you want to, then that's
yes.
fine. But we can have
In
a
terms-
discussion about the topic
No,
at hand.
Maddie. Yeah, the topic at hand is your knowledge about if the Earth is a globe or not using PNS waves.
Okay, then let's talk about it. I
Maddie,
specifically said that I'd use it to determine if there's a liquid in the Earth or not. I specifically said that.
So liquid in the Earth, is that determining the shape of the Earth?
It determines that there's different layers to it.
Okay, does it determine the shape of the Earth, Maddie? Answer the question.
Well, the way that I see it is, if you have an
It's
earthquake
yes or
on the
no, Maddie.
opposite end of the globe, and you can
It's
pick
yes
it
or
up
no,
on a
Maddie.
seismometer where you are, then that kind of shows that they're traveling across
Across what?
across the globe between
Okay,
it.
so the globe. So you're saying right now, in a way, it does determine the shape of the Earth.
Something like that, yeah. But yeah.
Okay, so show me. Okay, walk me through how it determines the rotundity of the Earth. You know, the spherical nature. I want to know how PNS waves do that. Go ahead, Maddie.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
Okay, so there's like different layers of the Earth. In my beliefs, that there's the mantle, the crust, the core, the inner core, the outer core, whatever. And like the difference between the different seismic waves is that with S waves, they can only travel through solid materials, right? But with primary waves, they can travel through solids and liquids. So if you have if you have waves coming from a volcano or an earthquake, something across the globe, then it will be most strongly detected upon the other end, apart from its immediate surroundings. And for example, there's no reason why some random earthquake 50,000 miles away would be felt stronger than places in the middle of it.
Okay. In any of that, did you determine the radius of the Earth, the circumference, or the diameter? In any of what you just said?
I don't think it's necessary. I think you'd use a seismometer, which is a piece of equipment which can measure seismic waves.
Okay, so you said it's not necessary to determine the shape of the Earth, even though you said it is determining the shape of the Earth. We have a problem with logic right now.
I'm speaking about how they can be sensed from the opposite end.
Sure, you're thinking. You're thinking there's an opposite end already putting the Earth you're already putting the Earth as a globe, right? Already. So
If
you're
you want-
presupposing.
I said in my beliefs.
Yes, it's a belief, right? So what we understand is that it's not proving that the Earth is a globe. You believe it as a globe, and it's affirming that it is one. You're
Okay,
not
then why did
proving.
I take a round trip on a plane all the way around the globe and end up where I just
Okay,
was?
that's good. I'd like for you to have a concession first that PNS waves aren't determining that the Earth is a globe. I need a
I
concession. We can
specifically
move to another.
said, I didn't say that they prove it's a globe. I said that it proves that there's
Thank
liquids
you.
inside.
Thank you. Well, what we're looking for is evidence that the
Well,
Earth
we've got
is a globe.
liquid on the inside and we've got crust on the outside. Like we've got solids
Maddie,
and liquids. It's layers.
Maddie, whatever you believe the Earth is, that's fine. I'm looking for how we can determine that it's a globe. So let's go to that first. If you can determine that the Earth is a globe by any way, we want you to go ahead and tell us. But this right here, PNS waves, aren't determining that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah,
It's
of
not doing
course
that.
not. Of
Okay,
course not.
let's go to. Do you have any other evidence, Maddie? I want you to give it your best shot. Really, I do.
Okay, maybe you could think about lunar eclipses where it's like a spherical object where it will consistently cast, like a circular shadow no matter where you are. Like, the sun rising and setting, it's going to be different if it's flat. Like the fact that there's an equator where you've got the hottest part of the Earth, that also shows that parts of it are close to the sun, specifically in a ring.
Okay, Maddie, if you don't mind, I'm going to pass this on to another speaker. Roots, if you're here,
Why
I got to
can't
get
you
back.
answer me?
I got to go back to work, Maddie. So I
Then
have
why'd you
to
ask me the
actually.
question?
Well, it's so that the panel can answer you. I mean, forgive me. I
Right.
got to get back to work.
Okay.
Roots, if anybody's here, can pick up the question. I would like a 24/7 member if you can pick it up. Otherwise, we'll let
I'm
Maddie.
here.
Yeah,
I'm
go
here
ahead.
if nobody else is.
Oh, she left, dude. Never mind. I'm sorry. She left. I couldn't do nothing about it, man. I got to get back to work though. So.
All right, man. Go to work. Make sure
Disingenuous fucking numpty.
What was disingenuous about that exchange?
I don't know. That didn't
Well,
need to
she
be
started
said.
off by claiming that she was going to use P's and S waves to prove a globe, and then when asked if it proves the shape, she had to sit and think about it. And then at the end of it, she summarized it by, no, it doesn't prove the shape.
Correct. I agree. That's probably why she left, and I wanted to tell her that just because she's conceded on that doesn't mean she's conceding the Earth's flat. It's just about being honest. And I was actually going to give her some praise for staying around and and continuing, but then she left. So shame.
I agree, bro. She was starting to show a little honesty there. She at least conceded that the PNS wave didn't do anything. I mean, anyway,
No, she
go
was
ahead.
cornered. She was cornered into it because when she was asked directly, yes or no question, if it does in fact prove the shape of the Earth, she had to sit there and ponder her way out of it.
But she was smart enough to know when she was done. When the argument was flawed. So she asked about the lunar eclipse, which I was about to sort of get into with her, but yeah. This is what I said to Josh earlier. Like, hats off for you for staying around, because a lot of these guys, they just can't bring themselves to hang around. They just have to storm out, get a bit upset. There's no need for it though. It's not personal.
I mean, Roots, at the very least, it sounded to me like she at least took a little step back and started examining her own thought process. I mean, that's what we're here for, basically, just get people to think themselves, right?
Yeah, but I think it was more of a saving face. The subcost fallacy, where people stay. They stay to sort of wield it out, to fight it out when the battle's lost. I had a feeling she was probably just gonna just hang around to fight it out a bit, save face, and get stomped even more.
Yeah, she was definitely on 1% health there by the end of it.
That's a good way to put it. A health bar was flashing red, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Sergeant Larson in the house. What's up, bro?
Hey, hello. What's going on?
Not much. We were just having a discussion. Did you hear much of the last discussion?
I kind of caught the tail end of it. Caught the tail end of it right before she left.
Yeah, it's a shame she left. Actually, it felt like it was warming up.
Hopefully she'll come back.
Yeah. Well, what's your view anyway? Are you you in
I
here
just-
to find out more, or have you got an opinion?
I'm just learning more about my understanding. I mean, I feel the Earth is flat because that's what I experience every day. That's about my extent of the knowledge of it. But my opinion is the Earth is flat, just on my own observances. But I like to learn more about the technical side of it when I come in here and listen.
Oh, you came to the right place, brother.
Oh yeah, I've been here a
You
long
definitely
time.
came to the right place.
Definitely in the right spot. Let me ask you real quick, man. Have you been outside a body of water, done an observation, anything like that?
I mean, just like I said, it's just my everyday experiences in life makes it seem like there's no way this Earth could be around. I mean, like you said, pools, lakes, I mean, rivers, they all seek level. I mean, that's like the biggest thing for me is like, if the world was round, wouldn't the water be overflowing, overspilling? So,
Well,
or slanted.
the reason I asked you that question is for me, like 10 years ago, this whole thing got solidified when I went to a body of water and actually saw something on a beach that should have been like 60 feet below my line of sight. Have you done anything like that?
No.
Well,
Never
that's very helpful.
never really cared that much. Never really cared that much to it because, you know, I'm pretty sure after being in here for a year or two plus, and in my own observations and experiences in life, that the Earth's definitely flat.
There's no other way to see it.
No, I mean, like I said, I've been in here for years listening to you guys, and nothing but knowledge and facts, and you can't argue with it. Even when these idiots try to argue it, they just look dumb.
Yeah. I mean, it's not even something that's not what we strive for. You know, we're just here to sort of have these discussions.
Yeah.
It just plays out that way, right?
Well, when you
And
crush their worldview that, you know, the government taught them their whole life, how could you ever be wrong? The government never lies. So
yeah,
they get their worldviews crushed with very simple stuff that you guys talk about, and they just can't. You know, they got nothing to do but scream and wail, and then they get muted, and then they cry like little babies.
So Sergeant Larson, if a stranger come up to you on the street and asked you why you believe the Earth is flat, what would you say to him?
I would say my everyday experiences have me convinced the Earth is flat. I've never experienced the Earth as a globe, other than what I've been told. So I've experienced the Earth more to me as flat than as a globe. When I've flown airplanes, I've never seen the curve. When I jumped out of planes, I've never seen the curve. I mean, everything it tells me, my senses tell me the Earth is flat, and nothing has shown me otherwise than daddy government.
Okay, good answer, I guess. I don't know, Roots. Go ahead and take point on this. I got to go anyway.
No, I just wanted to add that is the only place you can end up if you're going to be logical about it and you want to be consistent. Like the flat Earth is the logical standpoint, and I put a lot of value into logic and reason, discernment, and I think if you're going to apply that, the only thing you can do is come to the conclusion that the Earth isn't a ball with a sphere with a radius of 3959. It just, that would be impossible.
Exactly.
And I think things like relativity is a mathematical garbage. It's a way to say we don't need any evidence for our beliefs. And I think it's a very dangerous way of looking at things as well.
Right. I try not to just rely solely on somebody else telling me what something is or isn't. There's multiple ways to determine what is or isn't the truth, and ultimately the biggest thing is what do you experience on your own. What is your own observations? Well, nothing I've ever seen in this world makes me think that it's round. Maybe if they take me up in one of those little fancy spaceships and fly me around the quote-unquote globe, as they want to call it, then maybe I'd be changed, but that's never going to happen because you can't do that.
Well, we already know that from the 250 miles up without a fisheye lens, you're seeing a flat horizon.
Yep.
The only thing you can, a lot of globers get confused with perspective. When you're really high, really, really high, your horizon becomes a great circle around you.
Yeah.
People can mistaken that for curvature, and I think that perspective can be really hard to get, the point across to globers who have never, because we've never been taught about perspective unless you've done art class.
Well,
They kind of avoid it in science.
I think the biggest problem is most globers don't want to be like in today's world. Maybe it was, I'm only 40, so I'm not that. I'm old, but I'm not that old. In today's world, nobody wants to be wrong. Nobody wants to admit they were wrong. Nobody can ever possibly ever be wrong, and sure as hell the government would never be wrong. And that's the biggest problem we have is when I first came in the server, I don't know, a year and a half, 2 years ago, I was kind of like on the fence, like, oh yeah, it feels flat, but they taught me in school that it's a globe. Well, then listening to hundreds of debates in here, it's like, how can you argue with this stuff? You can't. They just get mad and they just scream, and it just proves your guys' points even more, which they can't come up with real arguments.
That's where I'm at right now. I think that's where I'm at. Exactly right where you're at right there. Yeah, that's me.
It's hard. I mean, it's a hard thing to swallow when you've been force-fed this globe theory all your life, from school, and I get why people can be sucked into it, and I know I probably was there for my younger years, but ultimately, what do I experience? Definitely a globe feeling.
And that's the thing to remember. Every one of us were raised the same. We were all globers, You just find that we probably were into it more than the average person, to the point where we actually started to learn about it, started to look into it. And then the inconsistencies show up. And before you know it, you're coming across some sort of flat earth content. And now the inconsistencies are being ripped open and bared to lay right in front of you. And I think that's the thing, maybe there was people born into a family of flat earthers, but everybody here was a glober, and probably staunch globers at one point. I remember ridiculing the person that told me initially. It was a family member, and I couldn't take them seriously, to the point where they got frustrated with me. And I actually understand these globers because I was that guy. I was using ridicule to avoid the truth. And I'm just grateful to have found sort of this channel and some other sort of spaces where, I could actually take my time, because one conversation is too much, and that's why I'm impressed with Josh, because this is his first sort of, experience hearing about this stuff. And, it took me 6 months. So hats off to anybody who can handle this level of truth, because it goes against everything we've been taught.
Exactly.
But I definitely think, your experience, Sergeant, just by hanging around and listening to how these debates go. I used to watch a lot of the sort of modern day debates and flat earth debates, and that's a very good way to sort of really get your head around what's going on, because you start to see these patterns in the globers, the inconsistencies, the fallacious reasoning, that they don't have anything, they don't have any evidence.
Right.
And that's where it starts to become real, when you witness these debates in real time.
No, absolutely. Like I said, all their evidence is, that's what NASA said. That's their evidence, and then you guys break down all your everyday experiences. I mean, like I said, I've heard every question I could have ever thought of asking when I was, quote unquote, maybe a glober. Those questions have been asked a million times in here and been destroyed a million times. Like, there's nothing that could convince me other than going up in a rocket ship and flying around the Earth that would tell me it's a globe, unless that.
Would you volunteer for that?
I know, because they ain't gonna die. That ain't gonna happen. Hell no. If they're gonna do some magic trick and fly me around in like a circle, I won't go around it. I'll go like fucking clockwise around the Earth instead.
Might be like an amusement park ride or something like that.
Yeah, it'll just be some scam, like all those fucking Amazon people that went up there recently. Oh, we went to outer space. No, you didn't. No, you fucking didn't.
No, that was just a little ride.
It's fucking dumb. But you know what? People eat it up like fucking cake. People ate it up like cake.
Dang.
One thing I really liked was all the NASA stuff, and you could see like the fucking wires and shit. That was also a big one that made me like, man, these fuckers are full of shit. Hello? Hi.
Hello? Was that someone hot micing?
That was me, my bad. I got a phone call. Tried muting as fast.
Ah, no worries, man.
I'm still here for a minute. Here's some people joining. Anybody got any evidence they think for the globe? Go ahead and express it now, or don't. Alrighty then, everybody on this call right now accepts that the globe does not exist in reality. If you think I'm incorrect, you're going to speak up now. Go ahead.
That's right. Forever hold your peace. Oh, looks like that's it. Snapshot this panel. Everybody here agrees the Earth is not a globe.
Yep, we've
You had your
established
chance.
that. We established that clearly, Tito. Good job.
Indeed.
Greetings, everyone.
Hey, Nicholas.
How are you, brother?
What's up, bro? I see Lotri chat. I think his name is joined. Is it Lotri? Probably ruined your name. What's your name? Sorry, bro. Lotachit. Welcome to the channel. Over fences, I don't think I've heard from you yet either. You around?
Over fences doesn't talk much. But yeah, FE, long time FE.
I thought so. That's a new display picture, isn't it?
I'm around. Go around the
Who's that?
globe.
Why?
Whoa, like a Rissol?
You can only go around balls.
Wait, do people in the US even...
And I can go around my table. That's not globe.
Round like a Rissol?
Millions of people go every day around Kaaba. It's not a globe.
All flat earthers go around the globe.
Round like an optical flat device.
You guys even like have Rissols?
Go ahead, bro. What was that? I couldn't hear you.
I was just wondering if you guys know what a Rissol is.
Spell the word. Spell it.
Rissole.
Still didn't get it. My bad. It's a language barrier. Go ahead. Someone else.
Did you say Rissole? Rissile.
Rissol, yeah. You guys don't have Rissols?
Is it a food?
Yeah, it's like a meat patty. It's basically like a... Yeah. Rissols and gravy, man.
If it's meat, it has to be good.
It's like a Jamaican patty a little bit, isn't it? You ever seen those?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, you can spice them up. Add whatever you want to them. Yeah.
Yeah, they're really good. Jamaican patty. Lovely.
Jamaican patties are good. It's just that many people make them like mostly of the flour and a little bit of meat. You gotta add some good stuff inside, like good meat, maybe cheese, something, some good amount of the inside. Some Jamaican patties are scams.
I agree. And the meat's really low quality as well. You need to make them yourself, really.
Is there any Globers in here that have not been banned yet? Stop banning all the Globers, guys. Come on. Because when I make it in here and I have a chance to speak, they're all gone.
I don't know. We just had Hugh Drew join. Hugh Drew, you there, bro? Nice glasses.
Oh, Drew. Welcome, Drew.
Hugh Drew 561.
Wait, there's one we missed one. Okay, hang on. Let me type the command in. Hang on.
Hey, Drew, do you wanna talk about the topic, the FE globe topic with the under the earth earthers, the Australians, upside down earthers? He's goner.
No, he's still here. That was somebody else.
No, Drew is here. Yeah. Contrary to popular belief, the Australians, well, these ones don't believe they are upside down.
Nope. Not sideways, not diagonal, not upside down. Just upright. Well, if I lie down, I'm horizontal. Yeah.
Yo, I remember like early in the FE 2.0, there was this Australian he used to join, and he had a profile picture upside down because he was an upside downer. I remember like, what? Why do you have your profile upside down? Because Australia is up. I'm like, what? Like, dude.
Dude, that's so funny. Globers are upside downers. It's like a slur. I love it. I don't know if you get that. I don't know if you get that in the US, being called a downer. It's a bit offensive, but you know what that means, right? Well, these are upside downers.
Upside downers. Isn't that like a right? Isn't that like a, how do you say, contradiction or?
Well, I was talking about the offensive slur. Downer is Down syndrome, right? It's a very nasty way to say a Down syndrome person. Downer.
Oh, in the US, people say the Mongol.
Here it means someone with a negative attitude. So the phrase Debbie Downer.
Okay, yeah. In the UK, a downer would be basically calling someone Down syndrome. So an upside downer would be a glober.
That's weird, man. I seen someone with Down syndrome yesterday, and I haven't seen someone with Down syndrome in a long time. Like a long time, probably like 10 years.
I grew up in Puerto Rico, and that was a pretty common thing. Like in the island, they had like these huge events, and there was so many. I mean, people with disabilities and stuff, and Down syndrome was like huge.
Okay, hold on, Indio. You mean to tell me you haven't been in this conversation with these Globers?
I didn't quite hear that.
I said you mean to tell me you haven't been in this conversation with these Globers?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I can't see them. Thank God. Dude, they're worse than Down syndrome, man. Someone with Down syndrome, at least they have an excuse to not understand what you say. So check this out. You weren't here last night, so this dude says, what's gravity? Mass attracts mass. Heretic's like, mass is a unit of measure. So a unit of measure attracts a unit of measure? He said, no, a mass attracts a unit of measure. Dude, fucking crazy. Yo, man, these guys sometimes, they're bricked, man. Totally bricked. They're like a dead cell phone.
Holy smokes, dude.
I know their brain is like dropping a computer in salt water. Dude, last night was wreck. You should. I mean, I'd say go back and listen to it, but I was here quite a while, so that would be a long listen. But man, I had them, three of them, so three came together, and they were in here playing their games. Man, I had them in because I had to mute a couple of them to talk to one of them, and there was other ones that I talked to previous. There's like a whole group just absolutely going mad in the chat. Indio this, Indio, they're all spurging, dude. It was so funny.
India, but you have to hold your guns back. You're like final boss level, and you're taking on these like level 3 characters, bro. You're like level 10,000. Just take it easy, bro.
Yeah, he's like the scene of Rambo. He's like the scene of Rambo when Rambo was chopping down those guys coming up the hill with that big gun.
But that's who I should be taking on because they're the ones that need the most help, man. You're defending NASA yesterday. He was like, I believe NASA because the government, everything the U.S. government does is valid. That guy, that was. Until I brought up the radioactive oatmeal, and now he wanted to run away from the United States government, like you should.
Bro, you had like my bad. You had like I was listening most of the time, and you had like so many people just running away, dude. You bring this you bring this logic and these facts to them, and you having them running away. Like that's, bro. We're gonna have quiet time most of the time that you're here. So you have them running away, just by saying oatmeal.
Just by saying oatmeal. He tried to justify feeding children radioactive oatmeal. Not just children, retarded children. Absolutely no way they can consent to that. No way. Being retarded, you can't consent. Being a child, you also can't consent.
He said they were at war, right? It was a war. And you said on retarded children.
Maybe they had a reason to do that. Yeah, they must have had a reason.
Kill them with oatmeal.
Indy, you told him the reason was they were defenseless and retarded. That was the reason. It was like,
wow. Yeah, that is the reason. They can't complain. They're retarded children, right? Oh, the government. I don't feel right, Mom. I think they're poisoning me. Yeah, you're not ready to leave the institution yet. Now you're getting paranoid delusions that the workers here are poisoning you, and that your teeth and hair are falling out, and that you're shitting blood. That's your imagination.
Some of the Globers will tell you, hey, it's okay to poison the retarded so we can save the non-retarded. It's okay to kill 2 so we can save 500.
It's worth the sacrifice. Well, that comes from Star Trek, right? The Spock scene where he gives his little speech.
The needs of the many.
About sacrificing the one for the needs of the many. Dude, that's straight up brainwashing.
Yeah, the needs of the many outweighs the needs of the few.
Hey, Elbow, you gotta get closer to your mic, bro.
It's a Bluetooth mic, man. It's from it's my Bluetooth headset, man. It's always so crappy.
It's not bad for Bluetooth.
Should have been as bad, man. Their Beats about $200.
My Bluetooths always sound like I'm underwater.
I got you guys on speaker. What about Sergeant Larson? You guys know about Sergeant Larson?
Yeah, I was just talking to them. I'm a flatty.
Yeah, we were talking earlier. Yeah.
Was gonna say, if you're a sergeant, sharing a few servers, 2 servers, yeah, sounds like you might have some senses back to you.
I've been here long enough to know that the world that I live in is flat, and watching you guys destroy the clowns that come in here with their stupid NASA arguments, it's been a delight. And yeah, nope, I'm a flat earther by all
Yeah, Jemsy wants to snack on some bones, guys. There's no bones to snack on. He can't make his bread, so there's a problem.
Yeah, he's hungry.
Now, I was listening most of the time yesterday. I did jump in a little bit, but I see you guys in here, so just wanna find the people so we can open the conversation, I guess. Still,
Yeah, Hugh Drew, I think, is a Glober. You might get some action from there, but because his name used to be hung like Tic Tac before.
I tagged him in the text. He hasn't replied. Let me check again. You, Drew, what is your number one reason you believe in a globe? Number one, please, so I can go back to it. Do you hear we were talking the other night to Dogs Are Gods, and he said that we don't need the container because we have gravity. What evidence you got for gravity? He said atomic clocks, and then Apocryphon brought up information about the atomic clocks that directly says that doesn't prove the warping and bending of space time. They're not related, and that was his best evidence that we don't need a container. The gravity that is proven, the warping and bending of space-time, gravity that is proven by atomic clocks, even though it's not proven. So that was his best argument against the container. That was kind of fun. Dogs are gods. And I was talking to someone else, and he couldn't bear the conversation, so he had to interrupt. He had to jump in, and the other guy left. You, Drew, 561. If you don't wanna speak, at least invite some of your friends that believe in the globe. Maybe even if you don't want to defend the globe, you can invite some people, and so we can talk to them. You might be able to listen to the conversation. Bring like any of your friends that is a globe champion, the top of the top. You know, just tell him that there's these people on the internet, Discord, that don't believe in the globe, and just send them here so they can talk to Alpha Veritas or Indio. Come on, Drew.
Yeah, the Glover theme of the day yesterday was "Where's the edge, man?" They asked that question at least 20 times, 20 different people.
What was the question?
Where's the edge? Where's the end of the earth? Does the water fall off? Ice wall? Yada yada yada. Variations of that. At least 20 different people came in and started with that. That was their
Isn't that
very
like a
first question.
recycled? Isn't that like a recycled script that they've been grabbing from whatever, YouTube videos? It's like a recycled script.
That was funny because
I mean, maybe. But go ahead.
No, sorry, he did ask you a question. I said that was funny because the one that came in today, like the lady that came in today, that was the first thing she said, talking about the edge. Where's the edge of the earth?
Well,
Yeah, man.
Tiddly, we have Tiddly Harp. Tiddly Harp, do you have any questions in relation to the channel? Go ahead.
Hey, can you hear my mic muted?
We can hear you.
Okay, I'm not a troll, by the way, but like, what makes the Earth flat? Like, what's the landmark evidence that you would present to someone trying to convince them that the world is flat? Because all I know there's this one camera called like the Canon P1000 or something, and like it can zoom really far, and like it can zoom far enough to where you should see the curvature, but you don't. That's about all I know about flat Earth.
Okay, well you're close. That particular observation is that you can see too far because there's a distance that the horizon should be away, and it should block things from being seen, right? Because the Earth curves down, right? It should be behind that stuff. And typically, people they reach the conclusion that they're observing this, but they're not actually observing this. And you can like zoom in on a boat, and without a zoom camera, this doesn't happen all the time. This is only a very particular situation.
Do you guys have like a catalog of a bunch of evidence I could like go through, like a website or something like that?
A Discord.
I'm gonna send you a link to the home base of this channel, which is the Flat Earth Discord 2.0, and over there you're gonna find an alphabetically organized section that you're gonna find a bunch of topics that you can look through. It's a lot of information.
Okay, that's what I need.
Yeah, there's information channels organized by topic A to Z, right? Like Coriolis, CGI, circumnavigation, long distance observations, laser tests. So it's in like alphabetical order. So
cool.
It's tons of shit we collected over the period of like 8 years. So there's a lot in there.
Can someone send it to me? Because I'll definitely look through it.
Well, I can tell you what it is. It's discord.gg/flat earth.
Okay. Just flat Earth, no caps or anything?
Just flat Earth.
Okay, that's easy.
I don't even know if caps matter with Discord. I'm not even sure if it's case sensitive.
I don't think they do. Honestly. My Discord's laggy as fuck right now. I'm just trying to do it.
I'll give you our primary argument. Is that it's really starting from first principles, right? A logical first principles. We observe the Earth as flat and motionless. That is our naive observation of just being alive, right? No one sees the curve. Yeah. No one ever like woke up one day and was born a baby and like looked outside and like, oh look, I live on a big ball. That's not the initial impression. And they've actually studied children about what they think the Earth is, and children typically think the Earth is flat until they're told by adults it's not.
Real quick, Tilly, I sent you a DM with the link. So whenever you join, just send a message in the lobby so I can give you perms so you can access the server and see and access the channel. So it's in your DMs, the link to the server. Go ahead.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, and then the children adopt what's called a two Earth worldview. So they think that the Earth is flat when you're on it, but if you go up into space, then it becomes a ball. For a child, that makes sense because they have an imagination, right? They don't understand a lot of things. So you start from there, right? How does the world present itself? Okay, and then someone comes along and says that. God damn, there's a lot of fucking traffic out here. So someone comes along and says, no, the Earth is actually a ball, right?
Yeah.
But what we see is it looks flat. So they need the evidence to demonstrate that observation, the initial observation, is actually not the case, and that the surface of waters of the Earth, which are about roughly 70%, that they're curving, and then that the water is not flat and level, and that water is actually curving at large scale. And lo and behold, they can't demonstrate that that's actually the case. So if the surface of the Earth is not curving, and most of the surface of the Earth is water, then it has to be flat. It's a necessary consequence of it, right? It's a logical consequence. If not curving, then not ball. It's a very simple argument. It's not complex. You don't need a bunch of equations. You need like fucking 6th grade algebra. Because this is purely a geometric question. It's not a scientific question. It don't deal with scientific experiments. It only deals with measurements. That's it.
What do you think about torus Earth? Like, do you think?
No evidence for that. No curve. Look, the shit isn't based upon our imagination because I just told you we observed the Earth is flat. So it's completely empirical. We're not like imagining it something, the Earth is something, and then trying to look around and fit it to it. It doesn't even take any thought. It's pure sense data. I look out on the water of the ocean, and the ocean looks flat. You know why it probably looks flat? Maybe because it is flat. The idea that it looks flat and that's evidence of being curved is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I mean, so our demand is, you want to prove the Earth is a ball? Measure the claim drop over distance, right? Roughly 8 inches per mile squared. Measure the drop over distance. Demonstrate that the Earth is curved, and we'll go away. I'll go back to being on the ball, and we'll all have a nice day. But until such and such a time, just telling me, trust me, bro, trust them, bro. Typically, it's trust them, bro. Oh, dude, you don't trust the scientists? You don't trust NASA? You don't trust the government? They pinky promise that they're telling the truth, man. You got to trust them. Yesterday, I had somebody do this. What about the pics from space? Well, how do you verify they're authentic? So I say, hey, this is a pic I took from space. How do you check it out and whether that's actually a picture of the Earth from this place called space? Well, you look at a different picture and compare them. Well, how do you verify that? Well, you look at a different picture. Well, how do you verify that one? It's an endless loop, right? Where we can never actually get to how we can verify any of these images are actually pictures of the Earth. Because what if the Earth is a fucking something else, dude? And they're taking pictures, and that's not even actually what the Earth looks like. Assuming every other thing is true, which I don't. Hey, Jones, you take over.
Yeah, by that logic, Sasquatch and unicorns are real.
24/7 flat Earth, yo, everybody. The Earth is fucking round. No, I'm just kidding. It might be flat. I don't fucking know. What do you guys think?
Hey, Biggie.
What do you guys think?
Hey, Biggie, welcome to the VC.
Flat Earth channel.
Biggie, real quick, round and flat are not mutually exclusive. You can have
Yeah, bro,
CDs.
hey, listen, don't get to me. Don't talk to me about scientific shit, bro. I got high school level fucking science, bro. I don't know what the fuck.
No,
you're
I'm trying,
talking about, bro.
Biggie. It's okay, bro. I'm just trying to tell you that when you say the Earth is round,
yeah,
it's not, or it's not flat or whatever. You can have a round table, CDs that are round and flat. You can have frisbees. You know that kind of stuff.
I know what round is. I know what round is. Like, I'm talking about like round, like a round table.
Use another word.
Yeah,
you mean
like a round
spherical?
table.
You mean a sphere? A sphere?
No. A sphere. I would call it a sphere if I thought it was a sphere. I said it was a circle, and I said it could be flat.
A circle will be a 2D drawing on a paper or something.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Yeah, I think I said that. Yeah.
But do you think that the Earth is just a 2D thing on a piece of paper?
Well, why would it be round? Can you explain that?
Anyways,
I just said I don't really know what it actually is. So, and I have high school level science, so I wouldn't really take my opinion.
There is mountains, there's valleys, there's hills, right? So
yep. which all could be put on a flat 2D shape.
Yeah, but no, it wouldn't be able to be in a 2D shape.
Yeah, you
There's
could.
nothing in reality that is 2D. Not even a pencil mark. Yes.
You know this. You know this?
This is for sure. Everything has a dimension to it. Show me something.
But I've never seen it, bro, so I don't know. Can you show me? I've never seen it.
Even paper.
Can we go see? Can you prove it to me?
Yeah. It has a freaking thickness.
Well, but I've never seen it. I don't know.
Serious? What are you talking about?
Yeah, just gotta say that
can you prove that it's a globe? Can you prove that it's a globe? Can you prove that it's a 2D dimensional shape? Can you prove that it's not a square?
There's nothing.
Have you been to everywhere on Earth?
Dude.
Yeah, there is.
There's nothing 2D in this world.
Yes, there is. You're literally asking, is it flat? 24/7 flat Earth. Flat Earth.
No, just gotta say, guys, real quick, just gotta say that we move on now to Biggie because we were having a conversation with someone else and then you jumped in, but we're gonna address what you're asking.
Flat Earth.
And please listen. Please try your best to not interrupt when someone is replying to what you ask. Just wait for them to finish their sentences.
Yo,
Biggie, I'm trying to have you like have a conversation. If you're gonna ask something and Elbow is trying to reply to you, don't jump in the middle of his sentence, okay? Just try your best, okay? So you have a question.
You're saying you're claiming that there's a 2D, something 2D in the Earth. So let's show me a 2D.
I never said that there was some. I said I don't know. That's what I said. That's actually exactly what I said. I said I don't actually know.
A sheet of paper.
I said it could be.
And Jamesy said that's a 2D shape.
No, I said it could be. I don't know what he said. I don't care what he said. I said that I think that it could be. It could make sense. It makes sense.
It doesn't make sense.
How?
Elbow told you that. Okay, you're saying the Earth is a circle, right? A circle
I said
will
that
be.
It could be. I said it could be. I never said that it was. I said it could be. I said it could be.
Yeah,
flat.
but you can look out. You can look outside and you see everything that is not 2D. So therefore, it's not 2D. It's not a circle.
But how can you prove that it's a sphere?
It's not a sphere either.
If I look outside right now, I'm gonna look at a hill right now. So that doesn't prove.
Yeah, that's topography.
Yeah. So that's
so not a circle, not a sphere.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to say.
You can just by looking at water and looking at the topography of the world, just by looking at the air around you, and this. Listen, you can discard.
You can judge a whole planet from a mountain. Is that what you're trying to tell me right now? That's retarded. Because you just told me the topography. So the thing I'm looking around me right now, the topography around me right now is hills.
So listen, you gotta take it step by step, though. Remember, you gotta take it step by step because you said circle. Now you see a hill. Therefore, it's not a circle because circles are 2D. You can scratch the circle out. Now you said sphere, right? Now you look at water and the physics of water. Listen, you said sphere after the circle.
Yep.
You look at water and the physics of water, and you know for a fact that water requires water behaves as a horizontal at the surface, and you cannot have horizontals on a sphere.
I don't fucking know.
Yeah,
horizontal at the surface?
Even if you don't know that, that's the way it works.
Okay, well, let me tell you something. I don't know. I've never seen it with my own eyes. NASA could show me all the pictures on goddamn fucking Earth. Okay, it could be a goddamn sphere on a picture. But I can tell you right now, if I search up flat Earth, there's gonna be a picture of a flat Earth. So prove it to me. I don't know.
The issue with that though is that when you see the image of a globe or a flat Earth, what you're looking at, that's not the reality we live in.
Well, that's the thing. So what do I believe? Tell me what I'm supposed to believe. Because it's your word against mine. In this world, it's your word against mine. So what is it? Not pictures. So then go take me up there. Take me up there. Let's go see.
Take you up where?
You're gonna take me up there to go see.
Take you up where?
Take me up to the space. Let's go see. Let's go get a fucking big FOV.
This is what we don't. This is what you don't get, man. What space?
What am I not getting? What am I not getting? What space?
If you want to know the shape of the Earth, we don't know the shape of the Earth, but we want to know what the surface is. We measure the surface.
What?
Yes,
bro. Listen. Like I said, bro. I'm not here to do this science shit. Okay, I'm not here to do
That's not
science.
science.
I'm not. You want to measure the fucking Earth? How are you gonna measure the fucking Earth?
That's what
Tell
you
me how
do.
you're gonna measure the fucking Earth. How are you gonna measure
use
that it's
lasers.
fucking round? How are you gonna measure that it's fucking round?
You check if there's drop because they tell you a radius, and a certain radius will
You could
have
drop
drop.
from a fucking mountain. That's topography.
Okay, so a mountain is not the sphere, right? It is the surface. Mountain is just
So
a
the
hill.
fuck you gonna calculate it?
Okay, you go for what you know remains leveled at most point, right?
So if I take it right now and I
listen, I'm not done. Water
okay.
usually as far as you know it,
Biggie,
at all
just
times.
shut up when he's speaking.
I'm listening. Shut the fuck up, bro.
Come on, dude, calm down.
Seriously, no, he's cutting me off now. He's cutting everyone.
Because he's telling you to calm down. He doesn't want to mute you, bro. Which probably you got muted. So the thing is that with water, as most of you know, it's always lays about flat level when it's at rest. So if you can measure, yeah. Oh, he's still there.
Okay, yeah, he came back. Biggie, just try your best not to interrupt when someone is speaking, okay?
Take me off the mute, man. We're having a conversation, man. Let us talk. Let us talk. Hey, listen. Listen, I don't need a mediator. I'm a grown man, okay? Let me talk to him.
Biggie, listen, there's more people in here, and we're trying to hear what everybody is saying. If you're speaking on top of someone else, nobody can comprehend what is being said. So if someone is speaking, you don't speak. When you speak, then we hear you and we reply. But don't do it at the same time, though, because it doesn't work like that.
And so all you gotta do is measure drop over distance with lasers or anything you can do. And the surface of the earth is water. So I mean, just try to measure, see if you find drop over distance. That's how you figure it out. That's not science. That's just measurement.
Do you got what he said?
Oh wait, am I unmuted now? Oh, thank God. Thank God. Yo, I didn't even know there was a text in here. Yo, we got mad shit talkers in here.
Your thanks to God are noted.
Okay, so anyways,
hallelujah.
Before I got madly interrupted by the oh God, here we go. This guy's in the chat now. Look at this.
All right, keep
all right, what's
on
it called?
track, man. Keep on track.
What are we talking about?
What's your question, man?
I just want to know. Prove it to me. I want you guys to watch this. I'm gonna ban you.
All right, so let me ask you. I like how he read the chat. Watch this. I'm gonna ban you. And he was all over the place.
Welcome, Neo. How you doing, Neo? What brings you by to the FE channel?
I wanted to hear him talk about this.
You gotta check your mic, Neo. It's kinda...
I said I'm eating. I said I wanted to hear you guys talk about flat Earth.
Okay, you got any questions that come to mind? Maybe about the topic, FE, globe, how the globe is nonsense. Have you ever thought about how nonsensical the globe claim is, based in reality, and how reality works?
Not really, because I'm a believer that NASA took actual photos from outer space. There's a photo called the Blue Marble.
So that's fine. Many people believe it, right? But is there any verifiable way that you can, verify that that stuff is actually happening? The nonsense of the globe from that perspective.
Blue Marble is not a photo; it's photoshopped.
How do we know that?
NASA tells you that.
No, NASA told me that they took a photo of outer space, and it's like a real authentic photo.
Someone hit this guy with Robert Simmons.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, Neo. If the thing in question is the Earth, right? Can we check by checking the Earth, not going away from it?
The thing is, imagine gravity being so perfect, we can't find the curve. Because each time we go forward, it just keeps leveling out because like of the equilibrium. It's at like such a good balance.
Sounds like you have a great imagination. I love how
What
you
if that's the
avoid.
case?
Why is it that you have a great imagination? Probably too many cartoons.
I mean, it makes
Neo,
sense, right?
Your PFP kind of says it all, doesn't it?
the issue is, Neo, that when we check the Earth, what it's being represented in the image that you're saying NASA gave you, that's not nowhere to be found in reality. The curving water around a sphere, the gas pressure without the container, the curve of the ball, we check in reality, and that's nowhere to be found. So how can that image be truth if you cannot find that across the world?
Because they're the only ones who have the power to go to space. And so that means that they're the only ones with the power to even like go out there and witness what the Earth looks like, because they have the technology to make that possible. So that means you would think they're telling the truth. They come down because they're actual witnesses to outside looking in, right?
Witnesses. Okay, so have you considered that they cannot actually do that, and that's why they give you cartoons to tell you they did it?
But why would they go through the effort of making cartoons to make us think that they did it? What's the point of that? That means they're working with the Cartoon Network, like on a conspiracy level. Like they're putting it out there, right? They're
I mean, what is the goal? Have someone believe that that's the case when it's not? That might be one of the goals.
But what would be the goal of making us think it's round? Because there's some maps out there that are flat. Like some people don't like the spear in there, so they get the flat model, and you could see it perfectly laid out, right?
No, there's no flat model. I mean, because what we're talking about is not about the difference is that between the comparison of reality, like when we go out there and check the water, the landscapes, how the physics of water, gas pressure, when we check all of those things in reality, and then we go to the model that NASA gave you or whatever, those two things, they don't add up. Reality and the picture that NASA gave you, that whatever model you want to call it, or that doesn't add up to it, to the real thing. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
It's 2025. Why haven't the smartest people in the world put that knowledge you're saying together and exposed it already? But everyone still believes it's the globe, right?
The smartest people already know this for a fact, but then the believers, like you said, you are a believer, that you believe the pictures, the images that you were given, and you have replaced reality based on that, on the belief.
But I would say you're a believer too, then.
I mean, I'm not a believer. I just acknowledge reality for what it is.
No, because you haven't been to like the farthest you can walk on Earth, like, because if the Earth is flat, then that means either you can keep walking like towards the end of existence or whatever, because like the flatness never ends, or there's a limit to that flatness. Like once you keep going forward, you're gonna come to a point where you can't like go any forward. And yeah, like,
or there's wraparound.
But that's based on your listen, Neo. That's based on a concept that you saw an image of a flat disk. Remember, first you were given when you think Earth, right? When you think Earth, you think about the globe. You say, "Oh, NASA gave me a picture," and you see that in your mind's eye, and you see the globe, right? And then you think flat Earth, and now you see this disk, right? That's what you're saying. Oh, flat Earth is a disk, and there's an edge, and if you walk enough, you're gonna fall from it. That's what you're thinking.
No, he said that you can't determine that a surface is flat only if you walk on it and you see that there is an edge or not. So to have to verify that a board or a table is flat, you have to walk on it. You can't measure the surface of that table to be flat or level. No, he said that you have to walk on it to the end of that surface, and then you can determine if it is flat or not. My God.
So that's
Because
the thing. That's the thing, Neil.
wide.
Neil, that's the thing that when people out there measured across the earth and across the waters on the surface, there is no curvature to be found, and it measures and is described as a flat surface. That's the surface that we're on. It's a flat surface because it's not curving. It's a horizontal frame of reference, level, horizontal. You cannot have that on a globe. Therefore, it's not a globe because we have a non-curving horizontal frame of reference all across the surface of the earth that we know of, right? That we have tested, checked, measured. So it's not a globe. Neil, when you establish a level, listen, in your building, right? Your building, wherever you are right now, the first brick that was put in place, they use a water level to establish a horizontal based on a level. You know this, right? They establish the horizontal, the level, so they can put the first brick to the last one, and they're all level, all horizontal. So whenever you put the table and the cup of water on top of the table, it's level and horizontal, right? Does that make sense?
I mean, I guess.
Yeah,
But
that
what
makes
happens
sense,
if
right?
what happens if it turns out like the Earth is a globe then?
So listen, no, let me tell you this. Then you want to put a TV on the wall. You use a water level, right? And then you establish the horizontal again, so you can put the TV on the wall, and that TV is horizontal, right? And that's you. Let's say you are on a valley somewhere in the U.S., and then your neighbor, your neighbor 10 miles away, and maybe he's up on a hill 100 feet above you, and for him to build this structure and have the TV and the table level, he's gonna establish that horizontal as well with a water level, and his horizontal and his table and his TV are going to be parallel to yours down in the valley, right? But it's gonna be the same horizontal, different altitudes, but same horizontal. No curve between you and the other guy. And then you can go 100 miles away to the seashore, and whoever is building a structure over there or to the sea level, that is going to be a parallel horizontal to your neighbor and his neighbor and yours horizontal, all parallel between you and the 100 miles away sea level. No curvature between those 2 points.
I mean,
And this is practically the. Go ahead. My bad.
Are you saying the Earth is like never ending?
No, because I haven't been to the ends of the earth, but where there's a beginning, there has to be an end, in my opinion. But remember, I'm talking to you about things that we can verify. Wait, I think he dropped out. Did he?
No, he's still here.
I'm back.
Notice he deliberately missed the point that you made.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I wanna bring it back because it's okay. I know. He's thinking about that, but we're gonna move.
Yeah, you heard it register, and that wasn't good enough. I thought for a second that something clicked, and then he asked some other question. So you couldn't have made it more simple than that. I was just wondering, did he not realize how simple it was, and he's trying to complicate things, or what's going on, Neophyte?
I mean, Necros made
because I can't fathom that Earth is just flat. Pardon?
I think Necros made it completely clear. Whether you can go in a direction for any period of time does not determine whether the surface is curving or not. Whether it's infinite or not infinite, it doesn't say anything about the surface.
That's what I was trying to tell him, that when I was talking about the level and the things that we do in practicality to just establish something as simple as put a table on a level floor, that confirms that we have that horizontal in the first place, right? And what you have to think about that to then walk to what you're asking about, the edge of the world, and you're gonna find that you're gonna keep going across a horizontal, and it's always gonna be a level, horizontal, flat that you're gonna be traveling across. So even if you make it to the edge, I don't know if there's an edge. I don't know. I've never been to it, but there might be a place that you're gonna reach. But before you reach that place, all across it, you never found any curvature across it. So it's not a globe.
But if it's flat, then it has another side, right?
You gotta get closer to your mic so we can hear you.
Sorry, I was putting my food away. But if there is an edge or an end, whatever, then that means there's like another side of this flatness. So how does that work? How do we go around that flatness?
That's the unknown. We're talking about the known, the things that we know and we can verify and check. The unknown that you're asking about.
Yeah,
that's a really good question, though. We know we live in we know we live in a contained environment because you're breathing air right now. You can confirm that you breathe air, right? I can confirm it, and I know you're breathing air because you can speak. You have to inhale, and exhale, right? So therefore,
Yo,
we
you
are
did
in a
that on purpose
contained.
now. Now I'm thinking about myself breathing.
Yeah, now that you're thinking about breathing, that you're breathing, right? There is this is a contained environment because the gas pressure that you're breathing is the force that the gases exert on the walls of his container. So if you want to know about an edge and you want to go check it for yourself, you might be able to do that. But the things that we can verify is that the globe is an impossibility that makes no sense. It's nowhere to be found in reality. It doesn't even have the container that is required for you to be breathing air in the first place. So all of these things stack up against the globe belief and against the picture that you said. NASA gave me an image that debunks reality, and that image doesn't work because reality is reality and the image is complete nonsense that nobody that you know can verify, and
So you're saying like a $1 billion
nobody that you
agency?
know can go to that from that perspective and give you first-hand knowledge and tell you, hey, I know it looks that way because I was there and I checked it.
Okay, so what happens if I give like a flat Earth answer in like high school or something? Like let's say like we're in high school, we're getting graded for college, and in science class we all put like the Earth is flat, and we say that it measures flat, and that NASA could be lying. Do you think
No,
the teacher is going to grade us?
in the science class, you might be able to get away talking about the gas pressure and the antecedent, the cause and effect relationship. But if you're gonna talk about the geometry of the world, you go to geometry class. Those are two different classes. Okay, so you're saying science class. Bring the gas container argument and debunk the globe in the science class. You say, hey, teacher, the gas pressure requires a container because the gases are pushing against the walls of the container, creating the pressure. Therefore, that's how we can breathe. And that debunks the globe right there. But if you want to talk about the flatness or the lack of curvature that is nowhere to be found, you go to the geometry class.
And my teacher won't fail me for like trying to do this stuff.
No, the teacher cannot.
You
The
know how they're
teacher
doing all the
will
flat Earth.
actually,
Hold
if
on,
you go ahead.
hold on, Jamesy. You get failed if you don't put the answer on the test that they want you to put. Has nothing to do with whether that answer is true or not. Right? The textbook
But then
says
that means that they should be fired.
No. She teaches a curriculum. The curriculum says teach this textbook. In the textbook, it has certain claims. That's what you put on the answer to the test. What's in the textbook, right? Doesn't say what's in the textbook is true.
I mean, it's supposed to be truth. That's why
Who says who?
they're teachers.
Who said that? Where'd they make that guarantee?
That's the point of school. It's to learn stuff.
Yeah, you are learning stuff. You're not learning true
Yeah, but
things. You understand? You're learning not true things, bro. You're regurgitating and memorizing not true things and writing it down on a piece of paper. And if you write it down the correct not true thing on the piece of paper, you pass. If you write the wrong thing, you fail.
So you're saying it's just like a memorization game?
Cool? Yeah. And I look, if your line of questioning demonstrates they never taught you critically thinking in school.
No, I had to teach myself that because like I never really paid attention in school.
No, it doesn't matter the information they teach you in school. Could be anything. They don't teach you how to think about that information critically and how to determine what's true by using logic and reason. They don't teach you that. They say memorize this. This is the answer to the test is in this thing you have to memorize. When it's test time, write down what you memorize. It's literally that.
What did your school teach you critical thinking?
Well, I went to school in a different era. So when I was young, right, when I was probably first, second, third grade, I was also in I wasn't in regular classes. Let's put it that way.
Oh.
I was in classes for advanced students, so they don't teach you the same things.
Did he end up going to Harvard?
I'm not trying to brag. I'm just telling you. Like when I was in third grade, I read 1984 Animal Farm, right? Stuff that they would give you if you're like in 11th grade high school. I was reading when I was like 9, 10.
Man, I wish I was like that. I was too busy playing with like video games.
No, you don't wish you were like this. Anyway. It was a different era. I grew up in the 80s, so it was different. Different era.
Yeah.
The point is, they did teach us critical thinking, but eventually that stopped. And they just started doing what I just described, the rote memorization thing. The education system changed while I was in it. So initially they did teach critical thinking, but eventually that stopped.
Critical thinking, common sense. They teach all that. Nowadays, they don't even teach it.
No, we don't want to use common sense. Appeal to common sense is a logical fallacy.
Basic reasoning.
Yeah, we want to reason, right? We want to use logic, sound logic.
No, we want intuition, right?
No, we want to use sound logic to figure out what the truth is.
But they say you don't want to as well.
There's evidence to the claim, and then there's a proposition that relates to evidence to the claim. And if it's sound and well formed, and the premises are true, you're going to have a true conclusion. If that's not the case, then you're going to have an ambiguous, unknown, or possibly true conclusion. See, there's 3 different types. Well, there's actually 4, but the different types of logic that are typically used are deductive logic and inductive logic. Deductive logic absolutely tells you what's true. Inductive logic tells you what might be true. If you want to run around and might be, I mean, that's all you, bro.
Dude, I could literally disprove like the flat Earth probably. You know how east and west? Like it's not like north and south. But, like
you know?
But then you what?
Do you know?
Well, I think I do.
Yeah, but we got a problem in logic right there.
Use the
That
compass.
statement. Hold on, that statement is illogical. That you don't know that statement is true, do you?
Well, I mean, it's the directions that we use
Answer
today.
the question, sir. Is that statement true or false?
The statement I made about East and west
You
being
know
real?
in directions. You know in directions.
I believe I do. I believe it's
Is that
true.
statement true or false, sir? Answer the question.
That I know directions. Yeah, I do know
Is that
directions.
statement true?
The same is true.
Okay, present how that statement is true. How do you know directions?
Because I could use a compass, and then the compass, like points to the North Pole, and then you could determine like direction based on that with the degrees and stuff like
Okay.
that.
You just
You know?
demonstrated that you don't know directions.
You demonstrated you don't know. Yep.
How am I demonstrating that?
Okay, because compasses don't actually point to the North Pole. They align with the magnetic field. And that magnetic field doesn't run north and south in a different coordinate system called latitude and longitude. So there's the latitude and longitude coordinate system that has north, south, east, west. But those directions are not the same as compass north, south, east, west, which are also not the same as the equinox, summer solstice, winter solstice, north, south, east, west. So these are three different coordinate systems that we use in day-to-day life.
But like,
It's not as simple as you think, brother. Like you don't know what cardinal directions are. You don't. They're different. It depends on what you use as what's called your origin of coordinates. So you could make up your own origin of coordinates where like fucking Seattle, Washington is the origin of coordinates. And you could make an entire reference system to that, right? North, south, east, west, or whatever. And ignore the compass, ignore the celestial sphere, ignore the sun, right? You could just make up your own. So there'd be north, south, east, west from that, but it wouldn't match all the other ones.
So your premise is not true then. That's what we assessed from what you said, from what we're telling you that is true. You don't know what directions are. So the premise that you could just debunk flat Earth with your idea of directions is illogical.
Well, what I was thinking was like, do you know like the globe model that we like let's say like you have like a paper thingamajig that's made like to show the Earth. Like if you have it in your hand, it's a globe. You're like the ones at school, like one of those, or like it's like made of cardboard or whatever. So you on that cardboard thing, you have north on the top and south on the bottom. But what if you go on the east direction of that all the way around? Because if you can't do that, because there's no ice walls in the way, right? You could just keep going all around on that water. If there's like stuff in the way, you just go around it, but just stay on point. If you could go all the way around back to the same point, then that would prove that the Earth is a globe, because that would be an impossibility, right?
No.
Then how did you go all the way around if it's flat?
Okay, because you're going in a circle around the center.
But I'm going in a circle.
Around, yeah, circumnavigation. Circum means circle. So circumnavigation. So you think, right, that if you go in a direction east, that you're going to go around the globe, that you're going to flip upside down and then flip right side back up, and then you've gone in a circle. Right? So when say you went from north to the South Pole, right? You'd be flipped upside down at the South Pole, right? And then you'd walk north, and then you'd be at the North Pole, you've circumnavigated, and you flipped right side back up. That's how you think it's circumnavigated. But you can circumnavigate, you can draw a circle on a flat sheet of paper and go in a circle. The direction that you're on that circle is the east and west. If you travel clockwise, clockwise would be east or west, and counterclockwise would be east.
But like how I'm seeing it in my mind, it's like I just went because that would just show that that there is an end to the world. I mean that there is no end to the world because it's like a spheroid. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
because I don't see how it goes in a circle. I don't get how it goes in a circle if you went all the way. Like
if you took a globe and you flattened it, right? The lines on it, right? The east-west lines, the latitude lines, would they still exist on the flattened globe? If you squished it, right? You took a globe and you squished it like clay, right? And there'd be east-west lines on it, right? The latitude lines. They'd go in a circle around the North Pole, right?
No, they'll just go in infinite direction. Like, you know.
Okay, on the
like, I
globe,
don't know.
east-west is a circle. It is. So say I get on 40. Say I'm on your equator, right? Is the equator a circle?
The equator?
Yeah.
I guess. It's like round, right?
The equator? It's supposed to be a line that goes around the globe, right?
I
The halfway
mean,
point. And it's supposed to be a circle. A circle's all the way around the globe.
I think the point is it goes all the way like I don't know how to convey it because like you know how earlier we said that if we go all the way forward, like you even said it like you or someone else said there's going to be a point where it might end. That's like something we don't know. But if we go all the way around like in one direction back and we end up at the same point, then that just means that we just went to the end, like which ends up us going all the way back around.
First of all, I didn't say that. Gemsy said that. Gemsy said there might be, there might not be. You don't know, right? We don't know. I don't think there's an end. I don't think that that's even a meaningful question, quite honestly. Because we have a
You don't think
coordinate.
there's an end?
No. Why would I?
So we could just walk like on Earth forever and never end?
The Earth is not an object. You can't hold it in your hand, man. You know, you hear the song, he's got the whole world in his hands. You actually can't do that. Nobody can. Even if you're the biggest giant ever, you're a giant the size of a fucking galaxy. Can't hold the Earth inside of your hand.
If you're a giant as big as the galaxy?
Yeah, good. I'm being cute. Okay, so.
No, I mean, but at that point, then I think the Earth would be pretty small.
Listen, I'll make you understand this way. What's the universe inside of?
The universe is inside of.
Yeah, what's it inside of? Is it inside of something? Is there an edge that if we flew a rocket ship in a straight line, we'd fall off?
I mean, we don't know what's outside of the universe.
Well, if it was out, is there an outside of the universe?
Of the whole universe? I mean, we don't know that. We can only know what's within our own parameters of existence, right? Like what's like
exactly.
Yeah,
and
like,
there's your answer.
Something like that.
There's your answer. Because in the modern cosmology, the universe is flat. So if you traveled in a straight line, you'd be at the edge of your flat universe. But then what's the universe inside of, right? Is that even a meaningful question? Because the universe is supposed to mean everything. The Earth is everything. There is nothing else. It's not inside of something. There's no boundary per se. It's not bounded. It's not unbounded. It's a meaningless question. You're thinking at it as there's some, like if you had a piece of paper, a grid piece of paper, right? Grid paper, that you can draw the Earth inside the paper. The Earth is the paper, bro. Doesn't have a boundary. Anything outside the paper is meaningless.
So if we say that the flat Earth is true,
okay, go ahead.
If we say the flat Earth is true, then how long more do you think it would take for like the space agencies that are lying to be like shown that they're lying? Like when people wake up, like how long is that going to take? Because if what you're saying is true, then they can't have an argument to refute what you're saying because they wouldn't be able to do that.
No one is lying, brother. No one's lying. Okay, right now you think
NASA's lying.
Okay, no, hold on. Right now, you think the Earth's a globe, and you're telling us the Earth's a globe. Are you lying?
If I'm wrong, then I'm unmistakably lying.
Yeah,
but,
you're just mistaken. So they're just mistaken.
But they're the ones who say they go to like outer space and stuff. So that means that they're lying if they're not actually taking photos from space.
But listen, only 27 of those people claim they have seen the Earth in its entirety as a ball. The rest of them just believe it's a ball. You understand?
And you're saying
They just believe it.
someone is responsible for making all 27 of those people decide to lie?
Okay, so Ed Krantz, the mission director for the Apollo program, published in a book and said in an interview that their simulations were so real, no controller could tell the difference between a simulation and a real thing.
What does a simulation mean? Like a computer?
Yeah, because they're just looking at screens, right?
He said that, the guy from Apollo?
Yeah, Edward Krantz, that's his name. He's the program director for the Apollo program. He wrote a book, and he did an interview on the Discovery Channel, and he said, I'll say it again, that their simulations were so quote unquote so good that no mission controller could tell the difference between the simulation and a real thing. Which means there's a possibility that there was no real thing and it was all simulation.
But the question remains, why would all those people lie?
They're not lying. They believe it.
No, I mean all the people who went to space and decided to lie about that.
27?
Yeah, the 27.
I mean, I don't know. They like everybody in the Apollo program were members of the military. Everything they did was classified. So why would they lie? Because they were ordered to. Like, I mean, you got to think of it in a historical context when you ask questions like that. And this would all be speculation anyway. Why would they lie? Why? Who's lying? It's figuring out who's lying. Who would have to lie? Well, the Apollo people, they said they saw the Earth as a ball, so they have to lie. Well, why would they lie? Well, they were told to lie. Okay, it's pretty simple.
But Elon Musk was in the military, and he has this SpaceX program.
Elon Musk, okay, he testified before Congress that they coordinate. They have over 400 government employees on site that they have to coordinate with. So it might appear on the surface to be a private company, but it's actually not.
You're saying the government owns it or something?
No, they run it.
Listen, Elon doesn't run shit because when he smoked pot on the Rogan show, he got grounded.
What do you mean got grounded?
Like he got grounded.
Elon Musk said about his Falcon Heavy craft where he sent the Tesla allegedly into space, said, "You know it's real because it looks so fake." You don't know anything. The question is, who has primary knowledge? Who knows from experience the Earth is a ball? That group of people, if you actually critically analyze it, would be very small. The rest of the world would just be believers relying on that small group of people, right? These people said they saw the Earth from space. I believe them. So I'm going to tell everybody, yes, I know an astronaut. He said he went and saw the Earth from space as a ball. But they're believers. They're just believing in the words that person said. They don't know. They're not lying when they regurgitate what they believe.
I mean, when I look up flat Earth,
Sporadic posted posted a document about security officers supported you need clearance to get these jobs, right? Some type of clearance, like top secret or something. Get a job in SpaceX, they all got a secrecy clearance of some sort.
Yeah, you can't show any video past the after this. You can't show any video after the second stage. None of these commercial space programs, rockets, they can't show any video of that. And their excuse is because it has a military significance. The video they do show has to get piped through NASA. So when they privatized the space program, they passed some laws. So that's regulated by the Department of Commerce. Okay, so after they passed laws, they made codes of federal regulations. These regulations say that They can only show on the rocket, like the view from the rocket. How did they put it? They can't show high quality video, and that video has to have a delay, right? So it has to be approved by someone at the Department of Commerce. So the video goes from SpaceX through their shit, or they're probably monitoring it on site, making sure that they don't show. Because if you have a rocket, right, and you're taking pictures of the ground, now you have targeting information, right? So this is what they say why they don't show like a video that goes launch to orbit, right? It always cuts away to like a graphic or CGI, and this is why they say they do that. There's no videos in existence that show a launch to orbit, not even one. And when I say no videos that show it, I mean a continuous shot that's not cut away. And fundamentally, if you think about it, you're just trusting them in the first place if you even believe those videos. That now you're trusting them to tell you the way the world is instead of relying on what you actually experience, which is where all this started, which is where Gemsy started. That, hey, that claim, right? The pictures of a ball with curving water, there's no curving water down here. You can go anywhere you want, try and find curving oceans, curving lakes, curving rivers. There's none of this shit's curving, dude. It doesn't matter what they show if their picture depicts something that doesn't exist in reality.
There you go, Neo. If you have any questions to the whole conversation, let us know. If you're taking a break, we can check other people. Neo is not replying, so he might be busy.
Oh, sorry, I thought my mic was on. So snap.
Oh, it wasn't. You were muted. Go ahead.
My bad. I was talking the whole time. Yeah, no, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna light this joint. But yeah, India, you have some good points. Some good points.
Yeah, dude, this is the thing. Flat Earth is not on Discord. It's not on the internet. It's outside. Now, the best thing to do, if you actually want to know what the Earth is to go test it. I'm not saying believe us. I'm not saying believe me. Don't believe Gemsy. Don't believe us. But don't believe them either. Just go out and test it yourself and see if their claims match what the world actually is or what they match what we say. And you'll find out that it matches what we say, not what they say.
Yeah, it just means I have to like shatter my view though, like just shatter the
Yeah,
whole
I mean,
thing
what would you rather
of
live
what
a
I thought was real.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, what would you rather live a life? But what you think is real is purely conceptual, right? It's in your mind. The globe is like on a screen or just words in a book, right? It's not outside. You never went outside and was like, oh, look at this giant globe I'm on. Or I hope it doesn't spin fast today. Or, but man, I'm going down to the equator. It's going to be spinning faster. I better take my nausea medication, right? No one's ever done that.
Yeah.
Yeah, great point, Neophyte. It's summer where you are. Is it summer?
Yeah, it's summer. It's really hot outside.
Yeah, so you got lots of chances this summer to go out, maybe even go to a large body of water, just stare at that flat horizon for a few hours, contemplate, bring a flat earth book to read on the beach. I agree. That's good advice from Indio. Go outside and just contemplate the world where you live and observe it. That's what we all did.
Yeah, also take a deep breath. Like, remember earlier, you were conscious, you were thinking about it, taking a deep breath, and to realize that for you to be able to take a deep breath like that, gas pressure is required, and an antecedent for that is containment. And there's no containment on the globe card. There you go.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I'm just like really high right now. But yeah,
Hey, no need to apologize. We're
you guys
just
have good
having a
points.
conversation. You've been pretty cool. So thanks for listening and having a back and forth. It's been you're awesome, dude.
Thanks.
Did they talk to you about the long distance observations and the horizon observations, Neophyte? He's not answering me.
Dude, sorry, man. I meant I was trying to say. You mean the long distance thing where you see it like far away with the telescope?
Yeah, with a telescope, binoculars, zoom camera. Sometimes with your naked eye, you can see things that you wouldn't be able to see if you lived on a globe of the claimed dimensions.
I mean, the Globers say that it's like the light refraction that you could see so far away like that. That's what they tell me.
Well, they're wrong. You're seeing
Yeah,
it because
they
it's
could be
there.
wrong.
Yeah, they are. You're seeing it because
Well,
it's there.
what you do, yeah, what you do is ask them what the evidence is for that, and you'll find out that they actually don't have any evidence. What happens is we see too far, and then they need a reason we see too far, and they'll just say it's refraction doing it. You go, okay, show us the evidence that that's what's making us see too far, and they can never actually produce it. Meaning, when I say evidence, I mean testing, right? Someone went out, they measured it, right? They went under different weather conditions, and one time they saw too far, one time they didn't, and then they measured the meteorological conditions, and they conformed to some model where they can predict what the refraction actually is. They can't do any of that. They just say
Is it?
refraction like a parrot.
I know in India that it's distortion for sure.
Well, yeah, certainly, but like they
And
say that there's
I want to.
refraction that bends right around a curve, which is completely different.
It's distortion. And now let's learn about distortion. With distortion, you cannot see more, you can see less always. With the clearest, not distortion day, you see whatever you see. That's what you see. Not more, that's what you see. With distortion, in this case refraction, you see less if it's occurred. You cannot see more. There is not such a phenomena what in nature what is giving you the phenomena in nature what is giving you to see more, it's called clear day.
I think that's an underrated point. The fact that when they claim you can see more because refraction and there's that's blockage on the air, but in reality you have less visibility when there's stuff in the air. That what they claiming is causing refraction, but that's that's backwards. Like Sasha is saying, you shouldn't be able. They're saying you can see across the globe and it looks flat because refraction is causing the ball to look flat, and you can see more when you should be able to see less when there's stuff in the air blocking your view. Like that doesn't make any sense.
And that, James, what you see more, what they are saying, that's always with the horizon flat, that never curved. Even when you see, when they say you see more, yeah, whatever we see, but it's never curved.
Yeah, in the refraction definition, it never says it's a phenomena that causes ball to look flat and you can see further because refraction.
Yeah, that should to be written.
Did you have any other questions, Neophyte or Kane? It looks like Kane has a lot of questions in the text, but you're welcome to speak also.
No, I'm good. I'm just really stoned right now.
No questions at all.
All right.
And Neil, to address the point that you were asking about reaching the edge or whatever, and I gave you kind of like a there might be not. In my opinion, for what I can conclude, not based on things that I can go and verify there's an edge or not. I think there has to be a point that we will reach a container. Like, I don't know what that is, how that looks like, or you're gonna. But we are in a contained environment because we have the gas pressure, so there must be some type of design to this place that if you're gonna reach a point that you cannot go any further, you might be looking at mountains of ice that you think you cannot cross or whatever, or maybe a contain as the walls of the container. I mean, remember that's me, James, is saying that that's not flat earthers or everybody in here believing that there is an edge. I'm just saying that there has to be some type of container. And that might be what you're asking about the edge. The thing is that you might be picturing an edge where you're going to be falling off a disc. And that's probably is a different view. Maybe more like the walls of the container, if you want to picture it like that.
Yeah, it makes sense that it would be like a disc then. In my head, like
No, because that's the
right?
thing when
Because,
you
No disc.
you're saying. Go ahead.
No, I wasn't trying to interrupt you, Jimsy. I didn't know you had more to say. Just reinforcing there. No disc. No disc. Go ahead, Jimsy.
No, because I think that this though is a given idea that you were given. Like remember you mentioned the NASA giving you this picture from outer space and it looks like a globe. Now the disc, you also got it from other people introducing ideas. So the flat disc that you see in outer space, that's not what anybody thinking here, because that image is another strawman of reality. Like the globe is not reality. You know that for a fact. I mean, at least we can verify that's not true. And the flat disc in space, that's not verifiable either. And what I'm saying is that if we are in a contained environment, if let's think about it, you are in a container, some type of container. How big is that container? What is it made of? Those are questions for the designer or the creator of it. Those are unknowns, But like I said, if you follow the logic, like India was saying, that we gotta establish a logic and follow through to come to some logical conclusion about things. If I follow the logic, we have air pressure that requires containment because the gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container, and that's natural law. That's the laws of nature. So there has to be a container, and there must be some type of designer for the container and the design environment that we're in. So that's just me adding to that, but don't take that as everybody in here thinking that way, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I mean, when you're going to the beach and you are, looking out at that flat horizon, or even just walking in the forest this summer, just think about the world as if you just arrived and you wouldn't have any of these ideas about it. You wouldn't think about floating through outer space, like Jemsy mentioned earlier. That is a realm that can't possibly exist in the way they claim. So, you just kind of start accepting the earth on the terms that it gives you, and you can travel a certain distance, depending on your means and your opportunities and inclination to do so, but it's very large. I mean, it's usually better. I think you end up probably having a healthier, happier life if you just more focus on your local area where you are and things that you're actually experiencing for yourself, especially since you've already been here, however many years you're here, experience it on somebody else's terms, experiencing the world on somebody else's terms with these stories you've been told about the globe that doesn't exist, So you started just accepting reality the way it actually is. You might find that a new and interesting experience.
And at least if you follow the logic to you're gonna not fall for certain scams, like the picture that NASA gave you, that's just a scam. Looks like, sounds like. It's the selling people, the taxpayer, NASA gets like millions of dollars every day. I don't know how many billions of dollars a year, and to give you this nonsensical image that has no relation to reality. That's my opinion. It sounds like a scam. So at least if you follow the logic to reality and can avoid scams, that might be a plus in life. Just not falling for scams like the nonsensical globe. That's a plus. Whatever else you do in life, you don't want to be falling for scams, and this is one of the biggest ones. We got Chris. Oh, Chris, he jumped and dropped. So Kane, you've been texting for a while. You got the mic now. If you're gonna bring forward any arguments for the globe, go ahead.
No, I don't really want to. I'm fine. I was just debating the flirts. If anything, I think that all of the counter arguments make no sense. Would you like to give a single counter argument for the globe?
So you're saying that the globe makes sense and reality makes no sense? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, reality. Okay, yeah. So let's assume that you are correct, right?
Yeah, because think about it, right? You're saying the globe, that it's spinning, right? It's spinning, but when you're standing on the ground, you don't sense any spin. You have your vestibular. So just listen. You have your vestibular system. You have your vestibular system, which is part of your sensory, right? Your senses, and that will detect rotation. But
yes,
you don't
the acceleration is not negligible, but it is.
Let me bring it home. The point. So if you're saying what makes sense, what your senses are indicating to you is that the ground is not spinning. So that makes sense. And the globe is claiming the opposite of that. The globe is claiming nonsense. You see?
No, the globe is claiming that you are part of the reference system, which is true because you're part of the Earth, and the spin has negligible acceleration, so you do not perceive it.
So exactly. So the globe is claiming nonsense. You cannot perceive it. So the globe is on the nonsense side.
It's a rebuttal, I see. Okay.
So there you go. Your senses are not detecting an emotion.
Rebuttal to that instead of just saying it's nonsense.
Can I ask him, Jamsik, can I ask him something?
Go ahead.
When you go out now...
Sash, okay, sure. Go ahead.
When you go outside now, are you spinning with the ball, with the sphere?
Yes, you are part of the globe, so you are standing on the ground, yes.
Okay. My question is, how would it look like if you are not spinning?
The same way, which is the exact point.
Okay, now my second question is, why you would choose that what is the same, that what is logical in this case, it's the same, you don't feel the movement, but you will choose that movement, what you don't feel, and say this is what is going on. But you
because
said
the movement matches the other observations.
Okay, that means how could it be the same if something is moving and something not moving?
Have you never been in an airplane?
It's the same because that is. I have been on an airplane. What does that have to do with anything? Are you gonna say? Are you ignore the conservation of momentum? Is that what you're gonna do?
No, I was just gonna say he's saying things are moving and he doesn't feel the moving, and yet he's never been in a car or a plane. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. There we go.
What are you referencing to when you're saying I'm moving?
Stationary? Is that what you're saying?
Man. Wait, let's bring it back. Let's bring it back. I didn't. Let's bring it back. So you still claim the original claim is that the globe makes sense to you, but still you haven't. Tell me where in your sensory systems, any of your senses, like even your visual, your eyes, which is your vision, another of your senses, you don't observe the curvature of the Earth anywhere to be. So that's another claim that doesn't make any sense. The globe.
Yeah, see, the thing is, sometimes observations require a little more than basic common sense.
Okay. Let's go there. Yeah, okay. I agree. Hey, I agree with you. I agree with you. So let's go back to the rotation. Now we don't sense. You said that we need equipment or something to test the rotation. Now there is no measurement of rotation. So our senses are correct when you don't feel the rotation. So you're saying, tell me the method that the rotation
I sent in the
detected.
the Wikipedia page for Foucault's pendulum, which shows that the Earth is rotating.
The Foucault pendulum is telling you that the Earth is rotating.
Yes.
Is that like a?
It comes from the conservation of angular momentum. I'm pretty sure. I might be wrong in this, but yeah.
No, that is correct.
Yeah.
So you're observing the pendulum swinging. I mean, the pendulum doesn't swing. You have to push it first, right? It doesn't start swinging by itself, does it?
You don't have to push it, but yes, you have to put it in motion. Yeah.
Okay, so if you build the pendulum and you don't push it, it doesn't do the movement that you're saying is there. It doesn't.
Yeah, because it won't have any angular momentum.
So there is a cause of the effect that is something else than what you claim it is. So still your senses are correct.
Nothing in the sentence. The sentence was not even correct, like in a grammatical sense.
So you don't observe the curvature, you don't feel the movement, and
but
now
you do observe the spin. That's crazy, right?
So tell me which of your senses point to you that the Earth is a globe? Which one?
There's none of the senses that do that. It's logic, right? It's understanding of what you're seeing, right? It's not that the senses are always going to be correct. The same way that you do not perceive movement in an airplane, but you very well know that the airplane is moving. When do you observe a movement in an airplane in flight? Never, right? Like when it's flying in the sky, you do not feel the movement. Am I correct? So should we assume that the airplane is stationary? Is that what we should do?
No, because you already know. You remember the part where you build it when someone build the airplane.
And we already know that the Earth is spinning.
Remember when the architects, the engineers of the airplane. Hey, listen. Hello. Remember the part when the engineers of the aircraft build it for a flat, not in motion Earth. Remember that part?
No, they never did. My brother studies is studying to become a pilot. He confirmed to me that that is not how it works.
Drop the cat.
Drop the cat.
So you're saying
so
that no way
that's amazing.
I could put you in a box.
So listen. Hello.
Move that box, and you would feel it. I could slightly move the box you're in, so you wouldn't feel the acceleration. The box would be moving. And you can't see outside the box. How would you know the box isn't moving? Would you say your senses failed?
So back to the airplane. So
answer his question.
Kane, stop. So
you're right. Okay, that's fine. So question.
Again, the airplane is built for a non-motion, an Earth not in motion, right?
Yeah, so
and you're saying. And that is confirming our senses that the Earth is not in motion. So the airplane goes against your argument.
Yeah, so I'm gonna reply to your question once you're done replying to Dr. Thangnus. Go ahead.
The doctor is gonna be muted if he keeps interrupting.
He's gonna be muted if he keeps interrupting, and I'm not gonna talk to you if you don't answer his question.
Well, oh God. So
yeah, that's fine. You don't have to. We don't have to talk to you. You're not going to dictate the terms here. So yeah, if you don't want to talk to us, it's fine.
I'm giving you my terms. If you don't want to go by them, that's fine.
So remember, you again, the globe.
I'm not going to talk to you if you're not going to answer this question. You
still haven't presented yet anything that makes sense on the globe. You still haven't presented.
Yes, I did, and you still have to answer the question
on the globe.
Yeah, and you still have to answer the question. Are you going to answer the question?
What question? There is not a question. The question on the claim on the table is that the globe makes sense. But you still haven't demonstrated it.
He's actually going to be so nice to ask the question again.
Knock it off.
So, if you can't feel the acceleration, it doesn't exist, right? If you cannot feel the acceleration, it cannot exist, right?
No,
you have
no one's making that claim, Dr. Thugnux.
That's literally the claim you're making, though. You're saying if you can't physically feel the acceleration,
no one is making that claim. He is going down the line of making that claim and has not made a claim himself yet. So stop being irrational.
It's clear that you do not understand the implications of your claims. That's fine, but that doesn't mean that nobody is making the claim. You all made the claim. You just don't understand the implication of what you said, right? The implication of what you said is exactly what Dr. Thangnus just said.
No, you're assuming that he's going to be making a conclusion based on what you were assuming here.
No.
But what he's doing is actually just getting you to look at reality and see where you find senses for the globe. And you just admitted earlier that you don't sense it anywhere. It only exists in your mind, and you believe it, and therefore it exists.
No, I do not. I never said that I believe it. I said that when you actually observe and study the observations you make, right? You actually end up realizing that those observations only make sense on a globe. Or better, in this case, what the observations we're talking about only make sense on a spinning surface.
Remember when he was going through with you,
sure.
Like, make sense? Like, where does it make sense?
Mm-hmm.
How does it make sense?
That's what I'm waiting for. Where?
Okay, how does it make sense? The Foucault's pendulum rotates when you just give it. Like when you wait for a few months. Like, how does it make any sense if the Earth is not spinning?
Well,
how are you going to get rotation? Wait a second. How are you going to get rotation? Let me ask the question clearly. So, how are you going to get rotation if you do not get rotation in the first place? Right? There's no spin that you give to the pendulum, but after a few months, you're going to see that the path has changed and it's rotating. How does that work on a stationary surface? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's not a few months, but whatever.
Yeah, a few months, yes.
Actually,
it rotates in a year. It does a complete rotation in a year.
Yeah, I'm not talking about a full rotation to show any rotation.
It does.
Dumbass. No, there's problems, and this is very well known within the community.
Answer the question, yes or no.
Set up the Foucault's pendulums. If you don't set them up, you're just going to talk through me endlessly. If you don't set up the Foucault pendulum correctly, then it's not going to process correctly. And then we've also had reports of when eclipses happen that the precession gets messed up. So there's no actual link here between Earth rotation and pendulum motion. You're watching pendulums move and you're assuming that the Earth is rotating. There's no connection here.
So complete nonsense again. He's still missing where the globe makes sense. I still haven't got him to make any reasonable, logical claim
answer the question.
That the globe makes sense. Go ahead.
How does Foucault pendulum work on a stationary surface? Go ahead.
Yeah, we're not the ones making a positive claim on why the pendulum is precessing. You guys are. You have no evidence that it is caused by your...
How does it work on a stationary surface?
Like, you need to listen to people when they're talking. So, you have no evidence that the precession of the pendulum is caused by Earth rotation. Your presumed cause was never verified in this case. You just looked at the pendulum motion and assumed.
Yeah, and it's not necessary to have a replacement cause or explanation when you haven't identified that cause as being the rotation of the Earth because you haven't isolated that variable. So you have not demonstrated that to be the cause. We're going to have to keep muting you just like they told you in the chat if you can't let people finish their sentences because whatever's going on with your mic, it echoes really bad when you start talking over people, which is what you repeatedly keep doing. So I'll unmute you now so you can respond to what was said about the lack of verification of rotation being the cause.
No, so once again, what I'm asking you is, because you claim a stationary surface, then how does it work on a stationary surface? If the surface is stationary, it will have to match, like the stationary surface will have to match with the observation of Foucault's pendulum. If it doesn't, then the
No, you're going off script here. No, we don't have to make any claims. Just like you admitted earlier, according to your senses, your starting axiom is the world appears stationary, and so you have the burden of proof claiming that the world is moving when your senses tell you it's not moving. You have the nonsense, remember, that you need to justify with evidence, and so you believe pendulums prove it, but you never established that the pendulum motion was caused by your assumption, so you need to find something else.
He dropped out because he cannot demonstrate his nonsense. So go ahead, Dr. Tong, can you demonstrate the nonsense?
Hey, you unmuted me. Are you ready for words?
So can you demonstrate the nonsense of the globe and make it make sense? Go ahead.
Oh, to you, absolutely not, man. 100%. So your claim is the Earth is not spinning because I cannot feel it spinning. Is that it? Do I have that correct?
No.
That's how
Our
you're
claim,
able to reject
our
the
claim
evidence
is,
that is spinning.
we don't have a claim to cosmology, so we just have a claim of we experience the world like X, you experience the world like X, you're telling us to believe Y. Why?
I think just the point of just because you can't perceive it, it doesn't exist is a crazy philosophy.
Irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
No, very,
you
very
are claiming
relevant.
it exists, so and now you're saying we can't perceive it exists, but we should believe it anyway. Give us reasons to believe it.
Yeah,
there hasn't been any measurement of the Earth curve. I mean, Earth rotation. Earth rotation.
But yeah, satellites.
Dr. Thugnugs, it's you who's going to be coming up with. Listen, it's you who's going to be listing off a bunch of excuses from this point forward.
Really? Yeah, you guys just ignore the pendulum. Pendulum swinging. We don't know why it's swinging, but it's not the Earth is rotating.
Well, there's
okay, guys.
Swinging because someone let go of it.
Hold on.
No, I mean,
So
you
there's
just
many,
you
there's
can't.
many
Your theory,
reasons.
your theory is
I don't.
unable to
No.
explain why the pendulum precesses. You do not have a
Well,
theory
I
as
mean,
to why
there's
the
many
pendulum precesses.
reasons. There's many
No,
reasons.
you don't. Okay, give me one. Give me one. Why does
Let
the
me tell
pendulum
you.
precess?
Well, there's
Please.
pendulums that they'll be used for divination, and there's pendulums that are used for dowsing. Dowsing.
Divination. Oh my God.
Dowsing. Yeah, no, 100%.
I'm talking about a
Go
pendulum.
Google it, man. You could use a pendulum for dowsing to find water. So, I mean, it's good
Yeah,
enough
walk
for
around
that,
with the
then you.
stick. Totally, bro.
I mean, so
Yeah, did you not know that, Dr. Thugnux, that before the pendulum became the Foucault pendulum, it was rejected as a scientific tool, but for hundreds of years before that, it was actually considered a scientific tool until they debunked it. But they did have
Oh, yeah. You're talking about people with the sticks that can feel
whole
like the
field
oil on the ground.
of study on this and how to manipulate the pendulums.
Not sticks.
You're right.
Not sticks.
Pendulums aren't
Not
real.
sticks.
You can literally get a weight in a street.
Sticks.
But no. No, what is a
Not
pendulum? You
sticks.
guys are trying to make it some
Not
convoluted
sticks.
device.
A pendulum.
Okay, a pendulum. A string with a weight attached.
Google it, man.
Done. Easy.
Look it up.
That's a pendulum.
Look it up. Google it. Google it.
What is a pendulum?
Pendulum.
What is a
for
pendulum?
dowsing.
By definition.
A pendulum for dowsing. Go look it up. Go look it up, man. I'm telling you. Look up pendulum for
Why?
dowsing.
You guys can't
and
even address the pendulum that's real.
divination.
It's fake. It just magically processes.
So if you think that it's supposed to be some all in all proof for the globe Earth, then it's proof for divination and dowsing.
Yeah, magic, bro. Magic is real. Absolutely. That pendulum processes magic.
There you go.
Exactly.
So yeah, Dr. Thug, Dr. Thug, do you understand?
I do believe in magic. Yep, magic, bro. Agreed.
Dr. Thug.
There you go.
What's up?
It's witchcraft, bro. I don't believe in witchcraft.
Okay.
No, bro, it's magic. We can't explain it. It's magic. Pendulum's magically moving. Can't explain it.
You guys
magic.
shut the fuck up and let the woman speak.
Do you understand the way that science works and it progresses is if you were, of course, you're not, that demonstration you're talking about is not a scientific experiment because you're not isolating any cause. You're not, you don't have an independent and dependent variable. You're not manipulating the independent variable. But even if it were the case that you were eliminating that as a cause, so the way science progresses is that is perfectly fine as a result in and of itself that we have determined that this cannot be verified as the cause. Rotation of the Earth is not verified as the cause. And so we don't have to have a replacement cause. You could set up an experiment, I would say, since that's not an experiment. And you could test some other cause if you wished. So
Please
if you
tell
would
me
like
how
to
an
do that, if
observation
you
does
would
not
like
fit into a scientific model. Please tell me how an observation, a prediction and then an observation confirmed is not part of the scientific model.
because you're not testing the cause and effect relationship that you would have to be testing if you wanted to make the claim that the rotation of the Earth was causing the motion that you're observing.
Can you prove that the motion of the pendulum is not from the Earth rotating?
Wait, 1 second, 1 second.
Just a second. For instance,
I know, it's a mind fuck.
have you heard of the Elias effect?
No, man.
Okay, so it has been reported by multiple scientists running the Foucault pendulums that during eclipses, sometimes the pendulums go wonky and stop processing. So did the Earth just stop rotating?
I'm sorry, I'm going to need a source.
Yeah.
There is a source in the chat that says they use magnets to keep it moving.
Yeah, I mean, air friction will eventually slow it down. Absolutely.
Yeah, and there's a claim about the cause of magnetism. I was going to bring that up earlier. I didn't bring it up, but there's other possible causes. Mark J has put information about that for you in the chat at 12 minutes after the hour. Because of air friction and gravity, the pendulum would eventually stop swinging, but a magnet encircling the cable pulls on the cable with each swing. Electric current controlling the magnetism is turned on and off with each swing of the pendulum. So, yeah, I mean, it's not proof of your claim. So there it is. I mean, you can concede that point and you can still believe, Dr. Thug, that you live on a spinning globe if you want. I mean, you might not be honest enough, like some globers are, to admit that it's just a belief, that they just trust in the body of science and so forth. Those are actually the globe believers I respect the most, who will admit that they're just accepting it as a belief, because that's all you have. You have no verifiable science. You have no math to back it up. You just
I have all of
believe
it.
in it.
You just say it's not
All right,
real.
present
You just
it. Well,
reject
show
it.
me in the chat that what is your best proof then of a spinning globe? Put it in the chat, please.
The satellites over our heads right now. Okay, let's go for another little fun, little trivia. All
We're
right,
doing
so the Mars.
satellites now. Okay, so you're not going to.
No,
So
we
are you
don't know
going to
anymore.
be? Hold on.
Are you just going to deny everything that you don't like? Let me ask you that. What is acceptable
No,
evidence?
I
and what
am
is
trying.
unacceptable evidence?
No, what I am trying to
Are
do
planes
to
real?
moderate. What
I've
I
never
am.
seen a plane. I've never been on a
Will you
plane. Must
please
not be
stop?
real.
Please stop. You've gone through like
That's the
4
level
things.
of evidence
You've gone
that
through
you are.
like. You're going to make me mute you, aren't you? Please just mute yourself and let me finish my statement. One statement. That'd be cool, Dr. Thug. You just went through like 4 claims and answered them yourself. We are here trying to have a conversation where we're trying to advance our understanding of things. So you don't
Then
get to
pick up a
just
math
you're not,
textbook.
this is not
Jesus
revolving
Christ.
around you. You're a participant in the conversation. So before
You
we go
literally
on to
have
the next
refused
thing,
to study
which
any
you
math and
first
have
said were
rejected it
satellite.
as
Oh my
bull.
gosh, he's going to make me have
Facts.
to mute him. That's so boring. Gosh, it's so fun when you guys come in. I mean, just so you know, like when a globe believer can come in and is like capable of listening and taking turns, it's like so refreshing. Now he's gone. It's so absurd. It's so absurd. I was going to ask him to at least concede that the pendulum, Foucault's pendulum, needs more investigation and that it's not standalone proof of any spinning globe. Is that so hard? Before you go on to talk about satellites, whatever, all the other list of stuff he wanted to talk about and already knew what I was going to say about it. It's ridiculous. But he doesn't seem like he's very old. So, he probably just is in that I know everything stage.
Yeah, I posted 4 sources to ResearchGate, Script or paper, scientific papers, PubScience, and these are all supposed scientific papers where they're talking about the Elias effect and trying to determine a cause for it. However, all of their proposed causes have issues because they can't scientifically verify them.
Oh, I guess Sporadic banned him actually, just because you've got that in the chat there about some other thing that was happening in the text. Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate that we were in the middle of talking to him and then some other thing we didn't even know was happening. But it's fine. I mean, he wasn't going to listen to us anyway.
Well, that was Kane. That Dr. Thugnugs was Kane's.
Oh, that's a different
cheerleader,
guy.
but yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's right. Dr. Thug
But
was the
yeah, I
guy who
get the
came in.
one
They
got booted out of the
seemed like
ring.
they seemed exactly the same. But thank you for mentioning that. So Dr. Thugs really did run away then. Okay. All right. It all makes
or
sense.
maybe
Now.
it's
It all
attached
makes
to the hip
sense.
with the other guy. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
It's
I'm
too
not
bad.
upset that you. Oh yeah, I'm not going to miss Kane, Flat Earth. Don't worry about that. Yeah, it's fine that you did that. I just thought it was the guy we were talking to, but then they pointed out that it wasn't, so it's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I also posted a link to an article that talks about Foucault's fraudulent pendulum and how it's a religious tool and not a scientific tool. It's also funny if you look into the history of Foucault. He was so obsessed with trying to prove Earth rotation. I don't know why, but for some reason he really wanted to prove Earth rotation. So he took mechanical gyroscopes and made them unbalanced so they would drift. And he was like, look, I have proved Earth rotation. And the whole scientific community just laughed him out of the room because you just don't have a functioning gyroscope at that point.
All this was started because his original claim is that the globe makes sense. And all the examples demonstrated that the globe is nonsense. They couldn't provide any evidence they couldn't provide any evidence that the globe makes any sense. It's actually the contrary. Amazing.
Yeah, he literally had to admit that it didn't make no sense, but he believes it makes sense because he has reasons, excuses.
Yeah, just to give you guys a head up, on the 15th, I posted the news, military parade for the Army's birthday, and I paired it with that GIF for Rage Against the Machine, Bulls on Parade. He's a young kid, so he really didn't know what the GIF was, how it were related. So I linked him the song, and I guess the song really triggered him, and he had a thermonuclear meltdown about Bulls on Parade.
That's
What
funny.
do
They
you,
used
what do
to
you
play
mean?
that song.
What do you mean a nuclear meltdown? Though, what do you mean by that?
The whole shtick that, Bulls on Parade, you know the song, Rage Against the Machine?
Yeah.
Okay, so I've been talking to Kane for about 6 months about nothing new under the sun. There's no change. Nothing changes around here. And he's constantly pushed back about things are always changing. There's new discoveries every day, blah, blah, blah. So then when the military birthday parade happened, and I played a song from the 90s about Bulls on Parade, and I'm 30 years have gone by, almost 30 years, and ain't shit changed around this motherfucker. Bulls on Parade. And he just thermonuclear meltdown. I think he finally realized this same conversation about Bulls on Parade happened in the 90s, happened in the 80s, 70s, 60s, all the way back to the Greek times. If you look at people in the Greek age, they had the same bitches. Taxation, military misadventure, all the same crap. Executive overreach. You read people's journals, their personal journals from back then, exactly the same bullshit is happening today, tomorrow, and on the 15th.
Dude, it's great you pointed that out because I was telling somebody else about this. Today's geopolitical climate and cultural climate is very reminiscent of the 80s.
Straight up, Bulls on Parade.
I need to listen to that song again real quick. Hold on.
What I thought was interesting was I watched part of it, and some of those troops, man, they do not know how to march. Holy crap, dude. Basic drill and ceremony. I know they cut a lot of crap from basic training to kind of condense it and save money, but they probably should re-add some drill and ceremony. What the fuck?
I think your argument of nonsense is boss logic, Dempsey, if you're listening.
What was that again? My bad.
I said I think the argument for nonsense and making something that makes sense is boss logic. But he was taking it to Foucault's pendulum. I would have grilled him a little bit more on it, on Foucault's pendulum, but my take on it, using your argument actually. And what sensory data does he detect that the Earth is in motion using the Foucault's pendulum? And
You saw how he...
Go
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say his sensory data would have experienced some device showing him something, but then you would ask him, within that device, what is your sensory data telling you? And he can't say that the Earth is in motion. He can just tell you that he sees something moving around. That's the end. That's where it stops.
You see how he said, "Oh, your senses are gonna fail, and you cannot trust your senses." And then we have he gave the example. We're gonna have to use something else to see what's actually happening. And they also mentioned the airplane, right, as an example. And I said, but the airplane is designed for something that confirm your senses. The motionless of the Earth. The airplane is designed for a motionless Earth. So that's not an argument for your side.
Well, he was already in contradiction of what you were saying with his senses, because he was using his sensory data to detect that the Earth was in his mind in motion using the pendulum. So he is using his senses, which he said he didn't use his senses. You get what I'm saying? I catch him on their logic. Their logic, his logic is flawed. Like in some way, he's going to have to detect that the Earth is in motion using one of his senses, and he was visually seeing the device do something. So then the question would be, how can your senses detect that the Earth is in motion using a device? Because the device is telling you something, but how do you end up with the conclusion that it's the Earth?
I don't know if it's that cut and dry because we have technology that is more capable than our senses are of measuring things, and we rely on that all the time. Like, for example, infrared. You can't see shit in infrared with your eyes.
Yeah, I agree with you, Sporadic. But remember, our senses, let's say from the perspective of our senses, we observe the horizontal, right? The horizontal frame of reference. We have a limitation to that observation, but then the infrared, what only does is confirming what you already know. Because within the infrared, you're gonna see beyond what your senses can see, but they don't discard what you already know, that it's not curving. You're seeing beyond your senses, but you're confirming what your senses already told you.
Yeah, he's working from top down logic, which is not bottom up.
I get it, but I mean, you've got things like you can measure variable voltage in a circuit. Now, you do that with a highly sensitive, like oscilloscope or something, right? You can't just put your finger on the circuit board and sense a fluctuation.
No, exactly. I agree with you, but your senses, you use your senses for certain things. You don't use it for everything. So, that's why I don't bring like what is I don't know, like the example that you're giving is a good example that you don't use your senses for everything. You have, but what your senses are telling you, it can be confirmed with other devices. It's not that it's everything all be all, but your senses are not telling you that you live on a globe. How can they say the globe makes sense? Because that was his original argument. The globe
I just want to be
makes
careful
sense.
not to
And I was like,
strawman
hey,
their position.
walk me through that.
Well, I mean, their position is that there is a way to measure Earth's rotation, which comes to about 0.003 Gs, like if it converted into gravities, right? And then you ask them to produce that data, and they can't do it. That's really how I think it's best to handle this.
Yeah, but hold on. I was gonna say the logic is flawed because the premise doesn't follow. I could say invisible rainbow unicorns are making this happen, and where he's saying, well, how can you prove that? Well, how did you prove it was a globe? You see what I mean? The logic is flawed. You have to go from the standpoint of like, how does it make sense that you're saying what is true based on the sensory data from the Foucault's pendulum? So you catch them on a paradox where they're saying that it's their senses, and now they're saying they're using a device. Well, the device in the very first instance isn't solidifying the premise. So logic is already determining that you can't make sense out of this. The logic is flawed. You can't go from saying, I know that it's the Earth because of what the precession's happening with the pendulum. It doesn't follow. Because the premise is, it could be invisible rainbow unicorns.
I mean, yeah, the logical construction's another matter, though. I mean, in this case, what they believe they actually have is a measurement of the first order of Earth's movement.
Yeah, but it's the logic that precludes that it would be. Like, if you can't have the logic that the form of the argument is, I'm going to show you that I'm going to demonstrate something that shows that the Earth's in motion. Well, yeah, but your premise is flawed already by saying that because you didn't demonstrate it.
I'll tell you how it's not. You build a circuit board, okay? And you don't know that there's variable voltage throughout the circuitry until you decide one day to up and test it and measure it, and there it is. So in this case, there's no evidence that we have from our senses that Earth is moving. This is their position. And wouldn't you know that? If we just hook up this device, we can now measure it moving. That's their frame of mind. And I think it is a valid position to take at first.
Yeah, but first goes maybe. But hold on, Alpha. Just one second. But there's like they say, the pendulum maintains rigidity in space. Which space is that?
Right, and that's how I would hang them up.
Or absolute space. Like, which space is the pendulum maintaining its rigidity?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I
It's just like Coriolis, how they screw up the Coriolis frames into you.
Oh yeah, exactly. It's these reference frame arguments. It's like you don't even believe in the fundamental reference frame that you're arguing.
Right. So my position here is simply this, guys. Like, just because you can't experience it at first with your senses doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Experience what exactly?
Yeah, I agree with that.
I agree with that. I agree with that. But I gotta take it from the chronology. They say the globe makes sense, and we know. I already repeat this, and I agree with you that there's stuff that we're not gonna sense, that we're gonna use devices to find out that that is the case, and your senses will never be able to show you that is the case without the extension of the technology or the devices that you're gonna use to come to that conclusion. But we leave the senses for what they are.
Hey, did you guys know that the Earth? Hey, did you guys know that the Earth is round?
Oh, go ahead.
You're in the middle of something.
This guy.
Can you please hang on?
He's in the middle of talking.
No, it's okay. We can move on. Address the guy. He said.
Let me close this out by saying this real quick. I agree with you on the logical issue, but they can't even produce the data that they think they have in the first place. So once they do have the data, then we can review it, and then we can point out the affirming the consequent. Before they even present the data, they don't even have a claim to make. And that's why I think it's important on the Foucault pendulum argument to ask for the data.
Yes, I'm with that. I'm totally with that.
Thank you, Indio. I agree.
Show me, don't tell me. Like, we're not even at the evidence for the claim part. Like, yeah, that's a cool claim. What's the evidence for the claim? They don't even have that. So
it's actually a derivative.
Yeah, I know it's logically flawed. I agree, it's logically flawed, but like, you can't even get to the logical flaw if you don't even have the evidence. It's like we don't even have to address it. Produce the evidence and then we'll address the fallacy of your claim. You know what I mean? They're missing the fundamental part. Even they don't even have a starting point.
Yep.
Yeah, I was saying it's a derivative argument. It's based off the fact that the Earth is already doing something, so it's derivative.
Yeah.
It's not like the premise. So you don't start with already having the Earth spinning. You have to produce the evidence that it is, like by either observing it or some other empirical means. And there's no way they can do that. So going already to the Earth in motion is just already saying that it's in motion, and we're using this device to test it.
Okay, so
let me mention before more like 10 more people talk that the guy who made the claims in the room. But yeah, keep going.
Wasn't it Dragon? I think he left.
Dr. Thugnog.
There we go. Dr. Thug's back. Okay, let's do that. Hey, Dr. Thug, welcome back.
It knows everybody.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Indio. Whatever you were going to say. I didn't mean to stop you. I just wanted to mention that he was
all I was going to say is, like, you observe like, we don't even have the observation of the pendulum for them to even make the claim that watching the pendulum is the Earth spinning. Like, they don't have anything. It's literally nothing. It's just empty. The whole thing right from the beginning. Do not press go. Do not cost $200, man. They're not even at go. The game hasn't even started yet.
They think they're already on level 2, though.
Yeah, they think they won the game. They think the game's already over because they just collected all free parking and they're just walking away from the table.
Right. The problem with jumping right into attacking the logic of the argument is then there's almost an unspoken acceptance that the observation exists at that point, and we're not there yet.
Yeah, baby steps, man.
That's why it don't make sense.
Right. So
if they
ahead of the game.
We could say, if they had the data, then we can look at the data and go, okay, so how does this demonstrate that the Earth is spinning? But we're not even at that.
Right, because then we can't take apart their method and the flawed logic behind it yet. Right, so we like to jump into the attacking their claims based on affirming the consequent. I mean, it's the most common failure they have. We see it every day. But in some cases, there is no observation like what Indio is pointing out here. They don't even have that.
Though. It could be useful for rhetorical purposes, right? I'll grant you, even though you haven't produced any data, that's what's observed. Now, connect it to a rotating Earth, right?
Exactly.
Just like to keep the conversation going or whatever. Because if you're like generous and you grant someone their premise that they haven't shown, and they still can't do it, that's pretty damning.
Right. Right. That's a good way to approach it. Yep. Make it clear to the audience that they have not provided the data, but you're willing to accept the claim. That I think is a gracious approach. Yep.
Isn't that like with the airplane example? I mean, the airplane is designed for a motionless Earth, and they're using the airplane as a proof for the globe somehow. How does that make any sense?
Yeah, show us the data that the airplane is doing this around a globe, and then we can talk about it.
Because they want to, like the way I've heard it before. If somebody presents that, Gemsy, they'll just bypass that by saying, "Well, we have the pendulum that's showing that the Earth is doing it." So regardless of what they're saying about the plane, they're going to point to they'll go back to what they think their strongest argument is for the Earth doing something. That's what they would go to. So they would bypass your argument and go straight into the pendulum. Like they'll hear you, but they'll just try to make their point, which is what they usually normally do.
This is what happened in text chat with Kane earlier. He heard, okay, I accept your observation, but the logic is flawed. And he started spamming that he wins in chat.
Yeah.
Because he's resting on the argument that the observation itself is enough.
Yeah, same guy. I said, yeah, by your standard of evidence, sure. Then you would accept this. And then he was like, yeah, you concede. I was like, no, I'm using your standard of evidence, which is very lax, which I don't accept. But he just couldn't understand the context of what people were saying.
And in Kane's case, nobody picked up on this earlier. When he was in VC, he said that the Foucault pendulum takes an entire year to make a full precession 360.
And he said that?
He said that. Nope. Yeah, but I tried to spam it. I spammed it in text to call him out because I couldn't VC. And I told him, no, it's latitude dependent. And then he just started spiraling after that. And I gave him terms before I banned him. The terms were provide your evidence of the observation in the first place. DM them to me or you're banned. And he said, bye. So I'm like, all right, bye. And I banned him.
The seasonal Foucault pendulum, that's a new one, dude.
Yeah.
So the procession happens every season? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, like if it happens every 365 days, it would have to depend on the orbit, and then the precession would be based upon the tilt of the Earth. So you'd get like a figure 8, maybe. You'd get some weird shape. Yeah, you'd get an amalema, right? You get something like that.
A sine wave.
Yeah, I don't even know, but you like, it would have to be going pretty fast, and that'd have to be a pretty long pendulum.
Yeah, it made no sense to me when he said that. Then it would be like the pendulum is supposed to be detecting orbital motion, not Earth rotation.
Oh, we're getting into Milankovitch cycles now with the Foucault pendulum. Woo!
So his conclusion is that the pendulum is magic? Is that what he's saying in text? I don't get it.
Yeah, he's melting
Why
down.
would he say that?
He's making fun of us. He's saying that's what we must assume it is because we basically gave him the observation because we didn't ask for him to substantiate and validate that.
Oh, we did.
So it's like, well, if you accept it and you're challenging me on the logic, then I guess you just accept that the pendulum is precessing due to magic. And nobody caught on to this. And that's why I moved into voice chat.
We all told him, no, it's not moving due to magic. No one's saying that. We say...
Yeah, we explained it in great detail. That's right.
We don't know the cause of it. You're claiming the cause. You have a burden of proof to prove that cause. And in his meltdown, he just started chanting, well, you're saying it's magic. You're saying it's magic. You're saying it's magic.
Right, Trace, because at that moment, you're asking him to prove the cause. You're conceding the observation exists.
Why don't you just talk to him instead of dissecting what happened in the past? Dr. Thugs, can you talk to Flat Darther?
I was talking about Kane, but hey, what's up, Dr. Thugnuts?
What's up?
Yeah, so does the Foucault pendulum precess?
Yeah.
Great, post the data. Let's take a look at it.
You want the wiki? You want the actual video of it? What do you want? Or is that all
I want
fake?
demonstration data, like field test data.
I want to see all the trials, right? Pendulums not there? Does that not work for you?
I want to see the trials that are done, including the good parts and the bad parts, and the error rates.
The error rates. So what is precession, right? So if there is no precession, a pendulum will just go back and
I
forth.
already know what it is. I just want the data.
So we see any kind of precession at all, then there is precession, right? If it deviates even a little bit from that, there's precession, right?
Even if it goes backwards?
If it oscillates around, other than in a straight line, if that line ever changes from just that line, aka precesses, then there is some amount of precession by definition, right? That's what precession means.
Is any amount valid for the globe? Because if you have just any amount and it doesn't comport to Earth's rotation, then what do you have?
Oh, that's fair, but it does.
It's not Earth's rotation, then, is it?
Oh, so it's magic. So even though we have
show me that it even does, right?
Listen, you're just claiming that it does. Show us.
No, you guys are just claiming it doesn't. You guys will take no valid evidence. I'm flabbergasted over here. What? So if I get you an Excel spreadsheet that shows you the position of the pendulum over time over a graph, will that be sufficient evidence for you, or will you call that bullshit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I will build one out just for you guys. Just for you.
Okay.
Guys.
So after you do that, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to show what the South Pole pendulum, and that it spun at 15 degrees per hour the wrong way. So that day, the Earth must have spun backwards, right?
Oh yeah, totally, man.
Hold on. Are you building the spreadsheet based off of calculations or measurements?
I'll do both. I will show you how the measurements and calculations.
Show me the observations.
Observations against calculations would be pretty good.
Okay, brother. We want the length. Listen, we want the length of the pendulum, how high it was, right? 40 feet, 10 feet, right? We want the period of oscillation, right? And we want the rate of precession.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
Yeah, I also want to see
the data that measures that.
So if you were to see this data, and I will procure it for you, it's just going to take me time to do it.
Data doesn't exist.
Will you show the standard deviation?
Of sure, I'll put in an error rate of measurement. The error rate's going to be pretty small because the position of the pendulum can be known pretty well, right? So the error rate's going to be pretty small, but yeah, we can put an error rate on it. There will be.
I want observed error, not manufactured error.
Well, so what would the error be in this pendulum, though? What would the error be? Like legitimately, what would the error come from?
Do it. You have to go do it and find out. That's the point.
Right, there's systematic errors, but the biggest one, right, we're measuring position. So my biggest error rate would come from my inability to accurately measure position.
You don't know any of this until you do it yet.
But we can talk about it just logically, right?
Yeah,
Let's just brainstorm what are all the errors
figure it out. Yeah, don't just sit down and cook up a spreadsheet for me while sitting on a chair. I need you to go out and do it. I want to see photographs of your setup.
Do you reject a photograph of a setup right now? Why is my setup any more valid than the one on the internet?
All right, I'll take one on the internet if you can provide the data that goes with that particular setup.
Sure, absolutely, man.
Okay, and how many trials were there in this
forever and ever? You can do it indefinitely.
No, that's speculation. So, how many trials were there?
I don't know. How long has the pendulum been in effect? A long time.
Has it been done yet?
How many trials?
Yes, this has been done. You guys don't think people have studied pendulums?
Yeah, and I just told you, it was done in the South Pole. They did 3. They made a 4-story pendulum in what's supposed to be the South Pole. And it precessed at 15 degrees per hour, as predicted. But then they realized it was going the wrong way.
Just going the wrong way. So how did you get so it is
and then hold on, dude, you overtalk a lot. Did you realize that? So then they did the test again, and then it was processing two times too fast.
So the Earth is random.
This is why we need listen. This is why we need trials, right? And we need to get the error rate to realize, is this just a random effect, right? Because it will process if you just do it wrong. If there's any twist or any momentum, sideways momentum, it'll process.
Sure, absolutely, I agree.
So we want to figure out, is this just like it processes because of chance and balances, experimental error, etc., or is this an actual effect?
I'm telling you, it's an actual effect, but no amount of words coming out of my mouth are going to convince you.
No. We want the data.
Like I said, empirical to you means that if you haven't personally seen it happen in front of your own eyes with your own senses is but that's the burden of proof you're putting on me. You're saying I can't use this. I can't use this experiment over here. I can't use this data over here. No, you're telling me I have to go recreate the experiment.
How many times are you going to say I'm telling you, or you're thinking, or like, dude, you're making straw man arguments. I didn't say any of that. I said produce the data that shows your claim.
Yeah, how
you
do I
don't
produce
have
the
it
data?
and you know it. You don't have it and you know it.
Yeah, pendulums aren't that
and you're just trying to deflect over and over again from the fact you have no data.
Yeah, he told you how
Believes
can
it's
you
there.
produce it? Dr.
Yeah, you believe it's there.
No,
You
I know
believe
it's
there, don't you?
I know
You believe it's there.
I know it to be there. I know for a fact it to be there. Actually,
Yeah, where is it then?
Actually,
They're asking for it.
100,000% fact.
They're asking.
Stop yelling and get clacking.
Yeah, you're being asked for it and you haven't presented anything. Where is it?
Yeah, you can take a couple minutes to, go on mute and just go find it. That'd be great, Dr. Thug.
It's like as long as you can take days or weeks.
Yeah,
I could come up with a full physical model and show the calculations and experimentally verify it. You
No, that's not. Is that what's being asked for? Is that what's being asked for?
Yeah, it has been because 4 of you are talking at once, so all of you are asking for different things. Correct? Yeah,
different things.
You asked for many things. Yeah.
We're all asking for the
trying
same
to provide you with guidance.
Okay, so
You should know
please
what
tell
you
me.
need to
So,
give us.
yeah, I'll give
We're
you
all
the
asking for
equations and I'll
the
give
same
you the
thing.
data.
You keep making claims over and over again and saying the X will happen.
Yeah,
we want
you
the
send the
data
pendulum
that
moving and you
shows.
say magic.
Yeah,
yeah, I have
great.
data.
Yeah, so show it.
Okay.
So the main problem here, Thug, is that you said you're going to do this for someone else. Then they gave you some very simple guidelines to follow about what they would accept, and then you on the backswing said, "Well, you're not going to do it anyway because they won't accept it." You're bricked, dude.
I'll do it. I'll do it just to prove to you that you'll just reject it again. I don't mind the exercise. I know the
try
math.
us.
Okay.
Go try it.
I'll go do it, and then you guys
I'm glad you
just
knew
go
the
ahead
math
and
because your friend that I banned earlier said that it took a full year for it to process in 360. So he doesn't know the math.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, if anybody else has
I'll be back with the model of the pendulum, and then you guys can just chop it down.
Great.
I'll be back though. That'll
Thank
do
you.
that. Yeah, you bet.
Yeah. If anybody else has a question while he's looking for that, we've got Minnow, Mr. Palma. Anybody else? Hello, Minnow.
Hi. Is there possibly we could get a recap on what's been discussed so far?
Foucault's pendulum.
Or has been a lot.
Yeah, the
Go
guy.
in 5 minutes.
Dr. Thugnugs thinks that the Earth is spinning, so he tried to use the data, he has data that shows that the pendulum shows that the Earth is in motion. So he's trying to say that the Earth is spinning based on that, right? But he hasn't produced any data, so we're waiting on that. But that's pretty much the whole argument's been like talking about that.
So
he claimed that a Foucault's pendulum process. Hold on a second. He claimed that the Foucault's pendulum processes once every 365 days.
So do we all here believe that Earth is flat, or is it kind of a debate right now?
Well, it's not a debate, but yeah, we're asking new people that.
Okay. No, I'm just wondering. I'm kind of listening along while I play my game.
What do you think?
Me? Well, in the past, kind of growing up, my stepmom was a big believer that the Earth was flat, that the government is lying and stuff, but then overall I've kind of just become neutral. Anything's possible.
Okay. Well, did your grandma flip the script now? She thinks the government can't lie?
Stepmom said stepmom.
Yeah.
So my it was kind of when I was younger, so I can't remember it too well, but I know she said like the government faked the landing and Earth is completely flat and stuff.
And gosh, sounds like my kind of lady. Yeah, invite her in here.
Yeah,
I'm pretty neutral. I'm open to any opinion.
Yeah, you might not know this, but at the time of the lunar mission, there's people who said it was straight bullshit day one. Atheists of the 1960s took NASA to court like 7 times to ask for proof of the event.
I actually didn't know that.
Yeah, NASA played a bunch of legal trickery to get it from never going to court, like bouncing it to different jurisdictions. And finally, when they got it to the right court, the court said that the moon is outside jurisdiction. And it basically had to do the court case basically had to do with the astronauts taking communion on the moon, bringing the Bible to the moon, thanking God for the moon mission and whatnot. So the atheists were very upset by that because they wanted a separation of church and state. So then when NASA said, well, that's a freedom of speech issue, and their right to free speech doesn't leave, is inherent to their physical body, not their geographic location. So then the court said, well, no, it basically happened in America, that was considered an American thing. So that they allowed, you have to look it up, but it's quite interesting, the legal battle that happened around the Apollo program. Neil deGrasse Tyson has a pretty interesting take on it. He said that if he was around, like if he could talk to Madeline, whatever, I can't remember her last name right now, Madeline something or another, he said he just would have told her to shut the fuck up. Yeah, like the direct quote from Tyson was, if I was around like I am now, back then, I said, hey, atheists, did you strap your ass to a rocket with like 3 million pounds of thrust on it? Did you go into space? Did you see Earth for the first time? And the atheist would have said, well, no. He said, well, then you shut the fuck up.
Right, Imperial. If you don't see it, it didn't happen.
Well, here's another question I always thought about. My stepmom also mentioned that you can't even leave the ozone layer.
Was your just curious, was your stepmom atheist?
No, she's actually a Muslim.
Did she wear hairspray? Oh, never mind.
I'm not.
Yeah, I'm just curious because
anything like that, but she was.
Yeah, there's like a lot of the atheists, especially from the 60s and 70s, or the old school atheists. I mean, they were really about calling out the federal government. It wasn't until this like third wave new atheism of the early 2000s that they somehow decided that government can't lie anymore. Like they totally flipped the script. Like you had George Carlin, these really powerful atheist speakers constantly calling government out for what they're doing. And then you had like the early 2000s until they got defeated in the Great Meme War, the third wave atheists. They said that the government who says don't trust government, trust God, also can't lie. And you're like, okay, you need to think about this. You're telling me to trust a government that says trust God as you're also claiming to be atheist.
Hey, do you mind if I ask?
Yeah, so Minnow, let's get back to your question was about outer space. Who was going to address that?
Well,
no, I was just gonna.
AV, go have a.
Did their stepmom address that?
Yeah. What?
Sorry, could I ask just one more question?
Well, your other question didn't get answered, but I mean, yeah, you want to ask a different one? Go for it.
Just one more. I guess a lot of the people that believe in flat Earth, are they mostly atheists, or is everyone pretty religious?
It's a mixed bag, Minnow. But people don't come off and just wonder about like people's faith backgrounds, because all we know is what we can test and verify. So we're more about that. So, in that respect, the faith background is probably inconsequential to that. So, but dude, I do want to ask is like what drew you to this topic? Like, why would you still be interested? Like, I more want to know about you. That way, we can find out a conversation we can have with you.
All right. I'm pretty open to everything. It's pretty late. I'm kind of just, I'm open.
Well, yeah, that's great. But what's your take? Yeah, what's your take on the world? What do you think? It's a globe? I mean, what holds you to that idea?
Never really thought about it. I do wonder how satellites work, if the Earth is flat. I guess what it would look like if it's just like a big lake.
Well, okay, so I mean, do you think there's a story that you've been told that perhaps you just believe basically because they just told you like the Earth is a globe and it's got satellites going around it like a globe, stuff like that?
That's what you hear all the time. Like in school, out of school, everyone says it's round. There's satellites and stuff. The moon happened, and you kind of just go with it. I haven't really thought more about it.
Okay. And so if there is this idea that you're standing on a ball, how do you think they can prove that to you in any way?
Exactly. That's why I'm kind of neutral, because there's no way you can prove it or not prove it unless you go there yourself.
Oh, you're breaking up.
So are you more concerned with like demographics of like the people, or what sides are saying what? Like what type of other ideas do they represent?
You lost me a little.
Okay, well, I mean, just earlier you kind of asked.
I'm open to hear what everyone's thinking.
Yeah, so like right now you were asked like, hey, how religious are flat earthers? And the answer to that is that like flat earthers are a wide swath of the population. About what you in America, you've got a basic baseline of people. You've got people who are religious, people who are all different identities. Flat Earth will cut right through the same demographic as America. You're going to be about equal representation of your average American as your average flat earther. It's going to be very similar. Now, when you look on the globe side, that's quite the opposite. The globe side, like the astronaut corps, is 100% right-wing Christian conservatives. All of them. There is no exception. There is no atheist in the astronaut corps. There's no LGBTQ representation in the astronaut corps. They are basically right-wing Christian conservatives, without exception.
Yeah, so Minnow, when your stepmom said that we weren't going to be able to leave the Earth to go into outer space, I mean, it sounds like she was getting at the idea that, you know, which we also agree with here, is that the fantasy realm of outer space is not a place where we can go, this vacuum or near vacuum of space. And all of the ways that this is portrayed, it can be easily demonstrated that they are, you know, they're just setting up these scenarios with a lot of the things they're doing. I mean, yes, they launch things from the surface, and when human beings launch things from the surface, they go up there and they see that the Earth is flat and stationary, which is all any of us experience it to be. So, yeah, the entire globe concept is false. The geometry of the sphere has been disproven. Did your stepmom ever talk to you about that, about the long distance observation, or how you can see you can see the horizon far behind objects where you have a mile marker location of where the object is and the horizon appears behind it, whereas on a sphere, the horizon would be in a fixed location depending on the observer height. Did she ever talk to you about that?
No, they were very, like, offhand comments. Like, stuff I overheard. And I guess it always, like, was on the back of my mind, and I'm in a place where I can ask, so I just thought I would.
Yeah, okay, well, if you can, are you able to look there in the text chat? I'll tag you there. Okay. Yep. So, many of these observations I mentioned have been done all around the world. And basically, what we're doing when we are looking at these observations is testing the claims of the globe. So, we're told that the sphere that we allegedly live on, which we clearly do not, but we're given that radius of 3,959 miles. And when you test that in reality, that would mean that there would be a certain drop over distance that would be expected. So I put a couple more images there. One is one way that you would get this this number. So there's multiple ways that you can calculate the expected Earth curvature, or you can Google, Earth curve calculator to get the official numbers. So what we're doing is taking the official numbers of what would be expected for the curvature. You would be able to observe this curvature in reality if it existed. So, for example, in this last chart that I put down there, you see that at 50 miles, the expected drop over distance would be 1,666 feet, and at 60 miles, the expected drop over distance would be 2,400 feet. And yet the observation I've personally made, which is the
city of Chicago across Lake Michigan from Sawyer, Michigan, Warren Dunes, which there's an image there by Joshua Nowicki of his photograph of that. It says there, 52 miles away, should have over 1,800 feet of curvature, hiding the tallest building completely. And yet we see the city of Chicago skyline. It's a regular occurrence. So that's what we're talking about when we say the expected drop over distance is never actually found in reality.
Huh. So you're saying if the Earth was round, it would actually look round. Sorry, I get a bit lost easy. Or because the Earth is flat, the horizon is. Sorry, I feel silly.
You are like miles ahead of other people who are incapable of like repeating back our argument. Sounded like you were doing it. Like, you're actually listening. That's like, and if you haven't heard that particular argument before, then you might not be able to like instantly repeat it. But yeah, you got toward the basic idea there, which is that we would be able to observe this. It would be visible in the world because we would be very limited in our vision. And especially if you go to a large body of water, you'll see things in the distance that you would not be seeing. Yeah, if we were on a ball, because things would be hidden around the other side of that ball.
Right. Huh. So, is there like an image of what it would look like if the Earth was round?
That's a good question. I feel like I've seen something like that before, but I don't like have it at the tip of my fingers. I don't know if anybody else does. I mean, basically, you could look like that other picture I put there at the top of the hour, where it says the horizon is behind the platform 10 miles away. I mean, basically, so what that's showing you, that's a different calculation than the one I showed you earlier, which was more toward the drop over distance. This one is for the horizon location. So that calculation is 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So in this particular case, with the observer's height of 8 feet, the maximum distance for the geometric horizon is 3.46 miles. Okay, so that's just based on geometry of this object, the sphere, where they say we live on, that that the vision would be limited, like you have grasped. So, but then these objects here, which are oil rigs, which are used to mark the distances, because these are confirmed, verified distances. Platform C is at 6.08 miles. Platform habitats at 10.10 miles. The horizon's way behind that. And in this particular observation, there's actually other objects that can be seen in different variations in the same location in California, which if you're interested, we can give you more of these observations, the full uncut video and so on, or you could go to California and do it yourself. Very important to realize, or anywhere else. I mean, there's many places you can do these observations, but nonetheless, so if, you're asking what it would look like, you wouldn't see either one of those. The curve, the geometric horizon, would be in front of platform C. I'm not sure. Maybe you would see some of it. Like, I feel like, maybe you would, but you wouldn't see what you're seeing there, and you would you would have the horizon be in front of the oil rigs, which is not what we observe. We don't ever observe things actually going outside our view, as demonstrated by the fact that if something appears to go outside your view, like many people will assume that a ship would disappear over the horizon, that's not what's actually happening. That's a misconception. It's a myth that's been perpetuated in some situations, like the liar Bill Nye, who makes money off of lying to school children for decades now. He'll say that, oh, Bill Nye. If you don't know him, then you're better off.
Oh, Bill Nye.
Yeah, you know him. Yeah. So anyway, he lies to children and says that the ships disappear over the horizon, but that's not the case, because we have multiple observations. I've done it myself. Many other people have. You could do it yourself, where the ship appears to disappear over the horizon, but then with a high-powered zoom camera, you can bring it easily back into your view. And the only time it's ever actually disappearing is due to, limitations of vision. And we obviously can't see forever, or weather conditions and so on. Yeah, I'll see if I can find one of those.
So if the Earth was curved, you wouldn't be able to see it, even with the camera?
Yeah, because it'd be going over this alleged edge, which isn't there. Yeah.
Oh, right. So I guess another question would be, I guess what does it look like to everybody? Like the flat Earth.
Yeah, it looks the way you live on the flat Earth. It looks the way the Earth looks. So yeah, there's an example that GIF there at 4 minutes after the hour of what we're talking about. So when it zooms, when you zoom out, it looks like there's just a horizon and the water with nothing there, and then you can zoom in on the boat, then you can zoom back out. So that's what we're talking about there. If you had been watching that with the naked eye and you thought you saw it disappear, you could bring it back into your view. So yeah, don't you experience the Earth as flat and stationary, Minnow?
I've always been neutral. I'm really open to hearing like other people's thoughts. I guess I don't really have like a set belief.
But yeah, I'm not talking about your belief. I'm saying,
oh, sorry.
I'm not like upset with you saying the word belief. I'm just saying what I asked about was your experience. Like, if no one told you about this fantasy space ball, rotating and all that through this fantasy realm of outer space, this science fiction story that's been passed off as reality. It's just a science fiction story. It's just they've done a good job of indoctrinating everyone to think that what they actually see in reality is not reality, and that reality is a science fiction movie that they see on the screen. So, but the actual reality, if you were just there, you went outside, you walked around, you laid down on the ground, don't feel any motion, you went to the ocean or another large body of water, you look out flat as far as the eye can see. Your experience is not a globe, right?
It's not a what, sorry?
You don't experience a globe, do you?
A globe. Yeah, I guess you could say not.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like, and some people who still believe in the globe, who still believe they can twist their mind around, they can squint a lot, they can ignore evidence, they can use magical thinking to still believe they're on one. Even those people, like we had some earlier today, will admit that they're not experiencing that in their everyday reality. So all we're saying is you don't have to do that other step where you try to pretend you're somewhere different than you actually are. You can just be in the place where you actually are, which is the flat and stationary Earth.
Yeah. So what about other planets? Are they also flat?
Does anybody else want to take the what about other planets question? No, I'm not. It's not that I'm not willing to take it. It's just I thought maybe you'd want to hear from some of the other guys. Is it creation?
Me. I want to talk to the lady. Just kidding. No, someone said me before me, so go ahead. Whoever said me before me.
Wait, so what? Earth is not a planet, though. I would ask you, can you name one resemblance between the Earth and any planet?
As in the shape or like how it looks? Sorry,
Well,
I've been
yeah.
new to this topic.
Yeah, if you go outside and you look around the Earth,
Yeah.
what do you see that looks like when you look up at the quote-unquote planets?
I'm not sure how to answer that. I'm sorry.
I can answer it for you. There isn't a resemblance. When you go outside, we see trees and mountains and water, people, all kinds of stuff. But then you look in the sky and you see like a light that's twinkling and moving across the sky. There's no reason to start to compare the Earth to things that you see up in the sky. So,
except for they predict things for us. But hey.
But so the Earth is not a planet. That's like the newsflash. I know it's tough to probably haven't heard that before. Yeah, Earth is not a planet. Earth isn't like anything up there. So there's no other planets.
You gotta based on the question that you asked, lady, you gotta first start with the logic that you're trying to come to the conclusion what the Earth is. You're asking, is the Earth like the other planets? In your premise, you're already thinking the Earth is a planet, but
yeah,
the Earth, the Earth is below your feet. Is Terra? Earth. One of the original words for Earth is Terra, and then the planets or the wandering stars are up in the sky, two different places. The wandering stars are celestials in the celestial bodies. Earth not being a celestial body, Earth being Terra. So those are different things in the whole construct. So you gotta also remember that since we've been childs, and you've probably been growing with seeing images of the planets, and right, because the phenomena that we see from the ground, we look up, and then we see the phenomena, the sun, the moon, the stars, the wandering stars, and we observe that phenomena. Everybody that is alive that have vision can observe that phenomena, not natural phenomena. But then there is a separation of that where people make drawings, the depictions of the solar system, and they draw them and color them. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are different things. When someone makes, if you went to school and the teacher said, draw the solar system, everybody made a different one. You made a solar system. Your buddy next to you made a different one. Your mom drew whatever, right? Different people have their own ideas of how the solar system looks like, whatever. But from the real East perspective, the luminaries in the sky look the way they look, and that's not based on our opinions or our beliefs of that what they actually are. And also another thing, I know you're playing a game, it sounds like it, but think about this. Nobody has observed the earth below our feet as parts of the sky. Like when you draw the solar system, you see you can type solar system in Google, and you're gonna see the sun. People draw the sun, Mercury, Venus, and then Earth as the third or third rock in the sky from the planets, but no one has ever seen the Earth as part of the sky, like they draw it on the piece of paper. That's not a perspective nobody has. Nobody can confirm. Nobody has first-hand knowledge to say Earth is one of those things in the sky. You get it?
I get it, yeah.
What game are you playing?
Right back, guys. I'm so sorry. I'll be right back.
No, go ahead. She's doing her best, but she's playing a game, so she's 50-50 in the convo, in my opinion.
No, you nailed it. You're like, what game are you playing? That's hilarious. They always do this. They're half gaming, not paying any attention.
Not to
Freaking
take from
gaming,
her,
bro.
because when we ask her when someone asked her, her name to speak, she was already playing the game. So the conversation kind of came secondary to what she was doing already.
Welcome back, Nino. Good to see you. Hello.
Hello.
All right, Gogeta.
I've only just started watching it.
What game are you playing right now?
Metal Gear Solid. I was kind of listening along while I was playing it, but then I got kind of wrapped into the conversation. I got interested.
Oh, Metal Gear Solid. That one actually you can pause it. I thought you were playing maybe some online game that you couldn't pause, but Metal Gear Solid you can pause it.
Yeah. I'm on if you know it very well, I am on the Metal Gear boss battle.
In the Metal Gear what?
The boss battle.
Oh, the boss battle. Yeah, the boss can wait. Yes, good. Hey, I played Metal Gear when it came out in PlayStation 1.
Yeah,
I'm
my
OG.
dad did too. He was telling me about it.
Boomer alert.
Red flag. She's a gamer? Red flag.
I'm not looking for anything.
Yeah, she's been better than the other guys that were like just pushing their ideas and not listening to what we were saying, just negating everything we were saying because we were saying it. At least just listening and engaging, even though it's 50%. Because in the game you're probably doing like 80%. Because Metal Gear Solid you need to put more than 50% to be able to beat it. Actually.
Yeah.
especially in boss battles.
But I hate playing this game in silence because when the alarm goes off, it always freaks me out. So I like to have something.
You know, there was a boss in Gear Solid in Metal Gear in the PlayStation 1 that it was so difficult. It was so difficult to beat. But people found out that if you switch, that boss was able kind of to predict your movements or something like that.
Yeah,
I don't remember very well.
Yeah, you have to switch the ports to confuse the guy.
Yeah, so you switch your controller from one port to the other port, and then you are able to beat it.
That's right. Yeah.
That's crazy.
That was ages ago. I already beat that.
You already beat that, yeah. So listen, like I was saying about the planets that you were asking, there is a difference from the real Earth that you're standing on, the real observed phenomena that you can see with your God-given senses, like your eyes, right? There is the thing that we're talking about in reality. But then there is the drawings, the cartoons, the globe imagery, the video games of the globe, the movies, the anime, and all the story that comes with it. That's fantasy. And that's what we're trying to point out. The reality that you live on is not the fantasy that they've been selling you about the globe. They're totally different because the globe is a complete nonsense fantasy.
I wonder where the idea of the globe first originated from.
Some people in here know about that. Some people in here might be able to answer that question.
Where what originated?
Like the idea of that. Yeah, the Earth is a globe.
Oh,
like,
yeah. Yeah, it was religious. Yep, good thing you identified that. Yep, started. As far as we can determine, it started back in the ancient Greek. There was with the ancient Greeks, there was the cult of Pythagoras. You know Pythagoras, who is famous for developing the Pythagorean theorem: a squared plus b squared equals c squared for a right triangle. Anyway, yeah, the Pythagorean theorem's really handy and cool. Too bad that guy didn't stop there. Instead of sticking, he moved on to sit there and speculate and think, hey, I like spheres. They're cool. Maybe we live on one, guys. I'll start a cult about it. And then over time, this fake globe just kind of snowballed, to the situation you see today. It was kind of there in the background. Like you can see references to it in some older novels from the 18th, 19th century and so on. But it was more like an esoteric idea for a really long time. It was accepted that the Earth is flat, stationary, just as it appears, as all ancient cultures have a conception of. And even in Western civilization, Earth was not considered a planet, for a very long time, definitely into the early 20th century. As far as we can trace the history, of course, all history is a puzzle where you're trying to use, hopefully, primary sources to piece together the trail of how we got to the current mess that we're in. But it appears that in the 1950s, when the U.S. government had various projects to try to determine what was above us, and we're launching different rockets and weapons, off into the atmosphere, that they determined that the Earth was indeed flat and stationary, and that this globe idea was completely wrong, and there was zero actual objective evidence for it. So instead of just admitting the truth, whoops, guys, we made a mistake. Looks like the Earth is flat and stationary, and this cult we've been in for, hundreds of years now is totally wrong. They said, let's double down. Let's make the deception even better. We just got this NASA thing happening here with these Nazi scientists that, helps to solidify the military-industrial complexes hold on everybody's brain as well as the television. Let's pretend we went to the moon and say we saw it from there. And let's put off these images that are totally fake, wrong, and contradictory between themselves, and then brainwash the masses into become part of our cult, so that they're born into the cult and they don't even know they're part of this religion. So, yeah, that's pretty much the short version.
It makes that video of those 5 celebrities going to space look silly.
Oh, yeah, the Katy Perry thing? Is that the one?
It makes it look so silly.
Yeah, it is silly. Yeah, you don't even have to put too much effort into making it look silly because it's just silly on its face, right? The whole thing is ridiculous. Yeah, Yeah, plus a bunch of the, like there's another article I can show you. Some of the people, like I mentioned, they go up there, they see it's flat. I mean, because now like more and more people are taking these trips, like now they have to admit like, oh yeah, we didn't go high enough. It looks pretty flat. There's this article, Blue Origin astronaut says Jeff Bezos' flight didn't go high enough. I thought I was going to see the world, but we weren't quite high enough. Because, I mean, have you seen images? Like, did your stepmother ever show you images about what people actually see when they go up there when there's no fisheye lenses and stuff? Did you ever see any of those images? Okay. Yeah, I mean, let's see. I'll find one for you. Have you ever heard of the Felix Baumgartner jump? I think that was 2019, sometime in that time frame. Yeah, so he jumped from over 100,000 feet, and some of the images that you'll see of that flight will try to say there was curvature, but the degree of curvature that they show in the images does not in any way match reality and doesn't match the other images, so they clearly just used fisheye lenses, and even Neil deGrasse Tyson admitted he would not see the curvature of the Earth from that height. So there in the cockpit, you can see, even though some of his footage showed curve through fisheye lenses there at 20 minutes after the hour, you can see at 127,570 feet. You see through the cockpit where there's a clear horizon line of like,
Flat, yeah.
light, lighter the land
It's
underneath.
not just the angle, though.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't gone up there. I'm sure because of what I told you earlier. I'm sure because of the observations that we make on Earth. I don't need to. I have zero interest in going up there. I don't. It's not something that interests me. I've seen a lot of. I can show you. There's one video that's on YouTube that's like 2.5 hours of a weather balloon up there. There's lots of them like that with weather balloons up there, just showing flat horizon as far as the eye can see, just kind of like looking at the flat ocean. It's the same thing when they get up there. But yeah, I'm convinced by, what I told you earlier, 21 minutes after the hour, the numerous observations, including the ones I've done myself that show the drop over distance doesn't exist anywhere. But some people are into pictures from space. So, if you're into pictures from space, we got a lot of them showing just as flat up there as it is down here.
Hey, Dandelion, one point about where was the origin of the globe and that idea. It was one of the things that maybe there's a separation between something being discovered or invented and the globe or this outer space idea. That stuff was invented by men. It wasn't discovered. So there's something to that as well. There's a difference between, what is discovered in nature and reality and what is made up by men.
Yeah, men. Toxic men.
Oh, thanks, Creation Bear. That was sarcastic in case you didn't know. You don't know Creation Bear yet, so you wouldn't know that.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Creation Bear, seems like it's a lot of men coming up with these fairy tales, although they got the women backing them up these days, don't they?
Hey, they got the women backing them up?
Katy Perry, right? Katy Perry's, the space pioneer, right?
Yeah, Nicki Minaj too, right?
Misogyny. Yeah, the thing is that a lot of you see feminists or whatever, and you ask them why do you accept the model of the patriarchy, and they don't have an answer for that. Misogyny. You're like, this is a heliocentric model brought to you by some really bad takes about gender and family, Catholic Church. So why do you accept the model brought to you by people like that? Even more so, even contemporary. You look up the story of Sally Ride, the first woman in space, right before she was getting ready to board to go to suborbital. They gave her a backpack with 100 tampons in it, and then asked her if that's going to be enough. Look up the story of Sally Ride, and it's crazy. The level of I don't know what you would call that. Misogyny. CB's boast in there.
As a feminist, just because she's a woman, she might be pro patriarchy all the way. Go men. Never know.
I'm very unopinionated.
She is neutral.
I'm open to anything.
Okay.
Yeah. So how do? Oh, yeah. That was your question about. Yeah, that was your question about how the globe got here. Yeah, that's how we got on that.
Yeah.
Did you guys, yeah.
Where it came from. And that's the one thing I want you to look at too. Like people come in here and say flat earthers are bigoted, homophobic, racist. That's NASA. Okay. Right now, time right now. NASA is scrubbing their websites of all LGBTQ and women representation. They're worried about the James Webb Telescope because James Webb, the second director of NASA, he was part of the Velvet Scare. He wanted to purge the federal government of LGBTQ representative, and they used to call being homosexual a mental disqualification. And you can look; this is all historical documented. There was a controversy when they said they wanted to name it the James Webb. Like LGBTQ people said that's an insult to call it that. Like, how dare you? How dare you call this telescope James Webb? Like, who the fuck do you think you are? And still to this day, the controversy remains. People want it to be renamed, but they won't because they don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty weird how, it used to be the so-called, I mean, if you want to, look at it in political terms, the so-called leftists used to be really against NASA. That was like, definitely like way right-wing kind of thing. This whole, it's very militarized. It still is, but yeah, somehow they've gotten them all like they've got all these so-called libs wearing their little NASA t-shirts and their little hats. I guess it's because they somehow got them to replace, real religion with the globe religion. So that all goes along with it. They don't even realize they're little acolytes to this little space religion, But I mean, yeah.
And they got a sponsor at Hot Topic and Spencer's, so their merch is just everywhere, easily accessible. Isn't that crazy though? They have merch like in Old Navy. They got merch in the mall, Hot Topic. How do they do that?
Yeah, I always get a kick out of that when you see someone wearing a NASA shirt and they're like yelling at some white woman Karen just wearing a NASA shirt, just yelling the N-word at like some black guy. I'm like, holy shit.
Goddamn.
Yeah, I'm kind of against people being so hostile, like about opinions, It shouldn't be such a hostile thing. It should just be, if that's what you believe, that's what you believe,
Yeah, people get really agitated about it. Like, if you stick around here, you'll see it. Maybe you'll be entertained by it. Maybe you won't be. I don't know.
Happened like half an hour ago. I was in, what is it? I think the atheist chat or something, and I was trying to ask, like a recap of the conversation, like I asked you guys, and then the guy blew up at me and started telling me to learn self-control.
Oh, that's too bad. That does happen. That happens in here sometimes. Hopefully it won't happen to you, but sometimes people don't realize, like, somebody new comes in and they're really just like asking an innocent question. Like, you don't have to like tear into them. It's kind of like, I liked how you asked for a summary. I thought that was a good way to enter a room. So I'm glad you didn't I'm glad that other person didn't through negative reinforcement stop you from doing that, because I think a good recap is good. People are always dropping in and out in here and they don't always know what the whole conversation was about. So recaps are good. Yeah, keep doing that. Every time you come in here, just say like, hey guys, can you recap what just happened the last half hour? I think it's a good entrance. Creation Bear likes it, I guess. I don't know.
Jumping all over a case wasn't a good idea, Mary Mom?
Yeah, I'm not in favor of that. Although, I mean, occasionally I will jump all over people's cases, but only after they've annoyed me to a certain point, AV. You know that, right? Like they gotta at least say like more than one sentence usually,
Flower children don't get upset.
Well, I don't know about that. Ask Creation Bear about that, but yeah, flower children occasionally get upset if you're stomping all over the flowers, or if you're like smashing a beautiful rose, or like stepping on kittens' tails. Then flower children do get upset. Yep.
Wait, what's a flower child?
That's what AV says that I am.
If you have to ask
that question. Go ahead, Chris.
I would say if it has to be explained, you won't get it.
Is it an age thing?
No. It's a whole idea that if it's got to be explained to you, you won't get it.
Wait, but Dandelion, you said Ask Creation Bear, am I a flower child?
Oh, no, I know. I was saying ask, because he said flower children don't get upset, and he's also calling me a flower child. So, if flower child, then don't get upset. If Mary Mom's a flower child, then she won't get upset, right? That's what he was claiming. And I was saying, you might have a counterexample to that claim.
Oh, okay. I got you. All right.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah, but if you travel to San Fran, remember to wear a flower in your hair. That's all. That's how the song goes.
Creation Bear, I think it does originally come from. Well, did you ever see that iconic image? I think it was in Life magazine where the hippie like puts a flower in the gun of the bear of the rifle, the barrel of the rifle.
Yeah, I think I have seen that.
Yeah. I mean, that's the kind of like a make love not war kind of thing going on there. So yeah, AV's claiming that's my motivation, that I've maintained that all the way here until 2025. Even though I wasn't around back then. Yeah, even though I wasn't around back then, that I'm carrying on their ideas. I like flowers, and I plant them, and I grow them. I made this, oh my gosh, Creation Bear. When they were talking about whether bouquet making was a science or not, I made this amazing. I cut all the roses for my daughter's birthday. I mean, not all of them. I cut a bouquet of them and made this amazing bouquet for centerpiece. I'll show you.
Aww.
Let me see what's the best version of it. Maybe this one. Yeah, do you like that? Do you see it?
Oh, let me take a look at the chat. Aww.
Oh,
that's so cute.
Nothing.
So yeah, that's why. Yeah. What'd you say, Minnow?
Nothing grows in Australia.
Oh, do you live in Australia?
Yeah, it's pretty late. But,
She's in Aussie.
Wow, we've got other Australians here, but they're not here right now, I don't think. Let me look. I don't
it's 3 in the morning.
Oh, there's one that's T-Dubs here, but I don't know if he's on the mic.
Her no is actually spelled N-U-R-R-R-R-R.
No.
They even gave you your theme song there. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
That's great that you're in Australia. So you can probably get to the ocean. I guess some parts of it are in the middle. I don't know. Are you close to the coast? I know a lot of the people live near the coast.
Right down the road, yeah.
Yeah. So you could do some observations there at the coast. Yeah, maybe if you come back another time when more of these Australians are here, they might have some suggestions for you. Oh, we also have a lady, Salt Lake Stacy. She will probably be here tomorrow. We have a ladies' night actually here in this channel. If you can make it, it's 24 hours from now plus another 4 hours. So I guess it'd be like early in the morning for you then. I don't know how early you get up, but yeah. So yeah, you might be
in the morning.
Okay, yeah, you might be interested in talking to her. If you ever see her. Her name's Stacy, and yeah, she's from Australia. She's done a lot of observations. Actually, I'll show you her YouTube channel. You could take a look at that. I bet you'd be interested in that.
Ooh, sure. Still playing Metal Gear as we speak.
Did you move there from another place?
No, not born here. I haven't traveled yet, though.
All right, there's her station, her channel there, Salt Lake Stacy, 33 minutes after the hour.
Wait, you said 33?
Yep.
Oh, that scared me.
That's Creation Bear. He does the sound effects. So if you see him in here, then expect sound effects.
Well, yeah, because 33 is like a Messianic number. So when someone spouts off a 33, you're like, that's sus.
Another thing about Creation Bear is that he's single and he's looking for a wifey. So just letting you know.
But he's very dangerous. He's very dangerous. Oh yeah, she's not legal, so yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah.
He's got some mommy issues
I'm legal,
that he's working.
but barely.
Oh, good. She is legal. Okay, good.
W.
Yeah. Also, you gotta be careful about some of these men with their mommy issues because
I don't have mommy issues. I love my mom.
That's a good start there. Yep, that's on the pro column.
She's a great woman. We're really close.
Okay, maybe some sister issues then.
No, my sister's dope. I have 2 sisters. They're awesome.
Okay, babysitter issues.
Okay, yeah, facts. I heard all of these were awesome.
Aussies are awesome. Did you? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I just saw that other message. Did you end up blocking that guy? Just block him. Just press that button and just block. Yeah, BLOCK.
Oh,
yeah,
is
that's
Star
my
Life?
solution.
Is Star Life is harassing her?
I didn't want to say, but God,
Oh no!
Strange.
I knew it. I knew he. This
Every
guy
time-
he's very dangerous talking to women. Okay, this guy he's harassed every woman who joins this channel. Like he's very weird.
Just, block that. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, just block
I
it.
blocked him just now, but yeah, I was just confused. He just started private messaging me.
No, it's not me,
I
guys.
did. I blocked him.
No, I know who it is. I know who it is. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know how you are. Like when I came on Discord, yeah, I was, because of the way I was raised and so on, I was like, oh gosh, if somebody talks to me, I have to answer them. I must maintain decorum at all times. Now I'm just like, block, no answer, block, 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 all day long. So yeah, I mean, it's not like on Discord, that's just expected behavior. It's not really considered rude. Yeah.
Especially when you have a weirdo like that, like in your DMs. He could have easily joined the channel and talked to you, but
That's
he tried.
what I was thinking. Like, if
Yeah,
he's
like we're-
saying all that, why not?
Yeah, why not just pop in here and say hi? Be like, hey, I heard you on the live stream. I want to say some things, but no, like it's creepy and weird in the way. Like, yeah, it's like it's not just you. Okay, don't make it seem like you got targeted. It's there's women of Flat Earth who've literally changed their accounts to get away from this guy.
Wait, but you haven't mentioned a name after we just talked about me, so it's not me, chat.
No, yeah, it's not. It's Star Life. The guy Star Life. There was like a weird profile pic and whatnot.
It is not Creation Bear. Yeah, there's nobody. Yeah, anybody who wasn't paying attention. We transitioned from Creation Bear, and we're now talking to another person. Creation Bear is not like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I donated to the church just last night. Well, man of God. Yeah, that Star Life guy is super weird. Crit, did you break him too? He's cracked. He's a crackpot.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, I can't remember what we were talking about before. I guess we were talking about getting Creation Bear a wife, but gosh, you don't want me around when you start getting down on one knee there, Creation Bear.
Why?
You just don't seem like the monogamous type. I mean, like, do you want me to give you?
I mean, hey, facts. No, it's not true. It's not true. I'm a good boy, all right? I'm good.
Okay.
Just got some mommy issues.
That's not true.
He loves his mom. I believe him. No man would say that on air unless it was true. I believe him.
No, I mean, yeah, he loves. I'm not saying he doesn't love his mom. I'm just saying, like, some people have daddy issues and some people have mommy issues, and CB's just got some mommy issues.
No. Sorry, bro. I love my mom. She's a sweet lady, and we had a great time.
It's great. That makes me happy. I can tell he's sincere, don't you think, Minnow? I think he's serious about that.
I'm dead ass. She's amazing. She's awesome, bro. I need to go visit her, and her mom's awesome too.
Yeah, totally go visit them. Yep. Is it nearby?
I'm trying to fly them out here, actually.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, do
Fly
that.
my
Give them
mom
a
out.
nice. Give her a vacation. I like it. Do it.
Instead of flying a 304 out, I'm gonna fly my mom out.
You totally should.
You just refer as his grandmother or her mom. He said her. You were talking about your mom, and you said she's awesome, and also her mom is awesome. Isn't that your grandmother?
My grandma, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that. That would distinguish his grandmother from his paternal grandmother. He's talking about his maternal grandmother. Yeah, his mom's mom. Sounds good to me.
Yeah. He's being specific. Maybe
like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, is abuela grandma in Spanish? Abuela?
Abuela.
Yeah. The same whether is it the same whether it's the maternal or paternal grandmother?
Yeah.
Okay. Just curious. Yeah, so Minnow, yeah, that's what we were talking about, was somewhere in Australia you could do a long distance observation, yeah, at the harbor.
Yeah. Be interesting. I'm actually planning to do like a mini hike tomorrow, so I might look.
Okay. Okay, that's a green flag.
Trust me, I've been inside for way too long.
Oh, another green flag. Have someone walked her through how to do a long distance observation?
So it depends on where you are. I mean, you can either use a map program such as Google Maps is probably the easiest one, where you can find location distances to something that you're looking at. If it's something with a fixed position, like an island, a lighthouse, so on and so forth. Or there's marinetraffic.com. I will put that link in the chat, because you can use that to determine how far away if you're watching a ship passing in the distance, you can figure out how far away that is. And then you can use the Earth curve calculators to figure out how much drop there should be. Let me see what Earth curve calculator.
I like that.
What's a good one for her to use? Did you put one down?
When you Google Earth curve calculator, the first one that comes up, I think that one's legit. It's the GitHub one.
Oh, the GitHub. Yep. All right, we'll find
it's
that
really
one.
simple. It's just easy to use.
I think I have that one bookmarked. I'll just have to find it. Or you're saying I can just Google it and it will come up?
Okay. Yeah, if you Google Earth curve, it's the first one that comes up. I can also grab it if you need me to.
Oh, yep, I see it. It did come up first. Good prediction.
Yeah.
Yeah, so once you find out the distance of the thing that you're looking at, then you can open up that Earth curve calculator. You could put in the eye height, which if you're just standing on, the shore, it's probably just your height. And then the target distance, you could put in miles. You could change it to metric if you prefer.
How tall are you?
Poor Minnow.
I'm just wondering.
Just go with average height. You'll need to ask what their height is. Just say 5'6" to 5'9" or whatever the.
Dang, that's a good question. What is a girl's average height? I'm gonna look this up.
Or maybe it's like 5'6" to 5.
I think it's 5. It depends on the country. I think it's like 5'3" for America, and other countries are shorter or taller. In the ice, the northern Europeans taller, of course. A lot of the southern latitudes are shorter, and China, of course, is shorter.
Damn, it says the average height U.S.
Sorry, Sydney, but you're failing at having her dropping her game, so that's a failure. So sorry, buddy.
Hey man, I'll turn it up, but we're in the Flat Earth Discord, so let me chill out.
I was stunned when CB.
Let her be.
I was stunned when CB told me his height. I was like, "Damn, they really stack shit that high."
What the fuck? Damn, I'm getting cooked.
Yeah, we like to pick on CB, but Minnow, you haven't seen the part where he totally deserves it because he's on his best behavior around you. Actually, you should stick around more because he is on his best behavior. We could get better behavior out of him if you were here. I like it. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, CB's all right. He can dish out, but he can take it in too. He's all good fun.
Big pause. That's so funny, Dataline. You're a sharp one today.
Yeah, sharp as tack under your foot.
Yeah, I feel it.
Sometimes he'll act like he's AFK, but we can hear him breathing.
Yep.
Heavy breathing.
That's cap, bro.
Tacks aren't good for bicycle tires. Yeah, bicycle tires don't like tacks too much. You'll let out the gas pressure if you don't have a container. Like if you make a hole in the container. You notice that, Minnow?
Notice what, sorry?
Gas pressure, right? Like a bicycle tire. So gas pressure, you have to pump the air into the tire, right? So gas pressure requires a container.
Gas. Yeah.
Yep. So similarly, we have gas pressure here on Earth. Gas pressure requires a container. So Earth is not an open system like they told us.
Huh.
Yeah, you might want to pinch your arm a couple times because when you go outside, you're inside of a container.
Have you guys ever seen dry ice?
What's that got to do with anything?
Well, I could put a container on the ground with some dry ice in it. The gas would stay in the container, and it would be an open container.
So that's a container.
Yeah, but it's open. It's an open container.
Yeah, and
You said it has to be closed.
And then
Over time it dissipates, dude. Come on.
Yeah, once the dry ice reaches the temperature of the room, it will expand in all directions, just like every other gas.
Yeah,
Also,
but at first it'll chill there. So how is it magically hanging out there before
Because the temperature, and it's in a container, so it will go down.
No, there's no lid on this container.
Wait, bro.
It's a
You're supposed to
container
do it
with an
without
open
a
top.
container.
It'll go down to the bottom of the open container because it's cold.
Wait, notice chat how he's trying to say.
Oh, but it's a gas, and yet it's contained stationary for a while.
It's
but
a
no,
solid.
that doesn't exist.
That dry ice is a solid.
Dry ice is carbon dioxide. You know that.
It's a solid though. When
It
it's
is
ice
until it
form-
evaporates into carbon dioxide gas. That's hence
Yeah.
the fog.
Yeah,
Weird.
And then
Is that a gas?
when the carbon dioxide reaches temperature of the room, it will expand in all directions out of the container. Thanks.
Sure. Yep. But until then, it's contained. So I found a containment without a lid on it.
You're proving a container.
Yeah. Wait, he doesn't realize, dude. Your mom.
You can chew that apple into oblivion, dude. You're wrong.
He doesn't understand. Flat. You're trying
What don't
to
I understand?
use. Oh my god.
Please tell me. No, tell me what don't I understand.
Shut
Elaborate.
the fuck up.
I'm trying. Listen. Say something.
You're using a container to then turn around and say you don't need a container. You know how
You said
retarded that
open or
sounds?
closed container.
No, we said.
Oh,
you
there's
need
no
a
difference. There's no
container.
difference between an open and closed container.
Hello. You need a container. Period.
Yeah, you need boundaries of some kind to distinguish two things from each other. True.
Okay, so on the globe, that's not a container, by the way. Newsflash.
Yeah, there's no boundaries on the globe,
Okay,
so you
so
don't have any
let me ask
containment
you,
or any boundaries.
why
on the
is
globe.
there more pressure here at ground level than if I go up?
Hold on. Let's go back to your example where you have a bucket or some type of container. How is that like the outside of a ball?
You would basically it's open up to the rest of the atmosphere, right? I have
you would
and it's just
would
open up.
basically need to turn your bucket upside down and then have the dry ice on the outside of the bucket.
No, I can also get hexafluorine gas, which at room temperature is heavier than normal gases.
Inside
and it would
of
stay in the
fish
it would stay in the container indefinitely. It wouldn't even go out. It would be the same temperature as the atmosphere. It would feel like a liquid.
You need to put it on the outside of a container.
Sulfur
'cause the globe is
hexafluoride
not
does diffuse
On an
into the
outside
air
of a
over time.
container.
Yes, because basically your globe is like the outside of the container. Like
Yeah, except for
the
you're missing
box.
the whole gravitational pull. You just think pressure is pressure, right?
But you're using a container which isn't like the globe at all. This is a big problem. The globe
Well,
is not
actually,
an
I'm using the
open
exact
container like
same
that.
theory that I'm using. I'm saying that the gas is heavier, so it's going to stay in the open container
But the
permanently.
globe is
Why
not
is
an
it
open
heavier?
container.
Because I don't know.
You're
Gravity
missing the
keeps it
point.
there.
The globe is not an open container. It's not like you basically need to cut off top of the globe, dig it out, and then put the gas inside. That's not how it's like.
Why?
Because the globe it's not an open container. It's basically the bar. If you take like the fish tank when your whole sulfur hexafluoride example, and you turn it upside down, the outside of the fish tank, then you need it to have the gas sticking to the outside of that. That would be more like your globe. It's not an open bucket
Okay, then I'll put no air currents in there, and I'll shove them in there, and they'll stay there.
In where? In
Anywhere I put them. If I take out all the temperature, I'll just leave them all right there. So let's put everything at 0 C. Okay, then what happens?
In where?
Yeah, let's say that the whole entire atmosphere is 0 C, so there is no temperature variation anyway. How are things going to be heavier or lighter?
We don't live in that environment. Sorry, it's not applicable.
What kind of
No, you can't even follow a hypothetical. I mean, it doesn't matter. All right. So besides the fact that you won't answer my question,
your claim that sulfur hexafluoride does not diffuse out of the container is just
eventually it'll diffuse, but it is contained for quite a bit of time.
Eventually it will diffuse, so it's not contained then.
It's pretty
contained. You're just lying.
Yeah, you're right. It has to be indefinitely contained for something to be considered contained, right? Forever and ever.
Right.
If it's not forever contained, it's not contained.
Yes, because it's not gravity that's holding it down here. Do you know
okay, then what's holding the hexafluorine there? What is holding it there?
Yeah,
what is holding
the density difference between the gases, which creates a diffusion rate.
Density of gas. So get pressure.
Yeah, pressure of
gases. You know that, right?
Pressure of gases is mass independent. You know that, right?
What is pressure by definition? It's force per area.
Is the
it's force per area
of the gas pressing on the container.
Yeah, force per area. Correct. What's density?
Yeah, so no gravity.
What is density?
Density is the mass and volume of the material.
Yeah, what is mass?
Yeah, I don't know what mass is.
Yeah, exactly, because you deny gravity.
You tell me what mass is.
Mass is produced by the Higgs boson particle. That's what mass is. Yeah. That's what mass is. That's confirmed by the Higgs boson at the Large Hadron Collider at CERN.
Define it.
Yeah. A hadron's an elementary particle. Do you not believe in an electron? Do you not know what a proton is? How much should I talk about the quarks? Like, what do you want to talk about here? I don't think you know anything about particle physics. So
you don't know what they are.
Define mass, you motor mouth.
Just did. It's a property of the Higgs particle. It has mass, and it has attractive under gravity.
Can you get a citation for us, please? Put it in the chat.
Turn and type in Higgs. Doesn't matter where you do it. Go look it up.
Dude, that's cap, bro. You can't post a citation.
Yeah, we'll
use some bullshit right now, man.
I know, bro. What the hell is this?
Well,
Actually, bullshit you can demonstrate. What he's talking about, you cannot demonstrate.
Gas is mass independent. Gas pressure is mass independent. He admits that, and then we went down this long road of what he assumes what tells us what mass is. So
what is force equal to?
We got
mass
to the point where gas is not affected by gravity.
Gas is affected by gravity.
Yeah, show us.
So then what's bringing it down? What's bringing it down? Pressure?
No, why are you asking a question? I thought you had the answer.
No, you have circular sex logic. I gave you an out, and you just cannot accept it.
Questioning you're just... why we would think it going down has no relation to you trying to prove your gravity affecting it. You're violating gas laws.
How? What gas laws? Name one.
Because gas is mass independent. The gas in kinetic molecular gas theory.
If you're in an ideal gas model like a simpleton.
In curvilinear paths due to gravity, it's moving in straight paths.
Are you measuring gas particles? Each one? Are you not watching them be affected by gravity? Because I guarantee you they are.
You're claiming it is. I want you to show me some citation, some evidence that is happening.
There's no point to give you a citation. You guys literally don't even know what the Higgs boson is.
There it is, and you don't have it.
Higgs boson. So
he gave up.
Yeah, we'll take that citation. You can pop off mute when you post a citation. That's just showing you that we do want that citation. Don't lie to the panel or our YouTube audience.
Yeah, he gave it up. You gave it up. You gave up the ghost when you said, you wouldn't accept that. So you.
No, I'll give it to you right now.
So you gave up.
Here you go. Here's CERN's announcement on the Higgs boson particle.
Thanks for the concession.
Yeah, that's not what I asked for.
What you asked for? You want evidence.
You to show me where gravity is affecting gas and causing gas to bend down and cause pressure.
What? Oh my gosh. What is causing the pressure gradient? What is causing a pressure gradient?
I'm not asking you to ask me questions.
No, I'm asking you because you have no idea what you're talking about.
I want you to back your claims. So you're claiming now that the pressure gradient is caused by what? Gravity?
Yes.
Give us proof.
Oh, No, there's no proof that I can give to you or demonstration. Guys,
There it is. There's no proof. There's no proof. You said it.
Yep, you got me.
Have a
You
nice
got
day.
me. You
Yeah,
got
have a
me.
nice day.
Yep.
Yep. So you're just talking bullshit.
So
here's
we
the
don't
CERN
need
announcement
we
from.
don't need another Yapatino, dude. We need evidence.
No, hey, listen. If you guys don't even want to hear the theories that you're shitting on first, that's
No,
cool.
eat another apple.
Hey, that's fine, man.
Apple, that's
If you don't
better.
even want to know what you're
We want a demonstration.
there is no demonstration. Oh, you want me to go build?
No, we want you to show us when it was ever demonstrated. We don't need you, you numpty.
Particle acceleration and the Higgs boson have nothing to do with you trying to show that gravity is affecting gas. And you could even just come in with the gas laws and show us where in the gas laws do we account
Which gas
for
laws?
gravity.
Give me a gas law first, please. Tell me the gas
I'm just
law.
saying, in any of the gas laws, show me.
No,
where we
you're bringing
account
up a
for
gas law,
gravity.
so give me one. Give me a gas law.
Yeah, Avogadro's law.
Avogadro's law, for instance.
Gay-Lussac.
Dalton.
Boyle.
Yeah, I
Anyone, just give me one where they use gravity to explain this.
Sure.
He said, sure. What the hell is he going to conjure up? Why can't he pull a rabbit out of a hat? Good luck, bro.
Well, I mean, you guys don't even believe in centrifuges, so lol.
Yeah, sure.
I guess actually, you know what? That's I haven't even thought about that. Oh, that's perfect.
Well, that's
okay.
an incoherent strongman again. We
no,
never
what is
claimed
what is a
that
centrifuge?
Just don't
I don't even.
exist. Stop spurking out.
Wait,
Relax.
why are you running around from your claim? Can you demonstrate? Can you show in the Gauss laws where is gravity in there? You're saying gravity is causing gases to do things, so you're claiming gravity is somewhere in the Gauss laws. Can you show that?
Which gas law? You want the ones that included gravitational force?
Avogadro's law. Start there.
Avogadro's law doesn't use gravity. Yeah, it's not supposed to model in a gravitational field.
No shit, dude. No shit.
So that's fine. All right, sure. Let's pretend like a second here that you got.
No, let's not pretend, buddy. The lack of evidence is not the evidence.
No, you literally just Higgs boson.
Yeah, I bought it, dude. That's okay. Everybody knows it.
Nothing. No, you just don't. Okay, so let's talk about a centrifuge, right? What does a centrifuge do? If I'm spitting blood out, what does a centrifuge do, right? It spins round and round, and it separates things, right? What does it separate things on? What does it separate things based on? How does it separate things? Based on their density, I agree. Yeah, it is based on their density. But why, when you put it in a centrifuge, does it separate? Why is there a gradient?
Not gravity.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's not gravity. It's centrifugal force.
Yeah, you're talking about
100%.
liquids. You're talking about liquids, not gases. It's a non sequitur.
You could do the same thing with a gas. Sure, the second you stop spinning it, it wouldn't have the pressure gradient anymore. But if you spin it, it will have a pressure gradient. You think a liquid pressure? So a gas and a liquid pressure gradients aren't equivalent at all?
Okay.
There's no overlap.
Just show us a demonstration. Of gas pressure, you're non sequitur all the way along the way. We need a demonstration that you're supposed to be showing of gas pressure without a container. That's all. We don't need centrifuges. We need you to show gas pressure being maintained by gravity alone without a container. Go ahead.
So far, he's used like 3 containers.
You mute me one more time and I'm done.
All right, good.
Oh, yeah. Every example you've shown has a container.
You've been done. We just need a demonstration in the chat, bro. I don't think you've posted anything in there, have you?
I mean, you guys can't read, so you wouldn't even know if I did, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Straw man.
You don't know what a signature is. You don't know how to read. Really?
Yeah,
No, he's completely done. He couldn't back anything.
No, guys, it's your fault.
Talk shit.
Yeah, it's your fault that he cannot produce the evidence. It's your fault.
Yeah, right, exactly. Like, bro.
Holy
yeah,
crap.
it's like, I mean, if someone says, am I lagging out? Can you guys hear me? Am I coming?
No, yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, if someone says, like, mute me one more time and I'm done, you just kind of got to call their bluff. Do they really want to be here or not? Because if they're going to try to, rough shot the whole live stream and hold it hostage. Just no. At some point, you gotta call the boundary.
Yep. Oh no, he's gonna leave? Oh no, please don't go.
Yeah, he said you could contain sulfur hexafluoride indefinitely in a bucket. That's the level of intelligence we're dealing with. And then when I showed him that you couldn't, he was like, "Yeah, well, I'll flip-flop on that right away." Ugh.
Yeah, it was like this. I mean, Professor Phil, I had this conversation with him years ago. I said, so are you saying that all the mustard gas used in World War I is still there in the trenches? And he said, yes, it is. I said, okay, I'm not talking about mustard gas that went out of solution and is soaked into the ground as a liquid. I'm talking about the gas itself is still right there in the trench. And he said, yes. And then linked some article about mustard gas trapped inside the soil as a liquid. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Like, you're supposed to be this professor and you don't even know liquids, solids, and gases. You don't know that.
Mustard.
They just really, really want to believe, and things must be attracted to the ball, otherwise they can't be on it, and it needs to hold the gas, otherwise they can't breathe. So they will never look twice.
I just find it so fascinating. They think that like an open bucket is similar to a ball. No. You want a bucket? You want to use a bucket? Turn it upside down. Show us the gas being held to the outside of the bucket. That's more like your ball. In no world is a ball an open bucket or an open container like a fish tank. Are they stupid?
Well, I don't mind the bucket example because you're basically just dealing with their vector of up and down, which they think is containing the gas. But then we can show that all the gas will diffuse out of the box, and the only reason it's not instantly going out of the box and filling the available volume is because there's already gas there that's preventing it from instantly filling that volume. So it's diffusing into that gas based on the differences in temperature and densities of that gas. And so it takes time for that to happen. Like, if we take their idea and just like, oh, well, we evacuate everything above the gas in this bucket. Well, there's no gas in the bucket anymore. You just sucked all the gas out.
Yeah, this is what I've dubbed a hyper limited timeline earther. They want to like flash freeze time for a moment and go, look at this scenario. Like they do this with dropping things, trying to improve gravity. They're like, well, I dropped a pencil. Look, only notice the part where it fell. And they're not including
the
this is almost
like they are like, take a video of me jumping, and then we're gonna cut the end so it looks like I'm just flying in the air. Yeah, no, you're not flying. You're just manipulating things to try to create a specific thing to try to invoke something that actually didn't happen.
Yeah, exactly, Drace. I was trying to think of a good example. That's a really good one. Look at me, like, yeah, it's such bullshit. You have to include the before, the after, the whole context, the whole timeline. We can't just freeze at like, well, look, there's some gas in this bucket. We'll give it some time, give it some temperature, give it room to breathe, no pun intended. And the shit dissipates right back to like, this isn't proving your example. So they think they're slick. They're not slick. quick announcement. It looks like they're having a mod meeting in the guest room, politics room. If you mods want to jump over there.
Hi.
Yeah, we probably should go check that out, mods. It's in the politics guest room server. So in the meantime, guys, keep the show rolling. We will be back shortly.
That's mighty quiet. So any other globe believers in the room? Anybody want to chime in? Do you have proof of the globe? And what proof is that? We're here to take your proofs of the globe. We'll take a look at them and we'll discuss them together. Anybody on YouTube want to come into the chat? Just click the link that Nightbot has posted on the YouTube live chat. You're welcome to come into the chat. We'll be here.
Some peace and quiet.
There, welcome, Jamal. What brings you to the chat today?
Man, I was just having a really bad couple of days. So I thought coming to the Flat Earth chat would be a nice breath of fresh air from what you usually see from people.
Okay, cool. Let me ask you this. You said you had a couple of bad days. Were those bad days you're having, were they occurring on a spinning globe?
You know, I think about the entire world would agree that it happened on a globe.
I bet a bunch of the people of the entire world shared those bad days with you, lost in outer space. You're better now, though, Jamal. Welcome back.
Yeah. So
still
here's the good news. You, like the rest of us, are having an experience on the same exact flat stationary plane as everybody else. So the way you experience Earth is a flat stationary plane with gas pressure. And so we all experience the same Earth. So here on the Flat Earth server, 24/7, we're not claiming Earth is something different than what you experience. We're claiming it's exactly what we all experience. And also, to go into depth of that, we all have the ability to go out and test Earth itself on the surface, for instance, over water, and check to see if the curvature that they've told us is correct. So the reason we're all here is because we got this idea, most of us, from someone deciding to go out and check to see if the measurement of or the size of Earth, the dimensions that we were given, to see if they're true. So with a 3959 mile radius, that has definite consequences on the surface. So we can go out and check this. So you can look at any globe Earth curvature chart or Earth curve calculator, and we find out that in 3 miles distance, there should be 6 feet of drop. 5 miles should be a little over 16 feet of drop, and 10 miles should be 66.67 feet of drop, and so on and so forth. So when you go out to 30 miles, there should be 486 feet of vertical drop below your line of sight. But we have images of shorelines further than 10 miles, horizons at 10 miles or more, and islands, like I said, at 30
It's a
miles.
mirage, bro. The light bends. Didn't you read that article from
That's a
2008?
mirage, huh?
It's just a mirage, bro.
Okay, I know you're joking.
No, he's coping. Thinks he's got it all figured out by saying mirage. Okay, bro.
Yeah, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. He might just be joking, you know, trying to poke fun.
One thing that's funny is a lot of these guys like Jamal, they think that these long distance observations are rare or anomalous. They're out there for everyone to see, Jamal.
Oh, for
everything you see in the distance is a mirage, huh, Jamal? When did you learn that? Was that in school that they told you that?
No, it was in some article that I read. It was on the news that I watched. There's an article. Fuck.
Yeah.
No, there's a skit on the news where if you watch
No, it wasn't a skit. Yeah, the weatherman, because everyone was freaking out writing letters saying, well, if the Earth were a ball, there's no way we'd be able to see all the way across the lake to Chicago. And he goes, yeah, what you're saying is a mirage.
Yeah,
And
I've seen that one.
so you're doing the same thing that he did. The damage control of the TV news.
Yeah. Otherwise, if I didn't, that guy would have just kept talking.
I mean, if you've been outside, you've seen into the distance.
I've looked over the horizon before. Yeah.
Yeah, you've seen all kinds of things beyond where the Earth should be curving away, if it were a ball.
Not with my eyeballs.
Oh well, get out more. Open your eyes. Are you sighted?
I need a telescope, bro.
Yeah, are you able to use?
That's not the case.
Are you able to see something without using your eyes? No.
In my dreams I can see stuff without using my eyes.
Yeah, we're not counting dreams.
What the fuck?
The globe Earth is in your dreams too, but it's not out in nature when you go outside. You don't experience a globe.
Hold on, bro. The thing that you just talked about, the guy on the TV, the weatherman saying mirage, the people who sent that image in, they were using a telescope, were they?
Dude, who knows what I know what they were using. Well, I know what one guy was using. But last time I tried to talk about it, I got shut down by someone that says I'm dumb because I can only watch videos like Globe Earthers.
No, you're not dumb. You're fine.
Well, I was saying if you get a P900X camera and then go to that Chicago place, you can see over the horizon and see the city you're not supposed to see with a P900X. You can also see hundreds of boats in between if it's a busy day. Otherwise, you might only see one or two.
Yeah, you'd be surprised what you see with your eyes too.
Yeah, like ghosts. Oh, I have songs about ghosts.
Well, Tom York kind of beat you to that, didn't he?
I'm not hungry. Can you just put that away? I already ate. I've been eating my.
Your hot mic.
I have
Hey,
leftovers
hot mic.
from Wingstop. No. Yeah.
Yeah, when you're not speaking, Jamal, just mute yourself.
And I don't know. He might not have known that he was on hot micing.
Yeah.
That could be something. We gotta mute that just in case it's
personal
Not
conversation.
liking about his hot pockets. Yeah.
Yeah, we can't have that. That's hot pockets.
Some people like he might have been talking the headset and he thought he might push the mute button and put the headset down, not realizing that he's still broadcasting.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Troll, anyways. We're coping, joking, hysterically laughing, miraging.
Yeah. I mean, that's so 2016, like 2015. That was pretty good, though. I asked for someone to come in, and he just popped right in right away. So obviously, well, either that was a coincidence, or he was listening on YouTube. So never know.
Waiting in a queue.
Yeah, we have CWH. Are you there?
None of you have friends who are Globetars that you can just invite to the call and have a super easy conversation with to have?
Well, we don't need to do that. You're here. Yeah, that's right. So you said you think you live on a globe, right? So is that correct?
Alright, guys, it's been a good chat, so I'll see everyone later.
All right,
All right,
Minnow.
take care, Minnow.
Yeah, welcome back anytime. We'll see you later. Hopefully, we'll see you on Wednesday for Ladies' Night.
Oh, that's tomorrow, isn't it? Yeah, I'll be there.
All righty.
Okay,
Goodbye.
Have a good day. So, Jamal, why do you think you live on a spinning globe in the vacuum of endless darkness of space?
I'm not, because if I was, all the air would get sucked off the planet. You're the one who was saying 5 minutes ago I was living in a space with gas pressure that's only possible with a firmament. Blah.
Well, good. It sounds like you have sunny days ahead. All your rainy days are in the past.
Yeah, until winter strikes and you're stuck in the winter.
That'd be snow. Yeah. Snow's beautiful. But anyways, yeah, I don't know, Jamal. But glad you found some respite in this call.
What's your favorite Hot Pocket filling?
Dude, I hate Hot Pockets. They're so disgusting.
We just heard you on Hot Mic talking about what to take the Hot Pockets back home because you ate already.
Yeah, it sounded like a Hot Pockets commercial. I mean, come on.
No, it was an orange juice from concentrate commercial. Somebody came to my room.
Pizza rolls.
No,
Anyways.
it was a burger and fries, and I didn't want it because I already ate. And then I asked for orange juice. I'm playing at McDonald's.
You're kind of like the Will Ferrell character in Wedding Crashers. Lasagna.
Whatever that means. I've seen Wedding Crashers, but I don't remember it. It was a good movie though.
Yeah, next time you watch it, you're Will Ferrell in his Japanese robe.
That sounded more like a Will Ferrell ad than anything I said being a Hot Pocket ad.
Kaz, I think his name was.
Doesn't matter. No matter how much flat Earth you believe, you'll never be good at video games. Do you think we could get one of these retard fucking top gamers to be a flat earther to gain some traction?
Like Billy Mitchell?
Was he a top pro athlete?
Mr. Pac-Man.
Mr. Pac.
I think he also holds the Donkey Kong record. Is that not good enough for you? Pac-Man and Donkey Kong. I don't know if he's in an arcade right now playing Pac-Man. But anyways, yeah, it is interesting though that you've got a weatherman saying mirage, therefore you have this invincible shield.
Damn,
against what you see in reality. You can just say, "Oh,
you're so persistent, man. How long have you been waiting for the right vibe to bring that up? I'm way over. Like, I don't even care what he said on TV anymore.
Oh, okay. You're kind of like a mirage."
Thanks. That's really cool. I'm gonna listen.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna listen to my music now.
Your ghost songs. Yeah, that's cool. All right, man. Well, come back anytime, Jamal. Glad you're doing better.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah, Mirage, like relating to the server here. A Mirage is like, now you see it, now you don't. The Mirage appears, you ask for globe proof, now you don't see it. Just these single word explanations of things. Mirage, like no details, like where does the mirage start? Like, so if I see things in the distance, like my Catalina photograph 30 miles away, like people can say mirage all day long, but where does the mirage start? And where does reality begin? No one seems to be able to tell me.
Well, yeah, isn't there that Rob Skiba video where he takes his boat from one side to the other, and it's like, at what point is the thing you're seeing in the distance become the thing in the distance, and the mirage flip over point? It's no longer a mirage. Now you're seeing it.
Exactly. So as a sailor, and I always talk about this or a lot, like as a sailor, you can be looking at something off in the distance, like, use Chicago skyline. So from Michigan or wherever they're sailing from, I forget where that was. Wisconsin, yeah. So they're sailing across and you see the skyline, and then you keep looking at the skyline as you're headed towards it. And then it's not changing. Its position is the same the entire way across, and then you get on shore and you touch the shore. When did it change from mirage to reality? Yeah. Crickets.
That sounds like a Christopher Cross song or something.
Sailing. Sailing, take me across a lake to the mirage and the Chicago skyline.
That I know he's listening to his ghost music, but that ghosted him.
I have to go. I'll catch you guys a little later, though.
Well, it's like the Black Swan video where you got the oil rig with the bendy cranes, because they're saying that refraction stupid. If you know what Snell's law is, you know it's refraction. They're saying that the cranes are bending because the whole oil rig itself is refracted. But it goes even deeper than that. They're claiming the entire visible world that you can see from that vantage point is miraging in the distance, the whole entire horizon. And that's just retarded.
Yeah, the cranes are bending because it's like a 6th generation photograph you're looking at. It's gone through too many compressions and you'll never see the correct video anymore.
Well, I mean, the crane's bending is not an anomaly. Where I used to live, I had a big giant field on my, if you stood on my back porch, there was a huge field. It was probably close to like 400, 500 yards. And then there was a big house, a big 2-story house at the end of the field where my neighbors lived. And a lot of times he would park his truck in the middle of the field, like if he was like, doing yard work or whatever. He had a big plumbing company, so there was a lot of equipment going in and out. And I would stand on my back porch and I would use like a letter on his door, because he had a big logo on his door for his plumbing company. And I would use that when I first got my telescope during the daytime to line up my finder scope. Like I would try to pinpoint a letter in the center of my main scope and then line it up with my finder scope. And the thing is, at 2:00 in the afternoon, that letter, whether it was a P or an R, whatever letter I was looking at, was wavy as hell. His truck mirrors were wavy looking at through my telescope, and that's just my naked eye looking through a piece of glass using a mirror. So I mean but that happens everywhere. If you you go to your driveway, if you got a nice flat driveway and you put your phone all the way down where the lens is as close to the surface of the driveway as possible, and then just 10 feet down, you hold up a flash card level with the driveway, the flash card is going to be all wavy. Just heat distortion. But the whole goal is to get the Glober to say that the entire horizon's refracted. That's the whole point of the argument. That's why, certain images were used, like, still shots from the video. That's why the most distorted, crappiest looking ones were used, because it's bait.
Yeah, but it also goes to the point that most of these people don't understand how cameras work, don't understand how compression algorithms work. And so they say, oh, it's refracted. No, it's just a compression artifacts.
Oh, yeah, that does happen too. I mean, because it's a video uploaded to YouTube and then played off of YouTube from a different place, screenshotted and uploaded again,
Because the camera has its own MPEG compression, and that MPEG compression is meant to save space, not to give you good quality, high quality professional video.
Right.
All right. Then you put it through your video rendering, video editing software. It renders the video again. Now you're on a 2nd generation. Then you upload that to YouTube, and YouTube wants to save space. So they use another compression algorithm to make it even smaller, so you're losing more data. Then somebody takes a screenshot of it and then uploads the screenshot onto some program like Discord, and now you're into 5th generation already, because every single step of the way, somebody's using a different compression algorithm to save space and all that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So eventually the fine details will be completely lost, and those cranes are fine details.
Right. But, I mean, like I said, all I was merely making the point was, like, if the crane is wavy, I mean, yes, so what? So isn't everything from any distance.
That doesn't matter. That's not what we're looking at. Right?
Exactly.
Now, I found out that there's a hack for my camera in which I can upload a hacked firmware to it which will improve the quality of the videos. So it actually does not try to save maximum amount of space. It tries to make the best quality it can. So I got to give that a try.
Nice.
But honestly, I'd like to get a better camera. I like the Sony RX10 Mark IV. That's an older camera, but it's got a very good sensor and supposed to have very good video recordings as well.
Oh, nice.
But that's like a $2,200 camera, so it's quite expensive because they don't make new ones anymore. They haven't come out with like the 5th version yet. Not that they won't, but it's not currently in the cards. So.
Right. That's the weird about cameras. Like, they'll have a super successful camera and then they'll just discontinue it and not follow up and try to improve it. Yeah, it's like their most popular thing. I'm not saying that for Sony, that's what that is for their cameras, but it's something
Look
I
at
never
how
really
much market
noticed.
there is for it, right?
Right. But like the P900 and the P9000, both are discontinued now. I'm
They
pretty sure.
got replaced. The 950 replaces the 900, and the 1100 replaces the 1000.
True. Okay.
So that's what happened. So they said, "Oh, we're discontinuing it." Yeah, because they were going to release a new one.
Oh, I wasn't even aware of the 950 or the 1000. Wow.
Yeah, the 950 is basically a better quality video because now it does 4K video, whereas the 900 only did 1080p. And same with the 1100. 1100 now does 4K video instead of just 1080p.
Oh, okay.
But in reality, it's not worth paying the extra money for like the 1100 because it's just a heavier camera with no real greater optical zoom, really.
Right. I mean, because the 900 zooms out so far to the point where anything on top of what it's already doing is just going to be overkill.
Yeah, it zooms out to 2,000 millimeters, right? Equivalent to 35. And then the 1100 can zoom out to roughly 3,000 millimeter equivalent. But I've seen videos online where the two are compared side by side, and there wasn't really that much difference. Nothing dramatic. Because like I said, they use the exact same sensor, and that's the problem. The problem is the sensor, not you can add a billion zoom, but if you have a poor sensor, it's not going to get you any better quality. Like I said, that's why I like the Sony RX10. It has a 1-inch sensor on it, good sensitivity, even for night shots. Because I can't use my camera for nighttime video over a distance. Nope. As soon as you go telephoto mode, the sensor cannot pick up anything with low light situations. It's just not possible. You get a lot of fuzziness even if I try to turn up the ISO. Like I said, even the next version up from my camera, I have the SX60. They make an SX70 now. I think that one's going to be discontinued soon, I believe. And again, that one's just got 4K video and also has some the ability to take time lapse and convert it in the camera to a movie directly, so you don't have to extract all those pictures and then put it into a video editor and convert it into a movie. It's done right in camera, so that's useful.
What's going on? Where's the new people at? Globers, where are you at? Go ahead, open your mic. If you got any questions, you can ask Sonny. CWH Rave? CWH Rave. Rave? Earth to Rave.
Anybody got some globe proofs that are actually 21st century?
Sorry, boss. Only sticks and shadows.
Yeah, I wonder if somebody could explain to me how Eratosthenes measured the distance to the sun.
You know that he did because he didn't.
Because without knowing the distance to the sun, all he determined was that sun rays are not parallel. And then someone can explain to me how Christian Huygens determined that Venus was the same size as Earth.
If you're gonna use globe logic, you know it is because it's not.
Now, I want somebody to draw on paper the sun in the middle, then an orbit for Mercury, an orbit for Venus, and then an orbit for the Earth, and tell me how you can see Venus at nighttime.
Refraction.
Super duper refraction? Speaking of refraction, I want to know how light can refract through very long distances. Is somehow the channel that this light is refracting to over a long distance is completely homogeneous in temperature and everything?
Hello there. Is there anybody here? Hello?
Yes. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. Thanks for asking. How about you?
You doing all right?
What? What?
He said, I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Oh, okay. I'm doing fine. Nice to hear that you're right. What's with the rest in this room? Where are they going?
What's your question?
Hello? I said, where are they going? The rest of the room.
The rest of me?
No, the rest of the room, the other people, where are they going?
Where are they going? Where are they going?
Yeah.
They're listening, y'all. So we're going. Most people are just listening, and others are doing whatever they're doing, in the background.
But why are they not speaking?
Because one person was speaking before you join and open your mic, and then when you join and open your mic, you spoke, and they stopped
Oh,
speaking.
okay.
And then
I'm
now
sorry.
we reply to each other, but not everybody speaks at the same time, so everybody can hear what is being said.
Yeah, we try
Oh,
to
okay.
open the floor to new people.
I'm sorry for interrupting this conversation.
No, that's exactly what we want. We want people interrupting.
No, but I don't want it to be interrupting.
We want new people.
It's so respectful that you all are muting themselves and all are listening. I never said that before in another channel.
Yeah, some other channels, the people can be rude at times.
I didn't have found any room where they are not rude. They are always sometimes rude.
Well, sometimes you just gotta say less things, and a lot of people don't know that. And many people have a disease called diarrhea of the mouth, so they can't stop talking.
Especially like to
Yeah,
talk over other
definitely.
people.
But I like that. I like this concept and I like this room. It's really comfortable.
So have you heard of the flat earth before?
What?
Have you heard of the flat earth before?
Yeah, I have.
Was that a recent discovery or something you've known for a while?
I know that the Earth is round, so I couldn't appreciate that, but I appreciate everyone's believing or everyone's yeah, I don't know but what you believe. I respect what you believe. If you think the Earth is flat, it's okay for me, but I didn't really know if that is really right. You know?
Well, I don't hold a belief that the earth is flat. I have knowledge that the earth is flat.
Yeah, that maybe is true, but couldn't I couldn't really appreciate that thinking because I'm thinking the Earth is round, but I never would destroy anyone's believing. So I appreciate or I accept what you believing. So it's okay for me if you think the Earth is flat.
You keep using that word believe when the word you mean is know.
Well, the thing is that the conclusion of the belief that she's holding that the Earth is round, it's not being used on the right context because you can use belief on a path to knowing if you're gonna use it in the correct context. You can believe that you're gonna meet someone and until you
Yeah,
meet them,
no,
you don't know the world in that place, right? So she believes. Just 1 second. She believes that the Earth is round or globe, I guess, but she doesn't know that because she hasn't made it there yet. So it's just a belief. It's not even a path to knowing, because if you walk the walk to knowing what Earth is, you will realize how you will stop believing what you believe at the moment, that it is round, like you said, or a globe. Even though round and flat are not mutually exclusive, because you can have round tables, round coins, and those are flat as well. A flat round table. You see?
yeah, I know.
So yeah, the thing about you believing Earth is a globe, it's that you haven't walked the walk to check and verify if it is. That's why you're holding the belief at the moment.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But I believe in my facts, in my what I what I think it's true. So for me, the world is round, but it doesn't matter, because if you think the world is flat, it's totally fine with me.
Um, you're saying it doesn't matter, right? But they push. It matters some way, because someone went out of the way to have you believe in the nonsense of the globe, right? And they sold it to you, and now you believe it. So it matters somewhere, and you can't just repeat. Dropped out anyways. I don't think. Damn.
Yeah, because if you studied history, you find out that around the turn of the 20th century, there people got together and said, we have to change our education system to show our point of view, not the truth. And of course, they went to the current historians of that time and found out that they actually had convictions, so they were not going to pervert history and knowledge to someone's whim. So these people who wanted to change the education system said, we've got to start with the colleges, start giving them money, and the next generation of historians that came out had a different approach because they learned differently than the previous generation. So they had a new knowledge provided to them. And as little as 1 or 2 generations, you can screw up an entire society.
Almost sounding we were able to have a conversation with her, but there was a little bit of she was trying in the language, and then she dropped out randomly. So that's it.
Yeah, but she sounded like she had a little bit of the ability to listen to other people's point of view without immediately dismissing it, so which is kind of rare.
The word
was
believe
dismissed
is not
because we
such a
kept
bad.
saying we know. She keeps trying to say believe. She keeps trying to convince us it's a belief.
that's how some people see the world. They see the world in the matter of beliefs, right? And it could, like I said, it could also be a language issue there. That's the word they know, so that's the word they're going to use.
Yeah, but because the word belief, you can use it in the correct context, but to come to a conclusion of the whole of the world, that will be the wrong belief. Because belief, you can use it to, I believe that Donald Trump is going to win the election. If you believe that and then he wins, then you know he did, And there's no problem to saying believe in that context. But in the context that I believe Earth is a globe, that's like you making a statement of knowing something based on a belief, and that's erroneous to do. If you are trying to um, go into a path of knowledge and you believe you're going to reach that, you have to walk the walk. And then you turn that walk into a knowing something. Like, I believe I'm going to go to the supermarket and find a 50% discount rebuy. Once I get there, I find out there's no rebuy. So I'll know there's no rebuy and no 50% rebuy.
It's a sad day when there's no discount on ribeyes.
Yeah. The word belief is not a big deal. It's when it used as a statement of a conclusion of knowing something just based on a belief. That's where I think it's the wrong thing to do. I believe this is what it is, and in your opinion and my opinion can be contradicting each other, and it's okay. Like she was saying, it's okay, but there's a separation there between believing and knowing something. So it's not okay. That context.
Is it Mr. Palma? Mr. Palma, have you been here before, Mr. Palma? Mr.
Palma.
I see that we have multiple servers.
Sounds like you've been in the conversation. Yeah, never mind.
So, hello? Does anybody want to have a conversation?
What's up, Donald? Say something?
I was curious if anybody wanted to have a conversation.
Oh, sure. You want to talk about the nonsensical globe? The nonsense of it?
I mean, do you have any evidence for the flat?
Just saying that the globe nonsense makes no sense in reality.
Except it does. So do you have any evidence to the contrary? Do you have any evidence that contradicts the globe?
Yes. The ground, based on our experience, senses, and what we can measure, is motionless, not in motion. And the globe claim the nonsense that it is in motion.
Except you can measure with your cell phone that it moves.
You can measure that your cell phone moves.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure my cell phone moves.
Yeah, you holding it, you go from one point to another point, and then you moved, but the ground was in the same place.
Yeah, but I can set it on my desk and not touch it, and it still registers movement. What's that all about?
The phone register movement
Yeah.
from what?
It might
From
be
the,
faulty.
Might
from
be
the
the
house?
thing it's sitting on. It could possibly be whatever it's sitting
Like
on.
your table? Your table is going somewhere?
My table is sitting on the earth. The earth is going somewhere.
The earth is going somewhere. Where is it going?
Yeah. It's going in a direction.
Based on what? On your cell phone saying it?
You can call it a vector.
But how many vectors is the phone detecting?
Well, I mean, it's only sensitive enough to detect about 2 vectors. It detects its motion on the surface of the Earth in a rotational manner, and it detects the Earth moving around the sun.
So your phone is
Not
detecting
sensitive.
the spin?
It's not sensitive enough to detect the Earth motion through the galaxy.
So
Yet.
you're saying your phone is sensing the actual axial spin of the Earth and the orbit around the sun. Your phone is doing that.
Yeah, and it can detect the acceleration due to gravity. Detects that too. Like I can be be looking at it sitting on my desk, and there's a down. There's always a down vector at
But there's
1.
no down on a globe. There's only in and out.
There's a down everywhere on the globe.
What are you saying that if I go on a globe, right? If I shoot in a rocket, I shoot up away. Is that up or down? If I shoot in a rocket.
So if you shoot a rocket that goes away from the surface, that's up.
Okay, and then if I keep going on the rocket and I go to, let's say, in a globe, the globe of Mars, am I going up still when I hit Mars, or am I going up?
Well, it depends on what your reference frame is. So as the rocket, you'd be going down to Mars. You'd still be going up away from Earth.
Oh, so I'm going
until you
up
land.
and down at the same time
No,
when I'm
in
going towards
different
Mars.
in different reference frames.
Exactly. No, that's complete nonsense. Exactly. No.
It's not nonsense. It's perfectly understandable. It's definitely not nonsense.
So there is no up and down on the Earth, then, on the globe. There's
On
only,
the Earth, there is an up and down.
and yeah, in
In
reality, there is an up and down, but not on the globe.
In space, there is no up and down, but on the Earth,
Isn't the
there
Earth
is an up.
in space? So the Earth is in space, and there is no up and down in space. So there you go. We agree.
Do
There
you
is
know
no
what a
up and down on
category
the
error
globe.
is? Do you know what a category error is?
Yeah, like the Earth is a globe, which is complete nonsense to
Can I
reality.
ask you a question? What is a category error?
Yeah, like saying the Earth is a globe.
No.
And believing that you're standing on a globe when that's complete nonsense.
What is a category error?
Are you claiming that nonsense makes sense?
No. What is
Yeah.
a category error?
Go ahead. What is it?
So a category error is when you take an attribute of one category and apply it to a different category that is nonsensical. That's what
Exactly.
you've done.
So
you
if you're done,
you said that Earth is like space. Now
you said that Earth is in space, and you said there is no up and down in space.
I was in the middle of a sentence, man.
You said the Earth is in space.
I was in the
There is
middle of a
no up and down
sentence.
in space. So there you go.
But
There is no up
I
and
was in
down.
the middle of my sentence.
But you agree.
So I don't agree with what you've said because I was in the middle of my sentence and I didn't listen to what you were saying because you were trying to talk over me. Don't do that. I haven't done that to you. Don't do that to me. Okay?
So do you agree there is no up and down on a globe?
Wait. Do you agree that I have not spoken over you, so please allow me to finish my sentences also?
Okay, so do you agree that the globe is complete nonsense?
No, I don't agree that the globe is complete nonsense. It's the only thing that makes sense. How does the sun set?
Okay, you said okay, so we observe this, you're saying the sun set. That what does
Yes,
that mean?
the
That the sun
sun
is going
definitely sets.
okay, so we observe, we look at the sun and it's going from one position in the sky towards the horizon and it sets, the sun is setting, going down towards the horizon?
No, it goes down past the horizon.
Past the horizon, okay.
Past.
So we observe that. Well, that's what we see, right?
Yes.
We see the sun doing that, but you're claiming that it's the Earth spinning. That's nonsense.
How?
Because your vision, one of your senses, right? Your vision, your sense, is showing you that the sun is in motion, and another of your senses, your vestibular system, is telling you that the ground is motionless, and you're claiming the opposite. You claiming the. Remember, you said not interrupting. So your vestibular system, part of your sensory, is telling you the ground is motionless. You're claiming the opposite. And then when you look up at the sun and you see it moving, you're claiming the opposite. You're saying it's not moving, the
Sun's
ground is.
not moving around the earth.
There you go. That's complete nonsense.
Why?
Remember, you agreed that the sun is moving across the sky,
I
and then
never
you
agreed
saying
to
it
that ever.
didn't you say that it
what
was
I agree
moving past the horizon?
what I agreed to was it appears. That I didn't even really agree to that, but so the sun moves, but it doesn't move across.
There you go.
So the sun moves, but it doesn't move in the way that you're wanting it to. It doesn't move around the earth. So what would the evidence look like if the sun moved around the earth? What would that look like?
That would, from your perspective, okay. So
No,
when
no,
you're
no, 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 no,
wait,
no,
stop,
no, no,
stop. Don't tell me. I'm gonna have to mute you. I'm gonna have to mute you. Okay.
Please
So
don't do that. That will not end well.
You're saying that how does it look like, right? You cannot.
No,
see
that's
the
not at all
sun.
what I'm saying.
Okay, so you can
What I'm
only
asking you.
you see the sun going across the sky. You see the sun, observing the sun from rising from one side of the of the earth, from the east, and setting on the west, right? And then the
No,
other
I've
guy.
never said any of this. What I want you to tell me is what would a sunset look like on a flat earth?
Does the observed phenomena? The sun is doing. It looks the way it looks.
No. I don't care about the observed phenomena. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about predictions now. So science makes predictions. Oh my goodness. Science makes predictions. What is the prediction of what a sunset looks like on a flat earth?
Who predicted the sunset before?
That's not the thing that was predicted. The thing that was predicted was that the globe is responsible for the sunset. That's the prediction.
The nonsensical globe.
That's a post-diction.
No, I mean, you assert that without any support. Somebody else is talking. I'd like to talk to one person.
India.
You made an error.
I mean, unless you want to just like let people jump in, that's fine.
Okay, I just want to correct you. I didn't listen. I just got here. Are you having like a one-on-one or something?
No,
not necessarily.
Okay. If you're not having a one-on-one, they made a post-diction because they saw the sunset before they came up with the idea of how it worked. So it's a post-diction, not a
The
prediction.
globe was the prediction. The globe being responsible for those things was the prediction. We didn't know it was a globe.
Not a
and then
prediction,
they
it's
pre-
the post-diction
and
because
then
they
it's the
made.
middle of my sentence. I'm in the middle of my sentence, buddy.
Yeah, what you
So
said is wrong.
I was in the middle of my sentence, though.
It's still wrong. You didn't address what I said.
Not
Donald.
wrong. Okay,
Okay, address
so
what I said.
what's
What did I
the
say,
prediction
Donald?
of the flat Earth? What prediction
Donald,
does
what did
flat
I
Earth?
say? Donald, what did I say?
Well, I mean, you won't let me talk, so you don't know.
No, I'm asking you if you heard what I said about the sunset.
You spoke while I was in the middle of a sentence, so I don't know.
Okay, we're gonna try again. It's not a prediction.
Well, I mean, I'd love for you to try
you
to
just fixed
not
me?
speak in the middle of my sentence, and that would be amazing. Until then, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette.
Bro's running.
Donald
I ain't
is
gonna lie. This is running.
Donald, funny man.
How can you smoke
Yeah,
a cigarette
well, Ronald,
in a
hold on.
globe?
I want to say what Donald wouldn't let me get out, just like for anybody on YouTube right here. It's a post-diction because they saw the phenomenon first.
Yeah, he's saying that
Predictions happen.
the globe is the
Just-
prediction. What does that even mean? The globe is the prediction. They predicted the globe.
Yeah, that's funny.
I haven't heard that one before, actually. That's kind of like a new one for
Jemsy,
me.
you outside? Have you been outside today, Jemsy?
Yes, super hot.
Good. Someone told me it was 105. Is that true?
I'm pretty well, how do you say, used to heat, but it's
Yeah, so
100
am I.
something. Yeah.
Good. I was fixing a step, and I left the tool out, like just in the sun. The tool got so hot from the sun, I burnt my hand.
Yeah,
The
you're
hammer.
gonna burn. Yeah.
That's crazy, dude. All the plants around here are dead now. It's fucked up, dude. It's like I looking around, I see all these plants wilted.
I was using like a scissor to chop like plants, to cut plants around, and I left it in the sun like for a minute, and then when I went to grab it again, that thing was burning like that. It was really hot. I have to put it on the shadow to cool off.
Hello?
Go ahead, Matejas. You got a question? You gonna say something, Matejas?
Uh, is the guy that so there's like 3 talking points about flat Earth. Some guy said this. Does anyone know what I'm talking about?
There are 3 contradictions of. I think he means like there is no curvature.
The 3 points, 3 points, the 3 questions.
What did I say?
Yeah. So I wasn't. We haven't used them in a long time, so I forgot about them. So the 3 points are: when has now, either now or at any time in the past, anybody ever measured the curvature of the Earth? When is now or any time in the past anybody measured axial rotation? And when is now or anybody demonstrated gas pressure without a container? That's the 3 points.
I think that last one is some guy started talking about it. I had to leave. But this was like 2 days ago. So
Yeah, gas pressure without a container. Because that's what they claim the Earth is in. claim we have gas pressure without a container.
Are they saying that?
No, that's the mainstream claim, right? Space is a nearly infinite vacuum, and the Earth is inside it, and it's encapsulated in a thing called an atmosphere. This gas, and there's nothing between that gas and the vacuum.
It's not like
Yo,
I mean,
dude,
the line
there's a car fire right here, bro.
the line of space and atmosphere. It's like
There's a car caught
arbitrary.
on fire. Sorry, dude, I'm watching someone's car burn right now. Oh my god, I gotta get the fuck out of here. This shit is like on fire.
Hey, how the heck that happened?
I don't know, dude. I just turned the corner and I see this dude's car on fire. The whole engine block is lit up, dude. We're talking like 2-3 foot flame right now.
Dang.
Is it a Tesla?
No, it's looks like, I don't know if it's an electric car. Smells rank though, dude. That's why I'm getting out of here before I keep inhale toxic fucking fumes. It's a little teeny car.
Maybe a Kia of some sort. A Hyundai.
It's like a Hyundai or some shit. I don't know if it went out. It didn't went out. It's just smoking. The guy, I bet you he blew a gasket. The oil went over. The engine block caught fire. Anyway, sorry. That was fucking whacked.
Just don't breathe any of that smoke, bro. The heat of the sun is enough. Texas, so the air pressure that you're breathing, right? Everybody's breathing, requires a containment, because the gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. If there was no containment, there will be no pressure, because the gas is pushing against the walls of the container causes the pressure.
So how do you explain different air pressure at different heights?
That's air pressure. That is pressure gradients. We live in a dynamic system. Heat, cold. There's depth in the container. You are closer to the surface where a lot of the gases are being produced. The gas cycles, right? So a lot of the gases are being produced at the surface. You are in a container. There's depth to the container, right? And when you go up, you still have pressure, but that is the pressure gradient that requires a container. To have a pressure gradient that you're asking about, how do you get a pressure gradient? To get a pressure gradient, a container is necessary as an antecedent for cause and effect relationship.
I mean, you're wrong.
Why do you need a container to have different pressures? Shouldn't it be the same pressure if it's the container that's making the pressure?
Okay. So the gases are expanding, right? They're expanding omnidirectionally. And when they push against the walls of the container and bounce against each other, they cause pressure. If you don't have if you don't have the container, and there is that unlimited available medium that they're claiming outer space is, the pressure will go towards that available medium, and you wouldn't have pressure that you are able to breathe.
That's just wrong.
So at what height is this barrier?
Look, pressure equalizes in a static system. The Earth is not a static system. It is dynamic. So if you have a closed static system, the pressure will eventually reach thermodynamic equilibrium everywhere in the container. But if it's dynamic, That won't happen because we have an energy input.
So, what makes it dynamic?
It's the water cycle.
Change.
Temperature, the heat of the sun,
Chemical
exciting the
reaction.
molecules.
Absorption of dissolving of gases into the ocean, the release of gases into the ocean, differential heating. I mean, you name it. See, we have the sun, right? The sun is an energy input. So because that input is uneven, it's never going to reach equilibrium.
Dynamic just means things change. Static means things do not change. It's very simple.
Yeah,
If
thanks,
you have a
John.
differential heat variable, then things will change. We have the sun. It only hits a certain.
How is that different than what I said?
Matthias, when you said that we were wrong about that, about the container, do you have like something else that it is the right thing?
No, I'm asking what height is the container at?
That's a good question. Then I have to ask the creator. Or maybe, I don't know.
I mean, potato chips right now. What color was the potato? You don't tell me what color the potato was. Your potato chip, my potato chips don't exist, right?
What?
So the argument is the necessary condition argument. Okay, it's a logical argument that X is a necessary condition of Y.
No, I'm just asking
Just
like
like
unrelatedly.
yeah. Well, I'm telling you, we don't need to know the details of the container. We just know it's a necessary condition. Just like a cow is a necessary condition of a steak, right? I don't need to see the cow. I just proved the steak.
Well, if you just have the steak, you can't prove which cow it was from.
Yeah, no shit. But I know it's a cow.
So you're saying there's a barrier, but you don't know exactly what it is. How
Where it is, what it is, even if it's a barrier in a traditional sense, but it has to be some sort of barrier that stops the gas from fucking off into the vacuum.
As an antecedent relationship, cause and effect relationship, just Google the word antecedent real quick. And also Google gas pressure. What is gas pressure? So you can read some definitions. I probably can post something for you.
Okay. So let's say you have a bottle and with air in it.
Containing.
Sure. It's a container. If I move it really fast in one direction, is the gas gonna pull towards the bottom end of the bottle? In the opposite direction of where the thing is moving at?
Isn't that centrifugal or something like that that he's using there?
Yeah, yeah, you can spin it. You can move it forward or you can spin it. It's the same.
So using this
if you
logic,
spin it,
that
it's
means if I
centrifugal.
could you heat a vessel up, put air in it, spinning it around real fast, and then the air inside gets hotter?
What?
Yeah, what? So
no, you were cutting up because I didn't hear you.
Yeah, temperature, pressure, volume are intrinsically related. So if you think that pressure is increasing in an accelerated bottle, okay, because the gas is, for whatever reason, a delayed motion or something. I don't know what your idea of it is. That means the temperature. That means the temperature would also go up. Which obviously it doesn't.
Well, it would need to move. It would need to compress first, and then it would increase the temperature.
Yeah, someone in this chat is really mature, like third grade level shit right now.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't apply to the gas laws.
How come?
Because they don't work. That's why we statistically average gas using things like Brownian motion.
Well, how does
I
a
mean, we
diesel
haven't
engine
been
work?
any. Well, what do you mean? How does it? What the hell does that got to do with anything?
I mean,
Aren't diesel engines
do
rotary drive?
you know what? Do you know
Aren't they
what
rotary
causes?
engines?
Do you know what causes ignition in a diesel engine?
Spark, right?
No, diesel engines don't
I'm
have
not familiar
sparks.
with diesel. They have glow plugs, right?
A diesel engine. That's different. A glow plug is to heat up air preemptively, but it doesn't need it. A diesel engine uses compressed gas, and when it's in a compressed state, it increases in temperature, and that increase in temperature is what ignites the fuel.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. What you said was, if I have a container with gas and you move it fast, will all the gas pile up at the other end, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that would mean it's raising temperature simply by accelerating it. That means if I took one of these containers and I shot it out of a fucking cannon and measured the temperature inside of there, the temperature inside would be hotter because it's being accelerated. There's no
Yes,
model of how that would ever happen.
But it's not the temperature of the gas in a diesel engine that pushes the piston. It's the fuel that's being ignited that pushes the piston.
The gas in the diesel engine case is being mechanically compressed. Okay.
Yes.
In a container.
Yeah.
Same as a gas engine, you have pistons that compress the gas. But this is just moving it.
There's actually a gasoline engine that works on the same principle as a diesel engine. It's called GDI.
This is all awesome, but it's way off topic, dude. It's just stick to like the gas pressure without a container. There's rotary engines too, so I mean, it's all sorts of engines.
Real quick, a point is that
Radial piston engines, like on airplanes.
Indio, the second law is a natural law, and it gets mixed up when people wanna like mix what's happening with man-made engines and apparatus that can, like a refrigerator and air conditioner. It's different.
Yeah, that's part of the problem. Part of the problem is they think that that physics relates to itself. Okay, that somehow you can take the laws of thermodynamics and apply it to Newton's three laws of motion. You can to a degree, but they're not exactly commensurable, and they're not commensurate. And that's why we have Bose-Einstein statistics and the Boltzmann statistics for to model the behavior of gases, because Newtonian physics don't exactly correspond to the behavior of gases. They do to a degree, and you can model them that way to a degree, but there's errors. You gotta understand, different fields in physics are really self-contained. You can jump from that field, some physics model, right? Like let's just say Newtonian physics, right? That model, you can jump to other things, but you can't jump to things like chemistry, right? You can't use Newtonian physics in chemistry. It don't work. You can't use it for quantum tunneling or how light works or anything like that. They're not a lot of these things are just self-contained physics models.
Could you say the same thing with like when you know those like gifs of a gas diffusing into outer space with a globe on it? Like when there's gas on a globe, like it would diffuse into outer space. Couldn't you apply the same thing that you said right now?
Well, our hypothesis, well, my hypothesis, and sometimes other people mention it, is that diffusion is what creates gas pressure in the first place. So chemical reactions and the release and absorption of gases at the surface create a pressure rise. So the gas is just basically diffusing, and there is actually evidence for this that some Chinese scientists found that actually gas comes out of the ground 2 times a day. They call it like earth breath or earth air breath or some shit. It was an ancient Chinese like myth, like from their science, like back in the freaking 800 AD, and someone decided they were going to actually test to see if it's actually a legitimate thing, and it actually is. The air is created at the ground.
Well,
and
what
it comes
makes
out of it diffuses.
It's not impossible, but let's say it was a container. That gas that's being released from the ground would need to at some point go back into the ground. Otherwise,
sure.
pressure would increase constantly.
Yeah, sure. It's trying to reach, like I said, thermodynamic equilibrium. Thermodynamic systems try to reach a static state, the lowest possible energy state. My question is,
Against the globe. Go ahead.
my question is this: when they told you that you can have gas pressure, they probably told you when you were a little kid too. When they told you that you can have gas pressure without a container, why did you believe that? Because they certainly didn't present any evidence that's the case.
I don't think anyone said that you don't need a container to have gas pressure. I think they're saying I think they're saying that the Earth contains the gas on it from gravity.
Yeah, but that's like an ideology. There's no evidence for that.
I mean, is there evidence for the container?
Yeah, the gas pressure.
Yeah, the gas pressure.
Well, how do you know it's not something else?
Because no one can demonstrate gravity creating gas pressure. There's no experiment you can do to demonstrate gravitational gas pressure. Period. If you look at the kinetic theory of gases, there's no gravitational acceleration in any of the mathematics.
What keeps the gas contained?
Tell me what I just said. Tell me what I just said. Tell me what I just said, dude. I don't like being ignored. Tell me what I just said.
You said something along the lines of
the very last sentence is all I want. The very last sentence. Yeah. Okay. In the molecular kinetic theory of gases, there's no gravitational acceleration in their mathematical models. That's model how gas behaves.
That's because the gravitational force is very weak.
Too weak to create gas pressure? Yeah, I know.
It can when it's trillions and trillions of cubic meters of gas.
Yeah, like I said, that claim is an ideology. Look, if gravity
what are they trying to prove there?
If gravity could create pressure, gravity can make a phase change, right? it could turn gas into a liquid and liquid into a solid.
Gravity.
Yeah, gravity could do that if it increased pressure, because phase diagrams
Well,
are
pressure
related to
can do
pressure.
that. Pressure can do that. Yeah.
Yeah, gas pressure.
Like water in the when water is
boils.
at 0.04 atmospheres, it starts to boil by its own, even
Yeah,
without
exactly.
temperature.
Exactly. So so it logically follows that gravity is making liquid water on Earth, because if there was less pressure, it would evaporate into water, right? Steam, gaseous water.
Yeah.
So so if you think gravity is creating the pressure, the gas pressure, the water pressure, right? Then you have to. It logically follows that gravity is creating water, liquid water.
Well, no, gravity is just maintaining the liquid state of water. It doesn't create water. But water does have its own gravity. Anything with mass has its own gravity.
Oh my god, dude! This is like camping idea. You guys just say stuff with this. I'm not trying to be insulting, dude, but you guys are like automatons. You just say things like mass creates gravity. What's mass?
I don't think I said mass creates gravity. I said everything with gravity has mass.
Okay, what's mass?
Weight. Like
no,
the weight of
that's a different
something.
word. What's a different word?
Well, weight is force on an object. Like you measure weight in newtons and you measure mass in kilograms. But
yeah. So weight
that's
weight
like
is a force, right?
weight can change depending on acceleration.
Yeah, weight is a force. Okay, but weight doesn't cause gravity. Gravity doesn't mean everything has weight.
Well, mass causes gravity.
Yeah, that's what you said. That's why I want you to define it. See, and this is where the problem always starts with slow earthers, is when you ask them to define what mass is, they can't. And there's a good reason that is accepted that anyone in mainstream science has admitted for 200 years, but people on the internet that want to argue against flat Earth, they haven't been keeping up with the times, dude. Mass is not the amount of a quantity of matter. It's not the quantity of matter. It's defined as resistance to acceleration. It's technically a unit of measure. So a unit of measure
inertia?
can't cause things. Well, yeah, yeah,
Is that not inertia?
yeah. But they say there's a mass. There's a equivalence principle, right? Where the gravitational mass and the inertial mass are the same thing. So we have the inertial mass, the resistance to acceleration, and they just say that the gravitational mass is equivalent to that. So that hasn't been verified experimentally. Well, actually, it's been falsified experimentally, actually.
You also got the conundrum of what came first, the mass or the gravity.
How are you gonna measure, how are you gonna measure that?
You drop different elements from a height.
I mean, in a vacuum, they're gonna fall at the same speed.
Well, that's what you're saying, but that's actually not true.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's not what the experiments show.
Can you show me this experiment somewhere?
Yeah.
Can you link it?
Yeah. So these are done at the Bremen Drop Tower, which is like a 5-story vacuum chamber. So the guy took say boron, a bunch of elements, put them in the capsule, dropped it in inside the capsule. Yeah, there's a camera, and you can see they don't all fall at the same rate. Some float up and others don't. Yeah, but Someone else can talk while I'm looking for it.
I just wanted to bring something up quickly about the gas pressure being caused by gravity. Like, what experiments out there have allegedly been done to show that that's even a reality, even though it may not be in the math or in some formulas? You know, Matejas, you would think that someone kind of would have had something to show for that claim, right?
I mean, what causes things to have an atmosphere outside of Earth?
But
Do
that's not
things
the,
outside
that's
of
not
Earth also have a container?
that's not the question, right? We're focusing on the gas pressure part, because you would think, like, for example, let's say I take a volume, right, a foot by a foot, for example, and I put it in a super cold environment, right, where there's no thermal energy hitting any of the gas on the inside of the volume, like a giant machine of sorts. It cools the thing down to 0 degrees Kelvin, so there's no kinetic energy in the gas, right? So they're not pushing around at all, so there's no pressure, right? You would think that, according to the idea that gravity would pull the gases down, that all these gas molecules would collect at the bottom of that little ball, right? Thus demonstrating that there is some sort of external pull downwards or inwards. But has that been done or not? Or something to that effect?
I mean, did someone do that experiment?
That's what I'm asking you. Because in order for you to make the claim...
You're asking something very specific, though.
But I'm caveating it with something like that. That's just like, a thought experiment, something that could work, theoretically. But that's why I'm asking, has something like that been done, right, before people go around saying gravity causes pressure, gravity pulls gases downwards, yada, yada, yada?
There's probably simpler ways to do it. And I think
like
if
how?
it was... Well, I'm not like Mr. Gravity. I'm not whatever...
Right. So you would think that you would probably want to have done the research before you go around guessing that this is a reality. Even the most surface level, shallow degree of research, maybe look at a headline of a paper that claimed to have this, but you don't even have that.
Well, I didn't come here to convince you. I came here for you to convince me.
You're in the wrong room for that, man.
Also consider the thing that can actually be demonstrated, like gas pressure being caused by the conditions that require a container. That can be demonstrated, right? And then in comparison to that is the alternate claim that you brought up, gravity, that cannot be demonstrated, and it's just a concept, an idea that has no relation to reality. And you're saying that is what's causing the gas pressure that we experience in reality. So when you put those next to each other, and which one it's closer is real and which one is not real, and you're gonna find out that the container is the one and gravity is fantasy. It's pretty simple.
So to let you know, I posted the drop experiment, a link to the tower, how it operates, and I posted the definition of mass from Max Born, Nobel laureate, published in General Theory of Relativity. So, as Genzi said, and I characterize it, and Genzi said it's a concept. I think it's an ideology. which is basically the same thing. Because people believe this is the case, right? So people believe that this has to be the case, that gravity is what's creating gas pressure. But there's no empirical demonstration at all.
I mean, just out of curiosity, Matejas, if you go on Google and you search gravity or gas pressure caused by gravity experiments, what do you find? If there's anything you want to bring something in and we can talk about it?
I have to go though.
All right, take it easy.
Yeah.
Take what India posted for you. Copy the stuff.
Yeah, I'll look into it.
it. Come back later. Before you go, don't miss that stuff because he went the extra mile to share it for you, and it's in the text for you. So go check that stuff.
Yeah, no problem. All right.
Andrew is walking multiple miles, and he goes an extra mile to fetch the information to the guy, and then he's like, I'm leaving, bye. You gotta tell him to make sure he copy paste it and check it at the least.
$5 won't actually do it.
Well, you're gonna future right. Thanks, India. Hey, Mick or Indio. Dermic.
Yeah, man.
Have you ever heard I remember Quantum Eraser saying that, let's say I grant you gravity 1,000 times or something like that, but that won't affect, I think he said gravity or outer space or whatever. I'll grant you that 1,000 times or gravity, and he said that's not gonna affect the entropy of gases 1 iota. Have you ever heard him saying that?
Perhaps, yeah. You can call it.
Hey, Indio, I'm back.
Because the thing about the entropy of gases is if the space thing was the case, the pressure, the entropy of gases will flow towards that available volume violently. Like the air of your lungs will be just leaving in a way that you'll be done. You know what I'm
Pretty
saying?
much, yeah. I do. That's why I brought up the hypothetical of cooling the gases to negative to 0 degrees Kelvin, because that's one of the main retorts that I hear is that the energy is the gas is only doing that because it has energy, right? You heat up a gas, even if it, like any gas at any temperature, not 0, will have energy and therefore is subject to those laws. That's their claim, of course, or something to that effect.
Yeah, but I think weird things happen when you reach absolute 0.
Okay. Like what?
That's pretty cool.
I think something like Bose-Einstein condensate, something where I have no idea though.
Oh yeah. I don't know either. I just brought it up as like a maybe. You know, it's like it's your Hail Mary that I gave you. You know, you still don't have it. So
the thing is, right? Someone could do that experiment, but there still will be people who aren't convinced. So, and also they're not gonna like waste time on it.
okay. Well, then they should. If they're not even going to try to validate their claims, then the whole thing is not worth talking about. So that should mean that anyone who comes in here bringing that up should be hand waved right off the bat because there's no substance to it. True or no?
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
You know, I think flat Earth is for people who think they have stuff figured out, but just because people don't like put effort into like debunking it, that doesn't mean that there's something to it. It just means that people are doing smarter stuff.
But dude, I mean, the globe is exactly that. You guys think that everything is figured out. A lot of people in here, I've heard more people. Yeah, you do. I've heard more people in this room say the words "I don't know" voluntarily than anyone who comes in here and tries to argue their point.
That's because
we don't have everything figured out, and that's not even a goal.
That's because usually, like, when you try to like get us to prove to you the Earth is round, you try to ask us what is gravity, even though like no one knows what gravity is.
Then why do they make claims to know?
Well, just because we don't know it fully, that doesn't mean that we don't know anything about it.
But it's not to say that you don't know anything about it. It's to ask, what do you know, and how do you know that which you do know? And then people fumble, the fact that they don't actually know it all. Go ahead, Jemsy.
The thrust is that they say we don't know what it is, but we know what it does, and it's forming the Earth into a planet and holding gas pressure without a container in a vacuum of space while spinning and doing all of these things. You add in all of these consequences and all of these conclusions based on something that you cannot demonstrate or show in reality. So all the conclusions that you having at the end without the beginning, there is no chronology there that you can demonstrate step by step to come to the conclusion in the first place.
So how am I supposed to
Earth is a
demonstrate it?
planet, or Earth is a sphere because of gravity. You don't have that.
How am I supposed to demonstrate it?
Because that's the whole point. You cannot demonstrate it, and you cannot show Earth being a sphere. And people say, "Oh, we know it's a sphere because gravity." Or we know gas pressure is here around the ball because gravity. So you're having these conclusions that you cannot demonstrate. But the thing is, you're also missing and hand waving the other demonstration. Remember the container, or actually the measurements that there is no curvature. So if someone is hand waving all of the available evidence to the contrary of the claim of the globe, why are you going to stick to the conclusion of the globe if it's not demonstrable and there is evidence to the contrary, evidence that you can check, show, demonstrate, measure, right? And all of these laws and of gases and everything that go contrary to the globe, don't hand wave that. Just acknowledge reality for what it is. Check the measurements, check the tests that go contrary to the belief of the globe and the gravity. That is nonsensical.
If I was in California and there was a ship moving to China, is that ship gonna disappear from my eye view at some point?
Just like if you're holding a book and you're looking at the letters and you can read the letters, once that book and those letters are a certain distance away from your angular size of view of your eyes, you won't be able to render that image. So you won't be able to see it, including the boat. If the boat is 6 feet tall, that if let's say this boat is 6 feet, and you're at the shore and you are 6 feet, about 2.3 feet, 2.5 feet of the boat are on the water, and the rest of that boat, 3.5 feet of the boat. Once that is, I think it's 2.6 miles away from your view, your eyes won't be able to solve it. You won't be able to see the boat anymore. Even though it didn't went behind any curvature, you cannot resolve it. Your optics of your eyes cannot see it.
What if you use like a rifle scope?
Then you expand in the optics. Now you're gonna be able to see further, right? So the cost, the realization that you can see further with a different optic, but still the optic is gonna have a limitation. But you're gonna see beyond the geometrical claim of the globe that has a limitation, right? Depending on your altitude, the claim of the globe, you have a limitation of view, but it's not there. You're gonna see beyond. And then if you pull out infrared optics, you're gonna see beyond the geometry of the globe, proving further that the cause of the boat going beyond your view is not the curvature of the globe. It's because optics, weather conditions, visibility, a bunch of other things. Not so you see. Oh, listen, all of these variables that now you're thinking about and we're taking into account are part of the reason that you don't see the boat. And in the first place, when people say, "Oh, we don't see the boat because it went behind the curve," no, there's other variables that you have to take into account that supersede the claim that it is the curvature, the geometry of the globe.
So in theory, like if you had a really, really good camera, you could, see into China.
there is the angular of view, so any optics is going to have a limitation. I think even in the visibility spectrum, I think there's like a limit of 300 miles that you won't be, or it becomes too opaque. The air is too opaque, and then also remember, there is a limitation of daytime, nighttime. So if you are in the daytime area, all day the sun is above you and you can see, then you're gonna be looking across, and there's gonna be a limitation where the nighttime side is gonna be, like in China, right? It's nighttime in China, so you can't see from the daytime where you're at to China where it's the nighttime. So there's many variables. So that thing, and the remember, like I said, there's gonna be the optics are gonna have a limit of optics. You won't be able to solve an image to a certain distance. There's many variables in place that won't allow you to see until a certain distance. When you put all the variables together, the visibility, whatever is in the air, dust, water particles, the angular resolution, the limit of the optics, nighttime, daytime, you put all of that stuff together, yeah, you're not gonna be able to see forever. Nobody can see forever. No, not even Superman can see forever. Yeah, the ball disappearing across the distance, no matter what optics you use, um, it's it's what happens in reality, and it's not because of a globe, because the globe is fantasy.
Wait, so how big is the Earth?
How big is the Earth? That's a good question. It is as big as it is.
Or like, size in miles, in kilometers, whatever, knots.
For me, that's an unknown.
Oh, do you think like there's something they're hiding, like in Antarctica or something?
I don't think they're hiding Antarctica because, I mean, there is certain rules. Like, you can go to any country, maybe in your country, at least in mine, in the US, there's areas like the Grand Canyon that are off limits, or Area 51 is off limits. Military bases are off limits. So even if you go to Antarctica, you're going to go to places in Antarctica, and there's other areas that are off limits. So if you go to South Korea, but then you cannot cross to North Korea or vice versa, right? So there's places that you can go to and places that you cannot go to. That's a fact, right?
Well, what do you think they're hiding? Whatever. Is there something even worth hiding there? Like, what's the point?
That might be speculation. There could be many things. Many things. I don't know. We can speculate. Remember, resources, whatever, and the walls of the container. I don't know. This is speculation. I'm not telling you this is the case. But if you're asking something that we can only speculate about, I'm gonna speculate about it. I'll tell you resources, the walls of the container. Who else? Talking within speculation. So don't quote me that I'm claiming that.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't know what's beyond the places that I've been to or the places that we can confirm. I don't know. Well, something that we do know is that there is no curvature across any place across the world. The bodies of water lay horizontal in a horizontal level frame of reference. You can describe it as flat and level. And I'm in the U.S. and in my house, we establish a level, a horizontal, to set the TV on the wall, and this level is parallel to your level anywhere that you are in the world. Let's say you are, I don't know, Europe or the Middle East or China. My level near the seashore it's parallel to your level that might be up in the mountains or down in a valley. They're parallel to each other, even if it's 10,000 miles away. There is no curve between my level, my horizontal, to your horizontal. No curve between those two. In accordance to the globe plane.
So if I go high enough, I can see like the entire Earth.
Only if you have God's eye view. Maybe if you're in the throne of God and God allows you to look down from His throne down to this place, maybe you'll be able to see everything from God's eye view. But I don't think you have that. Nobody. I don't. Maybe God's allowed, but not from up in the mountain.
Yo, Gemsy, can I jump in on that for a hot sec?
Yeah, I think you're the guy who talked about the 3 points. I could not. I wasn't there for you to lay out the argument, though.
Wait 1 second. Someone said Dempsey. What was that? Someone said Dempsey. Go ahead. Who was
That was me, Killian. I just want to jump in on that what he said for a hot second. You know, you talking about you going up high enough to be able to see the entire thing. You with me, brother?
Go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
No, I want to make sure he's with me every single step on this. Here's what we know, right? Gemsy is walking you through the things that we know, and he's being honest by saying, I don't know when he doesn't know things, and you ask. But what we do know is the higher up we go, the further out we see. And with that, that declares finitely that you're dealing with a flat baseline. That's all. Thanks.
Because ...
I just got here, but what's up, guys?
Hey, what's up? I mean, the clouds, birds, airplanes, the luminaries,
Sun and moon.
the moon, the sun.
Can you like explain that?
I for some reason thought right now would be a good time to come to the Flat Earth Discord as if some discussion was being brought down. But again, I was wrong. It was just quiet, so.
Actually, when you say what's up, guys. Anyways, Matejas, go ahead. You were gonna follow up with something. Go ahead, Matejas.
You know, if you want to listen to like people acting like monkeys, you can go to the Iran-Israel channel. People usually talk over each other there all the time.
Yeah, don't do that here, please.
I think Killian was the guy who talked about 3 points about atmospheric pressure and like how one of the points is atmospheric pressure, something. I don't remember.
Killian, he's addressing you. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Just getting things sorted out locally. Yeah, man, 3 points. The sky, the stuff in the sky, lights in the sky orbit the ground. Gas pressure, which we measure, 14.7 pounds per square inch at sea level, requires containment. And the Earth is observably and measures flat.
That's cool. Where'd you read that? The internet? Everything's wrong on there.
No, you want to talk about I just gave you an observable as to what one of the points, point number 2, is based on. And when I have a measurement, all right, that measurement necessitates an explanation. So why don't you tell me what your explanation is for the 14.7 pounds per square inch measured at sea level? Yeah, you just realized you're in way over your head. Go back to your
How is that?
back to your Google, go
How are
back
you
to your
not?
AI and do more searching. Sorry, go ahead.
How are you not making a circular argument? You're saying like there's pressure because it's 14.7 psi or something. What do you mean?
You know about air pressure, gas pressure, right?
I mean, I know there is air pressure.
All right. So when you have pressure, does that not validate a container? Or sorry, require a container?
I guess.
Don't get frustrated, right? A basketball requires 8 pounds per square inch for it to be a basketball, right? In order for it to bounce effectively, it needs 8 pounds per square inch. You can get away with 7.5 pounds. You won't get a hard dribble out of that, though. Right, so and then you
Isn't
go
it
to a
technically?
hold on. I'm not done my point. Then you go to a car, passenger car, which requires approximately 30 to 35 pounds per square inch, depending on the car. SUV requires higher because it's a heavier vehicle. Right, so from the standpoint of us observing those two pressures, and we both know those two pressures, 8 and 30 something, require containment, we have the Earth at sea level being measured at 14.7 pounds per square inch. So where's the container?
I think a basketball isn't really 8 psi. It's more like 23. Because if it was 8, it would implode. It would be at a lower pressure than the Earth atmosphere.
Can you do me a favor? Hit pause on the conversation for a hot second. Go to Google and type in, what is the pressure required in a basketball? Something to that effect, please. Thanks.
These Globers just can't stop talking about everything being a ball. It's just next level.
Did I say something that's illogical? How can a basketball have lower pressure than the Earth's atmosphere? It wouldn't be able to sustain itself.
You realize a balloon has way less psi, right? It doesn't implode.
Exactly. And to boot, you also realize that what we're walking out is the idea of the basketball containing 8 pounds per square inch, which requires a container being the basketball itself, because we all know if that basketball springs a hole, it's going to go down to zero or equalize with the pressure around it.
Well, the pressure is the pressure pushing on the inside of the basketball, right?
Well, you have the structure of the basketball, which is like some kind of webbing or the thickness of the rubber, and then the structure within the rubber that makes it rigid and holds itself together. Right, but when you spring a hole in that basketball, we know that it starts losing its shape. It forms a dimple. So I would anticipate that at that point, you're going to observe the second law of thermodynamics being entropy, which is the basketball seeking equalization with the pressure around it.
Yeah, so that means the basketball, the air inside the basketball is of higher pressure than the atmosphere. It tries to reach equilibrium with the atmosphere when it's punctured.
Right, but it gets punctured. Now try to bounce it. Is it going to bounce?
Well, it's the air pressure that makes it bouncy.
It's the air pressure that makes it bouncy. Right. So what is the pressure required in a basketball? 8 pounds per square inch. The basketball is a closed system. It maintains 8 pounds per square inch in order for it to be bouncy. If you pop a hole in it, it's going to equalize with the pressure around it.
It's 8 pounds in an atmosphere, though. If it was in a vacuum chamber, it would be less.
Okay.
You lost me. I didn't really hear what you said. What did you say?
Unless it requires a closed container.
If the basketball was in a vacuum chamber, it would require less pressure to pump it.
But still is a container and it's closed.
Yeah, whatever he said.
Even your vacuum chamber requires that it be closed and a container.
Are we in a little
That's because the Earth is pushing it, like the atmosphere is pushing on the container.
And
it wants to go in.
To manipulate pressures, it has to be in a closed system. Pressurized systems are closed systems. That's why if you get a hole in your tire, you lose air. You get a hole in your plumbing in your house, you lose water. Closed systems hold pressure.
What if the basketball is in a space with equal pressure to when it was pumped on Earth's
Brother,
pressure?
you're circumventing the argument. We're talking about whether it necessitates a container or not.
You mean the Earth?
Pressurized systems. Systems that deal with pressure.
Sure.
They're required to be closed.
They require a container, but the container doesn't need to be closed.
Good win, guys.
Of course it does. Have you ever plumbed a house? Why don't you open one of your faucets and then try to raise the pressure inside of your house? Like, you can't. You'll lose the water.
If it was a liquid, yeah, like the liquid doesn't need to be enclosed on all sides for it to be a container. What's stopping the water from falling out? There's got to be like a wall or something to keep it in.
Yeah, exactly.
So is there a wall?
Well, through logic and reasoning, there must be.
Logic and reasoning, assuming the Earth is flat.
No, you said something holding the water. We're talking about something necessary to hold water, right?
On a flat Earth, yes.
So are we on pressure or?
Well, you're saying that you need something to hold water, but on your ball, nothing's holding water. There is no container. It's on the outside of a ball.
Even let's say it was a really small ball, and I dipped it in a water. There would be surface tension holding the little piece of water on the sphere.
Yeah,
right.
That's okay. That you're basically describing a raindrop.
I mean, that's true, right?
Yeah, you're describing a raindrop. The leading edge of a raindrop is the meniscus, right? Or if you pour water on your countertop, that leading edge of the water is the meniscus. Or if you pour water into a container, the meniscus presents itself. They measure that to figure out what the level of the water is, but that is always the leading edge of the water. But the thing about that is once that water interacts with a hard surface, madness ensues, right? You'll get one drop that turns into, I don't know, 10, 12, 100 drops, who knows, depending on the size of the drop. What we know is we're dealing with a surface, a hard surface, and we are dealing with gas pressure. With those things, we require containment. It literally requires it.
So you're saying it's the gas pressure that keeps you on the Earth?
Nope.
And then what
I said? Well, so you want to get into discussing gravity? You want to get it? What do you want to discuss at this point? Because that's the thing that I'm.
Well, I mean, like, okay, there's gas pressure that, let's say, you're saying there's a barrier. That barrier keeps the gas in there. What keeps us on the ground, though? You're saying about the gas. What keeps us on the ground?
Our mass, our density. I'll even just go as far as just to say density, actually. Because the thing about it is, when we change the medium that these objects are immersed within, like a human being or, pieces of wood or a basketball or whatever, when we change the medium that these objects are immersed within, all of a sudden these objects start to behave differently. And that's a problem, right? Because if we're going to honestly look at this entire thing and say, what is this place? I shouldn't be able to cancel out gravity simply by changing the medium that the object is immersed within. Is that making sense? Are you tracking with that or what?
I mean, what's pushing on a plane when it's what force is the airplane counteracting when it's flying?
The jet stream. Again, pressure. You're observing the exact same thing. That 14.7 pounds per square inch that you're observing at sea level, you watch birds ride upon it as they fly, right? They use their wings to navigate on the jet stream. And when it's windy, when there's an actual horrible wind that's blowing through, birds have a really rough time flying because they're attempting to navigate this disruption of wind that's in place. So an airplane, it's the same thing. An airplane flies along, it rides upon the jet stream, the pressure that's available. Now what's interesting is, and they tell you when you're seated to buckle your seatbelt, because if that airplane is flying and it hits a void pocket of air, that plane flops, it falls straight down. So anybody who's sitting in their seatbelt, or sorry, sitting in their seat that's not buckled in, they're going to hit the roof of the plane. So right
What
there,
do you think that is?
you hold on. What do I think that is? We're observing literally density, buoyancy, how the object interacts with the medium that it is immersed within. I got to withdraw for a couple minutes though, brother. I'm running outside. Somebody else can step in on this, hopefully.
I don't know. It's like you're denying gravity. You're denying the existence of gravity.
What's to deny? What's to deny?
Well, you know, like, let's say there's like a pocket of lesser air pressure. That means that there's now less lift on the wings. So it's now no longer in equilibrium. The force of lift and the force of and the mass of the plane.
How are you proving Earth's a globe with this?
What do you mean? No, I'm trying to get you guys to prove to me that the Earth is flat.
We don't need to prove anything. It presents itself that way. It's used that way, and it's measured that way. So,
well,
you're the one that has to prove your paradigm. You're the one that's saying. You're the one that's going against your senses, right? So, your version is nonsense.
Okay, but this is consensus in like a Discord server, though.
There's not one sense that picks up the Earth being a sphere or it moving, right? So it doesn't make sense.
I mean, you're just lying, though.
Okay, Donald. You have nothing to add.
I mean, I have measured the
Earth. Yep, go ahead.
I mean, you said that like as if I was like a cop asking you something.
No, not a cop. I'm just saying that the burden of proof.
No, but you said like you said like I don't need to prove anything to you, as if like I'm some cop that's gonna like do something to you, like if you confess or something.
What's that got to do with anything?
Well, no, you're like it's like you're hiding something. You say something like you're hiding something. I cannot prove anything.
Yeah, are you going to turn this? Are you going to turn this into a weird conversation, or are you going to show us some evidence that the Earth's a globe?
Oh, well, why can't you show me evidence the Earth is flat first?
It presents itself that way. It's used that way, and it measures that way. What more do you need? We can start with it presents itself that way. So, do you see Earth as a globe?
You know, I've actually.
Do you see Earth as a globe? In your daily life, every day, walk outside, does it present itself as a globe?
No.
It doesn't, does it? So therefore you go, okay, well, it doesn't seem like a globe. Now, every day it's used as a flat, non-rotating surface. Aeroplanes, construction, building of bridges, building of roads, building of railways, skyscrapers, flat, non-rotating surface. Now, is there any way that you use it as a globe?
Well, for example, like in the army, when you fire an artillery shell, you need to account for Earth's rotation.
Show me.
I'm gonna like need to. What is this?
Show me a demonstration.
No, this is like a video game. Okay. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I have to then find a video on artillery shells, how they work, and then I'll ping you in the side chat. Is that okay, Timbo?
Yeah, of course, man. Anyone else got proof the Earth's a globe? Donald, don't spaz out.
Hello. So, I mean, the Earth, the water on Earth is neither flat nor at rest ever. So that entire sentence was wrong, Mister Toby Dog 503.
Okay, what about a lake?
Lake is not at rest.
Sure about that? Show me.
Yeah. I mean, have you ever gone in a kayak?
Oh, just present something. That would be wind.
Yeah,
right?
lakes have
That would be
currents.
wind pushing you across the surface, right?
No, lakes have currents. They also participate in tides. There is
Oh,
lake
do they? By
tide.
how much?
It's minuscule, but that's irrelevant.
How
They
much? What's
still
minuscule? Give me a
it doesn't
measurement for
matter.
that.
It doesn't matter. They still participate in tides. Doesn't matter how minusculely they participate in tides. They participate in tides.
All right, show me.
Show you? Okay, give me a second. I just turned off my light, so let me turn it back on.
Turn back on your night light.
Lake tides.
Gummy bears.
I mean, you can just Google it yourself. But hey, so
Why would I
all
look for your
body,
evidence?
what?
Why would I look for your evidence?
You're not. I'm gonna give it to you. I don't understand what you're talking about.
You said You said to me that you could Google it yourself,
Yeah,
right?
you could, but I'm just gonna bring it to you, so it doesn't matter. The dynamic conditions of wind tides on Lake Erie. Wind tides.
Okay, I posted the thing on side chat, Timbo.
Yeah, so go read it out.
Yeah. Lake Schwann tidal.
Okay, wait, hold on. When firing artillery shells, the curvature and the spin of the Earth are indeed taken into account, particularly for long-range and highly precise shots. These factors are important considerations in ballistics and are accounted for in the calculations and adjustments made by artillery crews or computerized targeting systems. Here are a few points to explain how curvature and Earth's rotation are.
Have you got a demonstration of this?
Every
on artillery firing?
Fired.
Yeah, a demonstration of them correcting for the curvature of the Earth and the spin of rotation of the Earth. Donald.
Well, if you were in the army and did artillery, then you would know.
Were you in the army?
My dad was.
Yeah, my dad was a computer programmer, and I can't even send a fucking email, so that doesn't really count, does it?
No, but he told me.
Okay, did he show you?
Bro, I don't have artillery yard in my backyard. I'm not.
Okay, I'm just looking. It's okay. We can bring up articles about everything, right? But
do you want someone to fire an artillery shell?
I want a demonstration of them correcting for the curvature and the spin of the Earth in artillery shells. Because anyone can write an article, right, and say, well, the Earth's spinning and the Earth's curved, so therefore, in artillery firing, they must use the curvature and the spin of the Earth because the Earth is spinning and the Earth is curved, right? It's easy, isn't it? But
So
when you got to show a demonstration.
Do you want me to get a kernel to have a presentation on how artillery shells work? Would that be sufficient?
To back up what your article says, because it's not really a citation, is it? Where's the article from?
What do you mean?
Where's the article from?
It's like a Quora.
What do you mean? Quora, yeah? So someone...
Well, it's not Quora. You look in the side chat and you see what it...
I'm driving, man.
Well, you can look at it later then,
Yep. So have you
or
got
whenever you have the time.
have you got a demonstration to back up what this on the internet is saying? That would be pretty important, right? Wouldn't it be important?
What exactly are you trying to have me prove? Am I supposed to fire artillery shells to show you that
Don't know.
I need to account for
Just
the
a
curvature of the Earth?
demonstration, because we can all just give a citation. We can all just give an article. We can all post an article. I can post an article about them spending $26 million on a toilet for the ISS. But did they do that? I don't know. I can't see the budget, but that's what the article claims. How do we prove that that article is correct? That's my point. How do we do that?
Well, now it's like
now that article said, yeah, they use the curvature of the Earth and the rotation of the Earth in their calculations. Now you'd have to look for a demonstration, right? To go, okay, they actually do that. Isn't that the next logical step? Instead of just going believing what you see on Quora.
Why would they lie about this?
Why would they lie? I don't know. Why do people lie? Do people lie?
But why would they lie about artillery shells?
Do people lie?
No, I'm asking why would they tell the people who fire guns false information?
Do people lie?
Do they want them to miss on purpose? What is the point of that?
Do people lie?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. So wouldn't you want something to back up your article just so you know that that person's not lying?
As if I just cannot believe in anybody. As if I need to see everything for it to be true.
I don't care. I don't care what you do, but until you present some demonstrations.
So you have an agnostic take. Can I have a chance to speak? So you have a more of an agnostic take on the shape of the Earth?
No, it's a. I don't believe what they say until someone can demonstrate it. That's my.
I don't think I was asking you, but hold on.
But you are asking for the impossible.
I don't. Why am I asking for the impossible? If they do it, hey, can you read that? Can you shut up? So if I'm asking the impossible,
no, you shut up.
Can it not be done? All right. What's your name, mate? Jamal?
What is it? Timbo.
Yeah.
I posted source and side chat. You say you are driving. Then you tell me, can you prove this? But even if I could link it, you still wouldn't be able to see it because you're driving the car.
Yes,
so you would need to see it later anyways.
Okay, demonstration, right? So have you got a demonstration?
But you're driving the car.
That's fine. I'm nearly finished. Do you have a
demonstration? Can't see the demonstration when you're driving.
Yeah, but do you have the demonstration so I can save it?
Okay, hold on. As you're driving, I'm gonna try to look for a source. Give me 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jamal.
Someone's spamming. Something else. Memes. Okay.
Hello.
I'm trying to see what in the side chat he wants to see so bad that's a demonstration. Was it Lao Su talking last? The fuck am I looking at? I'm going back to ghost music. You guys are crazy.
You're crazy, man. You believe you live on a spinning ball.
You want me to start rapping?
Well, here's the video. Here's a video on it. Now, the way
you watched the video?
Yeah. The way you can say it is you think this guy who's a sharpshooter is lying for some reason that he doesn't take into account Earth's rotation when shooting.
I'm watching it. I'll be back. I'm just going to watch it and I'll be back.
Lao Tzu. You're not in the VC. Okay.
Oh no, the lag. Remember when it was lagging? Is anybody in the conspiracy Discord call? I think that's where I need to go to talk about Flat Earth today. Nope, that sucks. So 24/7 Flat Earth is dead silent. If I go check either of the Discords of 24/7 Flat Earth, I'm gonna get cog dissed, and nothing around here fucking matters. We just get into arguments for no reason and then blame each other for it. It's so last year, bro. Can we please get 2025 with this shit? Wait, too bad 2025 is just gambling and fucking degenerate bullshit all day. Hey.
Yeah. Did you watch that video?
Yeah. He said
Yeah,
the
what did he
force
say?
is not very significant. He said like 1,000 yards is one click's worth of Coriolis effect.
Yeah. And he said not. They don't even account for it.
He said they account for it, but in long-range shots,
Why?
because the Earth is massive.
How long are we talking?
Was one click over 1,000 yards?
Yeah. And for artillery shells,
So he said it was insignificant.
That's great for recon, but who's actually going to try to kill somebody from that far away with a sniper? I think the best we have is
well,
caliber. Like,
well, some people have killed, from 2,000 yards.
okay, I didn't know that.
He said they account for wind, and when they account for wind, they don't account for Coriolis because it's insignificant.
Why don't you guys check out the distance?
Did you see that?
Oh, sorry,
yeah.
brother.
No,
Sorry,
you're
Tim.
all right, man. Go ahead.
I bet. Check out the distance a railgun can shoot to. So this is a gun that's mounted to to a ship, and they'll launch this ballistic from the ship. Again, the railgun mounted to the ship to a point on the land, and they'll shoot to distances. Again, I'd urge you to research it. I've done my research on it. If it's a globe, then the that the actual dimensions, the drop over distance would actually have to be there in order for the claim to be true. And that distance that I can shoot to is pretty substantial.
They did Coriolis effect stuff with, when calculating in World War II, battleship
Just a
cannons on
demonstration.
firing.
You still gave me an explanation and not a demonstration.
As if I have a battleship that I can shoot something with.
That's a you problem.
Yeah, don't you 07?
I mean, do you have a battleship that...
I'm not trying to prove Coriolis, dude.
Well, I'm getting to a point like, why
I just
should
want
I
you to
prove
let you know
anything to
he
you, though?
just started talking.
Because you
right now,
just deny
about to say
everything.
Something. This guy's.
I don't deny everything. I'm just looking for a demonstration, man. That's it. You can give me explanations. You can give me explanations all day long, but until you show me a demonstration.
Can you define what a good demonstration would be?
Yeah, someone actually doing it, right?
Doing what?
Correcting for Coriolis. And it being any significant amount that they take into account. That'd be great.
But the guy said 1,000 yards is 1 click's worth of Coriolis.
Yeah, it was an explanation. Yeah, and he said he doesn't use it.
Because he doesn't shoot at 1,000 yards.
Yeah, so he said he never uses it, so it's not a demonstration. That's him
If he
saying
were
he
to
doesn't
shoot at
use
1,000 yards, he would need to account for Coriolis.
Okay, that was him. That was a video of him saying he doesn't use it. So not a good demonstration, was it?
Do you want to go to this guy's house and tell him to shoot at something so he can prove to you Coriolis?
That's a you problem, mate, not me.
Bro, but the world doesn't revolve around you, though.
I know that.
So why are you out here denying everything that you can see?
I'm not denying everything. I'm just waiting for a demonstration of your claim. You're the one that's claiming everything without any demonstrations or evidence.
Okay, but your demonstration is just look around and see that the Earth is flat.
No, it's used that way. And it measures that way too. So it looks that way.
It doesn't measure that way, but the guy said you account for Coriolis at over 1,000 yards.
And then said he doesn't use it.
Because he doesn't shoot at 1,000 yards.
Okay, so he's never used it. So that's an explanation without a demonstration.
Okay, do you want a guy who shoots artillery then? Who shoots at 20 miles?
Go and
show you
find it
Coriolis.
and come back. Yeah.
I have a
Okay,
question.
bro.
Weren't you the guy
Give me
not trying
3
to
minutes.
Flat Earth?
Just find the demonstration, man. That's it.
Give me 3 minutes.
Are you finding?
What are you yapping about?
I'm trying to see what demonstration you're trying to grab. Flat Earth or globe Earth?
Globe Earth, he's claiming Coriolis effect. That would
And
be
you're
the
claiming
Earth
no?
spinning. Well, I'm just saying there's no demonstration of it.
I'm sure you can
Where
find
do you
hundreds of
experience?
videos online of a demonstration of it. It doesn't mean that it's real.
Where can you experience Coriolis effect? The Earth Coriolis, Earth-based Coriolis.
Only killers experience it, bro. I'd rather be a fucking only killers experience Coriolis.
But that's it. There's no demonstration. So when do you experience any Earth-based Coriolis effect?
I don't know. Sometimes my world's spinning right around my face.
See, this is why I can't have a conversation. This is why I was calling you a dumbass before.
You never felt dizzy before?
Because you can't. Your worldview is so ridiculous that you can't even take it seriously.
The flat Earth one?
No, the globe Earth.
Oh no, I believe in flat Earth, man.
Okay, what's your best evidence the Earth is flat?
P900X camera, Chicago.
Yeah, and what does that do?
You take it there, you look at Chicago through the horizon. It's not possible, but you do it anyway.
Yeah, what distance?
I don't know, whichever distance you pick. You better have, I think P900X can handle it.
So just point and shoot, say it's flat, yeah?
That's what people did.
Sure, that's what they did?
Surely you don't want me to say what I'm thinking, dude. So just shut your mouth.
Yeah, I do.
No.
I do want you to say what you're thinking. That's what the whole channel's about,
No,
isn't
it's
it?
all forgotten. I can't talk about it.
Okay, check VC text. This guy shoots a gun, doesn't account for Coriolis, and then accounts for Coriolis.
Coriolis effect on our rifle here. We're going to shoot out 1,000 west, 1,000. We're going to measure those and show you guys that kind of error lead to errors drop down. All right, got still down there. We're going to switch direction. Switch the bents over. Now. All right, we got 3 more hits on this field down here. Now we're going to rack up all our. Go check these out, measure them up, show you the results. All right, we've made it down to our target shot at the west. This is our west target here. As you can see, they've all dropped in quite low. We've got 8 inches center to the center of the group, which is a little lower than we expected, dealing with some pretty stiff mirage. So we got a nice little group here. We're going to pack up this target and head down to our target that we shot to the east, and we'll compare the 2 groups and show you the difference. Just switching directions. That's all we did. We switched west to east. All right, we've made it down to our target on the east target now, and as you can see, they're not quite too high. We've got about 3 inches, maybe 3.5 to the center of the group above bullseye. So if we compare this to our other target, we're 3 inches high here, 8 inches low there. That's 11 inches, just over a minute of difference between just shooting from the west to the east. Now, how does this affect you and your data? 1 minute with this 7 LRM we're shooting at 1,000 yards worth 70 feet per second if you were trying to develop drop data. And that could make huge differences in your drop data and your custom turret if you were to actually figure the data shooting east and west. So the tip today is always do your data either north and south. That will eliminate your Coriolis up and down, or know how much effect that has on it and take that into account on your.
Oh, was it Timbo? Did you watch the video?
I don't think he did.
Did you watch it?
Has it been?
Yeah, I watched it.
Isn't it a 10-minute video?
It's a 5-minute video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, did you hear his first when he was shooting to the east? He said we're a little bit off here because there was a lot of miraging. So that doesn't explain anything. He's just using
Okay, bro,
him
get a
missing
gun.
shots.
Get a gun.
Hang
Buy a
on.
gun.
He's just using him missing the target as Coriolis, right?
Do you think he can do it better than him?
I'm not saying that.
No, he's an idiot.
He
What,
goes,
can I say something?
I'm a little bit, yeah. He goes, I'm a little bit off here of what it should be, but there was a lot of miraging and stuff like that. So him missing the target is now Coriolis effect. God,
To the
ahead,
side?
Jacob.
You are just.
Well, Mattages, the thing is, right, if any military personnel say, then they are a fucking idiot. Because what they're saying is that they want to account for an observer seeing the trajectory of their projectile appear to curve when it's actually going straight.
What?
Is that what they're doing? Is that what they're doing? Are they accounting?
What are you saying, man?
Are they accounting, right, for an observer?
What observer, man? You don't
Coriolis
need to.
effect. Hey,
This isn't quantum physics.
Hey, that's what the Coriolis effect is defined as being. The apparent deflection of an object in motion as it travels through an inertial reference frame, right, in a straight line.
That doesn't mean
and appears to deflect as observed from the non-inertial turning reference frame. Do you want citation for that?
That wasn't a mirage.
Proving what exactly?
So effectively, what this military personnel is saying, if they are military personnel, is saying,
He's a hunter.
Right. Well, okay, this hunter is saying, I don't want an observer seeing my projectile to apparently deflect when it's actually going straight.
That is insane talk.
That's correct, sir. What he should be saying, if he's saying that he has to account for anything, he'd be saying that he's accounting for Earth rotation, not the Coriolis effect. Because Coriolis effect is an apparent effect, an illusion, which is caused by an object traveling through a non-accelerating inertial reference frame appearing to deviate in its course as observed by an observer on a turning non-inertial reference frame. That is the definition of the Coriolis effect. So if anybody says that they are accounting for the Coriolis effect, they are effectively saying, I don't want an observer on the turning non-inertial reference frame to see my projectile appear to deviate off its course.
So you're saying this hunter, for some reason, is in on the conspiracy?
No, I'm saying he's an idiot and doesn't know how the Coriolis effect is defined.
That doesn't make it untrue what's happening in the physical world.
Yes, it does make it untrue. What he should be saying, if he's claiming that he has to account for anything, he should be saying he has to account for Earth rotation, not the Coriolis effect, which would be a result of Earth rotation.
So you think there is a Coriolis effect on a flat Earth?
No, there's no Earth-based Coriolis effect.
So what is he accounting for?
I don't know.
He's accounting for Earth's rotation.
Well, prove the Earth rotates then.
If it was a flat Earth, he wouldn't need to account for anything of sorts of what he is accounting for.
Well, prove it.
Nowhere in that said the Coriolis effect.
I don't need to prove to you anything. You're like
Wait.
You're like living a
I
bubble.
like penguins. It's in the title of the video, dumbass.
I don't know. Talk to him about it. Like, write him an email, say that he's wrong.
I can get a YouTube video title saying Sussy Baka called me at 3 a.m. Is that real?
I think you guys live in fairy tales when you tell me this stuff.
Tell you what stuff? That the Earth isn't in motion, just as you experience it.
No, when you tell me that, this guy is faking this, like, why would I believe you?
Rotation, yeah, their demise was the moon and then the sun. It rotates in a fucking circle.
I didn't say he was faking anything. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. That's a straw man. Joel, it's a straw man.
So what is he doing if he's not faking it? Is he just misinformed?
An idiot? Yes.
So what is happening there, truly?
I don't know. I'm not making a claim about it, but he's incorrect.
How are you not an idiot then?
How am
the guy
I
at least has an explanation.
Explanation for what? For what?
For why the bullet, isn't moving straight.
Well, maybe he's just a bad fucking shot.
Well, he's certainly a better shot than you.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I would say so, yeah.
I'm going to see if he actually even makes a shot. Let me go and watch the full video.
I like how you tried to say that it was like an apparent curve, but like, yeah, it's apparent from the observer point of rotating with the Earth. That's what the Coriolis effect is. It's not a mirage. It really does curve to the right from where it was shot.
If there is an actual deflection, right, then and you are on a turning reference frame, right, and you throw something straight, and you're trying to hit something on the turning reference frame, right, you would have to account for that. But that's not what the Coriolis effect is. That's what I'm saying, right? So anybody that says that they have to account for that is an idiot.
Are you like the Coriolis effect guy? Did you like invent Coriolis effect?
No, I'm just going from this.
You're right. That's not what the Coriolis effect is. The effect is causing that. That's not what it is.
When they say this is the reason, the guy says Coriolis effect, so he doesn't have to say I'm accounting for rotation of the Earth. He can use a shorter word to describe it.
Or an object carrying mass.
He can use the correct terminology. If he thinks he's accounting for the rotation of the Earth, then he can say that. Not be an idiot and use the term Coriolis effect.
It's more precise language.
How did the guy that told you what Coriolis effect is, how do you know he's telling the truth?
That is the understood physics definition. The guy that developed the thing, like that understood it for the first time ever in history and wrote about it, which was then adopted by all physicists. You fucking morons.
You're saying there is a Coriolis effect?
There is such thing as Coriolis effect, just not Earth-based Coriolis effect. Okay, so two people can be standing on either side of a merry-go-round, okay? And there can be a person on the merry-go-round, right? So you got three people. Two people are not on the merry-go-round and standing on either opposite sides of it, and there's one person on the merry-go-round. Now the merry-go-round is turning. Now the two people that are opposite each other and not on the merry-go-round are going to throw a ball in a straight trajectory path to each other. It's going to go over the person that's on the merry-go-round. Now, as the person on the merry-go-round is turning, to them, the object in the air, the ball as it's flying over the top of them, appears to curve. Its path appears to deflect, when in fact it is just going straight between the two people that are not on the turning reference frame. That's what the Coriolis effect is. the apparent observed deflection of an object as it's going in a straight path as observed from the turning non-inertial reference frame. So while the object is going straight, it appears to curve.
Yep.
And this guy is not accounting for this when he's firing the rifle?
No, he's not worried about whether somebody on the turning non-inertial reference frame is going to see his projectile appear to deviate. He's worried about hitting his target. That's all.
So why didn't he hit the target then?
I'm not worried about that. You are the one making a claim about that. All I'm pointing out is the incorrect terminology used by the man.
So you're arguing semantics here.
Yes, I am arguing semantics because words have meaning. Yes.
So what's wrong with it? Because the Coriolis effect seems to work on a spherical model. No, nothing. I wouldn't want to answer that either.
Like the guy, in the comments, they say it's actually Ethos effect because it's west to east and the Coriolis is for north to south. But it's like the difference between centrifugal and centripetal force. It's semantics. Something is happening. And it would not happen on a flat Earth. On a flat Earth, it doesn't spin. That's the point.
We don't get the
because it is happening. Because it is happening. That means the Earth is not stationary, and it's not flat.
Yeah, the rotational speed from the equator to the poles proves that the middle is definitely faster than the two poles. You don't get that on a disk either.
I mean, this is just like one thing. It's like a thing that is like implemented in real life and not like in some outer space type deal. It's within Earth's atmosphere. All of the shots are within Earth's atmosphere, and there still is, deviations. And the further out you go, the larger these deviations are, and that's why I used artillery as an example. But obviously, first of all, a military is not going to leak secrets about itself on YouTube for everyone to see, but a hunter is gonna give tips to other hunters on YouTube about shooting things from long range.
None of this stuff is happening on a globe because that will be impossible. Obviously, because they're breathing air and there is no gas pressure without a container. There's also no curvature and there is no motion of the ground. If there's a phenomena that they're taking into account to be able to deliver their shot to the target, that's what they do, but nothing to do with a globe at all. No globe involved.
Yeah, Matejas, you kind of deviated from the earlier conversation with regards to gas pressure. Did you check out the stuff from Indio? Like, at all?
Are you guys trying to imply that since there's gas pressure, there needs to be a container?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah, that would be a good one.
instead of like a force holding it down, that's not possible.
No. Listen, the gas pressure is the force that the gases are exerting the force on the walls of its container.
Yeah, and they
causing the pressure. Because of the container. If there wasn't a container in place, the entropy of gases will keep increasing, and there will be no gases going towards your lungs. They will be going away from your lungs. You wouldn't be able to breathe. You'll be dead.
Interesting claim.
Right. So all I was saying was that was the topic earlier when Matejas said he had to go. Then he came back, and then a new topic came up without addressing the end of the last one. That's why I just brought it up in case it was an attempt to just deviate because he couldn't say anything about it and just wanted to deflect, or if there maybe was a conclusion that was brought up that I just missed.
For that guy?
Yeah.
Is he here?
He says in the chat, not exactly what it was trying to prove. Okay, so
yeah.
So he's like, he's either half listening, or it's a language barrier. I don't know.
Yeah. So how do I say this? How did we arrive to the conclusion that the second law of thermodynamics was indeed a law, or that thermodynamics had a second law? How did we accomplish that? Where?
Because it always happens in nature without exception. You cannot show the contrary of it happening in nature. You cannot show it. If you can, go ahead and show it.
Yeah. Just go outside in nature. There's no lid on this container. There's no container.
That's a baseless assertion what you're making, because the only way that you can demonstrate the gas behavior and the way the pressure is being caused is because the gases are pushing against the walls of its container. If there was no container, the gases will rush towards the available volume violently. They will be leaving your lungs violently.
Yeah, right. So gas pressure again, gas pressure. Why do we have gas pressure, and why is it getting thinner as we go up in altitude? It seems like it's a force holding it down.
Cause and effect relationship, right? Cause and effect relationship, correct?
Cause and effect relationship.
So as an antecedent, the
what's a cause and effect
container.
relationship?
Okay, let's find it. Let's see. Gas pressure. So the pressure of gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. That's chemistry.edu. The molecules are in consistent random motion and frequently collide with each other and with the walls of a container. Because the molecules are in motion, a gas will expand to fill the container. Since density is defined to be the mass divided by volume, density depends directly on the size of the container in which a fixed mass of gas is confined. So listen to this one. This one is important. Let me find it. Okay. Look at this one.
All these laws were derived from using containers built on Earth.
Okay, real quick.
You have no proof.
Observation, right? Cause and effect relationships. This is how laws are observed. That always happens. There's no other way of observing it. That's why it's a law, right? So observations about gas pressure may be explained using the following ideas. The rapid motion and collision of molecules with the walls of the container causes, you see the key word, causes pressure. You see? Pressure is proportional to the number of molecules collisions and the force of the collisions in a particular area. The more collision of gases with the walls, the higher the pressure. Look at this one. So pressure is caused. You see the key word, caused by gas molecules hitting the walls of the container. With a smaller volume, the gas molecules will hit the walls more frequently, and so the pressure increases. Now, this is the law. This is the law because this is the way it's demonstrated, the way it's observed. And now, can you
Where is
demonstrate?
it
Can you
observed?
demonstrate? Listen, real quick. The last caveat. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without the container?
What would be sufficient evidence? Like on Earth, with all of the other factors going into
Dude,
why
just
things
bring
are
one and we'll
moving.
evaluate it. Dude, just bring one, we'll evaluate it on its face.
Because
Well, how do I
remember,
know what standard you have? I want to like go around digging for centuries.
the one that we have, the one that has been validated, the one that has been validated and demonstrated is already in place. The laws established, and now you're saying there is something else causing the pressure. There is another mechanism that you're claiming that is in place. Go ahead and show that. Show the one that you're claiming replaces the one that is the law.
Let's just look at the second law of the image, but
So are you looking for it, or did you just make a baseless
I'm looking at
assertion?
I'm looking at all the examples of that law, and I'm seeing a container in each one.
There is many laws of gas pressure, and none of them include what you might be looking for, which is the globe idea that is without a container, and the nonsensical fantasy gravity that doesn't exist in reality. That
Okay.
you're not gonna find that on any of the gas laws.
So it honestly just sounds like you want like a lid. Like, so what? Let's say the Earth has a lid, but it's also a sphere. Now what?
No, okay. So now you are admitting that
keeping gas on Earth, but there's pressure.
the lid is required. Yeah, the lid is required. Now we can scratch that. You know, there's a container required for the
Well, hold on. I refined my scenario. I said, let's say that there is some force keeping the gas pressure on Earth, like a lid, not exactly a lid. Something that could feasibly, logically keep the gas down on Earth.
That's vague. When you say some force, what is that? Some force. And remember, you gotta be very specific because the force is being exerted by the gases, and the container is holding the gases, and the gases are being pressurized as a consequence of the container, right? The volume being in place for the gases to press against, causing the pressure. You're saying now there is some other force that is going to affect the entropy of gases, which is the expansion of gases, that will always occur in nature, and you cannot show otherwise.
Okay, so what kind of container are we talking about here? What could, according to you, be the necessary container to keep gas pressure on Earth? Like what would be able to confine gas to Earth to cause gas pressure?
It's not important for the argument. The point is that there has to be one given the knowledge that we do have. Now, if you come in here and say, oh, no, we don't need a physical barrier to hold gas in and cause gas pressure, then, yep, provide a means by which it can otherwise. Right, so that's where this came about. We were talking to Matejas earlier, and the same point came up, and we asked him, okay, well, how does gravity, for example, that was what he invoked, causes gas pressure, bring an experiment, and he couldn't.
Yeah. So if the variable that we're testing is the Earth's gravity, you're suggesting that we leave Earth's gravity and do a test, but you wouldn't accept that because anybody who leaves Earth's gravity is some sort of like
No, you can
whether they know
listen.
it or not.
You can put it on paper. Listen, bro, you can put it on paper and write that down. Gravity is causing the Earth to form into a ball, including the atmosphere or the gas pressure, form into a shape called a sphere. Right? You can put that on paper, but can you demonstrate it? And the reality is that you cannot demonstrate it. And even if we give you gravity, let's say you have gravity in a
How
pocket
do you want me to
somewhere, and you're
demonstrate
gonna listen. 1 second. Even if you have gravity, and I give it to you, and you're saying that you actually have gravity, you will not be able to affect gravity. Gravity is not gonna be able to affect the entropy expansion of gases. It's not gonna affect it. So how are you gonna say that it's gonna contain it around a pressurized system next to a low pressure system, and the gases are not going to
No, they
expand?
are. They leave the Earth's atmosphere. They do. Not a lot of it.
Atmosphere is a contradiction of terms. Atmos is air.
Oh
Sphere
God,
is a shape,
you're
and
just
gases have no
saying
shape.
words now. Okay, you should
You're
just
the
say
one
some
saying
random
words, dude.
bullshit.
I'm giving you the realist level. I'm giving you reality, the way it works.
You know what people are referencing when they say the atmosphere. Now you're just bringing up like
Oh, okay.
the
So you're but
genealogy
you
of
gotta
it
remember.
or the language.
Remember when you admitted that the lid is gonna have to be in place for the gas pressure.
No,
But
I didn't
then
say it
around,
wasn't. That
but
invokes
this is the whole point. This is the whole point about the atmosphere is that
find it. I said something confining it.
okay, something confined in it, but okay, let's say something confined in it, okay, but in the first place, right, when you go to the realist level where the gas pressure is, and you go across this realm that we're in, right, you're not going to find this curvature, this ball across any surface of the earth or across any water in this place. So then you're gonna jump that, you're gonna skip the realist level, say, yeah, but what happens in the sphere? Even though you don't have the sphere in the first place, you want me to jump into fantasy land and skip reality, that there is no curvature to be found, and skip the antecedents to the gas pressure and entertain your fantasy, dude, when you cannot demonstrate any of that. You cannot demonstrate the curvature, you cannot demonstrate the gas pressure without a container, you cannot demonstrate the motion of the ground you're standing on, and you're saying let's go to this fantasy place and talk about that.
He left, by the way.
Good for him. He left because he got demolished, obviously.
If gravity could overcome entropy, then entropy wouldn't exist. Like, how stupid are these people, man?
So is it just me, or is it that it seems like step number one for Globies is to build up to a big grandiose claim, and then step two, which should be proving the claim, then turns into just rage quitting?
They're basically saying, yo, listen to me, bro. Forget about the laws of nature, the things that you can demonstrate, the things that are established, right? Forget about that. And let's entertain this fantasy that I cannot demonstrate, and that will replace the thing that is demonstrable. Like, how does that even work?
Perfectly stated, man. Perfectly stated. Let's deny reality, motionless, fucking level. Like, let's deny these things and pretend it's something else.
Hey Jamal, I like your name and everything though, but the issue we can hear the sound in your background, and there's a live stream, and some music might get the channel striked. So try your best to maybe mute yourself so the sound doesn't feed. Jamal.
Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar.
What? Yeah, he's really cool. That turned quiet all of a sudden.
Of water, you've falsified that globe radius value. You've falsified that claim that's the geometric limitation of your view due to the Earth's curvature. Yeah, and this is something that's achievable for you. It's an observation that you can go and make. Right? It is not outside the scope of possibility for you as an average inhabitant of this place, right? But to say that you can do that with NASA photos and shit, nah, you can't. You can't verify those things in that manner. But you can do this, what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, I'd have to buy some relatively expensive equipment to do it, right? Like a high zoom camera and such.
You might just need even just a small telescope that can see at that range, or binoculars. Yeah, high-powered zoom device of some nature, like a camera. Yeah,
right, like how much zoom would I need? How much zoom?
Geez. Well, a lot of people are using the Nikon P900 or P1000s and all that, but I think you could do it with something like something with a little bit less capability, just has extra zoom, than what is capable, with the human eye.
Okay, so how much do I need to see the effect? Because I'm going to go do an experiment. That's what I do. I go out and I test things. I love to. So what amount of zoom do I need to see the effect that you're claiming disproves the globe Earth?
Yeah, well, yeah, you potentially you could do it with the human eyes, like
then hold on. Actually, wait. So now comes the part where I ask you: have you done this?
I've made observations over large bodies of water, where not necessarily I've seen yes, with eyes, been in like water at like head height, like just head above the water.
So you haven't done the very thing you're saying I should do.
No, I've made observations of water and shorelines, right, and objects on shorelines beyond the geometric limitation. Yes, I have. I've made those observations, but with my human eye. But with my human eye. With my eyes, right?
And you haven't.
Not with a high-powered zoom scope camera or telescope or anything like that. No, I haven't.
Okay.
No, I haven't done that.
So how did you confirm it? How did you confirm it?
The point is, it's verifiable, right? So other people are going out and presenting their observations of this actual thing, right?
I know, and I'm saying I'm going to go do it. I'm saying that. And I'm asking you, because I thought you had done it since you were talking about it, but apparently not.
Not with high-powered zoom technology, no. Not with high-powered zoom technology, I have not.
You were referencing zoom technology and then saying you did it. Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe it was my mistake. I don't know. Okay, I guess I'll look it up about how much zoom I need. Or actually, you know what was the camera you said people used?
You said you live in California. Yeah, Nikon P900s.
Oh, I live in Texas. I used to live
Nikon P1000. So it's like 85 times zoom or something like that.
Okay.
But like, I think that's probably in excess of what you need. But if you wanted to, that's like that Black Swan. I think that was a P900. That particular image. Let's snapshot from a video. If you want the video, we can link you the video too. He's made many observations.
The P1000 has 125 times optical zoom. There is no possible way that you could have detected that with your naked eye. It's impossible. Your observations aren't useful.
Yeah. No, but you can make observations with the human eye, which break, which go against the claimed geometry.
Where can I view that?
Go to the Santa Catalina. You can go to the California beach and watch Santa Catalina. It's 23 miles away, and you can see it. You go at night and you can see the lights on the beach. The cars, they are going on the beach. The beachfront, you can see that 22 miles away. With an naked eye, you don't need the high power zoom.
All right. So my question would be, at noon on a clear day.
Yes, of course, it has to be clear day. I mean, you don't want to go when it's raining, when it's cloudy, when it's foggy, and you cannot see 2 miles. I mean, it has to be clear day.
I mean, like I said, I'm going to go test this, and I fully expect to see boats disappearing from the bottom up at the distance the calculations say they should. That's what I'm going to expect, and if I don't see that, that's going to be interesting. I mean, seriously, has nobody in here done the experiments themselves? Nobody? I mean, maybe there's a lot of people who aren't here; they're just AFK or whatever. But that is, I cannot believe that. That's crazy. What's the experiment? The zoom experiment with a high-powered zoom camera to see the curvature.
It's not experiment; it's observation, man. You can do it anywhere. Even you can see mountains.
You can see mountains like 80 miles away. You can see mountains when you are climbing, when you are in altitude. And the mountains, they are there. It's visible at its eye level. They're not bending over.
They wouldn't.
I mean, you can have so much.
They would.
You can do so much observation. It's just like think about when you are looking to something. Look how far they are and how you see it.
Yeah, I'm literally saying I'm going to do that with a high-powered zoom and demarkers to know exactly how far away. I'm saying I'm going to do that. And I'm asking
but
anybody else done it.
You can do it with the naked eye.
I've done
That's
it
what
over
I'm
10
saying.
kilometers. I've done it over 10 kilometers and approximately 20 kilometers. The second one, I couldn't give you an exact number, but approximately 20, and I've done it over 10. So over the 10 kilometers that I did it was from a beach to a beach on an island. From my height above sea level, there should have been 7 meters of curvature, but I could see the beach on the other side with people sitting there.
Okay. Are you okay with telling me what beach this was?
Yep. So that was in Australia, in a place called Townsville, and the beach is called the Strand. And I was looking across to a beach out on West Point of Magnetic Island.
Can anyone prove to me that there is one here?
And you used high-powered zoom?
Yeah, just a camera, on a tripod.
Yeah.
How much zoom did you have?
A camera, that makes, surfaces flat. I mean, that's, pretty good force, I guess.
I mean, I'm talking to AJ about how much zoom he had because he said he did the experiment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
was it just a normal 4 or 5 times zoom from a regular camera?
No. I've still got it actually. I've got a Canon camera with quite a big lens. I can't tell you off the top of my head what the zoom is now.
Okay.
But you can definitely go and check those distances. I'm actually going back there shortly. I'm going to actually do this again and a few other ways, and I'm going to film it all so that I've got and keep all the details, because this was just something I did when I was first introduced to flat Earth myself, and I was obviously arguing against it, and I did spend a lot of time on the water, and I started noticing, the distances to certain objects out over the ocean when I was out on the water, because I used to go out a couple of 100 k's offshore fishing out at the reefs. And then when I sort of realised this, I'm like, okay, well, that's about 10 kilometres across there. So I got my Google Maps and pinned out a point that was 10 kilometres across and grabbed my camera. I also did one with the drone there, where I sat the drone just above the water and flew it as far as I could across. I got about halfway, but and then I went from there out to another point, which is called Cape Cleveland, and shot back towards an area called Nelly Bay on Magnetic Island.
You know what I think would be my first question would be, can you zoom in enough to see people at the beach?
Yeah, you can. Yes. So I could see the waves. I could see the waves breaking on the shore. You can see people there. Now, there's actually, this is very interesting. There's security. Hang on, just let me say this. There's security cameras along that beach on the Strand, and I used to work with the monitoring room there. But across that distance, you could zoom up pretty close to people. Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
Yeah. Then my next recommendation would be to get a actual person on the other side of that beach. So that then you can just communicate, be like, all right, walk right up to the edge of the water, and I'm going to zoom in on you, and I want to see if I can see all the way down your ankle to, where your foot touches the ground. Or can I see only your knees and downward? Is the fact that I can see sand just making me believe I can see the whole beach, or is part of the beach consumed? These are the things that I would want to do. I would want to put in restrictions.
That's cool. But you got to remember too that there's supposed to be 7 meters of curvature blocking my view, so I should be seeing maybe the tops of some buildings, trees, the mountains over there. I really shouldn't be seeing anything on the beach. But I also want to try and do a mirror flash, and I also, if I can, I've got to look into lasers, because I'm going to have a little bit of time, and I actually want to do this because this is a really good location to do it.
And you said it was 10 miles?
10 kilometers.
10 kilometers.
So the real point is, if your observation is in excess of the claimed geometry of the Earth that they say we live on, right? Despite whatever effects you think you're observing, like bottom-up obstruction of view, okay? Because that can be, you can come up with other reasons why you might not be able to see, like, someone's feet on the sand.
Yeah, you could, yeah. What we're talking about right now is the existence of a sharp horizon, right?
Yeah, that or just surface of water beyond the geometric limitation, right? Based on your height and the radius value of the Earth.
Okay.
Like there's one here the DJ likes to present. It's a Utah observation. Like, so the guy uses, I think, a P900. He makes observations in the day, and then they do a laser test at night, and they film it all, right? So they're seeing straight across 21 miles of water, right? A lake, right?
Mm-hmm.
Straight across, one side to the other, right? And there's no horizon, right? The horizon should be at, what does he say? It's like 2.5 or 2.7 miles or something. That's where you should see a cutoff point of water, and then things in the distance being obstructed from view beyond that, right? As the Earth curves down and away from you beyond that point, anything on the surface within that, a certain range, up to 21 miles would be an obstruction of view of something like 220 feet, right? So anything 220 feet or less, you won't see it, right? You shouldn't see the top of it or anything. It should just be covered from view, right? No, they're just saying straight across that shit. Straight across the other side, seeing buildings, car lights, whatever, like just all that shit. Lasers.
There's video of this.
Yeah, there's lots. There's shitloads of this. Like, we got a home server where you can go to one of our channels, in our additional information section called Laser Test, and then there's also one for long distance observations. You got one for the horizon. Like, I can send you a DM to join that server and have it. You can have a look through our library if you like.
I was more interested in that one video you referenced of a.
I can post that for you, man. I'll grab it. Hang on.
Yeah, I would love to see that.
There's a few others I can drop you as well in the chat. FE Laser Core is a pretty good one as well, which are a heap of laser tests or observations over different distances. And they have got all the videos with the data, the temperatures, the heights, it's all included in there for you. I think the longest was 24 miles.
There you go. I've posted that for you now. I've really got to shut up and get in this kitchen because I'm the kitchen bitch tonight, and I've got to do some shit. So I'll leave it up to you, AJ, or Migu Wigu, others. Cheers, man.
No worries, man. I'm sure we'll all have something to add.
What are you cooking?
Who was that?
I said, what are you cooking tonight?
Just some missiles and veg.
I'm not cooking tonight. I've had a gutful. I'm going to buy something.
It's 8 degrees here in Melbourne, and I made the great decision to start a stew at about 2 o'clock and cook it. Just had it. Absolutely delicious.
I just got back off the mountain here. It's opening day of the snow season. And I had a heap of stock to take up to a shop up there this morning and then back up again this afternoon. And it's like a 40K trip up the hill, and everyone's got snow chains on the fucking bitumen doing 20 k's an hour.
Yeah, well, they'll be the same people that will drive off the side of the mountain with snow chains on or off. Doesn't matter.
No, as I'm saying, they're putting chains on at the bottom at the moment. It's from the base, right at the base, probably 30 k's up. The snow wasn't right until the last sort of 5 kilometres on the road, and they've driven 20 k's an hour. The whole mountain on the bitumen, no snow, and you get stuck behind them. It takes hours to get up and hours to get down. Oh. I'm like ripping my hair out. The road's not even wet, and they've got... Yeah, anyway. Going on, CB?
We already have snow in Australia. Wow, man. I thought it was just the beginning of the winter.
Yeah, we've had no snow till today. Like opening day, it has snowed all night last night and all day today up there. But we had none prior to today. They were making snow. They had one run opened, and everyone's flocking up there for opening day and their one green run.
What mountain are you on?
I'm in Jindy, so I'm at the base of Perisher and Thredbo.
Oh, yeah, cool. Yeah.
Victoria's mountains probably got about 10 centimetres as well last night and today.
Yeah, the whole lot was snowed over. But that's even the lot of Mount Dandenong at 600 metres.
Yeah, well, we got it to 1,000 here.
Yeah, they're talking about... Sorry. They're talking about early snowfalls for us up here in the next few days in northern New South Wales, like potential snowfall at high altitudes.
Yeah, it'll probably push that way. I think we got another 3 or 4 days of snow, so yeah, it'll start heading your way. Man, people are desperate for opening day though. Like one green run, wet, sticky snow, and they're all lining up there. Oh, I wouldn't even bother riding it.
That's all right for all the newbies. Oh, good.
You know what we get now? We get all the Indians from Sydney and they come up, man, and they take up the whole entire car parks. The town's packed, and they go up there and they toboggan.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that, but I didn't want to pull any race cards out.
No, I'm not being racist. It's just a fact. Yeah, there must be a big influx in Sydney. Yeah, and then they all come up here for their holidays, but they they clog everything up, and then they just toboggan. But they also can be quite rude. Yeah, and like I've had a few instances up there at the resort where they just eat their lunch on their bonnet and throw their rubbish in the car park, and like, yeah, I've had not good experiences.
Oh, 2 million of them in 18 months. They've got to participate somehow.
Yeah. All the shops and servos have got rid of their microwaves and all that because, yeah, they don't buy anything. They just microwave their own food and then sit down in your restaurant and eat it at your table.
I swear to God, Earth is round. Swear to God.
Oh my, why is it always quiet in this channel? You guys are never talking about anything. You guys are scared. The Earth is obviously flat. You're obviously fat. You're obviously very round. That's why you think the Earth is round. You're round, kid. Shut the fuck up. Nerd. That's
Sorry, Reverend. I was just saying, let's have the next contestant to prove the globe. Step right up. Go ahead.
There isn't any more except for Milo and Tostone, but they don't want to jump on the mic. I think they're just listening.
Well, I did make one new song.
Human just joined. What's up, Human?
Yay.
Welcome to the room. Human, are you there? I know you clicked in this room. You're like, wonder what the flat earthers are doing.
He just said hello in the chat.
I see him. Listen? Oh, no. This is a no listening panel. You got to at least say hello. On the voice.
Hello. There you go.
Hey, welcome. So what do you think about the topic, flat earth? Think it's pretty taboo? Provocative, isn't it?
I think everyone's entitled to their opinions, and I don't think any one person necessarily has the wrong opinion.
Have you heard about this topic anywhere else, like in other forums? The topic of flat earth.
No.
This is the only place.
Yeah,
I can't
I've been
believe
here
that.
before. I just kind of.
Hey, we got Kanu. Kanu, welcome.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. What brings you to the forum?
No, just listening, bro.
Listening? Come on, man. Why are you guys always just listening? You new people should have an opinion on what you think the Earth is.
I think it's a globe
Yeah. Why do you carry that opinion?
because I don't know. I'm here to learn, bro. I think because we are doing space missions, we have satellites, we have. It makes sense, no? Because when we look at other planets, they look around, like Moon, Pluto, all this Mars. Why are we flat if all the other ones are round? So going by this logic, it feels like it's also round globe.
Well, I mean, you've been told a story about what all those things are, but you as a person can only accept them and believe based on something you've been told or seen, like the images or the videos. So something that they tell you and you take it on as a belief, you choose to believe in it. That's all it is. You're just in a belief system. If you can point to something that is not belief in there, then I can understand.
I mean, how it's not really belief if we are like observing, no? Then it becomes a fact, no?
Yeah. What are you observing though?
Observing.
You observe.
Okay, let's not like satellite photos. Do we believe in like satellites or?
Yeah. Well, how do you know they're in a place and what they are? Like, other than you seeing an image. Remember, I said images or video. So if it's not an image or video, how do you know that stuff is in a place they tell you it is?
Because, interesting take. But because they're shooting them up, no? They're like, we have...
Yeah, I mean, they tell us that, right?
Yeah, but... Okay, so why would all countries say like, oh, it's flat, it's round?
What do you mean? Well, the image of that is portrayed by academia everywhere. So every like school system is all saying, like they're all saying that. So they're carrying this belief about the Earth, but there's no way to substantiate. Okay, the big main part of this is like they're not giving you a method to substantiate the information. Do you know what that means? What I just said? Substantiate?
Substantiate proof, like... Okay.
You know what that means? Or I can tell you.
No, I know.
So they're showing you these images, but how can you test for the information to be true or not? How do you know?
I have to go by what they're saying. Unless I have to, yeah. Okay.
So all I'm telling you is that that's separate from a belief system. It's nothing more than just a story.
But
And
what?
it comes with images and videos, of course. They're showing you that stuff.
Oh, but people are actually flying up to like not space, but they're flying very high up with like Amazon thingy. What is it called?
Yeah, I mean, there's high altitude stuff. Everybody knows that you can travel in the sky. That's not a something that should be contested.
Yeah, but if you can see the curve, like when you go very high up, is that like proven to your eyes?
No, well, who's seeing curve and at what altitude? That's
No, this is what I'm saying. Who is this girl? Not Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, and they went on a space mission, right? Blue Moon or Blue Lagoon or what is it called?
That's Jeff Bezos.
Blue Origin.
Blue Origin rocket. Yeah.
Blue Origin.
Yeah, and soon, if you go high enough on Blue Origin, don't you see the curvature?
No, according to the math of the size of the Earth, where the curvature should be, that's not high enough. Okay, since we've been in this argument for quite some time, there's the size of the Earth, right? The purported size of how big they think the Earth is according to the geometry of how big it is. You wouldn't be able to see curve at that altitude. That's not me. I'm not the one saying that. There's math that follows this, like the size of the Earth, and according to that math, the Earth cannot be witnessed as a sphere at the altitude. You'd have to go much farther and much higher.
Okay, interesting. But what about the ISS?
No, not even the ISS. ISS sees something.
Really?
Yeah, the ISS sees something like maybe 2% of the Earth, according to the size of the globe. According to that size, it doesn't even see like all of the Earth. The math, right? That's what we're sticking to. Like, if there's consistency to the size of the Earth and what you should see from that altitude, then there should be math that follows it. You get what I'm saying, Kanu? Like,
yes,
the math has to work out to, if you're at a certain altitude, this is what you would see. But there isn't any math to proceed that at what altitude the ISS is, you would see the curve of the Earth. We have images. We have images that show like the Chinese that are taking a video from their ISS. Well, I don't know. Is it the ISS or the Chinese space station? I'm not really sure. But I don't know what it is. There's an image in the text channel for you, Kanu. This was taken off of one of their spacewalks.
Is it on YouTube?
Yeah, I think so. But the camera itself, the one that was underneath the space station, was showing two different angles. One of the angles shows like the curving surface, like the curved Earth, and then it shows this angle where it shows a straight and flat Earth. If you can see it, it's in the text channel.
I found the video.
Okay, I don't know if it might be the right one or not, but yeah, like one angle shows that the Earth looks curved, and the other angle looks flat.
But this shit looks fake.
It depends on the lenses they use, and a lot of the NASA footage also looks very bad.
Yeah, what'd you say, Kanu?
This looks very fake. The whole shit looks.
Yeah, but think about this. If you think that space is real and rockets and satellites and all that stuff is in low Earth orbit, then you can't say that's fake. You get me? I mean, you can say it, but then you're just sabotaging your own worldview. You can't sabotage your own worldview because everything that they're doing in space should be speaking to the honesty, integrity, like why you would trust them, all that stuff. The moment something looks fake, that's when you start to distrust the thing that you thought you trusted. You get what I'm saying? Because your whole worldview is based on belief and trust. And if something breaks that trust, then you can't trust them anymore. Then you can start finding fault with everything they do. You see what I'm saying, Kanu?
Okay.
You see, there needs to be consistency with all of them saying the same thing, like you said earlier.
But why would
all the space agencies, collude? Well, I'm showing you there's inconsistencies, and now you're pointing out like, well, this looks fake. Interesting. Why does that look fake and other things not? So somebody's not telling the truth? Would you agree?
Probably.
Well,
But what
that seems
I
to
don't
be
understand.
sabotaging your worldview. That's what I'm trying to
But
point out.
I don't understand why would they lie about such a thing? Like,
Well, because of the fact that this generates income for projects for governments. This type of program generates income for projects. Like, let's say they want to funnel this type of money, they need to find a way that people will see that the government's spending money on certain things, but they're not really going towards those things. You know what I mean? Like, they could be used for military purposes. But this is a good way.
so basically, to lie to the people to make more military equipment.
Who knows, dude? But like, this is a great way. It's a business. Yeah, it's a multi-million, if not billion-dollar industry. You could have one of the Elon knew about it, so it makes him a lot of money. So they try to tout Elon Musk as some, genius, and he's not. He's just a person that he might be smart, right, in some ways, but he's not as a genius as people think he is. He's quite dumb sometimes. The things he says. Like I'll give you an example, Kanu. He was saying that they're going to cancel the the Dragon program, which is his SpaceX.
Right. The big dragon, the biggest one, right?
Yeah, he was saying that, and then he turns around and says, "No, we're not going to cancel that." Within with the span of like a day or two. So he can't even make up his mind if he's going to keep the program because Trump wasn't going to support his, his program anymore. He was removing the funding. So this is the thing, right? Like, Trump is focused on other things other than like what Elon was concerned with. But then Elon had his like moment where he was saying they're going to cancel the program, and then he came back on there and said, "No, we're not canceling Dragon." And after all, so it's inconsistencies, dude. Like they can't even make up their minds what they're focused on. If going to space is the pinnacle of human innovation and technology, then why are they canceling things? Why are they removing funding? Why are they not progressing to reach to the stars? There's a lot of things that the people on Earth are being fooled by. And this narrative has been doing such a good job at doing that. It turns people like you and others who think about the Earth as a globe into believers and defenders of the belief system. You don't just believe it, you defend it without any way of knowing that it's real. This is important. It's an important step for you to understand. You've been believing this idea that the Earth is a globe without any evidence.
Okay.
But this generates a lot of wealth for countries to like funnel money into different projects. They could take that money and say, "Hey, we spent, 100,000 or 100,000. That's not even close. Like $1 million, 2 million, 3 million, however many millions of dollars on a rocket." And you'd be like, okay, they're spending money on a rocket so they can go to space. Because obviously space is a place we need to go to. And you have this mindset that that's important, but they're cutting all this funding. If it was so important, why wouldn't that be the top priority for countries? It's not. And then you make excuses as an apologist. Oh, we wouldn't need money for this because we got to support things down here. We need agriculture support. We need, militaries do need some of the fund. Like, so you think that you know what's going on, but it's a bit hoodwinked, man, for everybody.
Interesting.
Yeah, but what's even more interesting, I guess, the moment you mention, is the Earth actually a globe? You get attacked by people who believe it. So the defenders are not the people in academia. They're everyday people that you see on the streets. Your friends, your family, everyone. They defend it. Oh, come on. You can't tell me you believe in the flat Earth. What's wrong with you?
So, okay.
Yeah.
So, if I could ask you a question,
Sure.
What would make you believe this Earth is flat? This Earth is a globe.
A globe?
Huh.
Yeah, well, you were brought up to believe that since you were very young. As a young child.
Yeah, but what I right now I think it's a globe still, but I have to do more research. After this conversation, I have to make more research. But what would would like tell you as a flat earther to say like, you know what, globe, it's a globe, it's not flat?
Oh, why would I change my mind from flat Earth to globe Earth? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, what would make you change your mind?
Well, first of all, they're telling us that the Earth is a globe. So the globe would be like you're standing on a ball, right? You're standing on a giant ball. And they're not just saying that it's too big that you can't find out how big it is. They're telling us the size of the Earth. So if you were to type into your Google or, ChatGPT or whatever, if you were to ask, the question, how big is the Earth, the radius, the diameter, the circumference, it's going to spit out these values. It'll tell you these numbers, right? And with that math, you can actually start to figure out, okay, from where I'm standing off in the distance, will the Earth be curving? Well, you could figure that out. It's called drop over distance. What that means is if you are standing on a specific point on the Earth, you could make a tangent plane. A tangent plane means it's just like an imaginary straight line that sits on top of a curved surface. Yeah? The imaginary straight line or plane that sits on top of a curved surface would go straight off into space. Meanwhile, the Earth would be curving away from it. That's how you would get a drop over distance. That means that the tangent plane that extends far out would divert from the curve of the Earth would divert from the tangent plane, which then you could start to figure out how much the Earth is dropping away from that tangent plane. If the Earth was curving. If it was curving. But Kanu, the problem is that never happens. That never happens. The surface of the Earth doesn't drop away. It is actually straight, horizontal, and flat. It doesn't drop away. It extends outward in every direction horizontally.
Interesting.
So it doesn't have the effect of having the curvature because that cannot be measured on the surface. And the idea that the Earth could be, that's just too big. We're like ants on a beach ball. That doesn't work because they give us the number of how big the Earth is, with the size of it. So you and me and everybody else that are on it can test to see if the Earth is curving.
Okay.
And it's not. So
I have to do more research. This is a very interesting topic.
Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, you can ask any question you want. Like, that's the reason why we're here. But ultimately, you can't prove the Earth to be a globe. It only lives in your mind as a belief system. They show you images and videos, and they tell you in school that this is how it is, but they don't tell you a method to verify that it's that way. It has to be measured like a curve in order for there to be curve on the surface.
Okay, thank you. Very eye-opening conversation.
Sure. If you want to ask any more questions, you can. There's a lot more. There's like so much information. I'll be honest with you. Like,
I will.
I'm trying to stay on the surface because if not, I'll talk your ear off and then you'll lose interest.
No, I am looking for YouTube channels.
Well, not every
YouTube's not going to help you.
Yeah.
We are the YouTube content creators in here. This is where it starts.
Yeah, this is ground zero, Kanu. This place right here. No other Flat Earth channel is going to give you the type of information you're going to get from the multiple amount of people that can. I'll tell you like this, okay? We are subject matter experts in the topic of Flat Earth. All of us, there's a few of us in here. I wouldn't say all of us. There's a few of us in here that can carry a conversation about the topic, and we all range from different knowledge base, but we're all experts at being able to explain Flat Earth in a coherent way.
Interesting.
Yeah. So if you go somewhere else, they're going to fill your head with, well, you got to look at the ice walls or whatever. It's not going to be the same. We don't go and do that. We stick to the obvious truth. That's all we do.
Okay. Oh, well, thank you. I will come back 100%.
You're welcome. Yeah, come back.
Why do you invite Nathan Oakley on then?
What'd you say, Cosmos?
Why do you invite Nathan Oakley on then?
Well, he was at a time. He was invited for a while. Yeah.
No, he still gets invited here and there.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, if a decision's made to invite him here, that's what we do.
He's full of claims. In fact,
then we run the show. As we run this show, we just stay quiet while the guests actually talk. We just moderate in the background.
Yep.
Why invite him on if he was full of claims and then he's withdrawn?
You don't need to be concerned with that. Oliver, Cosmos, whatever your name is. You don't need to be concerned with that. That's our job, not yours. You're a guest here, so all you can do is ask some questions, perhaps find out some things. That's fine. But
nobody was challenging him.
Yeah, what we do, it doesn't matter. What we do is what we do. You don't need to be concerned with that. You don't need to be concerned with the #1 voice channel on this server. Yeah?
That's not the Nathan Oakley channel, dude. If you want that, you can go to his channel.
That's correct.
I just, if I heavily disagreed with someone, I wouldn't just let...
with them. Then disagree with them. That's your beef with them. Take it to him.
Disagreeing with them. Maybe he'll have you on.
Yeah. Go to his channel. Go challenge him. If that's what
okay, guys. So don't argue with me. Just let me.
Nobody
say
said that, Cosmo. Come on, buddy.
I won't argue with you.
But right. So what is your
We told you if you want to talk to Nathan, go to Nathan's channel. It's real simple, dude.
No, he's a child abuser. I'm not talking to Nathan.
Oh, really?
You can feel whatever you want about him, but this isn't a time for us to, for you to let out your trauma about whatever he is. I don't care, dude. No one in here cares.
It's his kid's potential trauma, not mine.
Yeah, so what?
Just point to where he hurt you, dude.
Dude, you really care about anyone's kids? Cosmos, you don't give a shit about anyone but yourself, bro. Let's get down to the brass tacks. That's all you're here for is yourself. You don't care about anybody, bro.
Selfish. Remember, that's built into you as a Glober. You're selfish.
Yep.
Nathan hurt this guy, obviously.
Yeah. Let's just stick to what you know and conversate about what we're saying. Other than that, shut your pie hole, dude. We don't need to hear about that shit. No one in here, go and tell him all your feelings, yeah? Fuck's sake, dude. Anything else? Or do you want to talk about the topic?
Yeah, you say I'll only accept it with this evidence or that evidence. You guys don't accept any standard of evidence.
Okay, so you're just what do you have a bad day in here or something? You're in here. Just give us what you got, will you?
This appeal to emotion, the thing you just accused.
You're the one that's an emotional person. What do you mean?
You've been emotional since you got on, dude.
Goodness sakes, dude. Just come with the goods. Give us what you got. What do you have? You got some new globe Earth evidence? Lay it on us, man.
Right. If you travel, right, say you go London to Moscow, flying east, right? Yeah. You go Moscow to Japan, flying east.
Okay.
You you kind of get the picture, but you go Tokyo to LA, LA to New York, New York to London.
Okay.
You've been traveling east the entire time. Now with northern and southerly headings, I get those cities on all along the same what's it longitude or latitude? Is it latitude?
Yes.
But you've traveled east.
Okay. Go ahead.
Right. You do the same in the southern hemisphere at roughly the same latitude, and you travel a similar distance, right? So, say you go somewhere from the south, Buenos Aires to Johannesburg to I don't know, Melbourne or something.
Okay.
Melbourne. Right. So how does this work on a flat Earth?
Well, I'll tell you how. The Earth is a horizontal plane and the plane leaves one airport and it takes off and it flies to another airport and it stays on a horizontal path, in the sky, flying a straight level horizontal path, and it lands in the other airport. Now, when it lands there and it wants to go to another place, well, guess what? It takes off from that airport, goes to the other airport on over a horizontal plane, and it takes a level flight when it reaches cruising altitude, and it takes a steady horizontal flight all to the other airport, and it lands on the other airport. That's all it's doing. I can continue, but you get the picture.
Yeah, you've described what an airplane flying is.
Yeah, but not only that, it's flying over a horizontal plane. Yeah.
Just take your assumption out, dude, and think of this in real terms, man.
Right. Let's grant it for the sake of argument. It's flying over a horizontal plane. How is it doing? How is it? First of all, how is it going constantly east and ending up back in the same spot?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just going from airport to airport. So whatever heading the pilot takes in there, he's just going to abide by it. There's certain flight corridors that they have to go through, right? And so that's all he's doing. Yes, he has to. Okay, so I get what you mean. Like, how is it going in a circle if it's not through the Great Circle route? That's what you need to get to the heart of the issue, Cosmos, and ask your question a bit more condensed. You're too long-winded, right? Just get to it. Just make sure everybody understands what you mean. But that's what you're asking. You want to know, why is it not taking the Great Circle route and it's flying back to where it first started, like if it was going in a circle? Isn't that what you're asking?
Yeah, essentially.
Okay, yeah. But the Great Circle route is used from a spherical coordinate system in which you're already used to longitude and latitude. This is what a lot of people argue from within. You're arguing from within a spherical coordinate system. That's all it is.
Right.
You're basing everything off that system and then concluding that the Earth is a globe. And that's not a way, because of the fact that on the surface, there isn't any curvature measured. So the plane flies, or the pilot anyway, he understands he's flying over a horizontal plane. There isn't any curvature to be measured in between point A and point B. This is what we're all concerned with. The idea that the Earth is curving in between those 2 points hasn't been demonstrated by anyone on a plane. So if you get in a plane, right, and you're taking the flight path of what you just described, there's no way that the people in there nor the pilot have to consider any amount of curvature, either the pilot considering curvature as he's flying from point A to point B, or the passengers having to think about that they're flying over a curved surface between point A to point B. There isn't any real way that they know that that's happening. So the idea behind what you're thinking about is only supported by a system that you think is the true reality of what the Earth is. So, you're using the longitude and latitude spherical coordinate system, and so you think that's the nature of the Earth. That's why you're confused.
Okay. Can you guys just say at the end of your sentences, "I'm finished," so I know when you finished?
Oh, that was the end of what I was saying. I don't know if AI wants to jump in.
Right. Okay. So, assuming a flat Earth, right? What direction is the plane taking to get back where it started?
It's on a heading, dude.
Yeah, no problem, friend.
Go ahead.
Let's do it live. We'll do it live on air. Experiment right now. Now, obviously, you can't see what I'm doing, so you're gonna have to imagine it. So, I'm at the driver's side door of the van. I'm now outside of the van. I'm now walking around in a clockwise direction. I'm now on the other side of the van. I'm going some more. I'm now at the back of the van. Hold on. I'm going some more. Guess what? I've arrived back at the front door, driver's side. I guess my van is a globe.
So what? Right. Okay. So let's take that example. Right. What direction did you go in to end up back at the driver's side? What general shape did you form in that path of walking?
In this path, an ellipse.
Yeah, you took an ellipse, right?
Right, and an ellipse is a coplanar shape. So is a circle, right? right? So circumnavigation in an easting direction doesn't mean the Earth is a globe. It just means you've traveled in a circle and arrived back where you're at. Now, notice how I did that over my flat backyard, around my object, which is a van. And notice another thing, that while I was doing that, my attitudinal orientation didn't change. So in other words, I was level and horizontal and standing upright the entire time, just like Alpha explained to you that the plane flies over the Earth. So when the plane flies over the Earth, it's not constantly rotating on its axis, which means it's flying on level ground. If the Earth was a globe, it would be rotating around its axis. But when you look at the NTSB data of the plane's black box, it doesn't show any rotational vector. It just shows the plane maintaining level flight. So now we know two facts. One, the plane is maintaining level flight horizontally. And two, if it's circumnavigating, it's going in a circle. So where do you get a globe out of that information?
Right. So we're saying that the plane, during flight, because again, I've said assuming a flat Earth, we're saying that the plane, well, okay, but he's deafened himself. But I'll just address the room, I guess. He's saying that the plane is essentially going in a circle on a flat plane. You
could think about it. You could think about it that way. It's one way to think about it. So your explanation of it only being a globe can be defeated by what he just explained. Because that's the other option, right? Even if you thought it was a globe, he gave you another option to think about. That's not a globe.
Yeah,
makes sense.
Yeah. So but we're saying that the plane has to perform a circle, right, during its circumnavigation when going east.
Oh, he's back. So hold on. Let's see if he's.
No, that's incorrect. AI could have gone to the back, made a sharp turn, went straight, made another sharp turn, went straight, made another sharp turn, and then been back where he started.
Yeah,
he could have done that. He didn't have to make an ellipse.
I was just going to say that. Yeah, there's another way to.
Correct. I could have took any permutation of path that's generally, coming back around. It didn't have to be a particular path. So, for example, airplanes often take paths that are trade route and personnel route compatible. So, in other words, they're maximizing their profits by stopping at different airports where they can pick up goods and people. So, for example, let's say on the one side of my truck was a lemonade stand, and I wanted to stop and get some lemonade, and I had to go a little bit out of my path. Like planes' paths on the Earth are arbitrary. That's simple.
They're not arbitrary.
What do you mean?
Yeah, they are. They are, dude. They were decided. Okay, planes fly in flight corridors. Almost, probably greater than 95 to 98% of all flights are in flight corridors. All the other flights are like charters and things that are specific missions or task oriented. But other than that, what planes do is chart it out, and it's in corridors, dude. It's not like you decide I want to go to Kentucky to the barbecue shack, and the plane just takes you straight from your freaking house right and drops you right on top of the barbecue shack's roof, dude. That's not how it works. Planes go from airports to airports, and they go in corridors based on the factors that I just told you, and safety considerations. For example, there's a thing called ETOPS. ETOPS is a coordinate system which has to do with how far away you are from shoreline. So planes try to maximize their time being closer to shorelines when they're flying over oceans and stuff, for obvious reasons. In case there's something wrong, they need to get back to shore because they don't want to land in the middle of the ocean, et cetera, dude. This idea that planes fly and the choices that they make is because the Earth is a globe, and it's just ridiculous, dude. It's not substantiated.
Yeah.
So
extremely.
If it's ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
Can you take the path that a plane flies right in the north, as we call it, the north, and the path the plane flies in the south, and if we chart the lines, say it arrives at this airport, and then it goes on this path, and it arrives at this airport.
Based on what, Cosmos? A sphere? Based on a
a flat Earth.
Sphere?
No, a flat Earth.
Okay. Well, there's a map down there. It's a 1942 aerial map that's pretty flat that you can see all the continents on. Have you seen that one?
Which one are you talking about? Because there's just been two put on.
I'll tell you where. It's the 13 minutes after the hour one.
Just Oh, okay.
Irwin Globers. Yeah. Dr. Irwin Globers. Yeah, 1942 aerial map. Can you see it? They're showing all the red lines that are going through it. See those red lines?
Yeah. So right, we're saying that this is the flight reference map, right? Okay. If you're traveling, say, somewhere in Australia, somewhere to South America, somewhere to South Africa, and you went back to Australia, why are you taking a similar, we'd say, distance path that doesn't line up with if I just drew lines on this map? Then I would.
You're complicating things that don't need to be complicated. They're showing you on those red lines the flight paths that have been taken. So this was something to demonstrate that you said couldn't be done because it can only happen on a globe. This is showing you all the continents splayed out over a horizontal plane.
Yeah, that was for airships, blimps back then. That's how they did it.
Yeah, horizontal plane, dude. So if they're using these these flight paths, right? How can you say that's not possible on a flat Earth if it's showing you all the continents splayed out in a horizontal manner? So that's debunking. That right there. Information debunks your idea of it just only happening on a globe, right there.
On that map, right? They're vastly different distances, aren't they?
Yeah, but what difference does it make? It's showing you another way to look at the Earth outside of it being a globe. It's showing you all the continents and on the flight paths. So you don't have to think of it like a globe, like the way you've been thinking. So you're very what's the word here? You're stuck to one idea. That's fine. But there's another way you can think about it, and this is another way. You can't deny that. You can't deny that.
Let's say assuming this way of thinking about it, distances should correlate, shouldn't they?
Okay, but what are you saying? That you're going to figure out distances within this map? Are you doing that with the globe?
Yeah, you can work out distances with a globe. What I'm saying is,
I haven't seen you do it. I have not seen you do it.
What?
Try it.
You've not seen me do it right now.
Yeah. You claim that all the distances are exactly where they should be, based on some pilot taking his flight from one airport to another. I have not seen you verify this.
Can we know the speed of the plane?
No, wait a minute. Time out, dude. What I'm asking for is I want you to put a little meat on the bone. I want you to show everybody that you know it's a globe based on information that a pilot can take from a flight path. So if you say that this has been done and you can do it, it's easy peasy lemon squeezy. I want you to show everybody how it's done. Show us the math that shows the distances based on what you're claiming and prove it. That's all I'm asking for. Do it. If you say it can be done,
before he does that, though,
how it can be done.
Before he does that, though, so there's caveats here. So, for example, you do have distances, and the plane doesn't actually have to travel at set speeds, right? So it can have increased speed, decreased speed. It can have air currents, jet streams, et cetera, et cetera. It can also take variable paths, all of these things. However, what it must do if the Earth is a globe, and it cannot be otherwise, so there's no options of having an alternative. If a plane is traveling over a curved surface and maintaining level flight to arrive at a destination, the plane must constantly rotate its attitude to adjust for the alleged vector of down altering as displayed radial from the center of the Earth. That must occur, and it cannot be otherwise. So if it can be demonstrated that the plane is actually not rotating, then the idea that it's traveling over a curved surface is debunked in totality.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, AI just debunked you anyway, because he said like all the many variable ways you can think about a pilot having to account for things that he didn't account for in his flight path, like no-fly zones and other factors, weather and such. Like you didn't account for that. So how can you at some point say, well, this pilot will take this amount of time to get to this distance? You can't do that. It's impossible. Like you wouldn't be able to, like the pilot wouldn't be able to either. He didn't account for things that he'd had to change based on some information he got from a radio tower that says, we're going to need you to take a different heading. And then he's going to be like, oh, no, I figured everything out. I got to take this heading. It's a globe. He's not up to him. You're too presumptuous right now. You think that just by what you say, everybody's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, Cosmos got a really good argument here," dude. There's way too many things as to what needs to be happening if the Earth was a globe for you to even consider that. Hey, I just pointed out a few things, but I mean, it's obvious, dude. Unless you can show that the plane is actually taking a path that's the pilot will have to consider with his instrumentation in any way, the consideration that the Earth is a globe. You don't have a globe.
I got one for you that you could get. So you could go. Now, we were told that this exists by a pilot called Wolfie, 6020, about 7 or 8 years ago now. It might be 9 years by now. So pilots say, well, we know the Earth is a globe because we use the Earth as a globe. So he said, I got the proof. The proof is in the black box because the plane tracks its rotational data, known as its attitude. And he said, I can prove that as the plane travels from point A to point B, the attitudinal data is constantly rotating, which it must do if the Earth is a globe. And he said he had that data. So 8 years removed, he hasn't given us that data yet. However, you could go get it. You could go to the NTSB, which is the National Transportation Safety Board, and they'll give you data about the planes. And you could look there and you could find the rotational vector in the plane's attitude, and you could demonstrate to us that the plane is actually rotating as it must do if the Earth is a globe. So you could go do that. If you're so inclined, go ahead.
Yeah, he was busy posting his link, and he's going to actually only talking about his link. Watch. Because he reposted his link underneath Dr. Irune Globers. Dude,
it's too flight paths.
You didn't even hear what AI was saying, did you, Cosmos?
Yeah.
What did he say?
I can't remember all of it. You guys tend to.
I know. You weren't listening to him. You're just waiting to speak.
We tend to talk about details.
Yeah.
What was that?
Yeah.
So, can we talk details?
He was. You weren't paying attention.
I posted the NTSB's fucking black box data for you to look at. That went right over your head.
It's this guy, man. It was laying it out for you, and you weren't paying attention. You just were waiting to post your link to verify your point, which it doesn't do that.
If you want me to respond to the specific argument, you can sum it up and we can just go through it.
He did.
Let me sum it up. I'll sum it up for you. A plane traveling over an arced path must constantly rotate its attitude. The plane doesn't rotate its attitude. Therefore, it's not traveling over an arced path. Therefore, it's traveling over a horizontal path, flat and level, just as is obvious.
Yeah. What do you got to say, Cosmos?
Hold on. I'm just using this map.
Didn't hear that either, dude.
Yeah. For God's sakes, dude. If you want him to condense it any farther, it's going to be just like 3 words.
Yes, no rotating planey, no globy.
Yeah. Hopefully you can stick to that one.
Wait, can you guys just give me a second so we can go through it with
Hold on, dude. Hold on a second, bro. I can multi-translate, so let me put that in Braille for you. Here you go. Here's it in Braille. All right, did you get it that time?
Yeah.
Yeah. When somebody's concentrating, it's worth just giving them a second.
Okay. You notice that all his faculties have to be engaged.
Dude, this was his argument. Shouldn't he already know it? Why concentrate on it?
Because guys, right? I'm drawing something for the assistance in our discussion.
Oh my!
All right, we appreciate drawing.
I'm drawing it. Can I post it?
You got paint.
Don't interrupt him anymore. We got to get him to get it done, because saying anything is gonna fuck him up. Even though he's not listening, that'll still fuck him up.
Look what he.
Right.
Oh, man.
So I've gone online. So 2 flight paths from New York to London, flight paths from Perth to Johannesburg, right? Even if I draw a direct line, and you guys were just saying like we can't even necessarily draw a direct line. By the way, if we make it an arc, it's worse. It's worse for the flat Earth argument.
Oh my God!
They don't fly in a straight line. They don't fly in a straight line.
Right. So where would it? Right. So even with corridors,
follow little air highways you got to stick to and follow the speed limit, or you'll be way early or late, and they're timing you coming in.
I didn't hold on. Didn't I just draw over the flight path that it indicated on your flight path map?
Okay, first of all, your drawing over maps isn't reality. That's number one. Number two, you didn't account for what AI's been telling you this whole time. Yeah? Does that make sense? You're still drawing over cartoon images of what the people think the Earth is overall. Does that make sense, Cosmos?
So what is the Earth overall?
That's the problem, dude. That is the crux of the issue. That's the elephant in the room. You seem to assume that the Earth is something as akin to a cartoon, and it's not. It's when you go outside and you travel over it. That's the Earth. All right? So what you're looking at and drawing lines to are images of cartoons of what you think the Earth is represented as. That's not the Earth.
Okay.
Do you understand what that means?
AV, well, I can debunk this very simply. Are maps useful?
What, flight maps? They're useful.
Holy crap, Cosmos. Before we go on, I just want to pre-warn you. I hope you're not going to do a utilitarian pragmatic fallacy.
I bet you that's what it is.
What, saying maps are useful?
Yeah. So the usefulness of maps dictate the fact that we are living on a globe?
No. So
then how do you combine maps to globe? What's that connection for you?
Because, right, the reliability, right?
Changing your words? Okay, go ahead.
No, I see usefulness and reliability as synonyms. You can quiz me on this if you want.
Same thing.
Are they synonyms? Hold on, Fred. Are they synonyms with validity? Because that's what you need. You need to make a pragmatic fallacy. Okay, that's what it sounds like to me. But correct me if I'm wrong by demonstrating your line of reasoning. That's not a pragmatic fallacy. Go ahead.
No, it's not a pragmatic fallacy.
No, I didn't say claim it's not. I said demonstrate it's not by going through your line of reasoning.
Right.
Go ahead.
Right.
Hello.
So the pragmatic fallacy is saying that something is true.
Don't care. You just explain your line of reasoning about your argument, dude. Go ahead.
Yeah. Using your maps. Go on.
Right. So if the maps if a globe Earth map, right, is more reliable to the distances shown, right?
What are you comparing it against? What are you comparing it against? More reliable means you're comparing it against
the literal map you showed. The map you showed.
It's more reliable than the map I showed. Continue.
It is evidence on the globe Earth side.
Aha. There you go. That was it. So you're comparing two cartoons against each other and then saying, thus the Earth is a globe? Is that what you did?
So this is why we get into maps.
That's what I'm talking about. Is like you compared this cartoon versus the other one, and because the other cartoon looks like it makes more sense to you, it must be the Earth that we live on. Right?
So should I just dismiss that map?
Just affirm what I'm saying. Is that what you're telling us? One cartoon was better than the other one for you, so you decided to run with the other one and say that's what the Earth is. Is that what
if you want to put it like that, yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Right. So what's your defeater? What's
the
your
defeater is we're still ending up with a claim of there's alleged anomalies if you assume the Earth is flat and that this is the layout, and all the other assumptions carry, like, for example, that the path is straight, that the plane is under a certain speed, et cetera, that there's no air currents. I'm talking, thanks. So you do all of those assumptions, right? And you say, okay, so it seems that if the Earth was flat and it's laid out in this manner and all those other assumptions carry, that there's anomalies of the distances in the south. But you could also look at it from the other way and saying that there's intense congruencies with the paths in the north. So, for example, I flew from Savannah Under Army Airfield when we invaded Iraq, and I landed in Kuwait, and it's pretty much a straight line on that map. Okay? So that's very congruent. So depending on which way you look at it, you say, well, there's intense congruencies here, and then here on the outliers, there's anomalies. Now, however, interestingly enough, there's anomalies in the south when you assume a globe model. For example, many planes and boats especially report being off course quite often. Even way back in the Captain Cook days, he reported being off course by doing globe assumptions. And he was trying to do dead reckoning. And then you have boxing in the south, which is boats arrive way too early or way too late because they're planning their courses on certain globe assumptions, and then they have to just stay out there in the ocean and wait for the piers to clear. So anyway, you have these two models, and there's anomalies between the two. One model claims the Earth is a giant ball that's curved, right? And you can just go out and measure the water, find out the water isn't curved, and then that defeats the entire proposition in totality. The end.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
No, hold on, friend. Hold on. Did you just say that if water isn't curved, the globe isn't defeated? Are you crazy?
So I refer you to the image I previously sent, where if you're taking a parametric view, a panoramic view, ground level. Why would you see
I don't care. That's not the point. Here's the point. It's a simple proposition. It's a simple proposition. If something is not curved, can it be a ball? You just have to answer that question alone.
Horizontally.
If something is not curved at all, can it be a ball? Yes or no?
Horizontally.
Holy fuck, dude. There's no parsing out needed of this category. It's curved at all. Curved in any way, shape, or form. It's just a simple question. If something is not curved at all, on no axes is it curved, can it possibly be a ball? For fuck's sake, this is so simple.
No, because it depends what plane you're talking about. It depends what axis.
No, dude. One more time for the slow kids in the back, which may include yourself. Okay, check this out. If it's not curved on any axis at all, zero curve on anywhere in any dimension, can it possibly be a ball? Yes or no?
It can't be a ball, no.
Finally, wow, that was hard.
Because you specified the question while bursting a blood vessel.
Yeah,
I know.
It took you like 5 times for you to understand what he was saying, and if he didn't drop that much emphasis, I don't think you would have taken the point.
Right. So let's put it this way: you have water covering the alleged Earth ball. Now, if that's the case, it must be curving on all axes, right? When you're looking at it, it's going to be on the X and Y axes, right? So if you can go and measure the water that it's not curved on either of those axes, then it defeats the proposition in totality.
Oh, yeah.
Right, and how are you measuring it?
But wait a minute. You didn't know how the Earth is measured as a globe? Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking you, so we're at...
Bro, yeah. You're asking him a question that you don't already should have in the pocket. You're asking him how is it measured? So you don't know how the Earth has been measured as a globe. That's what it sounds like to the audience. You don't know that you're asking the question that you should already have a point to.
I'll tell you how I measured it. Dude. I looked through a GoPro lens that was 50,000 feet off the ground, and I saw what appeared to be a curve in the image, and I made the logical fallacy of assuming that means the Earth's surface is curved. Oh, no, wait, that's what the Globers do.
Yeah.
Right, so how do you do it?
Yeah. So you don't know how it's.
I don't know.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
I don't. AV. I don't know his method. No.
His method.
Are you guys gonna keep dodging his question, or are you gonna answer it?
Yeah, you don't need it. We don't need cheerleaders from the peanut gallery.
You're being his cheerleader. Why don't you shut up?
You're not as smart as you think you are, Booger.
You're being a cheerleader yourself. Why don't you shut up?
We don't need you. All right. So go ahead, Cosmos. Explain how the Earth has been measured as a globe. Can you do that?
Well, one is flight paths. It's far more consistent.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, the flight paths which are in question.
Measuring the surface with flight paths.
Yeah.
How is it done, sir? Show me the connection. How you measure the surface of the Earth using a flight path? Show me.
They literally.
The only thing you could say is linear distances and times of flight, and he can't parse out the details any further than that, and he needs those parts, and so he can't actually make a conclusive claim at all.
Those are variables that are inconsistent too, depending on whatever inconsistencies might occur during the flight. So the pilot might take different paths depending on where he's going, like weather, no fly zones, like the wind might knock him off his course. Like there's so much that you got to remember when you're.
Yeah, but don't forget, AV, that when the pilot reaches cruising altitude and maintains level flight, his plane is not axis rotating attitudinally, so therefore it can't possibly be traveling in an arc path. So there you go.
Yeah, it can't be doing that. Yet he's claiming that with flight paths are the way that he's saying that he's claiming that the Earth.
Right? Yeah, exactly, bro. I'm surprised that when I told him just go to the NTSB and get the rotational attitudinal data and then come back and shut us all up. I'm surprised he didn't go do that because that would have shut us up quick.
He had to look up pragmatic fallacy. I heard him typing on his phone, so it means it. Tell me.
So the one thing he needs that must be true if the Earth is a globe and cannot be otherwise. And I told him where to go find it, and he still hasn't done it. It's like I'm literally giving him a freebie, and I'm not even charging him the usual $5 fee.
I think he ran out of gas.
No, I'm waiting for an actual argument for the flat Earth.
Yeah, the surface.
He reset in the middle of the argument.
Yeah, that's fine. So right, so you know that water's axes on all axes must be curved. If you can disprove one axis curved, you disprove them all, and you extrapolate that along the surface of the Earth, you disprove the whole thing. So it's simple. You just get a sufficient sample size. Let's say 25 miles. That's plenty, because the variance is greater than 2 orders of magnitude from a horizontal plane versus the globe prediction. You go out there, you measure the sucker, you take a laser, you level the laser, you take your storyboard target, you put that 25 miles away, you pan the laser horizontally through 2 lesser targets to make sure you're on track. You get the ambient weather conditions, you get the millirad divergence of the laser, etc. You put that on the target, you get a swing of about 3 to 5 feet off of a 6-foot target, so you're still in the single digits. The globe requires triple digits. And what I mean by that is if the laser hits the target at 6 feet, it's perfectly flat with a variance of 6 feet. And if it hits the target, if it doesn't, if the Earth is the globe that they claim, the laser will fly over the top in about 300 feet.
No.
Okay, the laser hit the target, yes, 100%. So hold on, let me finish. Thank you. So I'm obviously going fast here so I can get it all out. So just go. So if the Earth was a globe, the laser would fly over the target 300 feet. Because of the hill of water in between point A and point B that you couldn't shoot down below, right? So the off angle of the laser would travel and continue to travel in elevation over the hump, known as the Sagitah, which you can derive from the circle segment formula. And then you get that variance and you find out that you debunk the globe's curvature by 2 orders of magnitude, and 2 orders of magnitude is more than sufficient to know that the Earth is not curved. There you go.
Right. Do you take data for the collimation of the beam, right, and terrestrial?
I did tell you that. Yeah. It's called millirad divergence. That's the collimation, dude. The spread. Yeah. Now, the thing about lasers, hold on, friend. The thing about lasers is they follow a Gaussian distribution. That means that you can put a Gaussian application on the image that you get from the laser, and you can tell whether the laser is pointed directly at you. which they have a picture of the laser pointed straight at the camera. And when you apply the Gaussian distribution, you find out the laser is pointed straight at the camera, 6 feet off the ground. So conclusively proving that the laser went straight into the camera. Now, you're going to then say terrestrial refraction. Cool story. Terrestrial refraction still puts you in orders of magnitude off, dude. And not only that, but terrestrial refraction is a mathematical application which increases the radius of the Earth to lower the Sagittal in the circle segment formula. It has nothing to do with light whatsoever. So you're in a categorical error. It cannot be applied here. Secondly, any refractive indices, hold on, bro. Any refractive indices, right, were done at the site. And it still only would swing the laser in the 5-foot measure. 5 feet. Not hundreds of feet. So even if you apply your pipe dream, you still end up with a debunk of the globe. So there's no way out.
No, you don't. Because with...
Yeah, you do.
No, because with powerful sources of coherent light... And when we're talking about lasers in like the single digits of wattage, we are actually talking about quite powerful lasers. I guess you'd know if you know your lasers. You're going to get coherent light, which because you talk about right. Just you talk for like 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, we know how lasers work. Get to the point of what coherent light is affected by, dude. Go ahead, come on.
I like how you're really impatient when it's me talking, but you can just go on for ages.
Yeah, like that if you're
exactly.
Here. Yeah, it's a good thing.
He's on point. You are not. You babble.
But it's also good that you like that, because if you didn't just like that, you would fuck off. So that you're here and you like it, and it's exactly what you're getting. Now you don't have a reason to complain anymore. You got exactly what you want and what you like.
Great, you're the worst filibuster on here, so I'm not interested really in what you have to say.
Problem solving.
Oh my god.
Problem solving.
It's easier just not to say anything to him. AI. Right. I'm addressing AI. Right. So when we talk about powerful coherent light. And you mentioned the Gaussian distribution, and you're absolutely on point. We're talking about a probability, right, of photons hitting a certain area, and obviously due to like divergence, like the kind of the collimation of the beam, we get a probability distribution as they see on nets with that flat Earth experiment they did over those lakes of the spread of light. Be it whatever color of light over this distance, right? So if light has a chance to diverge significantly over distance as a percentage given a Gaussian distribution of photons will do, you can expect to see powerful coherent light refract over significant distances, because there will be photons that, just due to the nature of probability, will travel a significant distance.
Wow, dude, that was hard. That was hard to listen to, bro.
Yeah, tell me.
So anyway, the way gunnery works, dude, is if you hit the target, you hit the target. And the way spread works is the bottom portion of the spread still has to clear the obstruction. So you're describing something that would be in effect if the laser wasn't leveled, but it doesn't matter anyway, because the bottom still has to hit the target, and it still has to clear the Sagittal, which is the bump in between point A and point B. Now, if you go and you look at all the details, you'll find out what said has nothing to do with what's going on at all. Because what you were trying to do is appeal to these bottom legs of the spread being caught by your alleged claim of terrestrial refraction, which is really just increasing the radius of the Earth to make excuses for why the globe geometry keeps getting smashed. Yeah, it is, dude.
No, it's not.
Now, listen. It is. So I can have my friends explain it to you that when you actually go into the curve calculators and you do it, all it does is increase the radius of the Earth, which effectively lowers the Sagittal, which is the midline of the circle segment formula, which makes a lesser hump between point A and point B, and then they assume straight rays. That is the math that they do. That is a fact. All right, I'm out. Peace.
Yeah, let me have him. Let me have this idiot. You're waiting for an argument for flat Earth. That's you who are waiting for an argument. Everyone else understands the arguments. They've been presented. They've been posted. They've been explained. The videos are all there. So who you are waiting on is your own ability to read and comprehend the information already presented to you by multiple different speakers. Even inside a neutral platform like your own DMs. Okay. You've got a cognitive block. You need to shake your head until something comes loose. Wiggle. Keep wiggling.
Oh, you didn't hear the fun part about this, Crit. He came in here complaining about Nathan Oakley. That's what his first gambit, his opening gambit was that, I don't like how Nathan Oakley is. Why do you guys invite him over here? That's what he came in with, bro. I mean, instead of coming in with the goods, he came in with that baggage.
Months later.
Yeah. Hey, we got Adam in here. Adam from Big Time Rush.
There's so many people in here. Holy.
Yeah.
I feel like I always see people in here, but like 90% of them never talk.
That's okay. They're listening. They like listening to us like a podcast and hearing all the people that think the Earth's a globe, not provide evidence of it. So it's
Jamie, pull that up.
Yeah, go ahead, Jamie.
Yeah, Jamie did that.
Jamie,
pull it up because what we're going to do right now is talk with Adam and see if Adam has any coherent
Jamie,
argument
pull
for
up
the
a
Earth.
photo of the sun. Why do they always look different, Jamie?
I don't think Jamie's going to answer you. Anyways, let's talk about what you think right now.
Maybe he's saying Jimmy. He's trying to say Jimmy.
Jamie. No, Jamie.
All right, so Adam, what gives you the... Yeah, we've talked to you, Cosmos. Relax, dude. You had your 15 minutes. All right, so Adam, so why do you think the Earth's a globe, man?
When did I say that?
Well, it's what I usually ask people, and if they say they don't, well, then they don't.
I believe that the Earth, as we observe it, is indeed a globe. I'm a globetard. What can I say?
We're not concerned with that. How can you provide evidence that it actually is one?
Me directly, I don't think I can, man. I'm gonna have to use an authoritarian.
Well, high fives all around, right? So another person who came through that sounded very confident when he first came in here, but now it looks like doesn't have a way.
He didn't leave. He just deafened himself because he didn't want to hear the nonsense.
He just put his fingers in his ears.
Oh, he is still here at least. Oh, true. He hasn't left. Then do not over exaggerate.
No, that's what he does. He puts himself on deafen, and then he'll just randomly unmute himself when we're in the middle of another conversation and have another spurg out when someone else challenges his baseless assumptions.
No, he's gonna wait until you're having a conversation with someone else and making some progress with someone else, and he's gonna jump in the middle of that conversation.
Yeah. We'll see. Well, if we can get someone else, I'd welcome it. So, Master Crust, I see you've joined. What's up, Master Crust? What an odd name.
Why is that odd?
I don't know. What is a Master Crust? Like from bread or something?
It could be. It's up to the interpreter, I guess.
Okay, I get it. It's like modern art or something. Okay, I feel it.
Sure. Abstract, if you want to call it that.
So what's going on? You know anything about the globe?
I just live here, dog.
You just live here. Where'd you live?
Fucking anywhere and everywhere.
Okay. Do you think you live on a big spinning ball in a vacuum?
I don't have any, personal proof that I don't.
That you don't?
Wow, okay.
Do you have any personal proof that you do?
True.
Like, I've been in an airplane, I guess.
I've been in an airplane, but it's just flat outside.
It's perception.
Yeah, we perceive it to be flat outside.
Well, the human eye can only perceive, like, a certain, it's a...
Yeah, but if we only perceive a flat Earth, how are we getting to ball Earth from that?
Right.
I don't. How do you mean?
Well, have you not heard them say you can't see the curve? It's too big.
I mean, yeah, like that's.
Yeah, so they're telling you that you will only ever see a flat Earth. Yeah.
Right.
And you never experience any motion of the Earth unless you're in an earthquake or something. Right?
Yeah.
So, from your perspective, the Earth is flat and motionless. From every single human being's perspective, the Earth is flat and motionless. Right?
I mean, that's kind of like, what's the word?
Correct.
No, hold on. Epistemic conceptualism. It's like me going to a theme park where there's like a bunch of children, and say in this scenario I'm like 5'10", and I'm like, I'm the tallest person in the world, and then I go try for like the Harlem Globetrotters or whatever, and then me being
that's a silly analogy, bro. That's a silly analogy, but fair enough. You can say that for now. We can get to it though.
What the fuck was the point, Ian?
So okay. So from your perspective, from our perspective, the Earth is flat and motionless. I'm not saying that's the end of the matter. I'm just saying that's the facts. Yeah.
I mean, like
as far as you can tell.
Sure. Yeah. As far as I can tell. Like I don't have any like physical proof.
But you don't think that actually the case? Like what you're seeing isn't what you're getting. So whose perspective are you relying on for your worldview?
I mean, science.
He's helping you out exactly. You don't even know what the questions to ask.
Like science in itself is not a perspective or a person who can have a perspective. It's a method. So, do you mean a scientist specifically?
I mean, not like specifically. Like, I mean, it's just kind of like I'm not in no way trying to like argue for either point. Like, I am very much.
I'm not trying to debate it with you. I'm just trying to like understand where you're coming from. Like, where do you base your world? What do you base your worldview on?
The knowledge I was taught in school. I mean, like.
All right, but do you know if it's knowledge though? If it's not something that you can actually verify, wouldn't that just be a belief?
I mean, sure, I guess. Like, I mean, it's.
Yeah. So they give us this belief in school, but how do you know that it's real?
Because of people that were smarter than me and lived like, years ago or whatever. The fucking I don't know.
What did they do? How did they prove it? How did they prove it?
I assume like through having theories and then doing like experiments.
Do you think they measured it?
Wow, man, you're in for it. Fucking hell, you're so fresh.
Good tease. Come on, chill, dude. Let him go.
I mean, like, yeah, I wouldn't really know how they would measure it personally.
But so in school, you're saying you believe this story because they taught you it in school. What? But it doesn't sound like they gave you any evidence in school. What evidence did they give you?
I mean, it's been hefty something years since I've been out of school, dog. I ain't gonna hold you.
Yeah, but you would have, surely, if it was like, oh, this proved to me that the Earth is a ball, like you'd remember that, no?
Not really, but I mean, like, it don't make no sense for there to be like a fucking flat Earth. Like, how would that even work?
What do you mean it wouldn't make any sense? It's directly what your senses detect. It's all your senses have ever detected.
Well,
so
okay. My question would be like, how would that work? You know what I'm saying? Like, how would like the fucking day-night cycle work?
Would be flat. Well, it would just be like what you observe. You observe a flat horizon, a motionless surface, and the sun, moon, and stars moving above you. What's wrong with that?
So, like, what about the sun and the moon and the stars and like the planets I can see?
They're moving. Yeah, they're moving above you, like you observe. What's wrong with that?
I mean, nothing inherently, but like, what differentiates like
you're like on the floor of the system, and everything that you see above you is above you. Does that not make sense?
Nigger. That's
one way to put it.
I mean,
does that not make sense to you? Like you see the sun, moon, and stars moving above you, so
right, vaguely. But then that would lead to more questions. Like, is there not space? You know what I'm saying? Like, how are there other planets out that are?
Question. That's a good question. And you're correct. Your intuition is good. There is no space. Well done. You sussed that one out yourself.
No, but like, I mean, obviously there's something out there. Like, you're trying to tell me that's like a giant like hologram or some shit.
What's a hologram? No, I never said anything to hologram.
How am I able to look in a telescope and see like other shit out there? Like, what is that?
Because there's luminaries in the sky. They exist.
Clearly.
Like it's like saying if I'm lying in my bedroom and I look up into the ceiling and I see a light bulb, how is that possible?
No, because you're telling me there's space. There's no space, right? There's no.
Yeah, there's no vacuum. There's no vacuum beyond the sky. For sure.
So, let's say
that doesn't mean that the sun, moon, and stars don't exist.
Okay, but like you make it out there, right? Like to whatever this like space is that we're. Hear me out, right? So you're saying there's no vacuum, so I could go up there and like breathe or some shit?
No, not necessarily. But you definitely couldn't go into an infinite vacuum.
But like what you're trying to tell me is that like there's no vacuum out there, so that means like there
like when they've shown us, you know, in school when they show you the textbooks, they show you like the solar system cartoons and the galaxy cartoons. None of that's real.
So what's up with that?
Well, we're in a contained system. You understand what I mean by that?
No.
So instead of being in an open system, floating around in a giant vacuum, we're in a closed system. So it's more like we're in a giant contained environment, right? With walls and a ceiling.
So essentially, like, the only things my eyes can observe are like the only things that are out there, is what you're telling me?
You could think of it that way. I mean, I'm not saying that's 100% the case and there's nothing beyond what we can actually detect, but for all intents and purposes, what you see, your experience on Earth and with the sky and the luminary, that's your universe. That is everything to us. We've got nothing more. Yeah? So a way that some people put it is that the Earth is the floor of the universe, right? And everything else is above. There might be an upstairs. There might be a basement. We don't know.
So that means like you're like, are you using that in like a religious context or something?
Well, it depends what you mean by religious. I mean, you could say that a lot of religions and cultures previously have spoken about, say, other realms or other places above or below the Earth. And yeah, that comes into religious ideas, but I'm not really making a claim about it. I'm just saying that's something that the human condition has kind of popped up again and again.
I mean, like, I'm not trying to say you're making any claims. Like, I just want like a understanding of.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to talk you through it in a casual way. I'm trying to give you an understanding, right? So it's more like instead of being on the outside of a spinning ball in a vacuum, in a never-ending, expanding, meaningless universe, it's more like we're in a building, a giant building that's been created for us, and we've been put here. I don't know how that sits with you. That freaks a lot of people out.
I mean, listen, dog. Like, I don't really like care for much. I'm still gonna wake up tomorrow. I'm gonna still have to go to my job. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, me too. So are we. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't understand your environment, where you live, why you're here, what your situation is, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that, but like, it's there's
you should want to know. You should want to know. Like, if Earth isn't a big spinning ball in a vacuum, would you want to know that?
I mean, I guess, but it wouldn't really change my day to day.
Right, but it would change your understanding of where you are and what is going on. Because at the moment,
sure.
if you think you live on a spinning ball that exploded out of nothing for no reason, and now you're just messing about, going to work for no reason and doing all this, that's a very different idea than I'm in a contained system that was created for us. And it's not moving, it's not in a vacuum.
Would still be like questions I'd have, like how the fuck.
You'd have loads of questions, but this is it. This is part of the human condition. This is part of the human journey, right? This is what human beings have always had their questions on. See, what they've done is they've robbed us of that very basic human experience, which all of our ancestors have had, which was, why are we in this contained system? What is this place? What are we doing here? Whereas now it's more like, well, we just farted out of nothing for no reason, and now I'm paying taxes to the government as they spend it on bombing poor brown people on the other side of the world. It's a very different human experience.
Sure.
So it's like, this speaks to the human condition and the human experience in its most basic primal form, right? And you might not know it, but like, all of human history, every culture in history has understood that they live in a flat, motionless, contained environment. So they were having a very different experience to what we are. It's like they're playing Skyrim and you're playing, I don't know, Excel spreadsheets.
I would kind of say like yes and no to that, right? Because like,
I mean, I'm being kind of humorous, but yeah, that's fine.
I mean, I get it. Like, I understand like your analogy. Yeah, sure, it was funny. But like, I mean, like the ants, for example, like they know more. Like they know nothing more than like the air in your backyard, right? So like they must assume that. Not saying like ants are sentient, like whatever. Just my point being,
ants are pretty sick.
Ants are pretty sick. I fucking love ants, but like
ants are great.
They don't know.
Folk pour down like. You seen it when folk pour like a metal down the holes and then they bring up the sculpture of their little colony?
Yeah, no, that shit's gnarly. I like the different like types of ants too, like yellow crazy ants. They're pretty sick. But yeah, my point is like they don't know anything more than your backyard, right? So like their whole perspective on life must be there's nothing more than this. Anything that exists outside of these borders of these fences is there's nothing. Like, you know what I'm saying?
But see, this is what separates us from the ants. This is why we were made different, and this was one of the many gifts we're given is the ability to think beyond our immediate perception. But what they've done is they've handicapped our ability to do that by telling us that we know everything. There's nothing more to discover. Don't think about it. You can't tell that it's a giant ball, but the government can. So just listen to them. They've taken away your ability to really ponder about the nature of the universe.
Yes and no. Like again, it's
well, you can. Let's say. Let me rephrase that. You can ponder within their framework, and if you ponder out with their framework, you're a heretic. You're persona non grata. You're a crazy flat earther. If you dare to deny the spinning space balls.
Do I think like it's a little weird? It's a little out there. Like sure, but I'm not one to judge. Like it's
what the globe you mean?
Either of it. Like if I fucking wanted to stroke my dick to like the thought of there being like a globe, sure. If y'all get off on the idea of like everything's flat, like I'm not one to judge. Like I don't.
Yeah, no, we appreciate that. I appreciate you're not trying to be a dick to us. That's fine. I mean, that's why I'm making some effort to try and explain this to you, because it is true what we're talking about. We do have the facts on our side. We've got observation, measurement, experiment. That's all on our side. There's none of that on the globe side.
Like, have you personally like done any experiments towards that? Outside of like, I've heard about like the laser and the flashlight shit.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've done. Not the lasers, but long distance observations. That's what I've done.
Right, and like I get that to a degree. Like, sure, it doesn't make like a complete sense. Like, with I was in here the other day. I can't remember who it was, but it was Nindo or something. He had like an Asian man as his like little profile picture with like the fucking Fu Manchu, some shit.
Oh, Indio.
Yeah, that's the guy. He was talking some Horizons or some shit, and I mean, like, yeah, like if you're.
All right, tell me what you remember. Tell me, try and paraphrase the argument that you heard that you think we're making that maybe Indio said.
Like it was something about like the Horizon, right? And like you guys, maybe it's like mathematically correct. I haven't determined that for myself. Like I'm not.
All right. Well, can I give you a quick explanation of it? Let me give you a quick explanation of it. Right. So, have you heard them say that boats go over the horizon?
Yes.
Yeah, they say, hey, we know the Earth's a ball because when a boat sails away, it goes over the horizon and it disappears bottom up because that horizon is the curve of the ball. Yeah? At the point you can't see beyond. Because it's a curve. Yeah?
I mean...
So let's say we're ants on a basketball.
Uh-huh.
I'm an ant and you're an ant. And I start walking away from you on this basketball. There's going to come a point where I start going around a curve. Yeah?
Okay.
And then there's like a definite line that I'm going to start disappearing bottom up on when I go over the curve. Yeah?
Okay.
So if you were to take like a line and draw it from your eyeball to that horizon point, there would be a certain distance where that horizon would be from you based on your eye height. And it's a physical point on the surface of the ball. Yeah?
Well, no, that would have to account for like the rotation and shit, like too. Like it's
No, it doesn't have to. It doesn't matter about the rotation.
Okay.
Because they're saying that we can't detect any of that rotation anyway. So we're just talking at the moment about the geometric curvature that they're claiming because it's a ball. Yeah. So if you go on Google, and you type in distance to horizon calculator, they have these calculators already, which are based on the globe model, well, the size that they claim it is. And you can put in your observer height, say 6 feet, say you're just standing at the beach, looking out over the ocean. Do you know how far away it would tell you the horizon should be?
No, not off the top of my head.
Have a guess.
I don't know, like I guess it would depend on like okay, we're on the beach, sure. So like no obscure vision.
No.
I'd maybe like 5 miles or some shit.
Not bad. 2.5, 3 miles.
Okay.
So that's saying that the geometric curvature of this ball, and that's based on it being a 3,959 mile radius of a ball. That's the size that they claim it is. So if a boat was to sail out and you were watching at 6 feet, you would start to see it sink bottom up over this curve between 2.5 and 3 miles. Yeah?
Okay.
So let's say you go out and do that, and you're watching a ship, and you're watching it go out, you're 6 foot, but you see it going out 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, and it's not reached a horizon yet. What does that mean?